Upon awakening, Yi found himself inexplicably transported to the Douluo Continent, accompanied by a system known as Supreme Sovereignty, which seemed to promise a promising beginning. No way, have I truly become a titled Douluo at level 91 right from the start. This is going to be quite the ascent. As he pondered this, an enchanting little kitten appeared before him, marking the commencement of his extraordinary tale. Chapter 1. The Rescue of Zhu Zhuqing. Sai, where am I? Yi opened his eyes, only to discover he was nestled within a dense forest. The previous night, he had been engrossed in the game's Soul Master Duel based on Douluo Continent until the early hours, and in a stroke of luck, he had drawn his favorite character, Zhu Zhuqing, through a tenfold summon. Ecstatic, he had tossed and turned in bed for what felt like ages before finally succumbing to slumber. Have I crossed over into another realm? Yi pondered, bewildered. Congratulations, host. You have been selected by this system. You are indeed correct. You have traversed into the Douluo Continent. This system is known as Supreme Sovereignty, granting you the power to dominate this world. The voice of the system suddenly echoed, startling Yi, though he quickly regained his composure. In Douluo Continent, does that mean I can finally meet my goddess, Zhu Zhuqing? How splendid! Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. System, do you have any starter gift packs, or the like? He inquired. Given the presence of such a golden opportunity, it was only natural to expect rewards, a customary trope of traversals. Indeed, host, I'm now dispatching the starter gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Martial Soul Ancestral Dragon, a powerful assault-type battle spirit master. Congratulations, host, you have attained soul power of level 91, ascending to title Douluo. Congratulations, host, you have received 500 gold soul coins, now stored in the system's storage space. As the system's voice faded, an aura of blue soul power enveloped Yi, while 9 black 10,000-year soul rings manifested around him, and a colossal divine dragon materialized behind him. After Pangu opened the heavens and perished, the 4 primordial chaotic elements gradually evolved into the 5 elemental beginnings: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. During this evolutionary process, the 4 chaotic elements amalgamated, giving birth to 3 primordial divine beasts: the Ancestral Dragon, the Yuan Phoenix, and the beginning Qilin, the Ancestral Dragon. The progenitor of all dragons, governs the entire dragon lineage. The dragon behind Yi was none other than the legendary Ancestral Dragon. Yi opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them, as the soul power enveloping him gradually dissipated. I can feel it, a formidable force. Is this what it means to be a titled Douluo? Or perhaps it's the 9 black 10,000-year soul rings. Ha! Am I truly destined to reign supreme? By the way, my title shall be supreme. Yi burst into a raucous laugh, unable to contain his exhilaration. In his former world, he had been a mere inconspicuous university student, lacking in both academic prowess and aesthetic appeal, devoid of wealth, having spent his days in the company of video games. Douluo Continent was his favorite game, and he had fantasized countless times about living alongside the goddesses of his dreams in this realm. Now, it was no longer a fantasy. He had genuinely crossed over to Douluo Continent. Zhu Zhuqing, Qianrenxua, Rongrong, Bibi Dong, the 2 dragons. My goddesses, Yi is here. Yi arrived by a riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water with wide eyes. Is that truly me? His appearance had transformed, aptly described as a gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Wow, I look incredibly handsome now. I might even surpass Tang San's awakened blue-silver emperor form. Yi marveled, admiring his visage repeatedly, increasingly satisfied with his looks. Attention! System task activated. Proceed to the depths of the Sachuo City Forest to rescue Zhu Zhuqing. Task completed. Reward: 1 soul power enhancement elixir. Oh, there's system tasks as well. Rescue Zhu Zhuqing. How delightful. System, it's quite a distance to Sachuo City. Can you transport me there? Yi inquired. This system is supreme sovereignty. What can it not accomplish? As the system's words echoed, Yi felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened them again, he beheld a girl with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure that belied her age. Her expression was cold, emanating a profound chill that contrasted with her otherwise stunning features. Her limbs were gracefully elongated, radiating an unsettling, deathly chill, yet she lay gravely injured, blood seeping from her feet. Yi understood that Zhu Zhuqing had come in search of Dai Mubai, the heartless scoundrel. This was his goddess, and now that he was here, he would unveil the true nature of Dai Mubai to her, ensuring that he would not allow such a remarkable girl to fall into his hands. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, Yi attempted to help her up, but she instinctively recoiled in caution. Yi merely smiled and said, "Do not fear, my lady. I mean you no harm. I see you are gravely injured, and I wish to assist you." Zhu Zhuqing eyed him warily and asked, "Are you a doctor?" "Indeed. Rest assured, I charge no fee. Healing is the noble path of a physician," he replied. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Yi closely, momentarily taken aback, but soon her thoughts shifted. This man looks so handsome, he does not appear to be a villain. Perhaps I shall trust him just this once. She turned her gaze back to Yi and said, "Then I shall trouble you, doctor." "Very well, my lady, I must impose upon you." Yi helped Zhu Zhuqing to her feet and tore a piece of his clothing to bandage her wounded leg. For him, this was a trivial task, as his university major was medicine. After tending to her wounds, Yi stepped aside and summoned the system. "Sidam, do you possess any healing elixirs?" "Indeed, host. Here is the shop, filled with various items." A shop interface materialized before Yi, revealing an array of healing potions, joyful sodas, and an assortment of other goods. "But how do I purchase these items, system?" Yi inquired. "They can be acquired using task points." "Task points. Congratulations, host. You have rescued Zhu Zhuqing, completing the task. Reward: 1 soul power enhancement elixir. The soul power enhancement elixir can only be used once by an individual, increasing soul power by 5 levels. Applicable only for those below soul sovereign. Yi examined the description of the elixir and found it quite appealing, though ultimately of little use to him, as he was already a level 90 title. "Douluo, congratulations, host. You have unlocked 50 task points. Task points can be used to purchase items in the shop." Yi glanced at the healing potion in the shop, priced at 3 task points, and smiled, realizing he now possessed enough points. "Sidam, purchase the healing potion." "Understood, host." Healing potion purchased successfully. The healing potion appeared in Yi's hand, and he returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side. "Doctor, where did you just go?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired as he approached. "I was surveying the area for any potential threats. I suspect your injuries stem from an assailant." Yi fabricated smoothly. "By the way, here is the healing potion. Consume it, and your injuries will mend." "Really? Is it truly that miraculous?" Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the potion in disbelief. "Of course, my lady. Do partake without delay," Yi urged. "Very well. I trust you, doctor." Zhu Zhuqing ingested the elixir, and a warm sensation enveloped her body, gradually alleviating her pain. After a brief moment, all her injuries had miraculously healed. At this juncture, her gaze transformed into one of profound astonishment as she scrutinized the nearby Yi. An inexplicable intuition stirred within her, suggesting that Yi was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 2. Weep, little kitten. "My lady, how do you fare?" Yi inquired with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, affirming that the gentleman had indeed not deceived her. "That is reassuring. I wonder, my lady, what circumstances led you to such a predicament?" "I am Zhu Zhuqing, hailing from Star Luo Empire. The ones pursuing me are my own kin. It is merely a familial conflict," Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. "Ah, so your name is Zhu Zhuqing. A lovely name indeed. I am Yi, a physician on my way to Shrek Academy in Soto City." "Oh, you two are bound for Shrek, sir? Could it be that Miss Zhuqing is also destined for that place?" Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing. "Sir, do not misunderstand, my lady. I believe we could journey together. What do you think?" Yi proposed. "That would be agreeable, sir." Zhu Zhuqing readily accepted. "Very well, Zhuqing. Please refrain from calling me sir. You appear to be merely in your teens, and I am only 20. Why not address me as brother Yu instead?" "Then, brother Yu, I shall trouble you along the way," Zhu Zhuqing replied politely. "Not at all. It is no trouble," Yi thought to himself, overjoyed. After all, the goddess before him was calling him brother Yu. How splendid. While she called him brother Yu now, he envisioned that it would evolve into big brother in the future. What a thrilling thought. Their journey commenced, with Yi engaging Zhu Zhuqing in various topics of conversation. Despite her seemingly aloof exterior, she possessed the heart of an endearing girl, quite unlike the portrayal in novels. As dusk descended, they arrived at Soto City. "Zhuqing, it is getting late. Shall we seek lodgings for the night?" Yi asked, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. "Certainly, brother Yu." She agreed. Yi guided Zhu Zhuqing to the Rose Hotel, where they each secured separate rooms before ascending the staircase. However, as they passed room 203, they were met with a series of most unpleasant sounds emanating from within. Yi, fully aware of the source, jested about the indulgent revelry of modern folk. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing felt a piercing pain in her heart. She recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to her betrothed, Dai Mubai. She longed to weep, but restrained herself, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability to anyone. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she turned to Yi and said, "Brother Yu, I am rather fatigued. I shall retire for the evening. Good night." "Very well, good night, Zhuqing," Yi replied, smiling as he watched her retreating figure. Bringing her to the Rose Hotel had been intentional. For according to the narrative, Dai Mubai sought to indulge himself just days prior to enrollment, hoping to chance upon some frivolous escapades. Fate seemed to be conspiring in his favor. "My little kitten, I am sorry, but I must shield you from this heartless scoundrel," Yu Yi's gaze hardened as he directed it toward the door of room 203. In the dimly lit chamber, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, and no amount of wiping could alleviate her distress. Her heart ached with the realization that she had traversed great distances to find him, only to discover his disloyalty. She felt that all her efforts had been rendered utterly worthless. Knock, knock. Zhuqing, are you there? Came Yi's voice from outside the door. Zhu Zhuqing hurried to the mirror, washing her tear-streaked face before opening the door. Brother Yu, what brings you here at such a late hour? She inquired, noting the cheerful expression on his face. Zhuqing, I heard you weeping, Yui said, his tone serious. Ah, surely you must be mistaken, brother Yu. I have not been crying. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes darted about, revealing her dishonesty. Is that so? Then why are your eyes so red? And those tear stains on your cheeks? I apologize, brother Yu. I lied to you. I did indeed cry. Zhu Zhuqing confessed, her words hesitant. Zhuqing, why did you cry? Were you bullied? Fear not. For brother Yu shall assist you in avenging any wrongs, he declared, thumping his chest confidently. Brother Yu, no one has bullied me. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled at his amusingly self-assured demeanor. Then what is the matter? He pressed. Brother Yu, I came here to find my betrothed, Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo royal family. We were promised to each other since childhood. However, due to the cruelty of royal power struggles, he fled the Star Luo Empire to attend Shrek Academy. My own family is equally ruthless. Thus I left home to confront him and seek an explanation for his abandonment. Yet, despite risking my life to find him, he engages in such despicable acts behind my back. It fills me with revulsion and renders my efforts futile, Zhu Zhuqing lamented, her tears flowing anew as she poured her heart out to Yu Yi. Upon sharing her burdens, Zhu Zhuqing felt a weight lift from her heart. Wiping her tears, she turned to Yu Yi with an apologetic smile. Brother Yu, I'm sorry for my outburst. Ah, Sidi Kiten. What did you say, brother Yu? I meant silly girl. If you must cry, then cry. It will ease your heartache. Brother Yu, I feel much lighter now. Speaking of it has indeed brought me relief. That is splendid. By the way, Zhuqing, I have a treat for you. Something delightful, Yu Yi said, retrieving a soul-boosting candy from the system. Brother Yu, what is this? Zhu Zhuqing asked, eyeing the small red pill with curiosity. This is candy, delectable and uplifting. Once consumed, it will banish your sorrows and fill you with joy. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is a guarantee. All that I provide is of the finest quality. Very well, I trust you, brother Yu. I shall partake. Go ahead, indulge. Zhu Zhuqing placed the pill in her mouth, savoring its sweetness as it melted away, almost as if she had consumed nothing at all. Yet, she soon sensed a transformation within her. Indeed, her soul power was surging. How do you feel, Zhuqing? Yu Yi inquired. Brother Yu, I perceive that my soul power is rising. What manner of candy is this? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. I shall reveal it shortly. Now go ahead and break through. Understood, brother Yu. Upon inviting Yu Yi into her room, Zhu Zhuqing began her breakthrough, ascending from level 27 to level 32. A truly remarkable feat as she experienced this transformation. Yu Yi summoned the system. System, Zhuqing has reached level 32, yet lacks a soul ring. Do you have any soul rings available for purchase? Indeed, host. I shall display the soul ring marketplace for you now. Before Yu Yi, the interface for purchasing soul rings materialized, complete with reasonable prices. 10,000 year soul rings available for merely 20 task points. System, do you suggest that Zhuqing can absorb a 10,000 year soul ring at this level? Absolutely. The soul rings offered by this system are unique. There are no restrictions on absorption, regardless of level. Incredible. System. Chapter 3. Title of the Sealed, Supreme Sovereign. After perusing the soul rings for some time, Yui ultimately selected a 10,000 year soul ring from the swift lightning leopard, perfectly suited for Zhu Zhuqing, whose advantage lay in speed. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, her earlier sorrows forgotten, replaced by sheer incredulity. She had achieved a breakthrough to level 32 simply by consuming a piece of candy, a remarkable 5-level increase. She gazed at Yu Yi, increasingly convinced of his extraordinary nature. Brother Yu, what exactly is your identity? Your possessions are truly extraordinary, and I can sense that you are far from ordinary. Wait a moment, let me show you something. Yu Yi produced a soul ring, which floated gracefully before Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Yu, this is a 10,000 year soul ring. How did you acquire it? Can I really absorb a 10,000 year soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the hovering black soul ring. Trust me, there is no problem. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yu Yi, sensing his sincerity. She understood he would not deceive her. Thus, she decided to set aside her doubts and began to absorb the soul ring. To her astonishment, the absorption was instantaneous and without any discomfort or peril. In that moment, she felt as though Yu Yi were a deity. Only a god could achieve such feats. Brother Yu, may I ask, are you a god? Haha, of course not. Yu Yi chuckled. I am a rank 91 titled Douluo, known as Junlin. Upon uttering these words, Yu Yi revealed his 9 soul rings, all black and of 10,000 year quality. Zhu Zhuqing could hardly believe her eyes. She rubbed them and looked again, confirming the truth before her, titled Douluo, with a full 10,000-year soul rings. I am Zhu Zhuqing, and I pay my respects to your highness. Zhu Zhuqing quickly performed a gesture of obeisance. Rise, Zhuqing. There is no need for such formality between us. He helped her to her feet. Zhuqing, you asked me about that candy earlier, did you not? In truth, it is not candy, but a soul power enhancement pill. However, it can only be consumed once by each individual, and is effective only for soul masters below the rank of soul sage. As I'm already a titled Douluo, it serves me no purpose, hence I bestowed it upon you. Brother you, we are not related by blood, so why bestow such a precious item upon me? How can I ever repay you? There is no need for repayment, Zhuqing. This is entirely voluntary on my part. What do you mean, entirely voluntary? He fell silent, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to inquire further. Zhuqing, I must confess that I have fallen for you at first sight. Your tenacity, your resilience, your defiance against all injustice. Even when gravely wounded, you continue to strive for what you believe in. These are the qualities that captivate me. When I heard you say you would risk everything to find your fiancé, disregarding your own life, I admit I felt a twinge of envy. What fortune it would be for someone to possess your heart. Yet he has wronged you. I truly despise him. Even wishing to crush him with my own hands for failing to cherish such a remarkable girl like you. Yu's emotions spilled forth, revealing his innermost thoughts. Brother Yu, The sudden confession left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily speechless. Zhuqing, I adore you profoundly. Though we have spent less than a day together, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Will you grant me the opportunity to protect you, cherish you, and love you? I would go so far as to oppose the entire world for your sake. I would stop at nothing. Yu's heartfelt declaration was genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for how to respond, considering her current engagement. To accept his feelings would mean betraying her commitment. Sensing her internal conflict, Yu gently spoke. Zhuqing, you need not provide an answer immediately. Take your time to contemplate. I will await your decision. Reflecting on Yu's heartfelt confession, it was the first time she had heard someone express a desire to protect her, to love her, even to confront the world for her sake. It deeply moved her, evoking warmth she had never experienced before. At last, she made her decision. With unwavering determination, she looked into Yu's eyes and declared, Brother Yu, I am currently bound by an engagement and cannot accept your feelings, but I have resolved to call off my engagement. I intend to sever all ties with that scoundrel once and for all. So, Zhuqing, if you annul your engagement, does that mean you accept me? Zhu Zhuqing shyly lowered her head and nodded in affirmation. Excellent. How wonderful, Zhuqing. You should rest well. It is already quite late. Tomorrow, I will take you out for a delightful day. Yu said with joy. Very well, brother Yu. Good night. A night passed. Yu awoke early and approached Zhu Zhuqing's room. Zhuqing, are you awake? A voice from within responded, I am awake, brother Yu. What is it? Zhuqing, I must step out to attend to some matters. Please wait for me in the hotel, and I shall take you out for some fun upon my return. All right, brother Yu. After giving his instructions, Yu departed towards the Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, nestled within a humble village, was known for producing remarkable soul masters. Yu arrived at the office of the Academy's headmaster, Flinder, who was leisurely reclining in his chair. Headmaster Flinder, enjoying such leisure, are we? Flinder opened his eyes, noting Yu's presence and the powerful aura he emanated, causing him to furrow his brow. I pay my respects to your highness, titled Douluo. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Flinder recognized Yu, the infamous four-eyed cat eagle, and realized his identity. I shall speak plainly. My name is Yu, a rank 91 titled Douluo, known as Junlin, a powerful assault-type soul master. I have come to apply for a teaching position at your esteemed academy. Junlin Douluo? I have not heard of that title before, but if he bears no ill intentions and seeks to teach at my academy, a title Douluo no less, this could bring great renown to Shrek Academy and prosperity as well. Flinder mused internally. Is there an issue, Headmaster Flinder? Yu inquired, releasing his aura once more, prompting Flinder to jump in surprise and kneel. No, my lord. I agree wholeheartedly. I was merely taken aback by my overwhelming joy. Having you as a teacher at Shrek Academy is indeed a blessing. Then it is settled. I understand you'll be enrolling students tomorrow, correct? Yes, my lord. Very well. I will take charge of the enrollment process and assess the candidates. Since you have spoken thus, I gladly accept. However, this will require your utmost effort, my lord. It will not be a burden. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I bid you farewell, my lord. As Yu departed from Shrek Academy, he felt a thrill of anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with Xiao Wu and Rong Rong the following day. Despite the many who referred to Xiao Wu as a spicy rabbit head, he disagreed. She had done nothing wrong and was merely a victim of Tang San's deception, ultimately sacrificing herself. It was infuriating, and he was determined to ensure that Tang San faced the consequences he deserved. As for Rong Rong, he felt a pang of regret for Oscar, yet he thought to give Oscar some benefits as a form of compensation. This thought eased his conscience somewhat. After all, Oscar was a true man in the original narrative, and Yu held a fondness for his character. But now that he was present, Rong Rong belonged to him, and Oscar would have to step aside. Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, tomorrow we shall reunite. I will lead you both away from your suffering. Ha ha ha. Chapter 4. Annulment of Engagement. After returning to the hotel, Yui spent the morning entertaining Zhu Zhuqing and indulging in a lavish meal before they returned. However, upon their arrival at the hotel, they were met with chaos in the lobby, where a blonde man and a dark-haired man in blue were engaged in battle. It was evident that Dai Mubai and Tang San were at odds over the hotel accommodations, and judging by the scene, the confrontation had already concluded, with Tang San emerging victorious. At this moment, Yui glanced at the girl beside him, Xiao Wu. She possessed long, silky black hair, meticulously styled into a neat scorpion braid that cascaded past her calves. Clad in a delicate pink garment, it tightly embraced her developing figure, accentuating her slender waist that could barely be clasped by a single hand. In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing, both the physique and appearance of the two girls held their unique charms. However, Yui was oblivious to the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had already departed from his side in search of Dai Mubai. As Dai Mubai exited the room, flanked by two radiant young women, he fortuitously encountered Zhu Zhuqing. Disgusting, Zhu Zhuqing uttered disdainfully. Who are you? Dai Mubai inquired, perplexed as he regarded her. Hey, Dai Mubai. I am Zhu Zhuqing. I have come to annul our engagement, she declared, producing the marriage contract and hurling at his face. Dai Mubai glared at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes ablaze with anger. He glanced at the contract that had fallen to the ground and picked it up, confirming its authenticity as their engagement document. The girl before him was indeed the same one from his childhood, though years had passed, altering her appearance, leading him to momentarily fail to recognize her. Zhuqing, it is you. This engagement was arranged by our parents. I cannot overturn it. Dai Mubai firmly rejected her request for annulment. Aka mipiaka, Dai Mubai. I have endured great hardship to find you, and what do I discover? You are frolicking with ambiguous women. You have already severed ties with the Star Luo royal family. How can you claim you cannot decide? Zhu Zhuqing retorted angrily. I told you, I refused to annul the engagement. Naturally, Dai Mubai had no intention of dissolving the engagement. He had sensed a profound resonance between their martial souls moments earlier, indicating that their union could unleash formidable martial soul fusion techniques. Now that he understood that this soul was his fiancée, the engagement could not be rescinded. Isn't this rather inappropriate? As a stallion, you should not corrupt such a virtuous girl. Yui interjected, unable to restrain himself, casting a disdainful glare at Dai Mubai. Who are you? Who are you calling a stallion? Dai Mubai shot back, his expression filled with fury, ready to strike. Kneel, Yui bellowed, and apart from Zhu Zhuqing, everyone present was overwhelmed by his immense aura. Collapsing to their knees. What? It is actually the esteemed title Douluo. We pay our respects, your highness, they all exclaimed. Everyone else, except Dai Mubai, rise, Yui commanded, turning his gaze to the kneeling Dai Mubai. You will annul the engagement, whether you like it or not. This is an order. Sign it if you wish to live. I will sign, Dai Mubai stammered, intimidated by the title Douluo before him. Reluctantly, he understood that despite his reluctance, he must comply, lest he forfeit his life. After Dai Mubai affixed his signature, Yui promptly destroyed the marriage contract, severing all ties between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. From this moment forth, Zhu Zhuqing belonged entirely to him. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Tang Sin asked, noticing Xiao Wu trembling in a corner. Brother, I'm fine. I was just frightened by the title Douluo for the first time, she replied, shaking her head. Yet, deep within, she understood the true source of her fear. As a spirit beast, she dreaded that Yi, this title Douluo, might discover her identity and seek to harm her. However, Yi had no such intentions. He took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and led her out of the hotel, casting a gentle smile at Xiao Wu as they departed. Xiao Wu felt bewildered. Why did he smile at me? Moreover, his smile seemed so gentle, it did not suggest malice. He is truly an odd person. He must have discovered my identity, yet chooses not to harm me for my soul ring. How peculiar. She pondered as she watched Yui's retreating figure. Xiao Wu had settled. This room is now ours. Let's rest well, Tang San urged. All right, San. Meanwhile, Yui held onto Zhu Zhuqing's hand without release, captivated by its softness, wishing to hold it indefinitely. Zhu Zhuqing felt warmth radiating from Yui's hand, instilling a sense of security she had never known before. In that moment, she experienced an overwhelming wave of happiness. Brother Yu, is my hand pleasant to hold? Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly inquired. I apologize, Zhuqing. Your hand is simply too delightful to hold. I momentarily forgot how long I've been holding it. Yui hastily responded, releasing her delicate grasp. It's all right, brother Yu. Didn't I say that I would annul the engagement? You must keep your word, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her previous icy demeanor softening as she became more affectionate. Perhaps this was the transformative power of encountering the right person. Of course, Zhuqing, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Even if you wish to pluck stars from the heavens, I shall do so. If you desire pearls from the depths of the sea, I shall willingly plunge into the abyss. Before Yui could finish, Zhu Zhuqing gently pressed her hand against his lips, gazing at him tenderly. Brother Yu, I trust you, which is why I steadfastly choose you. Thank you for everything you have brought into my life. I am immensely happy, truly, incredibly happy. Perhaps you are the one sent by heaven to rescue me. Silly girl, you are correct. I have indeed come to save you. Together, let us look toward the future and create our own happiness. All right, brother you. Zhu Zhuqing, brother you doesn't sound right. Shall we change it? How about brother E instead? That sounds wonderful. Zhu Zhuqing, brother E it is. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky with enchanting hues. The streets were now far less populated, and the two were unaware of how long they had walked or conversed. Perhaps those truly in love always find themselves with endless topics to discuss. Yi gazed at the girl beside him, reminiscing about a time when she seemed unattainable, and he was merely a youth with no prospects. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a familiar yet strange place, their lives transformed. The goddess of his dreams had ultimately become his own, and in that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhu Zhuqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Yuyi's image lingered in her mind. She realized her heart was now filled with thoughts of him. Though their time together had been brief, the intensity of her feelings was undeniable. She chose to believe in Yuyi, trusting that he would treat her well. Since Yuyi's arrival, she had come to understand that she was not as inadequate as her family acclaimed. At least in Yuyi's eyes, she was flawless. Gradually, she drifted into slumber, experiencing a beautiful dream in which she donned a white wedding gown, stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony alongside Yuyi. Chapter 5. Enrollment. Today marked the enrollment day for Shrek Academy, and Yuyi brought Zhu Zhuqing to the campus. He shared with her his intention to apply for a teaching position, which puzzled Zhu Zhuqing. Why would a title Douluo wish to teach at such a dilapidated academy? Naturally, Yuyi could not disclose his true purpose, recruiting a harem, or rather, rescuing a goddess. Dean Flender, this is Zhu Zhuqing, a level 32 soul master specializing in agility-type battle spirits, with a martial soul of the Nether Cat. She wishes to join Shrek Academy. The enrollment period would commence shortly, so Yuyi sought out Flender and his colleagues first. This young lady possesses remarkable talent, Your Highness. She need not undergo an assessment. Let her join directly, Flender replied respectfully. Yuyi countered, no, she must participate in the assessment. I do not wish for her to take any shortcuts. I want her to be recognized for her true abilities, and I have faith she will excel. He then cast a gentle glance at Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to shyly lower her head. Flender, observing the dynamics between the two individuals, soon perceived the nature of their relationship. At that moment, Zhao Wujia arrived alongside several teachers from the academy and Daimyo Bai. Zhao Wujia, clad in slippers and bellowing with his characteristic exuberance, exclaimed, Principal, we have arrived. Flender nodded in acknowledgement and introduced Zhao Wujia and his companions, saying, Everyone, this is Yu, our academy's new instructor, a rank 90 title Dawn known as Lord of Titles. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing and Yu, Daimyo Bai's expression darkened, recalling the events of the previous day. Oh, you and Lord have met? Flender inquired, directing his gaze at Daimyo Bai. We crossed paths yesterday, Yu interjected promptly. Ah, then it seems fate has brought you together, Flender remarked. Principal, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Daimyo Bai stated, unable to linger any longer. Very well, go ahead, Mubai, Flender replied. Turning to Zhao Wujia, Yu remarked, so, you are Zhao Wujia, famously known as the Unmoved King. Ha ha ha, Lord is exaggerating. Before you, I am but a mere nothing, Zhao Wujia replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A youthful title, Douluo, like you renders my Unmoved King title insignificant. He added, all right, everyone, the enrollment process is about to commence. I shall head over first, Yu announced to the assembly. Yu escorted Zhu Zhuqing to the enrollment office outside the academy gates, where only a handful of qualified candidates had appeared. Growing increasingly impatient, he mused, will my dear Xiao Wu and Rong Rong arrive? Suddenly, a familiar voice broke into his thoughts. Teacher, we have come to enroll. Here are 200 copper soul coins. He looked up to find Tang San and Xiao Wu standing before him. It's you two? Yu remarked, his gaze fixed on them. Noticing Xiao Wu with her head bowed and body slightly trembling, he understood the cause of her anxiety. Little sister, there is no need to be nervous. I am not a villain, Yu reassured her gently. By the way, what are your names? Your soul powers are qualified, so do share about your martial souls as well. Teacher, I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, while Xiao Wu has the soft bone charm rabbit, Tang San explained. Yu responded, you possess considerable talent. To cultivate the Blue Silvergrass to such a level truly marks you as a genius. Now, please wait to the side. Teacher, I wish to enroll as well. I am Ning Rongrong, and my martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong stated. The final of his beloveds had arrived. She was graceful and elegant, adorned in a flowing white gown that exuded an aura of purity. Her skin glowed, and her voice was melodious, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Am I qualified, may I ask? Ning Rongrong inquired. Snapping back to reality, Yu affirmed, you are qualified. The enrollment process finally concluded. Addressing the four before him, Yu declared, you all possess great potential. However, there remains one final assessment. Only upon passing this will you truly become students of Shrek Academy. Excuse me, teacher. What does the assessment entail? Tang, San inquired. Is it your persistent chatter that prompts you to ask? Do you not know that one should not interrupt when a teacher is speaking? Yu's words left Tang, San momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in them. Observing this, Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle, while Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yu in admiration, and Xiao Wu shot him an indignant glare. Very well. The assessment is simply this. The four of you must defeat me, Yu stated. Tang San, having learned from the previous encounter, raised his hand. Teacher, may I ask a question? Yu regarded him with an amused expression, reflecting, indeed, a protagonist must possess cleverness. He even knows to raise his hand to inquire. Perhaps to avoid my retort. Yet, retorting to a protagonist is quite exhilarating. Feel free to ask. May I inquire, teacher, what is your soul power? Can the four of us truly challenge you? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, chimed in, Brother is a rank 91 title dog. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against him? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the youthful figure before him was indeed a title Douluo. Yu revealed his soul rings and unleashed his martial soul. What is this? Is it a fabrication? 10,000-year soul rings? Is that a dragon? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Yu, a rank 91 title Douluo, known as Lord of Titles, with the martial soul of the ancient dragon, a powerful attack-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing noted, though she was less shocked, having grown accustomed to such revelations. All right, let us commence. I will suppress my soul power to match your level. Now, take this time to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize your teamwork. Begin. After issuing his command, Yu settled down, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others began their discussions. Chapter 6, 1 against 4. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yu nearly succumbed to slumber. He turned to the group and inquired, Are you ready? Teacher, we are prepared. They replied in unison. Very well, let us begin. Yu initiated the assault, clenching his fist and unleashing a powerful strike, accompanied by a dragon-esque roar. As a dragon-shaped shockwave surged toward the four. Seeing this, they quickly evaded. Ning Rongrong, seizing the moment, summoned her martial soul. 7 treasures glazed tile. As she spun, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped her, conjuring a magnificent 7-colored pagoda. The 7 treasures possess great renown. The first is strength. A warm energy coursed through Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, invigorating their souls. Yu observed Ning Rongrong and smiled. Truly remarkable, the 7 treasures glazed tile. I shall deal with you first. Summoning his second soul skill, Dragon-esque Breath, he conjured a fiery sphere shaped like a tadpole and hurled it at Ning Rongrong. With agility, she dodged the attack. Is that all you've got, teacher? She retorted, brimming with confidence. Is that so? Look behind you. What? Ning Rongrong turned to see the flame hurtling toward her. With no time to evade, she shut her eyes, but Tang San intervened, ensnaring her with a blue-silver bind, saving her from harm. Thank you, Ning Rongrong expressed gratefully. Tang San nodded, no need for thanks. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu sprang into action. Xiao Wu leaped from the front, while Zhu Zhuqing approached from the side. Xiao Wu activated her martial soul mid-air, closing in on Yu at an astonishing speed, attempting to restrain him. But Yu was not to be outdone. He teleported, evading her grasp. Zhu Zhuqing then launched her attack, employing the ghostly claw. Though swift, Zhu Zhuqing lacked the necessary power. Yu countered her assault with a single punch, sending her flying back with a surge of soul power. Tang San joined the fray, unleashing the blue-silver bind, ensnaring Yu in a myriad of vines. Now is our chance. Attack together, he urged. Understood, Xiao San. Ghostly Claw. The second is speed, Ning Rongrong declared, as they all surged forth with newfound swiftness granted by the 7 treasures glazed tile. Yu regarded the advancing trio with a smirk. You're all quite naive. He unleashed his soul power, causing 2 10,000-year rings to materialize. A thunderous dragon roar echoed as Tang San's vines were effortlessly shattered. The overwhelming force of his soul power sent the 3 crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Though they endeavored to rise, their bodies felt as though they were being crushed by an unseen weight. This was the domain of Yu, his gravity domain. Very well, you have passed. Your coordination is commendable, and in the future, you will form an excellent team. You may rise now. Yu retracted his gravity field. Teacher, you are truly formidable. I feel you were holding back the entire time, or we would have suffered far worse, Ning Rongrong remarked. Oh, quite perceptive. Had I been serious, I could have incapacitated you all in a single round. Yu replied with a smile. All right, all of you may proceed to arrange your dormitory accommodations. He then turned to Xiao Wu and said, Little rabbit, you stay behind. Brother why are you keeping Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously. Zhuqing, it concerns her martial soul. You and Ning Rongrong go ahead with the arrangements. I will find you later. Very well, brother Rong, and I will take our leave then. After speaking, Zhu Zhuqing departed with Ning Rong, yet Tang San remained. Why are you still here? Yui asked. Looking at Tang San, I am waiting for Xiao Wu. There is no need. You may leave. Rest assured, I mean her no harm, Yui assured him. Seeing this, Tang San could say no more. He glanced at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, I shall go ahead and return for you later. All right, little San, you may go. Now only Yui and Xiao Wu remained. Xiao Wu felt immense fear, unable to meet Yui's gaze. Yui spoke. Xiao Wu, I am aware of your identity. Take this. He produced a pill from the system store that concealed one's aura. What is this? Xiao Wu examined the pill in his hand. This pill can conceal your soul beast aura. Even if you encounter a titled Douluo again, they will not detect your presence. Yui explained its purpose. Truly? Indeed. But, since you know I am a soul beast, why not kill me and claim me as your soul ring? That is what I do not understand. Yui chuckled softly. Why would I kill you? What does it matter if you're a human or a soul beast? In my eyes, you are simply an endearing little sister. Should anyone ever trouble you, come to me, and I will teach them a lesson. The words, what does it matter if you're a human or a soul beast, echoed in Xiao Wu's mind. She looked at Yui, and from the clarity in his eyes, she could tell he meant no harm. Could there truly be someone in this world who did not care about her identity as a soul beast? Xiao Wu, I care not for your identity. I'm also aware of your past, that you lost your mother and grew up alone. Do not worry, I have a way to revive your mother. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's lively eyes, her voice trembling. Is that true? Can you really bring my mother back? Memories of her mother resurfaced. The happy life they once shared, all shattered by the spirit hall. She harbored deep hatred for them and vowed to exact revenge one day. Truly? My mother can truly be revived? Xiao Wu asked again. Yui nodded. Of course, I would not deceive you. We need to retrieve your mother's soul bone to revive her, though it will require some time. In the system store, there was a resurrection elixir available for 1,000 mission points. By retrieving her mother's soul bone and applying the elixir, revival was possible. But why are you helping me? Xiao Wu's tearful, beautiful eyes gazed at Yui. Because I can see the past and future of others. Your destiny is tragic, deceived, and ultimately sacrificing yourself. And the one responsible for all this is your so-called brother, Tang San. What? How is that possible? How could little San deceive me? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He let out a light hum. He's deceiving you even now. Deceiving me? About what? Are you aware that he possesses a twin spirit? Yui inquired. I did not know. Little Sin never told me. He chose not to. He promised to protect you and never deceive you. Yet he concealed his twin spirit. In the future, you will be together, and he claims to love only you. But behind your back, he engages in ambiguous relationships with others. And you, foolishly, sacrifice yourself to save him. He spoke the truth. Recalling moments like when Huo Wu kissed Tang San, he could have refused but did not, which was truly infuriating. Sacrifice? Twin spirit? No. Little San is deceiving me? Xiao Wu, enough for now. I will fulfill what I promised. Go and arrange your accommodation. You may seek me out any time. Yui knew that Xiao Wu's heart was beginning to waver. His goal for the day was achieved. Sowing discord required patience, not haste. Teacher, I shall take my leave. Watching Xiao Wu depart, Yui felt a pang of sorrow. Her life had already been filled with hardship, deceived by Tang San's hypocrisy, leading to sacrifice and ultimately death. He vowed that none of this would happen again. He would secure a bright future for her. Chapter 7, The Full Moon Tonight Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, Assessment Turmoil. Reward, 100 mission points, soul power increased by 1 level. All soul rings upgraded from 10,000 years to 50,000 years. Had the system not chimed in, you might have thought it had malfunctioned. System, what is this hidden mission? That is for the host to discover. Damn, how am I supposed to discover it? Reviewing the rewards, they were quite satisfactory. His strength had elevated once more. If completing missions leads to leveling up, then upon reaching level 100, can I become a god? Should I aim to inherit the sea god or the azure god? Host, why must you inherit godhood? Can you not create your own divinity? You mean I can forge a god? He asked in astonishment. With this system, nothing is impossible. Where I exist, there are no accidents. If godhood can be created, then he could elevate all his companions to divinity. I shall stand at the pinnacle, overlooking all beings. Several days passed. Today, with a day off, Yui and Zhu Zhuqing finally had the chance for a date. Zhu Zhuqing was as docile as a little kitten, allowing Yui to lead her wherever he pleased. Yui realized he might have a hand fetish, utterly enamored with Zhu Zhuqing's hands. As evening fell, the two chose not to return, opting instead to stay at a hotel, as its environment far surpassed that of the school. They booked only one room, and Zhu Zhuqing agreed without hesitation. She had long been prepared to be consumed by Yui. Tonight, the moon was full and radiant. Yui held Zhu Zhuqing from behind as they admired the moon together. Brother I feel so blissful at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke. Oh, how so? Yui inquired. Being held by you, brother while we admire the bright moon. What could be more blissful? It is indeed blissful, but there are even more blissful moments to come. When? Zhu Zhuqing turned to ask. Her beautiful eyes met Yu Yi's, and at that moment, the desire within him teetered on the brink of eruption. Zhuqing. He called her name softly and lifted her into his arms. He placed her on the bed, and the two clung tightly to one another. Zhuqing, you're truly exquisite. Yu Yi's hand caressed her flawless face. Brother Yi, I am willing. Zhu Zhuqing naturally understood what Yu Yi desired. On her face, expressions of shyness, nervousness, and anticipation surfaced. Gazing at the stunning woman before him, Yu Yi leaned down and captured her jade-like lips. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Yu Yi whispered tenderly, "May I, Zhuqing?" Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and nodded. Yu Yi was exceptionally gentle. Within the confines of the chamber, a scene reminiscent of springtime unfolded, as if the season had graced the room with its vibrant blooms. The tumultuous clouds of uncertainty had finally dispersed, leaving the two entwined in a tender embrace. Gazing at the beauty nestled in his arms, Yu Yi murmured, "Zhuqing, I still." Ego, I can't take it anymore." Zhu Zhuqing shot him a reproachful glance. Understanding that this was her first experience, Yu Yi refrained from pressuring her, instead whispering softly into her ear. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing buried herself beneath the covers. "Ego, you naughty rascal. Zhuqing, do you wish for this? I shall not force you. I am willing." A night enveloped in silence followed. On the morrow, the two did not rise until midday, at which point Yu Yi procured some sustenance. "Zhuqing, it's time to eat." "All right, Ego," she replied. Seated face to face in the opulent room, equipped with a table, Zhu Zhuqing questioned, "Why aren't you eating?" Yu Yi observed her motionless form and inquired, "You dare to ask me? After you made me partake in such activities, how could I possibly eat?" Zhu Zhuqing lamented. "Haha, my apologies, Zhuqing. It seems I, as your husband, have not been considerate. Come, let me feed you." Yu Yi gently fed Zhu Zhuqing, their demeanor radiating affection. As time slipped by, afternoon arrived, and the two returned to Shrek Academy. Yu Yi escorted Zhu Zhuqing back to her quarters before retreating to his own room. "Xiao Wu, what has transpired these past few days? Why have you been so distant?" Tang Sen pondered, perplexed by the shift in Xiao Wu's demeanor towards him. With a frigid gaze, Xiao Wu regarded Tang San and posed a question. "Xiao San, you promised me that you would never deceive me, correct?" "Of course, Xiao Wu. I would never lie to you," he assured her. "Are you certain you Haven Tea deceived me?" "Absolutely, I, Tang San, could swear to the heavens that I would never mislead you," he declared. As Xiao Wu recalled his fervent oaths from their childhood, doubts crept into her mind. Were such vows truly genuine? Could she trust Tang San? "Xiao San, your martial soul is merely blue silvergrass, is it not?" "Why yes, Xiao Wu. My martial soul is indeed blue silvergrass. Look into my eyes and answer me. Your martial soul consists solely of blue silvergrass, does it not?" Their gazes locked, and Tang San's eyes momentarily flickered away, an infinitesimal lapse, yet one that Xiao Wu seized upon. "Tang San, you are deceiving me, aren't you? You possess dual martial souls. Initially, I bore no grudge for your silence, as I never inquired. However, now that I do, you choose to mislead and conceal the truth from me." Xiao Wu's heart turned icy. Tang San truly had deceived her, validation of Yu Yi's words. "Xiao Wu, no, it's not like that. My master instructed me not to disclose this to anyone. It's for my own good, as otherwise I might be in danger." Tang San implored urgently. "Am I merely anyone? Would I harm you?" "Very well, Tang San, you deceitful scoundrel. I wish never to see you again." With a heavy heart, Xiao Wu fled. Tang San stood frozen, raising his hands to strike himself across the face. "Xiao Wu is my sister. How could she ever harm me? How could I betray her? What in the world am I doing?" All of this transpired under the watchful eyes of Yu Yi, who chuckled softly at Tang San's predicament. "Tang San, you are a hypocrite. I shall not allow Xiao Wu to fall victim to your deceit." Chapter 8. Strange Memories. Half a month passed. Yu Xiaojiang arrived at Shrek Academy, and there were no significant deviations from the original narrative. However, his training methods proved effective as the students exhibited marked improvement. Yu Yi, not targeting Yu Xiaojiang for now, recognized the potential of utilizing him to enhance their strength, finding it mutually beneficial. Today's training involved running. They were to carry stones and circle Soto City 10 times. Yu Yi joined in the festivities, lazily greeting the assembly. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Ego." "Good morning, teacher." "Master, I appreciate your dedication in rising so early for their training," Yu Yi remarked politely to Yu Xiaojiang. "Education is the responsibility of a teacher. It is my duty." "May I inquire what brings your highness here?" Yu Xiaojiang asked respectfully. "Master, it's like this. Since they're to run, I shall assist in supervising to ensure they do not slack off." "Then I thank you, your highness." Following this, Yu Xiaojiang addressed the 7 students. "Let us commence now." As time progressed, their stamina visibly waned, revealing that they had previously relied on one another to share the burden of the stones. Yet, with Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's relationship strained, she refused assistance, opting to run alone and falling behind, while Xiao Wu resisted Tang San's help, albeit unable to withstand his persistence. Yi, observing their struggles, felt a pang of sympathy and appeared before Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, are you tired? I'm not tired. Ego, I can endure, Zhu Zhuqing replied resolutely. Indeed, it is this fortitude that draws Yi to her. Very well, Zhuqing, I shall accompany you. Without awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's response, Yi took her hand and began to run. Under his guidance, she felt her fatigue dissipate. In truth, Yi did not employ his soul power to assist her. It was solely the power of love. The strength of love is boundless. Eventually, the task was completed. Exhausted, all participants collapsed, and Yi instructed Yu Xiaojiang to prepare medicinal baths for Tang San and Dai Mubai, while he took responsibility for the female students. Yu Xiaojiang said nothing further, preparing only the baths for the boys. Yi procured recovery pills from the marketplace and administered them to the 3 girls, who soon awakened. Feeling rejuvenated, Ego, what are you doing here? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. You all collapsed from exhaustion, so I provided you with recovery pills, Yi explained. I must ask, do you all appreciate Yu Xiaojiang's training methods? All 3 girls shook their heads. I dislike it. It nearly killed me, Ning Rongrong complained. Master, his methods are not without merit, but I possess a superior and swifter approach to enhance your strength. Come, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu consume this. Yi presented them with soul power enhancement pills. What is this? Both girls queried, eyeing the pills in Yi's hand with curiosity. Take it, and you shall understand. Zhu Zhuqing recognized the pills. It was the same kind that had elevated her by 5 levels. After consuming them, both girls experienced a surge in soul power, elevating them by 5 levels, filling them with an exhilarating sense of invincibility, while Yi prepared 10,000-year soul rings for them. Their reactions mirrored Zhu Zhuqing's initial astonishment. A 10,000-year soul ring for the 3rd spirit ring. How could that be? Yet it was indeed possible. Xiao Wu now truly believed that Yi could resurrect her mother, affirming the truth of his words. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong gazed at Yi with admiration, captivated by the allure of a young titled Douluo who was not only handsome, but also immensely powerful. Very well, from now on, do not train with the master. Accompany me, and I shall ensure your swift progress. Now, go wash up, have a bite to eat, and solidify your cultivation, Yi instructed before departing. Ning Rongrong approached Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Zhuqing, how did you manage to captivate a titled Douluo like teacher Yi? I'm so envious. Oh, it wasn't me. It was Ige who confessed to me, and he treats me so well, rescuing me when I felt most helpless, Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly. So you simply agreed? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded affirmatively. Xiao Wu sat to the side, lost in her thoughts. It was evening, and Yi wandered alone through the campus, daydreaming about a future filled with a harem life. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stepped in front of him. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Yi asked, puzzled. Teacher, you were right. Tang Sen truly deceived me. I do not wish to endure what you described. So could you assist me? Xiao Wu's gaze was cold. Perhaps having come to terms with her unfortunate fate, no longer the innocent and carefree Xiao Wu she once was. Assist you with what? Help me grow stronger. I seek revenge. He was taken aback. How had Xiao Wu transformed into this? No, this was not the Xiao Wu he wished to see. He must change her. Xiao Wu, listen to me. As for revenge, I can help you. I also mentioned that I could revive your mother. I do not want you to live like this. I desire for you to lead a joyful and fulfilling life. Xiao Wu, with me, let me be your sheltering tree, guarding you throughout your days. Why? Why would you do this for me? Do you believe in the concept of past lives? Yi inquired. I do not know. In my past life, I was a lonely soul on the verge of starvation in the streets, until a little girl offered me food, allowing me to survive. We became acquainted, and she never despised my background. We grew up together, and I gradually fell for her. Yet, during a tumultuous war, she perished while saving me, and I never got the chance to express my feelings for her. So, Xiao Wu remained bewildered. What connection did this have with her? Therefore, you are the reincarnation of that girl. In this lifetime, I shall not let you go. I will protect you and love you dearly. Xiao Wu, I like you. Would you allow me to protect you? Yi spoke earnestly. What he had just said was not a mere fabrication, but a sudden influx of memories that had emerged from his mind. For a moment, he could not comprehend the nature of it all. Xiao Wu's mind was a blank slate. She noticed tears shimmering in Yi's eyes, sensing that his words might not be mere fabrications. However, Yi had already formed a bond with Zhu Zhuqing. If she agreed, would it not betray Zhuqing? I cannot accept you. You are with Zhuqing. I cannot do something that would wrong her. Teacher, I am tired. I will return to sleep. Let today's events be as if they never occurred. With that, Xiao Wu hurried away. Yi gazed after her retreating figure, sighing, winning over Xiao Wu is indeed a formidable challenge. My head, it hurt so much. Suddenly, Yi collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as he rolled in agony, fragmented memories swirling in his mind. Zhu Zhuqing, No, don't leave, come back. In a chaotic space, 2 indistinct figures argued. What to do? Why has the master's memory seal suddenly loosened? System, what are you doing? You ask me? Cosmic beings? Had it not been for your incompetence, the master would not have ended up like this. Hurry, Let us join forces to reseal the memories. Understood. Chapter 9. Understanding Zhu Zhuqing. The cat. My head hurts so badly. Yui slowly opened his eyes. Iga, you're awake. You scare me half to death. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Her face etched with concern. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing here? Yui asked. Iga, I couldn't sleep last night. When I went for a walk, I found you lying on the ground, so I helped you back to your room. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, Yui recalled that he had experienced a vague yet familiar memory yesterday, followed by an unbearable headache, after which he could not remember what had transpired. Iga, do you like Xiaowu? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked, her expression devoid of sorrow. Zhu Zhuqing, why do you ask that? Because when you were unconscious, you kept calling out Xiaowu's name, so I guessed. Sorry, Zhuqing. I do like Xiaowu, but I also like you. I would never abandon you. Yui confessed directly. Since he intended to establish a harem, it was only natural for Zhu Zhuqing to know. He was not one to deceive his women. Despite his flirtations, he was responsible. Iga, you need not say more. I know you are not an ordinary person. There must be more than just me by your side. I believe you truly care for me, so I do not mind if you have others around you. Besides, given your prowess, having more sisters would lighten the burden. One person cannot withstand the trials you present. Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Really? Zhu Zhuqing, you actually approve of my feelings for Xiaowu? He was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? This was not in line with Zhu Zhuqing's usual character. Everything seemed to have taken a surreal turn. Could it be that my arrival has triggered a butterfly effect? He speculated inwardly. Of course I approve. In fact, I quite like Xiaowu. The first time I saw her, I couldn't help but be drawn to her. If she were to become your woman, I would be very pleased. Zhu Zhuqing, you are truly wonderful. Yui embraced Zhu Zhuqing, marveling inwardly. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? Zhu Zhuqing, I love you. I love you too, Iga. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and as they looked at the little cat before them, a kiss was shared. Zhu Zhuqing responded fervently to Yui's affections, and soon they found themselves entwined once more, indulging in a passionate encounter. This time, Yui did not completely consume the little cat. After their encounter, he let Zhu Zhuqing depart. In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong had gone to town, leaving Xiaowu alone. Gazing blankly out the window, she replayed Yui's words from yesterday in her mind, acknowledging that she had indeed felt a flutter in her heart. She was not devoid of emotions. She had recognized Yui's kindness towards her, and she wished to believe that his words were genuine, for the eyes do not deceive. In contrast, Tang San, who had grown up with her, had betrayed her trust. How ironic. Yet, she could not accept Yui, for she could not betray Zhu Zhuqing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Xiaowu staring out the window, lost in thought, and called out, Xiaowu, what are you thinking so deeply about? Startled, Xiaowu turned to Zhu Zhuqing and replied, I was just thinking about nothing. Zhu Zhuqing, you're back so soon. Xiaowu, are you really not thinking about anything? Zhu Zhuqing pressed. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just bored, gazing out the window. Oh, I see. The two then fell into silence, each commencing their training. Once Zhu Zhuqing completed her practice, Xiaowu soon followed suit. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked Xiaowu, do you like Iga? Perhaps, Xiaowu blurted out. Realizing her response, she quickly added, No, Zhu Zhuqing, I don't like him. I misheard your question. I answered casually. Xiaowu, you need not explain. I already know you like Iga. Since Iga also likes you, why not be together? Zhu Zhuqing took Xiaowu's hand. But Zhu Zhuqing, do not feel guilty about me, Xiaowu. I genuinely like you. It would be wonderful for us both to be EGE's women. As long as you do not mind sharing him with me, it's all good. I am willing. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaowu, let me tell you a secret. Zhu Zhuqing leaned in close to whisper in Xiaowu's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head, overwhelmed by embarrassment. After all, she was an utterly innocent little rabbit. As night fell, Xiaowu sought out Yui once more, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly observed from the shadows. Xiaowu, what troubles you? Yui inquired, noticing her blushing face. Brother, I like you. I have agreed to what you said last night. Xiaowu confessed, her head bowed, her rabbit ears drooping alongside it. Yui's heart soared with joy. Really? Xiaowu, you truly consented? With her head still lowered, she murmured an affirmative. But Xiaowu, have you genuinely developed feelings for me? Yes, brother I like you. You are the first to acknowledge my identity as a soul beast without causing me harm. Instead, you protect and care for me, helping me see Tang San's true nature and recognizing the trials of my fate. Your willingness to assist me fills me with gratitude. I feel truly fortunate to be treated so by you, and thus I am willing. Xiaowu, with a shy demeanor, was utterly adorable, especially with her bent ears. Brother I, she began, her hands covering her face. Have you made your decision? Xiaowu? Yui asked. Brother Iki. I wish to give myself to you. I wish for you to remember me and to leave an eternal imprint in your heart. Fear not, Xiaowu. My heart will forever bear your mark. Yui gently pressed Xiaowu beneath him, gazing at the bashful beauty before him. He tenderly brushed against her adorned rabbit ears. Ah, brother that tickles. Xiao Wu gazed at Yu Yi with dreamy eyes, her breaths growing heavier. Xiao Wu, I'm coming, Yu Yi said softly. Their lips met, savoring each other's essence. This was their most blissful moment together. Chapter on Yi Lingling. Ding. A system task has been triggered. Rescue the lonely girl, Yi Lingling. With a cold demeanor and a reticent nature, her martial soul bears flaws, and her inheritance is cruel. The host is requested to proceed to the soul fighting arena. Meet Yi Lingling and offer her warmth in the human realm. Awakened from his slumber, cradling the beauty in his arms, Yu Yi was stirred by the system's voice. System, why have you suddenly issued a task? He mumbled, still drowsy, rubbing his eyes. Host, please complete the task at your earliest convenience. But how am I to remedy Yi Lingling's martial soul deficiency? You must provide guidance. Host, there exists a 9-Xian immortal herb in the shop, which can evolve Yi Lingling's martial soul. Understood. You may withdraw now. Once the task was clear, Yu Yi resumed his embrace with Xiao Wu, dozing for a while longer. By midday, Yu Yi informed Zhu Zhuqing and the others that he had matters to attend to and that they need not wait for his return that evening. After giving his instructions, he set off towards the soul fighting arena. Coincidentally, the Tiando royal team, led by Qin Ming, was present for the soul battles. Locating Qin Ming would lead him to Yi Lingling. Just as he prepared to head towards the arena, he heard threatening voices emanating from an alleyway. A group of menacing figures surrounded a slender, delicate woman, her cascading blue hair flowing down her back, deep blue eyes shimmering behind a veil of black fabric, exuding an aura of mystery. Could this be Yi Lingling? How could she be beset by such ruffians? A surge of anger filled Yu Yi. This was one of his beloved goddesses. Do you wish for death? How dare you bully a defenseless woman? Yu Yi approached, reprimanding the group. The leader turned to face Yu Yi, laughing derisively. Ha! Who is this brat? If you wish to live, I suggest you leave. Isn't it you who should be concerned? Yu Yi retorted, summoning his martial soul, revealing 9 soul rings of 50,000 years each, the pressure of a tidal law overwhelming the assailants, rendering them immobile. Spare us. My lord, we had no idea you were a tidal Douluo. Please forgive our transgression. The once arrogant men now pleaded for mercy. Yu Yi found their desperation amusing. Power dictated everything, regardless of the setting. Release you? Is that even a possibility? Yu Yi snapped his fingers, chanting, 6th soul skill, true dragon annihilation. A colossal red dragon emerged, engulfing the ruffians in its maw before vanishing, leaving no trace of them behind. At this moment, Yi Lingling gazed at Yu Yi with admiration, her heart racing. What a young and handsome titled Douluo. I wish I could meet him. But alas, how could someone so formidable ever notice me? Yu Yi approached Yi Lingling. Are you unscathed, young lady? Yi Lingling shook her head, remaining silent, her thoughts racing. What should I do? He is speaking to me, and I can't find the courage to respond. I'm so frightened. Miss, are you unable to speak? Yi Lingling nodded, then shook her head. May I ask your name? Why are you here alone? Would you like me to escort you home? Yu Yi inquired again. What do I do? He is asking my name. Does he have feelings for me? He even wants to take me home. No. Yi Lingling, you must maintain your composure. But I can't do it. In a flurry, Yi Lingling bowed deeply to Yu Yi and hurriedly departed. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt utterly exasperated with herself, thinking, Yi Lingling, how could you be so foolish? I finally encounter a man who stirs my heart, and I let him slip away. How lamentable. It became evident that Yi Lingling's reticence stemmed from her thoughts being spoken only within her mind. Yu Yi stood bewildered. She just left? Indeed, the title of Mute's sister was well earned. He chose not to pursue her. After all, there would be ample opportunities to meet again. Records indicate that Yi Lingling was a woman of few words, shrouded in mystery, perpetually veiled. Yu Yi resolved to win her over, eager to unveil the true visage of this enigmatic goddess. In truth, her veiling was not due to any lack of beauty, but rather her shyness. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingling had vanished, and Yu Yi departed for the soul fighting arena. Upon arriving at the front desk, a voluptuous woman greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. Are you here to register? Apologies, dear lady, but I'm not here to register. If you wish for me to register, I assure you, there is no one here capable of contesting me. Yu Yi replied with a smile. Oh, is the gentleman so confident? May I inquire about your soul power level? Level 92, titled Douluo, he stated, showcasing his 9 10,000-year soul rings. The desk attendant gasped in surprise, quickly apologizing. My sincerest apologies, Your Grace. I did not intend to offend. It is of no consequence. May I inquire what business Your Grace has at our arena? She asked respectfully. I seek an acquaintance. Whom do you seek, Your Grace? Qin Ming. Please wait, Your Grace. I will fetch the information for you. After a brief interval, she returned with Qin Ming's details. Your Grace, I have located him. Qin Ming is the leader of the Tiando royal team and is currently engaged in a match. The next contest is theirs, and you may find him in viewing room number 1 of the soul fighting arena. Thank you kindly. Here is a gold soul coin, Yu Yi said, handing her the payment before proceeding to locate Qin Ming. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was electric, and he was just in time for Yi Lingling's match. In the arena of the Tiando royal team, Yu Qianheng boldly charged into the enemy's territory to engage in combat, while Yu Lingling assumed the role of healer. The Xiangui brothers took on the responsibility of protection. Yu Feng provided support for Yu Qianheng, and the team S-Corps, Didian, led the battlefield strategy, aiming for a swift resolution to the conflict. Qin Ming's tactical arrangements appeared quite commendable. As Yue surveyed his surroundings, he finally pinpointed the location of Qin Ming and utilized his third soul skill, Dragon Breath Teleportation, to arrive at the first viewing room. Qin Ming, Captain Qin, is it? He inquired. Who? Qin Ming, engrossed in the match, turned at the sound of the voice behind him, only to find Yu Yi smiling at him. May I ask who you are? Qin Ming questioned. Hello, Captain Qin. I am Yu Yi, a teacher from Shrek Academy, here to seek out Yi Lingling. Shrek Academy? Are you a new instructor? Indeed, Captain Qin. May I inquire what brings you to seek Yi Lingling? Qin Ming asked, eyeing Yu Yi with caution, pondering whether he intended to entice Yi Lingling away. After all, how could Lingling possibly know a teacher from her alma mater? I am here to assist in evolving her martial soul and rectifying its deficiencies. Yu Yi disclosed his purpose to Qin Ming. Do you possess a method? Qin Ming responded with skepticism. He was doubtful that someone as youthful as Yu Yi, seemingly in his 20s, could truly resolve the issues with Yi Lingling's martial soul, or if there were ulterior motives behind his interest in her. Chapter 11. The Celestial Nine-Heart Begonia. Yu Yi, well aware of Qin Ming's skepticism, summoned forth his martial soul and soul rings. Do you truly believe a title Douluo would deceive you? My apologies, Your Grace, I did not mean to offend. Qin Ming quickly rectified his earlier rudeness. At this moment, Qin Ming was astounded. A title Douluo at such a young age? Perhaps in his 20s? How foolish he had been to consider himself a genius, realizing now that he had greatly overestimated his own abilities. Your Grace, Yi Lingling and the others are currently competing. You may have to wait a while, Qin Ming informed. That is of no consequence. I can wait, Yu Yi replied. The two engaged in light conversation, with Qin Ming seeking advice from Yu Yi on how he had cultivated his powers to achieve the status of title Douluo at such a young age. Naturally, Yu Yi refrained from revealing that he had certain advantages, instead attributing his success to extraordinary talent. Qin Ming merely smiled and refrained from pursuing the matter further, recognizing that Yu Yi was a title Douluo. Offending him could jeopardize not only his own standing, but also the potential for Yi Lingling's martial soul evolution. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yu Qianheng returned with his teammates, with Yi Lingling trailing behind. Teacher, we are back. Yu Qianheng glanced at Yu Yi and asked, Who is this, teacher? Before Qin Ming could introduce him, Yu Yi stepped forward to Yi Lingling, saying, Hello, young lady, we meet again. Yi Lingling looked at Yu Yi, finally speaking, Thank you. Ha ha ha, I never realized you could speak. I thought you were mute. Yu Yi teased with a grin. What should I do? How embarrassing. Have I left her with a poor impression? Yi Lingling thought to herself. Yu Yi flashed a charming smile and leaned closer to Yi Lingling, whispering, My dear, your eyes are truly beautiful. This caused Yi Lingling to blush, stepping back a couple of paces, overwhelmed by the aura of masculinity emanating from Yu Yi, feeling as though she might succumb at any moment. Teacher, who is he? Yu Qianheng reiterated his inquiry to Qin Ming. Qin Ming coughed a couple of times to alleviate the awkwardness and replied, This is title Douluo. He has come to assist Lingling with her martial soul issues. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Yi Lingling also gazed at Yu Yi in disbelief. Yu Yi is here to help me? She asked. Indeed, Yi Lingling. Are you still planning to run away? Yi Lingling shook her head. No, I want to run. Haha, what a delightful girl. Now absorb this celestial herb. Yu Yi procured the Jiushuan celestial herb, which he had purchased from a marketplace for 30 task points. The Jiushuan celestial herb, radiating a soft white light, floated in the air, its color a pale blue with vibrant red roots. Your Grace, is this the celestial herb? Yi Lingling asked, captivated by the glowing plant. The herb exuded a gentle aura, resonating harmoniously with her martial soul. You are quite perceptive, my dear. Quickly absorb it. It will evolve your martial soul, compensating for its inability to restore soul power and altering its inheritance, meaning you won't have to sacrifice yourself to pass it on to the next generation. However, Yi Lingling understood the immense value of this herb, contemplating whether she should absorb it. She glanced at her teammates, who all nodded encouragingly. Lingling, absorb it. This is a generous gift from the adults. You must not waste their good intentions, Qin Ming urged. Your Grace, may I proceed with the absorption? Please do, Lingling. Yi Lingling began the absorption process, her martial soul manifesting behind her as the energy from the Jiushuan celestial herb flowed into her meridians, enhancing her bloodline. She felt her entire being undergo a profound transformation, an unprecedented sensation of comfort overwhelming her, nearly causing her to emit a sound of delight. Yet she was determined to maintain her composure as a proud young lady. Her martial soul began to change, the original blue flower now shimmering with golden light, enveloped in an ethereal aura. When she opened her eyes, she looked at Yu Yi with gratitude, saying, Your Grace, thank you. Lingling, your martial soul has become incredibly beautiful. Indeed, Lingling, it is magnificent. You now resemble a celestial maiden. Her teammates praised her transformation. Yu Yi nodded in satisfaction. The already lovely Yi Lingling now radiated an aura of otherworldliness following the evolution of her martial soul. From now on, your martial soul shall no longer be called Jiuxin Haidang, but rather Xian Jiuxin Haidang. Xian Jiuxin Haidang? Yes, your Jiuxin Haidang has evolved to a celestial level, allowing you to pass on your martial soul to the next generation without sacrificing yourself. I am a loss for how to express my gratitude. I shall contemplate how you might repay me, Yu Yi mused, resting his chin on his hand. Could he be suggesting that I offer my heart in return? That wouldn't be out of the question, but I have never been in a relationship before. Is it wise to give myself so freely? Perhaps it is not entirely unfeasible. Yi Lingling began to navigate her own thoughts. Lingling, I have come to a decision. Ah, so soon? I am not quite prepared yet. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake and turned her back to conceal her embarrassment, feeling utterly flustered. What? What do you need to prepare for? Yu Yi playfully inquired. Ah, nothing. I was merely wondering how your grace wishes me to express my gratitude. Yi Lingling replied shyly. What do you think about accompanying me on a date? A date? Indeed. Ever since our first encounter, I have been utterly captivated by you. Might you grant me the opportunity to take you out? Yu Yi extended his right hand, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. I would be willing. Yi Lingling lowered her gaze in shyness, unable to meet Yu Yi's eyes. Meanwhile, her inner thoughts raced. Oh my, a date. He is so handsome and chivalrous. I have completely fallen for him. Ahem. Lingling, do make sure to conduct yourself well during the date, Qin Ming advised her. Yes, I will, Captain. Turning to Yu Yi, Qin Ming added, Your Grace, although Lingling may not speak much, she is a wonderful girl. I hope you will treat her kindly. Lingling is truly the treasure of their team. If Yu Yi were to bully her, Qin Ming would undoubtedly disapprove. Even if the perpetrator were a titled Douluo, rest assured. Captain Qin, I shall treat Lingling well. All right, Your Majesty. Lingling, I wish you a delightful date. Very well, everyone. I shall take my leave with Lingling. Yu Yi took Yi Lingling's hand and departed. With Yu Yi's warm grip enveloping her, Yi Lingling felt a delightful languor spread through her body, as though she were swimming in an ocean of bliss. Chapter 12. The Irresistible Lingling. Yu Yi and Yi Lingling strolled through the town for an entire afternoon, and soon Yu Yi felt a pang of hunger. He turned to Yi Lingling and said, Lingling, shall we find something to eat? Of course, Your Majesty, Yi Lingling replied. Lingling, I've told you numerous times, do not call me Your Majesty, call me Brother Yi. You have addressed me as Your Majesty all afternoon. How can I not be displeased? Yu Yi feigned irritation. No, Brother Yi, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Yi Lingling said in a flurry. Are you treating me so distantly, Lingling? Is it merely because we have known each other for less than a day? That's not it, Brother Yi. I was simply shy. Yi Lingling held Yu Yi's hand and playfully scratched his palm. Suddenly, Yu Yi felt a shiver run through him, gazing at the bashful Yi Lingling and wondering, what is she doing? Is she igniting my forbidden desires? Ah, Brother Yi, please do not be angry, she said, throwing her arms around him. Yu Yi distinctly felt two powerful forces pressing against him, and certain sensations began to stir. Looking into Yi Lingling's innocent eyes, he sensed she was putting on an act. How audacious of her to tempt him so suddenly. Perhaps he should show her a thing or two. Without hesitation, Yu Yi pulled Yi Lingling tightly into his embrace and lifted her veil, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Yu Yi was mesmerized. It turned out Yi Lingling was so stunning. He leaned down, intending to kiss her. No, please don't, Brother Yi. There are people here. Can we go somewhere more private? Yi Lingling pushed him away. All right, Lingling. Yu Yi led Yi Lingling up a mountain, where the landscape was blanketed in blue roses, and the full moon hung low, almost within reach. They stood closely together, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers and admiring the luminous orb above. Yu Yi gazed adoringly at Yi Lingling. Lingling, you are truly beautiful. Brother Yi, do you really mean it? Yi Lingling asked. Yes, you are pure and flawless, like a newly blossomed bud. Brother Yi, that is quite an exaggeration. Indeed, Lingling, you must believe me. I do. I believe everything Brother Yi says. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Lingling, I like you. Would you be willing to be my woman? Yu Yi asked earnestly. Brother Yi, isn't this a bit too fast? Do I truly deserve your affection? Yu Yi grasped her hands tightly and replied, Lingling, you absolutely do. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Your image has lingered in my mind. Lingling, do you wish to decline? If so, I won't force you, but I won't give up either. I shall pursue you relentlessly until you are mine. Yu Yi declared with a confident smile. No, Brother Yi, I am willing. In truth, I fell for you the first time we met. I like you from the moment you saved me. I cannot explain it, but I am drawn to you. However, you are so strong and handsome. I feel unworthy, which is why I suddenly ran away. Yi Lingling collapsed into Yu Yi's embrace, confessing her feelings. Lingling, that is wonderful. Rest assured, I will treat you well and ensure you become the happiest girl. Yu Yi's joy radiated from within. He never imagined he could experience love at first sight. The happiest girl? Brother Yi, I'm already very happy. You see, I lost my parents when I was young due to the inheritance of my martial soul. They passed away shortly after my birth. I have felt so lonely throughout my life, but your presence has changed everything. I truly have no way to repay you. Thank you, Brother Yi, for being here. Tears streamed down Yi Lingling's cheeks as she spoke. Seeing her cry, Yu Yi felt a pang of sorrow. He leaned in closer, gently licking the tears from her face, and said, it's salty and not very tasty. Lingling, you must promise not to cry anymore, all right? Okay, brother. I won't cry, Yi Lingling replied, wiping her tears. Yu Yi gently patted her head, saying, that is a good girl. Lingling, you are truly adorable. Brother, you're at it again. Lingling, do you think we must have known each other in a past life for us to have met and developed feelings for one another so quickly in this life? Yu Yi gazed at the moonlit sky. Yi Lingling also stared at the moon, replying, it must be so. Lingling, there is something I need to tell you. Oh, what is it? In truth, besides you, I have other women. Yu Yi explained his relationships with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. However, Yi Lingling's reaction mirrored Zhu Zhuqing's. She did not feel distressed. Brother Yi, it seems you're such a wonderful person that many are drawn to you. Lingling, you do not mind? Of course not. Brother Yi is a powerful man. It's only natural for you to have more than one woman by your side. I am willing to share you with other sisters. And besides, you have provided me with companions, so I shall not feel lonely anymore. Yi Lingling said indulgently. You truly are my dear Lingling. Brother Yi, kiss me. Yi Lingling looked at him with eager eyes. Without hesitation, Yu Yi sealed her lips with his. Their breaths intertwined. And Yi Lingling's mind went blank as she savored the taste of Yu Yi. At that moment, she felt utterly blissful. They kissed for a good 10 minutes before finally parting. Yi Lingling's cheeks were flushed, and she was breathless. Had they continued, she might have suffocated. Lingling, you enchanting little sprite, you make me feel quite overwhelmed. Huh? Brother Yi, what do you mean? Yi Lingling asked innocently. You tell me, Yu Yi said, placing her hand on his thigh. Brother Yi. No, I'm not ready yet. That is all right. Lingling, I shall wait for you. Yu Yi would never force his beloved. He desired her willing heart. Hee, Brother Yi, may I help you in other ways? Oh, what ways? Guess? Oh, Lingling, you. Shoot, don't speak, Brother Yi. The moon quietly withdrew, as though shy to witness such an intimate scene. Chapter 13. Will you be my hero? Yu Yi opened his eyes to see Yi Lingling nestled in his arms, and it was sheer bliss. Initially, he thought her to be quiet and aloof. Yet she turned out to be an irresistibly enchanting little firebrand. However, Yu Yi had indulged himself thoroughly the previous night. Yi Lingling was truly skilled. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired where she had learned such things, only to discover she had perused some rather risky literature. Goodness, even a goddess indulges in such readings? Time was slipping away. Both Yi Lingling and Yu Yi rose, as there were competitions ahead, and she needed to train diligently. Yu Yi presented her with a spirit-boosting pill and a 10,000-year soul ring. As her partner, it was only right that he assist in enhancing her strength. Yui escorted Yling back to the soul-fighting arena, instructing her to diligently practice and promising to return the following day. Having been away from Shrek for 2 days, she found herself missing her beloved first and second wives immensely. Upon her return, she resolved to take good care of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 task points and a bottle of resurrection pill. The resurrection pill can heal any grievous wounds as long as the recipient is still alive. The host's soul power has been elevated by 1 level, and a 7-color divine soul ring has been granted. The 7-color divine soul ring can only be replaced after reaching level 100. Additionally, the host receives the Ing Space Tower. System, what is the Ing Space Tower? The host. The Ing Space Tower is the repository for all deceased soul soul rings in the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Yui summoned the Space Tower and ventured inside. Indeed, it was as the system had described. Within lay countless soul rings and some ancient soul beasts that had gone extinct in the present Douluo Continent. With this in mind, she pondered whether she could create something akin to the transmission tower. This plan would require careful consideration, but if successful, it could resolve the issue of coexistence between humans and soul beasts. In high spirits, Yui hastened her way back to Shrek. After a mere 10 minutes, she arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's quarters and knocked on the door. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, are you there? The door swung open, and the 2 women rushed out to embrace Yui tightly. Weeping, YG, you have finally returned. Our Ring is in trouble. You must save her. What has happened? What is wrong with our Ring? Yui inquired. YG, DIMB, I came to pester me today. I refused him, and our Ring made a sarcastic comment nearby. In a fit of rage, he severely injured her. You must save her. Zhu Zhuqing recounted the events to Yui. Damn DIMBI, you are courting death. Is our Ring inside? Yes. YG, please go in and save our Ring. All right, do not panic. With me here, our Ring will be fine. Upon entering the room, Yui found our Ring lying on the bed. Her complexion pale and her life force faint. Damn DIMBI, you truly deserve to die. Yui was consumed with rage. This was his goddess, and to see her so gravely harmed was intolerable. remembering the resurrection pill bestowed upon him by the system. He retrieved it and administered it to Ning, our Ngring. An hour passed, and at last, Ning, our Ngring, awakened, with Yui steadfastly by her side. Why Laosher, why are you here? She asked weakly. It was Yg who saved you, and he stayed by your side out of concern, Xiao Wu explained. Ning, our Ngring, smiled faintly and gazed at Yui, saying, Thank you, teacher. No need to mention it, our Ngring. Rest well. I shall take revenge now and return to see you later. Teacher, all right. With that, Yui set off with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to seek vengeance against Dimbi, while Ning, our Ngr, closed her eyes, reflecting on her recent dream. In her dream, she was a princess of a small, weak kingdom besieged by demons. Alone and on the brink of death, a figure appeared, vanquishing the demons and rescuing her. This figure was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. Together, they embarked on a journey, during which he often found her annoying and spoiled, yet he never abandoned her and cared for her deeply, bringing her immense joy. One day, he declared his intention to seek the title of hero and would have to leave her. She did not deter him, but instead followed him secretly, only to be discovered. He warned her of the dangers, but she insisted on accompanying him, declaring that he could not rid himself of her. As they traversed perilous paths in pursuit of heroism, they fell in love. In a climactic moment, the man's enemies captured the princess, threatening him to abandon his quest for heroism. Without hesitation, he laid down his sword. Why relinquish your dream of heroism, which you have pursued for so long? She asked. He smiled and replied, I no longer wish to be anyone else's hero. I only want to be your hero. Will you accept me? The princess was deeply moved and filled with happiness, for she had found her own hero, one who saw only her. As Ning, or Ngr, concluded her reminiscence, she smiled at the beautiful dream. Having had few friends throughout her life, often labeled as a little witch or spoiled princess, she had encountered a hero who cherished and adored her in her dreams. With a lovely smile, she looked out the window and whispered, Will you be my hero? Chapter 14. Dimbi's Demise. Yui stormed into the boys' dormitory, kicking open the door. But Dimbi, I was nowhere to be seen. Only M, H, NGJN, and OSK were present. Enraged, he lifted them by their collars and demanded, Where's Dimbi? M, H, NGJN, and OSK. Terrified, stammered, Yui Laosher. We do not know truly. Please let us go. We cannot bear your strength. YG, do not harm the innocent. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, stepping forward to intervene. Yui took a breath to compose himself, releasing the two and apologizing. I am sorry. I was too impulsive. Here, take these soul power recovery pills as compensation. He handed them the pills. At that moment, OSK suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, I remember. Dimbi, the master, and Tang SN went to the Stardow Forest. Oh, the Stardow Forest. Humph. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, hold on tight. We shall avenge our Ngring. Yui activated his fourth soul power, Dragon Soar, and soared towards the Stardow Forest with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. In the Stardow Forest, the Master and Dimbi were watching Tang SN absorb a soul ring, with Dimbi leisurely enjoying the scenery, completely oblivious to the injury he had inflicted on Ning, our Ngring. Occasionally, he chuckled, likely reminiscing about the fun he would have with that girl upon returning. Yui and the others arrived above the Stardow Forest and searched for a while before spotting Dimbi and the others. Dimbi prepared to die. Yui unleashed his martial spirit, manifesting his true form, and released a gravity field that pinned Dimbi to the ground. Yui set the two women down and, at that moment, resembled a dragon of vengeance, his blood-red hair cascading behind him, his hands transformed into black dragon claws, clad in golden armor, with one eye green and the other blue, crowned with a pair of dragon horns. Shi Ojing attempted to intervene, but Yui would not grant him the chance, swiftly sending him flying with a single strike. Shi Ojing crashed into several trees before coming to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the power of a titled Douluo? Shi Ojing gazed at Yui in terror. Dimbi, you have gravely injured our Ngr and harassed Zhuqing. Today, no one can save you. Yui's gaze was fierce to him. Dimbi, I was already on the brink of death. Dimbi, his face twisted with malice, laughed maniacally. What is the matter? Are you angry? Do not assume that your title as the Douluo makes you exceptional. Zhuqing was originally my fiancée, and it is you who have taken her from me. She belongs to me. As for Ning Rongrong, that insufferable princess, I was quite lenient by not ending her life on the spot. Release me at once. I'm the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. If you kill me, you shall face dire consequences. Let go of me now. Dai Mubai's words fueled Yuyi's rage to its zenith. Dai Mubai, how dare you threaten me? You must die today. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened, and a red dragon descended, heralding its arrival with a mighty cry that stirred the soul beasts of the Stardow Forest as if to welcome a noble king. Dai Mubai, perish. At Yuyi's command, the dragon unleashed a colossal meteor-like flame directed at Dai Mubai. Cold sweat poured from Dai Mubai as the aura of death enveloped him. His eyes widened in terror as he pleaded, "No, please, spare me. I was wrong." The inferno descended, and in an instant, Dai Mubai was obliterated, vanishing from the Douluo Continent forever. Damn it, I'm infuriated. Killing him does not suffice. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it, and you shall surely die. For Yui, that reverse scale comprised everything he cherished. For the sake of his beloved, he would bear the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders and protect all that he held dear. Yui glanced at Tang San, who was still in the process of absorbing his spirit ring. Next, it will be you. Enjoy your dance for a while longer. Yui, how could you kill your own student? You are unworthy of being a teacher. Yu Xiaojiang, injured, returned only to discover Dai Mubai's demise. Feeling a pang of sorrow for the talented youth. Get lost. What gives you the right to speak to me? Yui dispatched Yu Xiaojiang with a flick of his hand, rendering him unconscious. With vengeance fulfilled, it was time to return. Rong awaited him. He addressed his two wives. Ladies, Dai Mubai is dead. Let's go home. All right, eat good, they replied in unison. As Yui ascended into the sky with his two ethereal beauties, he inquired, "Did your man appear particularly dashing just now?" "Absolutely. Igu is forever the most handsome." They chimed together. "Haha, indeed." Meanwhile, Tang San completed the absorption of his spirit ring, only to find that Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaojiang had vanished. A sense of dread washed over him. Had something happened to his teacher and Dai Mubai? In truth, Tang San should have sensed the event occurring outside. But Yui had shielded him from it, leaving him bewildered. "Dai Mubai, teacher, where are you?" He called out desperately. "Xiao San, I'm here." Yu Xiaojiang's weak voice reached Tang San's ears. Rushing towards the sound, Tang San discovered Yu Xiaojiang gravely injured, blood soaking his body. "Teacher, who did this to you?" "It was Yui. Mubai has died by his hand, and in my attempt to intervene, I was gravely wounded," Yu Xiaojiang replied weakly. "How despicable. Yui has killed Dai Mubai. I will avenge you." Tang San seethed. "No, you must not seek vengeance now. Xiao San, wait until you become a titled Douluo. For now, we must lie low and cultivate. Trust me, under my guidance, you will become the most formidable being on this continent. Teacher, I believe in you." In his heart, Tang San had already marked Yui as an enemy. He had taken his beloved Xiao Wu and slain his brother. Such grievances could not remain unavenged. In a secluded part of the Stardow Forest, a feminine voice echoed, "Di Tian, do you sense it?" The speaker's figure was shrouded in mysterious light, while a massive black dragon stood below. "Di Tian, the leader of the Black Dragon clan. Your Majesty, I sense it. The power of the Ancestral Dragon, the great creator dragon, has manifested. Our spirit beast shall soon rise. Send someone to locate Lord Ancestor Dragon and ensure he returns here." "Understood, Your Highness." Days passed. Regarding Dai Mubai's death, Flender chose silence. After all, it was Dai Mubai's own folly to prevent a war between the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda and the Star Luo Empire. Flender suppressed the incident, claiming Dai Mubai had met with misfortune while seeking spirit rings in the Stardow Forest. During these days, Yui remained busy, dividing his time between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu and courting Yulingling. His schedule was utterly packed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had fully recovered from her injuries. One evening, Ning Rongrong arrived at Yuyi's lodging. Rongrong, what brings you here?" Yui asked, noticing her standing at the door, visibly anxious. "I have a question to ask," she stammered, feeling a mix of trepidation and determination. "What is it, Rongrong?" "Feel free to ask," Yui encouraged. "Teacher, do you think I'm beautiful? Why do you suddenly ask such a question? Does that mean you don't think I'm beautiful?" Ning Rongrong's tone turned disheartened. "Haha, of course you are beautiful. Your beauty is unparalleled, enchanting enough to make even a teacher's heart flutter." Upon hearing Yuyi's compliments, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with color. "Thank you for avenging me, teacher," she expressed gratefully. "There is no need for thanks, Rongrong. You are a little witch. Who dares to bully you? I would crush them, even if they fled to the depths of hell." Yui declared earnestly. "Teacher, why do you say our? Why not yours?" What do you mean, Rongrong?" With her head lowered, she replied, "You know very well what I mean." Yui smiled and asked, "What do you think I should know?" I won't talk to you anymore." She stomped her foot, turning her head away in defiance. "Rongrong, let me be honest with you. Both Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu are my women. Besides them, there is also Yi Lingling. Would you be willing to share me with them?" "What?" Ning Rongrong could hardly believe her ears. "Are you willing?" Yui pressed again. "No, I refuse. Why must you accept so many women? I don't want this." Rongrong exclaimed, heartbroken, as she ran away. Yui sighed as he watched her retreating figure. After she disappeared, his gaze narrowed. "Come forth." A shadowy figure appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "My lord, greetings." "My lord, why do you address me as such?" Yui inquired. The figure responded, "My name is He Xian of the Black Dragon clan. I have come to invite Lord Ancestor Dragon to the Dragon God Temple." "Who sent you?" "It is His Majesty, the Silver Dragon King of our Dragon clan." "Oh, how intriguing. Lead the way." The figure transformed into a black dragon, and Yui mounted its back as they journeyed to the Dragon God Temple within the Stardow Forest. Dragons are unique species of spirit beasts. Upon reaching 100, 000 years of age. They can take on human form. The black dragon moved swiftly, soon arriving at the dragon god temple. There, a statue of the dragon god stood tall, and seated upon a throne below was a hazy white figure. She was the Silver Dragon King. Yixian, you may withdraw. The Silver Dragon King instructed, signaling for the black dragon to depart. Are you the one who possesses the aura of the Ancestral Dragon? She inquired. The aura of the Ancestral Dragon? Are you referring to my martial spirit? You claim that the Lord of Ancestors is your martial spirit? The Silver Dragon King was taken aback. Very well, since the Lord of Ancestors has become your martial spirit, you are destined to be the new leader of our Spirit Beast clan. Will you join us in our struggle against humanity? The Silver Dragon King inquired. I must decline. Why? Are you suggesting that I, a mere human, should stand against my own kind? That is nothing short of absurdity. You bear the aura and bloodline of the Lord of Ancestors. You ought to uphold his will and lead us spirit beasts against humanity, becoming the sovereign of this continent. Ha ha! I refuse, I simply refuse. You are courting death. Even with the martial spirit of the Lord of Ancestors, I shall strike you down. The Silver Dragon King retorted furiously. Alas, my lady Silver Dragon, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain, he urged. Oh, what do you wish to articulate? Speak swiftly, lest I choose to end your life regardless. Consider this. Why can humans and spirit beasts not coexist peacefully? Yui posed with a smile. Peaceful coexistence? Do you truly believe that is attainable? It is either humanity or spirit beasts that must prevail. What if I told you that I could prevent humans from hunting spirit beasts? Huh, do you truly think that possible? Unless humanity abandons cultivation altogether. No. I can provide a means for humans to acquire spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts, thus sparing them from slaughter. Oh, and how do you propose to achieve this? The Silver Dragon King suddenly appeared intrigued. I possess a nether space tower, within which lie countless spirit rings of deceased spirit beasts. I can create a Grant Ring Tower, allowing humans to obtain spirit rings through it. You even showcase the nether space tower. This is a nether space tower? Indeed, behold the spirit rings contained within. You summon the rings from within. You can truly accomplish this? Who exactly are you? The Silver Dragon King speculated that you might hail from the divine realm. I am simply myself, a unique spark amidst the chaos. My lady Silver Dragon, if I succeed, will you halt the war between humans and spirit beasts? Yui it. That depends on your success. Very well, should I succeed. I hope you will honor your word, my lady Silver Dragon. Of course, I am a being of my word. Suddenly, Yui stepped forward, intending to approach the Silver Dragon King. But before he could reach her, he was sent flying by her force. Struggling to regain his footing, he exclaimed, my lady, what was that for? The Silver Dragon King huffed. What do you think? Do you wish to disrespect me? It is a mercy that I have not slain you. Ha! Who would desire such? I merely noticed your injuries and sought to offer you a healing pill. This is a healing pill. Take it. Yui tossed a resurrection pill to the Silver Dragon King. She caught the small white pill and, with a puzzled expression, asked, are you certain this will heal me? Believe it or not, the choice is yours. I have matters to attend to. If you trust me, consume it. If not, discard it. With that, Yui departed. In the grand hall, the Silver Dragon King remained, gazing intently at the pill in her hand, lost in thought. Who exactly are you? Possessing the martial spirit of the Lord of Ancestors, the enigmatic nether space tower, and yet evoking such a peculiar feeling? She looked down at the pill and ultimately consumed it. Clearly, a strange power began to nurture her within, gradually healing the grievous wounds inflicted by the god of Shura. As the white light faded, a figure resembling a celestial maiden emerged, with silvery hair cascading down her back to her ankles. Her strands not only flowed smoothly, but also bore the allure of shimmering silver crystal, a beauty that defied description. Her eyes were breathtakingly lovely, framed by long, curled lashes. The violet iris is clear and translucent. Especially when her gaze bore a hint of bewilderment, it evoked an irresistible sense of compassion. The Silver Dragon King gazed in the direction he had departed, softly murmuring, man, I shall remember you. Chapter 16. The Great Battle with the Sword Douluo. Since returning from the Stardow Forest, Yui's curiosity regarding the Silver Dragon King had only intensified, yet he understood the necessity of patience. All things must unfold in due time. In recent days, he had been instructing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in their cultivation during the day and providing them with lessons on physiology at night, proving to be an exceptionally competent teacher. However, Rong had been absent, as Flinder mentioned she had matters to attend to at her sect. Yet, Yui was fully aware this was merely Rong avoiding him. Today, under the radiant sun, Yui reclined on a chair, indulging in a leisurely smoke. Basking in the sun while lying here is truly delightful, he mused, relishing this tranquil existence. Yui, come forth. A resounding voice echoed from above. Who is it? Yui opened his eyes and soared toward the source of the voice. Clad in white, with snow-white hair, a man wielding a flying sword awaited Yui's arrival. Indeed, it was Jian Dao Qinshin, the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo exuded an aura reminiscent of a sword immortal, clearly a character of high renown in Douluo. You have arrived rather swiftly, he remarked. May I inquire as to why the sword Douluo seeks me? Yu replied respectfully, acknowledging the significance of Rong Rong's grandfather. My dear Rong Rong has suffered indignities at your hands. What other purpose could I have? Upon hearing this, Yu realized the sword Douluo had come seeking vengeance for Rong Rong. Predecessor, you aren't here to chastise me, are you? He asked with a smile. Needless to say, it has come to my attention that you too are a titled Douluo. Let me witness your capabilities, the qualities that have made my little princess yearn for you nightly. With that, Jiandao Qinshin unleashed his sword aura, declaring, 7 kills thunder, a single sword shatters the heavens. A massive flying sword hovered before him. Go! With a mere gesture, the flying sword lunged directly at Yu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu braced himself against the impending strike. Regret washed over him. This was a sword Douluo after all. Had he not possessed the martial spirit of the Lord of Ancestors and an exceptionally strong physique, he would not have withstood the blow. Not bad. Let us see how you fare against this move. In a cup, a tune of 13 strings through wind and rain, all converges into a single sword. The intensity of the sword aura surged, an ominous energy swirling at its tip, expanding like a wisp of ash, unleashing a torrent of fury. By heavens, he means business, Yu thought, astonished by the sword Douluo's seriousness. Very well, I shall not hold back either. Martial spirit manifestation, activate. At that moment, Yu transformed into a battle god, his gaze locked onto the sword light rushing toward him. Come at me. He soared into the sky, unleashing a punch to collide with the sword light. Boom! The clash of their powers generated a tremendous explosion. This youthful title Douluo is indeed remarkable. Rong Rong has an eye for talent. However, anyone who dares to bring sorrow to her must be taught a lesson, the sword Douluo mused. Once more, the sword Douluo moved, gesturing with his fingers while reciting. Sword energy roams 3,000 miles. A single sword illuminates 19 continents. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared behind him, transforming him into an ethereal being, akin to a true sword immortal. Let's see if you can withstand my next strike. A multitude of swords, akin to meteors traversing the cosmos, hurtled toward Yu with astonishing speed. The sharpness of the sword energy surged forth, filling the silent air with an aura of death that sent shivers down Yu's spine. At this moment, Yu too made his move. With a roar of the Azure Dragon, all bow before me. I am the sovereign, reigning supreme. A silver spear manifested in his hand, marking the invocation of his 8th spirit skill, the heaven-piercing spear. With a long spear firmly grasped in his hands, Yu leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce clash with the radiant sword light. The battle intensified and Yu's excitement grew. The sword Douluo was indeed formidable, showcasing his immense power. Interesting, young man, remarked the sword Douluo, his expression grave as he retracted a multitude of sword lights, which coalesced into a singular white longsword. Come, Yu. Let me see whether your spear technique surpasses my swordplay. Very well, senior, Yu replied. In unison, they sprang into action, spear and sword colliding with a resounding clash. The sword's momentum was elegant and poised, while Yu's spear thrust was swift and aggressive. The two forces swirled around them, an intricate dance of combat. They exchanged blows back and forth for over 10 minutes. Leveraging the swiftness of his sword, Qinshin seized the advantage, executing a series of thrusts and jabs that left Yu momentarily defeated. Stepping back a few paces, Yu cast a sharp glance at the sword Douluo and remarked, You truly are impressive, senior. You are not lacking either, Qinshin acknowledged. Shall we continue? Absolutely, I welcome it. This was the first time Yu had experienced such a battle, and it filled him with an inexplicable thrill. The sword Douluo truly lived up to his title, his strength unparalleled. Yu admired this character immensely, though the outcome was tragic. Sacrificing himself to save Tang San, a hypocrite who, despite being able to resurrect others, could not bring back Qinshin, Gu Rong, or the mother of Xiao Wu. The nature of things is often steeped in hypocrisy. What are you pondering, young man? Do you still wish to fight? Qinshin inquired, observing Yu's sudden distraction. Why stop? Let's continue. The two resumed their fierce exchange, a battle from which Yu would glean invaluable combat skills, one he needed to cherish deeply. Hurry faster. Rong Rong urged the coachman ahead. Yes, miss. That day, Rong Rong had sought out her grandfather, the sword master, only to discover he was not present. Upon inquiring, she learned he had gone to confront Yu for revenge, prompting her to hastily summon a carriage to rush towards Shrek Academy. In recent days, Rong Rong returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, attempting to evade thoughts of Yu, striving to forget him. Yet, no matter what she did, he lingered in her mind. Every time she closed her eyes, his visage appeared, especially his concerned expression while he protected her during her injuries, alongside the haunting memories of her dreams. Thus, this capricious man remained eternally etched in her heart, impossible to forget or escape. Resigned, she accepted that regardless of who might appear beside Yu in the future, she must ensure she occupies a significant place in his heart. You flirtatious scoundrel, wait for me. Don't let my grandfather strike you down. Chapter 17. Becoming her hero. Sword Douluo, are you not coming back? You are still as vigorous as ever. I admire you, Yi said as he sheathed his spear, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted from his first experience of such an intense battle. Young man, how have you trained to achieve such prowess at your age? Even Hao Yian, the Luo Tang, how pales in comparison to you? Tang Hao, what is he worth? A man who cannot even protect his own woman cannot be compared to me. I am extraordinary. Who can rival my capabilities? Yi chuckled, responding, senior, that is my secret, and I cannot divulge it. Indeed, everyone has their opportunities. Since you cannot share now, I shall not pry. However, your battle experience is still lacking, and your soul power application is unfamiliar to you. You must practice more. The Sword Douluo pointed out Yuyi's shortcomings. Even with high levels, without the experience of trials and an understanding of one's strengths and weaknesses, one cannot unleash their true potential. I am grateful for your guidance, senior. I have learned much from our duel. Thank you for your instruction, Yuyi expressed his appreciation. Oh, how did you know I came to teach you and not to reprimand you for seeking revenge for Rongrong? Qinshin said nonchalantly. Haha, senior. Though you appeared to come to chastise me, you have shown me nothing but leniency. I understand your true intentions, Yuyi replied thoughtfully. You young man, I like your spirit. However, you must never mistreat Rongrong. She has told me that you are admirable in every way, except for your flirtatious nature. You are destined for greatness. And perhaps being with you is a chance for her. Whether she can accept you is entirely her decision. Qinshin held great affection for Rongrong, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. Yet, when it came to matters of romance, he found himself powerless to intervene. Their fate was theirs to navigate. Grandfather Sword, teacher you, did you not engage in battle? At that moment, Ning Rongrong finally arrived, relieved to see that no conflict had occurred. Rongrong, what brings you here? Qinshin asked. If I hadn't come, you surely would have fought. However, seeing that you did not, I am now at ease, Ning Rongrong replied. Ha ha ha, Rongrong. You came too late. We have already finished. Finished? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in confusion. Had she truly arrived after the fight? Cough, cough, enough chatter. You two carry on. I have matters to attend to. You scoundrel, you may have wronged Rongrong. Otherwise, I would have to pierce you with my 7-killing sword intent. With that, Qinshin took flight on his sword. Teacher you, are you injured? Ning Rongrong anxiously inspected Yuyi's body. Fear not. Rongrong, I am perfectly fine. I am sorry, teacher you. If I hadn't mentioned those things to Grandfather Sword, he wouldn't have sought you out. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears, threatening to spill over. Yuyi gently brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, speaking softly, Rongrong, it is all right. Am I not well now? The one who should apologize is me for causing you distress. Ning Rongrong pouted. I am a little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Who dares to wrong me? Except you? You are truly infuriating. Indeed, you are a little princess. How could I let you suffer? I must punish myself, Yuyi said, pretending to slap his own face. Do not harm yourself, teacher you. I no longer blame you. Looking at Yuyi, Ning Rongrong realized she must clarify everything today. You know, during the assessment I was drawn to you. I found you incredibly strong. The more time I spent with you, the more my feelings grew uncontrollably. Initially, I didn't mind sharing you with Zhu Zhuqing, but now that you're involved with Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling, I find it unbearable. Teacher you, no, brother Yi, do you like me? Yes, I like you very much. But if you like me, why do you seek out others instead of me? Am I not as good as Zhu Zhuqing or Xiao Wu? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Rongrong, no, you are wonderful. Then let me ask you again, I like you very much now. Will you like me back and allow me to become your woman? Rongrong gazed at Yuyi with tear-stained eyes. Do you truly not mind my flirtatious nature and are willing to share me with them? Yuyi asked seriously. Ning Rongrong did not respond. In that moment, as she gazed into Yuyi's eyes, she understood she had been defeated. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she rose on tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. This kiss conveyed everything. Yuyi, not wanting to disappoint her, embraced her tightly and reciprocated with fervor. At that moment, Ning Rongrong realized how blissful it was to kiss the one she adored, and she was captivated by the scent of Yuyi, her infatuation deepening. Rongrong, you too? Suddenly, the Sword Douluo returned. Witnessing this scene, his face flushing with embarrassment. Never mind me. You two continue as if I am not here. With that, he hastily departed once more. Teacher, please let go, Ning Rongrong mumbled, gently pushing Yuyi away. Witnessed by Grandpa Jian, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yuyi, however, was not one to relent. He embraced her and soared through the clouds, continuing their fervent kiss. Ning Rongrong, initially hesitant, gradually responded to Yuyi's affection, evolving from awkwardness to a remarkable proficiency in their embrace. Their kiss seemed eternal. As they paused, Ning Rongrong realized they were aloft in the clouds, gazing at the ethereal white billows. These clouds are so beautiful, she remarked in awe. Yuyi lifted her chin, admiring her exquisite features. Why do you gaze at me so intently, Iga? She inquired. Yuyi chuckled softly, replying, I find my Rongrong more beautiful than these clouds. Ning Rongrong pouted and asked, but how do I compare to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu? Who is more beautiful? Each of your beauties is unparalleled. You are all stunning in your own right, Yu Yi replied earnestly. You flirtatious rogue. Ning Rongrong turned her head, refusing to look at him. All right, Rongrong. Don't be angry, he coaxed. I won't pay you any mind. If you ignore me, I shall continue to kiss you, he declared playfully. No, flirtatious rogue. You pest. Very well, don't blame me then. Yu Yi assertively captured Ning Rongrong's lips once more, and she transitioned from resistance to surrender, becoming fully immersed in their kiss. After their passionate exchange, Ning Rongrong gazed at Yu Yi's handsome face and asked, Ego, would you be my hero? Cherish me, care for me, and accept all my flaws. Of course, I would, Yu Yi answered without a hint of hesitation. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. The hero she had encountered in her dreams was now holding her, truly becoming her hero. Above the clouds, their love was immortalized. Chapter 18, Devouring Lingling. Time passed in a haze over the last half-month. Today, Xiao Wu stealthily approached Yu Yi, carrying Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong on her back. Yu Yi noted how this little rabbit had become increasingly mischievous, presenting an array of new antics. After sharing tender moments, Xiao Wu reluctantly took her leave, fearing the consequences if Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong discovered her secret rendezvous. Ego, I must return now. Rongrong and Zhuqing are about to finish their training. Xiao Wu said obediently. Yu Yi planted a gentle kiss on her lips and replied, All right, Xiao Wu, hurry back. Okay, she chirped. After tidying herself up, she made her way toward the girls' dormitory. Just as she approached, Tang San appeared before her, blocking her path. What do you want, Tang San? Xiao Wu asked, her face contorted with disdain. Are you with that scoundrel Yu Yi? Tang San confronted her angrily. What business is it of yours? Move aside, she snapped. I want tea. Today, we need to clarify things. What have I done wrong to deserve your coldness? Must our years of friendship end in acrimony? Don't say such revolting things. You're a liar. Move aside, or I won't hold back. Xiao Wu, listen. I was wrong to deceive you. I swear I won't do it again. Come back to me. Please, let us live happily as we did in our childhood. Xiao Wu felt nauseated by his words. Oaths meant nothing to her now. She had long seen through Tang San's facade. A lie once told leads to countless others. Get lost, Tang San, she retorted, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Tang San was sent flying, crashing through a wall, illustrating the ferocity of her blow. With a huff, Xiao Wu departed without a second glance. Struggling to rise, Tang San lost his balance and fell, landing painfully on the rubble. Crack! His dignity as a man shattered. He writhed in agony on the ground, cursing his fate. This was his own doing. Had he not obstructed Xiao Wu, he wouldn't have faced such humiliation. Achio, who is cursing me? Yu Yi, resting, suddenly sneezed. Could be Tang San? He pondered. Never mind. It's been too long since I've seen my Lingling. I shall pay her a visit. He swiftly arrived at the Soul Arena, coinciding with Yi Lingling and her team's match. Under her guidance, the royal team was triumphing effortlessly in the group matches. As Yi Lingling concluded her match and stepped off the field, she spotted Yu Yi and hurried over, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Ego, you finally came to see me. I thought you had forgotten me, she lamented. How could I? Lingling, I could never forget you. He reassured her, gently patting her back. That's a relief. Ego, how did I perform in the match? Was I impressive? Absolutely. My Lingling is the most formidable. With a playful tone, she said, Ego, I have a surprise for you today. Yu's interest peaked. Oh, what surprise? I want to tell you just a tease. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Come on, Lingling, please tell me. I'm eager to know, he pleaded. Seeing Yu Yi's earnest expression softened her heart, and she relented. All right, Ego, lower your head a bit, and I'll whisper it to you. He complied, and she leaned in, whispering into his ear. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yi was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Ego, wait for me tonight. Cough, cough, okay, Lingling. That evening, a bed adorned with blue roses lay before a stunning woman, Yi Lingling. The blue roses were a special touch she arranged to commemorate the night they had spent together, evoking memories of their blissful moments. As the door creaked open, Yu Yi stepped inside, his heart racing at the sight of Yi Lingling. Lingling, you look exquisite. Without a word, he swept her into his arms, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss that lasted for what felt like an eternity. Finally breaking apart, she playfully chided. Ego, you're so domineering, I can hardly breathe. Don't you like it? Ido, em frud. Ego, let us sleep together. Stay with me. But Lingling, didn't you say you had something for me? Oh dear, Ego, I'm a bit tired today. Let us save it for next time. Siging, Yu konjadit, obeying hadvishis. They snuggled under the covers, and he enveloped her tightly, inhaling her sweet fragrance. Craving what he could not have, a deep discomfort stirred within him. Yu's hand slipped beneath her waist, caressing her soft abdomen. Ego, you naughty boy, she teased. Oh dear, Lingling, you continue to sleep while I tend to my own affairs. Let us not disturb one another. He leaned closer to Yi Lingling's ear and whispered softly. If you find yourself unable to sleep, then I shall not hold back, for you promised me today. I shall ignore you, Igij. I'm going to sleep. Yi Lingling retorted playfully. Yet, she did not prevent Yu Yi from indulging in his mischief. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Yi grew increasingly audacious. Yi Lingling. She shivered slightly and exclaimed, Igij, you are being too forward. This is not appropriate. Lingling, you did promise to give me your sister. You cannot go back on your word. Fine, very well. Igij, you have bested me. Just be gentle, will you? Yi Lingling always had a soft heart. All right, Lingling, I am coming, Yu Yi replied. I'm afraid, Igij. Lingling, do not fear. I will ensure your happiness. With her cheeks flushed crimson, Yi Lingling dared not meet Yu Yi's gaze any longer and shut her eyes tightly, surrendering herself to his whims. Gazing upon the bashful and enchanting girl before him, Yu Yi bent down and kissed her. Together, they reveled in a haven of bliss, experiencing a delightful romance that belonged solely to them. Chapter 19. Tang San's transformation. The following day, they awoke to find it was already morning. After the intense activities of the previous night, Yi Lingling found herself unable to rise from bed. However, she refrained from using her martial spirit to heal herself, as it was a shared experience with her Igij. Having promised Zhu Zhuqing and the others to guide their training today, she knew she must return. Igij, must you leave so soon? Yi Lingling inquired, her face filled with reluctance. Indeed, Lingling, I promised your sisters I would assist them with their training. Very well, Igij, next time, you must bring your sisters along. I wish to meet them. Yi Lingling had long desired to meet Yu Yi's other companions, as they were to be united in matrimony in the future. And forming bonds of sisterhood early would be beneficial. Absolutely, Lingling, I shall bring them in a few days, Yu Yi responded gently. Then it is settled, Igij. You must hurry along now. All right. Yu Yi placed a tender kiss on Yi Lingling's forehead before bidding her farewell. He returned to Shrek Academy, where the three women glared at him. Flirtatious scoundrel, were you off to see Sister Lingling? Ningronggrong demanded. Yes. It had been far too long since I last visited her, and I did not wish for her to be unhappy. Enough. Rong, do not blame Igij. Sister Lingling cannot be with him as we are. He is merely spending time with her, which is not wrong, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Indeed. Rong, do not be angry. Xiao Wu chimed in. All right. I shall not be upset with the scoundrel any longer. Seeing her two elder sisters speak thus, Ning Rong relented and turned to Yu Yi, saying, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and guide us in our training. Very well, my esteemed wives. I shall now assist you in your training. By noon, their training concluded, and the four made their way to the dining hall. As Yu Yi entered, he inadvertently collided with Tang San, who was hastily exiting. Ouch! What are you doing? Have you no eyes? Tang San exclaimed angrily, his hand poised dramatically. Yu Yi, unable to contain his laughter at Tang San's antics, guffawed. Ha! Is that truly you, Tang San? What is up with your voice and your hand? Oomph. None of your business. Step aside. I must leave. Tang San retorted, a frown creasing his brow. Yu Yi, feeling slightly apprehensive, quickly made way for him. Once Tang San had departed, Yu Yi turned to his companions. Do you know what has happened to him? The three women shook their heads in unison. Strange. What could he have done to become like this? At that moment, Xiao Wu recalled, I kicked him yesterday. Could have caused this? She relayed the events of the previous day to Yu Yi, who felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Damn it, a pathetic fool. Xiao Wu, regardless of what happens, if he dares to bother you again, do not hesitate to retaliate, Yu Yi instructed firmly. Understood, Igij, Xiao Wu replied obediently. Now, let us proceed to dine. Tang San arrived at Yu Xiaozhang's residence and knocked on the door. Upon entering, he found Yu Xiaozhang asleep at the table. Teacher, wake up, Tang San called out. Yu Xiaozhang opened his eyes to see Tang San gesturing with a delicate hand. Xiao San, what brings you here? Is your health restored? Yu Xiaozhang inquired. Teacher, I am quite well. My condition is special, and I recover swiftly. However, sighed Xiao San, I am so sorry. It is my fault that you have become like this. I failed to care for you properly and have let down your father's trust, Yu Xiaozhang said, filled with remorse. Teacher, do not blame yourself. If you must point fingers, direct them at Yu Yi and his companions. Were it not for them, I would not have ended up like this. It infuriates me. Tang San's anger flared. Teacher, I am grateful that you are willing to stay by my side forever. Tang San grasped Yu Xiaozhang's hand earnestly. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed an unusual fondness for Yu Xiaozhang's hand, and he could not resist caressing it. Yu Xiaozhang frowned and withdrew his hand, saying, Xiao San, what are you doing? This is highly inappropriate. My apologies, teacher, Tang San quickly replied. Never mind. Focus on your training for now. I shall remain here for a while longer. Yu Xiaozhang waved his hand, signaling Tang San to leave. Once Tang San departed, Yu Xiaozhang stood and approached the window, sighing, alas, a once promising talent reduced to this. Have I lost my only opportunity to prove myself? Yu Xiaozhang's expression turned sorrowful as he closed his eyes, only to be met with the image of Tang San from earlier, causing him to feel physically unwell, as if he might vomit. No, Yu Xiaozhang, you must not give up. Tang San still has hope. I must continue to nurture his growth. Strength is paramount. He reminded himself resolutely. Tomorrow, I shall take Xiao San and the others to the Soul Arena for training. Time is of the essence. With that, Yu Xiaozhang returned to his room to rest. After finishing their meal, Yu escorted the three women back to their dormitory before returning to his own quarters, ready to enjoy a restful slumber. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the fated child, Tang San, has lost his protagonist's halo. The entire Douluo Continent is beginning to undergo changes. Please prepare yourself, host. System, what did you say? The Douluo Continent is changing? What is to happen? The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. The host must endeavor to unlock hidden tasks and grow stronger to avert the impending changes. Strive diligently, host. Can you clarify? What is about to occur? Hello, dog system. No matter how Yu called out, the system remained silent, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Tang San has lost his protagonist's halo? Could it be due to his transformation into a pitiful wretch? If that is the case, then he poses no threat. What, then, does this so-called change entail? Is it a calamity? Yu pondered. Regardless, I shall confront any challenges that arise. Even if the heavens crumble, I will stand firm against it. For now, it is best to get some quality sleep. In that same mysterious realm, a conversation unfolded. Do you believe the master still possesses the formidable presence he once had? Universe dwellers, let me tell you. The master was always like this. It is merely the weight of numerous karmic ties that caused him to abandon his former self. Psi system. I hope the master can find his consorts swiftly. Only then can he awaken and lead us back through the chaos. As long as I'm around, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 20. Gina knock, knock, knock. Your Highness, are you there? The voice of Zhao Wuji echoed from outside the door. Yu, feeling somewhat languid after sleeping from yesterday until this morning, still felt he had not yet satisfied his need for rest. He opened the door to find Zhao Wuji standing there and inquired, Teacher Zhao, what brings you here? The Dean Flander has summoned you, Zhao Wuji replied. Very well, I shall go at once. Yu pondered himself. What could Dean Flander possibly want with me? Upon arriving at Flander's office, he discovered not only Flander, but also a young woman present. As he beheld her, realization struck him. This was none other than Gu Yuna. The woman before him resembled the depiction of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, from the novel Douluo Dalu to an uncanny degree. Yu inhaled sharply, pondering, what brings this lady to my presence? Your Highness, you've arrived, Flander greeted. Yes, I wonder what matters the Dean wishes to discuss with me? Yu inquired. Indeed, this young lady has just joined Shrek Academy today, and she specifically requested for you to be her teacher, Flander explained. Oh, Yu turned to Gu Yuna, asking, what is it that compels you to seek me as your instructor? Without sparing him a glance, Gu Yuna coldly replied, will you teach or not? You must think this through. Well, such an attitude. Would I dare refuse? Ahem, very well, I accept, Yu said, turning to Flander. Dean Flander. I shall take this lady with me now. Very well, Your Highness, take care, Flander responded. As Yu walked ahead, Gu Yuna followed closely. He found himself perplexed as to why Gu Yuna had come as Shrek. He escorted her to her quarters, where she unceremoniously reclined upon his exclusive chair, commanding, fetch me a cup of tea. I am parched. Yu furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, how audacious. If only I were capable of besting you in a confrontation. What are you dawdling for? Hurry, Gu Yuna urged. All right, I shall fetch it, Yu replied, returning with the tea and handing it to her. After taking a sip, Gu Yuna grimaced, declaring, human tea is truly dreadful. Silver Dragon King, what brings you to Shrek? Yu inquired. I am bored. Is it not permissible to seek some amusement? She responded. Why not seek your entertainment elsewhere? Why must it be here? Because you are amusing. Are you suggesting I take my leave? Gu Yuna's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Yu. Huh, how could I? I wouldn't dare. Especially considering your formidable aura. Have you recovered from your injuries? Have you taken my medicine? Yu asked. Gu Yuna nodded. Yes, I have. Do you have more of that medicine? I require a few more pills. Yu chuckled. I certainly have a medicine, but it will not be given freely. You must offer me something in return. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Yuna stood and approached Yu with a sultry demeanor, asking, what benefits do you desire? Taken aback by her appearance, Yu gulped, stammering cough. What are you implying, my lady? Am I beautiful? Beautiful? Do you wish to be pursued? Indeed. Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Slap. How dare you harbor such lewd thoughts towards me? Gu Yuna exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap that left Yu momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? Yu could only muster an indignant silence. To think you would seek to sully my honor upon our first meeting. You are so brazen. Had it not been for your ancestral dragon bloodline, I would have dispatched you already, Gu Yuna scowled. Ha! Silver Dragon King, your self-assurance is rather excessive. I can see that you are beautiful, yet beyond that, you possess nothing of worth. My women surpass you in every aspect, Yu retorted angrily. You? At that moment, the door burst open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Gu Yuna seized the opportunity. Help! Help! He intends to violate me, she feigned, pushing Yu aside and swiftly taking refuge behind the three women. Ning Rongrong's temper flared. Yu, is it not enough that you have us, yet you seek others? I have misjudged you, she cried, shielding Gu Yuna protectively. Fear not, little sister, With us around, he dares not lay a finger on you. Is this true, brother E? Zhu Zhuqing asked, stepping forward. Not all, Zhuqing. It is not as you perceive, Yui sought to clarify. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized you, E, and then glanced at Gu Yuna, pondering the situation. She trusted that Yu E would not engage in such acts, but was conflicted by Gu Yuna's tearful demeanor. Zhuqing, truly, believe me, Yu E insisted. Brother E, I believe you. There must be some misunderstanding, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Ning Rongrong contemplated as well. While she knew Yu E to be a flirtatious rogue, he was fundamentally good-natured and would never resort to coercion. Oh dear, was I overly rash? Might he resent me? She mused internally. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had remained silent, was acutely aware. She sensed Gu Yuna's true nature, recognizing her as a soul beast, and thus discerned that something was amiss. Flirtatious rogue, confess what is truly happening. Ning Rongrong pressed again, though her tones softened considerably. She is a new student at Shrek Academy today, and the dean assigned her to my care. I was merely inquiring about her circumstances, but before I could finish, you all arrived, and she inexplicably accused me of impropriety. Yu E explained, carefully omitting Gu Yuna's true identity. Is that so, little sister? Ning Rongrong asked Gu Yuna. Yes, Gu Yuna nodded, then added, however, he attempted to touch me. He tried to touch you there? Xiao Wu interjected, finally speaking. Gu Yuna hesitated, taken aback by Xiao Wu's question. You too are a soul beast, yet you would aid a human? She thought, feeling exasperated. He only sought to grasp my hand, but I evaded him. Huh? So he did not touch you? Yu E interjected, attempting to salvage the situation. Indeed, I merely raised my hand, he defended himself. How foolish. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this mess. Yu E reprimanded inwardly. Enough. I understand now. Brother E did not intend to violate you. You have misunderstood. Ning Rongrong declared triumphantly, reveling in her detective prowess. Yes, Brother E, I am sorry for my earlier harshness. Please do not be upset. Ning Rongrong murmured, her head lowered, her fingers fidgeting as she apologized. No worries, Rongrong. I harbor no ill will, Yu E reassured her. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, you three take her to her dormitory. I feel rather fatigued and shall rest a while. Very well, Brother E. We shall take our leave now, Zhu Zhuqing replied. As Gu Yuna followed the trio out, she cast a glance back at Yu E, as if to say, you shall pay for this. Yu E shook his head, muttering, this foolish woman is quite insufferable. Thankfully, my women are wise enough to trust me, or else I would have been ensnared by her antics. Just wait. I shall surely win you over and have you kneeling in submission. Chapter 21, Tang Hao. Yu E lay upon his bed, utterly confounded as to why Gu Yuna had ventured into the realm of humanity. Yet one thing was clear, she was here to make his life difficult. However, Yu Yi discovered that this ancient Yuna seemed rather dim-witted. Wasn't it said that the Silver Dragon King inherited the wisdom of the Dragon God? Yet, the impression he currently had was that of a foolish woman. Kid, come out. A voice echoed in Yu Yi's ears. Who could it be? The voice was authoritative and resonant, causing Yu Yi to feel a tinge of caution. Nevertheless, he chose to emerge. Yu Yi arrived in a forest and beheld a figure clad in a black robe awaiting him. With a glance, Yu Yi had already surmised his identity. Hao Tian Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao, is that you? You know me? Who in the realm of notoriety does not recognize the illustrious Hao Tian Douluo? What business do you have with me? Yu Yi questioned, his vigilance directed at Tang Hao. To kill you, Tang Hao declared fiercely. I believe I have not provoked you in any way. You harmed my son and killed his friends, Tang Hao seethed, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him, akin to a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell. Heh, I only slay those deserving of death. Moreover, your son's plight is of his own making. Fight, Tang Hao bellowed. Very well, let us engage, as if I were afraid of you, Yu Yi retorted, his aura soaring as all 50,000 soul rings manifested. 9 rings of 50,000 years. This young title, possesses an uncanny prowess, Tang Hao mused inwardly. Tang Hao stomped the ground, his soul rings igniting. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, his final red representing the 100,000-year soul beast, Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao, martial soul, Hao Tian Hammer, level 95 title de law. Yu Yi furrowed his brow. A level 95 title de law, and he was only at level 93. Could he withstand this? What's there to fear? I am a man of extraordinary luck, Yu Yi thought resolutely. Yu Yi, martial soul, Ancestral Dragon, level 93 title de law. Both combatants struck simultaneously. Yu Yi activated his martial soul's true form, summoning the sky-piercing spear, charging forward with ferocity. Tang Hao raised his Hao Tian hammer, unleashing the domain of the god of death. Within that domain, Tang Hao resembled a deity of slaughter, his eyes turning crimson, enveloped in an aura of death, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses. Great Sumeru Hammer, Tang Hao commenced with his most formidable technique, demonstrating the depth of his murderous intent. The essence of the Great Sumeru Hammer lay in the detonation of soul rings, merging their power into a singular, overwhelming assault. Particularly potent for a titled Doa like Tang Hao, who relied solely on brute strength. Tang Hao advanced, swinging his hammer. The power unleashed by the detonated soul rings crashing against Yu Yi's sky-piercing spear, sending a shockwave that numbed Yu Yi's grip. Yu Yi was forced to retreat, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The great summer hammer is indeed extraordinary. I shall not hold back any longer. Ninth soul skill, Dragon God descends, annihilation. Thunder roared in the heavens as a colossal divine dragon materialized. What manner of dragon is this? Could it be from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Tang Hao regarded the dragon with grave concern. Kid, are you from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Tang Hao Ingui? Not at all. Spare the chatter and brace yourself. Falling star, annihilate. The divine dragon let out a mighty roar, unleashing a massive fireball towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao sensed the tremendous power behind Yu Yi's soul skill and began detonating his soul rings repeatedly, concentrating the might of his Hao Tian hammer to its utmost. Each swing resonated like the collapse of the heavens. The fireballs expelled by the dragon were all deflected by Tang Hao's hammer. Huh, indeed, you are the Hao Tian Douluo. Yu Yi's figure darted forth, mounting the divine dragon, brandishing the sky-piercing spear as he charged at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression darkened as he soared into the air, raising his Hao Tian hammer to strike. The clash between the sky-piercing spear and the Hao Tian hammer produced a cataclysmic shockwave, laying waste to everything in their vicinity. Is it truly those two titled Douluos battling? The impact is staggering. We must ensure Shrek Academy remains unharmed, Flinders stated solemnly, gazing out the window towards the tumultuous battle. How intriguing. The conflict between titled Douluos warrants a closer look. In the girls' dormitory, only Gu Yuna remained awake, captivated by the battle unfolding in the distance. Is this the essence of power? If I possessed such strength, I could slay Yu Yi and reclaim Xiaowu. How infuriating. I need power. Tang San's visage twisted with rage. His voice sharp and thin. The battle raged on, both sides seemingly invigorated by the bloodshed. Tang Hao, if you wish to kill me, you shall find it no easy task. Yu Yi hurled his spear into the air, leaping up to grasp it, channeling all his soul power into it. Dragon's Thorn. The sky-piercing spear radiated immense penetrative force, akin to a meteor descending, aimed directly at Tang Hao. Come forth. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Tang Hao exerted force through his waist, his lower body remaining steadfast as he swung the Hao Tian hammer repeatedly, each strike more potent than the last. No matter how Yu Yi thrust, Tang Hao parried each assault. Ultimately, after 81 strikes, Tang Hao unleashed a powerful blow. Come forth, Yu Yi shouted, retracting the sky-piercing spear. Dragon transformation. The divine dragon and Yu Yi vanished in unison. Tang Hao scanned his surroundings, pondering. Could he have fled? Just as he contemplated this, a radiant light appeared above. A 7-colored divine dragon manifested, speaking human words. Tang Hao, this is my 6th soul skill, dragon transformation, embodying the dragon. Chapter 22. Unyielding. The divine dragon soared through the skies, shrouded in clouds, shaking the heavens and rolling the earth, traversing 100,000 miles. In that moment, Yu Yi, transformed into a dragon, resembled a true deity. Yu Yi swung his dragon tail fiercely towards Tang Hao. As the tail approached, Tang Hao swiftly reacted, dropping to the ground to evade the strike. Yu Yi moved again, clawing at Tang Hao, who quickly regained his footing and met the assault with the Hao Tian hammer. With a mighty roar, Yu Yi channeled his entire strength into his claws, the sheer force threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Tang Hao could not withstand it. Receiving a deep gash from Yu Yi's claws, Tang Hao hastily retreated, maintaining distance while inspecting the wound inflicted by Yu Yi. This kid is even more formidable than Shinji Sunryu. He gazed at the dragon-formed Yu Yi, declaring, Kid, you are strong. I'm well aware of my strength. Yu Yi replied with a scoff. Curse it. My soul power is dwindling. Yu Yi reverted from his dragon form, facing a dire situation. Escaping was not an option. Today, he would embrace the mantle of a true man. Tang Hao, did you not wish to kill me? Come forth, come forth. Tang Hao observed the fearless glint in Yu Yi's eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering within him. Kid, I shall grant your wish. Martial soul, true form, activate. Tang Hao Zhao, his eyes turning crimson, with red lightning surging from his Hao Tian hammer. The domain of the god of death manifested once more, with a sea of blood enveloping him, staining the surroundings in a sanguine hue. Indeed, Tang Hao is impressive, but I am not weak either. Even without soul power, my physical strength remains formidable. Come, Tang Hao, I shall satisfy you. Tang Hao swung the colossal red Hao Tian hammer down upon Yu Yi, who, with keen resolve, met the blow with his own fists. The tremendous impact felt as if it tore through Yu Yi's very insides, causing him to spew forth blood. Yet, he did not falter, his heart now devoid of fear. Witnessing Yu Yi's indomitable spirit, Tang Hao was resolute not to disappoint him. He channeled his soul power into his martial spirit, and the might of the Hao Tian hammer surged to unprecedented heights. With the invocation of his 4th soul skill, Evil God S-Break, Tang Hao unleashed the entirety of his remaining soul power, determined that this final strike would annihilate Yu Yi. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as Yu Yi was sent hurtling backwards by the force of the Haotian hammer. His garments lay in tatters. His body was drenched in blood, and he crashed heavily to the ground, enveloped by a cloud of dust. Exhausted and drained of soul power, Tang Hao approached Yu Yi's fine form. With a gaze of respect, he addressed the young man lying on the ground. You possess remarkable strength. If fate allows you to survive this encounter, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of this continent. Alas, I cannot spare you. As a father, I must avenge my son. Just as Tang Hao prepared to strike, Yu Yi stirred. Cough, I'm not dead yet, he exclaimed, seizing Tang Hao's foot with fierce determination and flinging him away. With sheer willpower, he stood once more, battered yet unyielding. Tang Hao, you cannot kill me. Your efforts will only serve to make me stronger. It is my turn now. Yu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, gathering every ounce of strength into his fists, and charged forward. Tang Hao, rising from the ground, met his gaze and declared, Are we to measure strength of flesh? I have never feared such a contest. The two combatants launched into action, their fists colliding in a rapid exchange. With Yu Yi landing a blow to Tang Hao's face while Tang Hao struck at Yu Yi's neck. The blows were exchanged with such swiftness that their fists blurred into indistinct shadows. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Gu Yunam murmured to herself, Is this lecher truly willing to risk his life? Should I intervene? Perhaps not. Let him perish, allowing him to harbor his unseemly thoughts of me. Observing Yu Yi, bloodied and battered yet relentlessly fighting, she pondered what drove him to cling so fervently to life. Very well. I shall lend him a hand, if only to repay the favor of the healing medicine he once provided. The battle raged on, culminating in a final clash of fists that sent both combatants reeling backward. With a disdainful smirk, Yu Yi taunted, Tang Hao, did you not wish to kill me? Cool me. Today I shall allow you to do so. Tang Hao, filled with rage, retorted, Do not be so arrogant, boy. The two surged forward once more, exchanging blows. Yet neither could claim victory. However, Yu Yi's wounds continued to bleed profusely, and his vision began to blur. Drawing upon the last of his strength, he managed to push Tang Hao back, though he himself was left half kneeling on the ground. Should I perish, I shall do so with dignity, he declared. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened, and a torrential rain began to fall, mingling with his blood and staining the earth of vivid crimson. Gazing up at the rain-soaked sky, sorrow washed over him. Ituti? Forgive me, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Ling Ling, for I can no longer be by your side. Ha ha, Tang Hao. I shall drag you down to hell with me. Yu Yi summoned his soul power, a dark aura enveloping him. Tang Hao, sensing the looming threat, rushed forward, intent on ending Yu Yi's life before he could self-destruct. Stop! A blinding light emerged, forcing Tang Hao backward. Recognizing the formidable power of the figure before him, he inquired, Who are you, esteemed one? Gu Yina materialized before Yu Yi, her gaze icy as she addressed Tang Hao. Leave at once, or face death. Aware of his inferiority. Tang Hao Zetjet? Yu Yi regarded Gu Yuna with a relieved smile. I thought I was truly destined to perish, ha ha. Gu Yuna frowned, questioning him. What drives you to recklessly gamble with your life? For what purpose? Perhaps it is to prove myself, Yu Yi replied. The rain poured heavily, pattering against the rooftops. Zhu Zhuqing awoke from her slumber, glancing towards the window, her heart racing with unease. What is happening to me? The ground was drenched in blood, and Yu Yi lamented. Is this never-ending? The blood keeps flowing. Gu Yuna cast a sideways glance at Yu Yi, retorting, Is this not your own doing? Acting as if you have nothing to lose. While others are at level 95, you are merely at 93. How do you expect to win? Ha ha ha, I fear nothing. Was I not quite the man just now? Yu Yi chuckled. Foolishness, and quite manly indeed. By the way, you mentioned proving yourself. What precisely do you wish to prove? Gu Yuna questioned, puzzled. Did I not clarify? To prove that I am a man. Nonsense, if you're not a man, what are you? Gu Yuna replied exasperatedly. Yu Yi raised his hand, catching the falling raindrops, and declared, to change the past, to undergo rebirth. On this day, I have been reborn. This rain weeps for the former me. The me of yore was weak and ineffectual, possessing nothing, yet dreaming of standing atop the world. How laughable, is it not? I, for one, do not know. He continued, I was raised by my grandfather, and during his time, I felt happiness. I once told him I wished to be brave. That fateful day, we encountered a group of ruffians, and my grandfather was brutally killed while trying to protect me. I could do nothing but weep, and from that moment, I lost my happiness and fell into despair. I became someone who would not resist, even when bullied, living a tedious life, ultimately becoming the very person I despised. Yet today, I have found courage, unafraid of death, and have truly become a man. Ha ha ha. Though Yu Yi laughed, tears streamed down his face, leaving one to wonder whether they were born of joy or sorrow. You are indeed brave, unafraid even of death. I have cast aside my fear of death. If one day a foe stronger than I threatens those I love, I would willingly sacrifice my life to protect them. Gu Yina gazed at Yu Yi, suddenly perceiving a handsome side to him. Thus you must grow stronger, powerful enough that no one can oppose you, so that you may protect those dear to you. So, My queen, would you consider becoming someone I cherish? If you were to be mine, I would risk everything to safeguard you. Such flattery. Do you think I require your protection? You ought to focus on healing your own wounds first. Do you not possess that healing pill? Guyuna reminded him. With her words, Yi suddenly recalled he had a resurrection pill. Indeed, why should I risk my life when I have healing medicine? Ouch, this hurts. He smacked his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. Observing the ruckus, Guyuna could not help but chuckle softly, muttering, what a fool. After consuming the resurrection pill, Yi began to feel his injuries mending. My lady, could you kindly escort me home? I feel so weary and wish to sleep. Yi addressed Guyuna. You dare to command me? She shot back, glaring at him. Yi brandished the healing pills in his hand, grinning as he proposed, if you take me home, I shall give you 2 of these healing pills. Guyuna glanced at the pills, considering the exchange to be quite advantageous. For the sake of those healing pills, I shall escort you. Ha ha, thank you, my queen. After Zhu Zhuqing awoke, she found herself unable to sleep, pondering Guyuna's absence and whether she had secretly gone to find her brother Yi, wondering if the two truly had an affair. However, upon seeking out Yi, he discovered that Yi was absent from the room. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart, leading him to fear that something had happened to Yi. Thus, he resolved to venture outside in search of her. Just as he exited Shrek Academy, he encountered Guyuna supporting an injured Yi on their way back. Zhu Zhuqing hurried forward, inquiring, Brother, what happened to you? Yi smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing, just had a skirmish with a tidal Douluo and sustained some injuries. You nearly lost your life, putting on a brave front despite being outmatched. Guyuna interjected, exposing the truth. What? Brother, why would you do something so foolish? If something were to happen to you, what would we do? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, embracing Yi tightly, tears streaming down her face. I wondered why my heart felt so uneasy. It turns out, brother, he was in trouble. I cannot bear to see you harmed. You must promise to be safe from now on. You vowed to protect me, love me, and share a happy life together, she pleaded. All right, Zhuqing. I will be more cautious in the future and strive to grow stronger. Please stop crying. You'll turn into a raccoon if you keep this up, Yi comforted, gently stroking Zhu Zhuqing's hair. How dull. You two take your time reveling in your affection. I'm off to get some sleep, Guyuna remarked before departing. Unwilling to partake in the display of affection, escorted back to their lodgings by Zhu Zhuqing, Yi reflected on the battles of the day, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Deep within, he resolved that the next time he encountered Tang Hao, he would seek vengeance. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the hidden task, you have successfully undergone a transformation. Only those who fear neither death nor hardship and who remain steadfast in their beliefs may rightfully bear the title of sovereign. Rewards are now being dispensed. The system continued. The host's soul power has increased by 5 levels. All soul rings have been elevated to 10,000 years. The host receives 10,000 task points and a divine artifact, the Genesis Axe. The Genesis Axe, a legendary supreme artifact crafted by the god of creation. Currently, the host does not possess usage rights. They're frozen. The system reappeared, and Yi, visibly irate, exclaimed, Damn it, you wretched system. I was on the brink of death, and you chose now to show yourself? Host, please mind your language and refrain from insulting this system. Besides, you are still alive, are you not? Curse you. Do you have no conscience? This is a warning. If you continue to insult this system, all rewards will be revoked. Upon hearing that his rewards might be taken away, Yi promptly closed his mouth. System, you're the best. How could I ever insult you? System task initiated. Lead the members of Shrek to the Soul Arena for training. Completion of this task will reward the host with a second martial soul. Another task, a second martial soul as a reward. Quite splendid. The system is indeed astute. Host, please refrain from complaining and complete the task diligently. With that, the system withdrew. This task seemed rather favorable, as it would allow him to meet with Zhuqing and the others, as well as Lingling, thereby fostering their sisterly bonds. Yi mused cheerfully. Chapter 24. Discovering the correct training method. Due to the system's task, Yi had no choice but to accompany Zhu Zhuqing and the others to the Soul Arena for training. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing had already taken Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar to the arena. Outside the Soul Arena, Yi Lingling awaited Yi's arrival anxiously. Why hasn't Brother Yi come yet? She complained. Lingling, I'm here. No sooner had she voiced her concern than Yi arrived with the 4 girls in tow. Approaching her, he gently tousled Yi Lingling's hair and said, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lingling. With a sweet smile, Yi Lingling replied, It's no trouble, Brother Yi. She then glanced at the 4 girls behind him and remarked, You must be the sister's brother he mentioned. They are. I am not. Guyuna said with a hint of displeasure before walking away. Hello, Lingling. I am Zhu Zhuqing, one introduced. I am Xiao Wu. I am Ning Rongrong. Another chimed in. Each of the 3 girls presented their names to Yi Lingling. Sisters, hello. I am Yi Lingling, she said, feeling a bit shy. Hee Lingling. You are simply adorable, Ning Rongrong said, taking her hand. Oh no, you're also very cute, sister. Lingling replied bashfully. Ahem. All right now, let us go register our identities. Yi suggested. After a busy day, Evening fell before they knew it. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Yuna all registered their identities, though they did not use their original names, but rather titles bestowed by Yi. Xiao Wu became the charming rabbit, Zhu Zhuqing the spirit cat, Ning Rongrong the seven-colored maiden, and Gu Yuna simply claimed the title of queen, which suited her perfectly. After the registration, Yi took his companions on an afternoon stroll, yet he felt rather discontented. He found himself walking ahead while the girls trailed behind, engaged in their own conversation, leaving him feeling somewhat neglected. That night, after dinner, Ning Rongrong discreetly approached Yi, inviting him to her room. Yi obliged and arrived at her quarters to find her clad in a seductive, transparent lace dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Rongrong, you. Brother E, come here quickly. She beckoned. Yi walked over, and Rongrong embraced him, stating, Brother E, tonight I will entrust myself to you. Have you thought it through? Rongrong? Yi inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded. Yes, Brother E, Xiao Wu and the others have all given themselves to you, and I haven't. Xiao Wu said being with Brother E is very blissful. So, wait, Rongrong, are Xiao Wu and the others coaxing you into this? Ning Rongrong shook her head, responding, No, it is my own decision to give myself to you. With that, she shyly lowered her gaze. Then, Rongrong, I am coming. All right, Brother E, be gentle. She replied. Yi softly assured, Of course, Rongrong, I will be gentle. The two shared a kiss and laid down together as Yi enveloped Ning Rongrong in his embrace, determined to protect his girl. Shoo, Brother E, do you hear something outside the door? Is there? Really? Listen closely. As Yi strained to listen, he indeed discerned a few small voices whispering outside. Rongrong, wait here. I'll go bring them in. Hurry back. Yi cautiously opened the door, and the girls hiding outside, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others, tumbled to the ground. The girls, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, looked up at Yi and said, Brother E, we just want to check on Rongrong. Do you think I would believe that? Yi responded, We thought it would be too troublesome to guide each of you in your training individually, so we came together. Brother E, you have been training for so long. Why not take a break? Zhu Zhuqing suggested. Yi gazed affectionately at the four girls and said, All right. They all paused their training to rest, for everyone has their limits. Chapter 25. The Soul Fighting Competition 1. Morning arrived, and Yi, eyes shadowed with dark circles, gingerly descended the stairs, almost losing his balance and tumbling down. Gu Yuna, who was having breakfast, looked at him quizzically and asked, What happened to you? Yi's face twitched. He could hardly admit that he was drained from overexertion during training. Cough, it's nothing at all. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and the others couldn't help but laugh. Ning Rongrong teased. Humph, serves you right for overtraining. Do you realize your mistake now? I was wrong. Yi conceded. Yi gradually approached the dining table and began to partake in a meal. To his surprise, his breakfast consisted solely of goji berries and red dates. The buns were filled with goji berries, and the porridge was red date porridge. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that Yi remained still, remarked, Brother E, do eat up and nourish yourself. This was specially prepared by the sisters for you. Cough, all right. What could he do? These were the delicacies prepared by his beloved women, so he naturally had to indulge. It wouldn't do to appear ungrateful. Yesterday, he had fallen asleep, only to be roused by the insistence of the girls, who compelled him to train. Thus, one can only exhaust the ox, not the field. Could he not enjoy breakfast in peace? These women kept playfully prodding him beneath the table. How could he endure that? He began to retaliate one by one, when unexpectedly, he kicked a leg that felt remarkably smooth and supple, as if it belonged to someone unfamiliar. Raising his gaze, he found Gu Yuna blushing furiously, glaring at him in anger. He realized he was in trouble. He had inadvertently kicked this lady's leg. However, Gu Yuna refrained from striking him, hastily finishing her meal before departing. Yi was momentarily bewildered. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Given Gu Yuna's temperament, wouldn't she have retaliated? Never mind, he thought, and resumed eating his supplements. Today they had a 2-on-2 combination match. Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna teamed up against Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. They had chosen their team names, the Colorful Cat and the Enchantress Queen. The first match was that of the Enchantress Queen. Their opponents were two defensive soul masters. One rugged-looking man, upon seeing the two female opponents, scoffed, Little sisters, hurry home. Don't cry when my fist lands on your face. Spare us the chatter. When you beg for mercy later, you'll understand the prowess of your grandmothers. Xiao Wu retorted angrily. Nah, let's take action. Gu Yuna nodded good. Xiao Wu swiftly moved to confront the rugged man. With an 8-stage throw, before he could react, Xiao Wu had already sent him soaring into the air, delivering kick after kick, accompanied by echoes of his pained cries. Observing this, the rugged man's teammate attempted to unleash a soul skill to assist him. Gu Yuna stepped in front of him, dismissively stating, Your opponent is me. Without even activating her martial spirit, she swiftly knocked him unconscious with a single slap. I merely need to exert a slight effort. This is beyond your capacity to endure. Gu Yuna glanced at her hand and added, It still feels satisfying to hit you, E. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu prepared for the final throw, sending the rugged man crashing to the ground, rendering him completely unconscious. It was a swift victory. At this moment, the host finally reacted. Let us congratulate the Enchantress Queen for their triumph. Cheers erupted throughout the spectator area. Enchantress Queen! Enchantress Queen! In the viewing room, Yu held Yi Lingling, who, after watching the match, couldn't help but praise. I never expected my sisters to be not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. Lingling, you're not lacking either. What's this? Feeling insecure? Yu inquired. Brother E, keep your hands to yourself. I am not insecure. I merely feel fortunate to have such sisters, Yi Lingling replied. It is I who feels blessed to have treasures like you. Yi Lingling turned to Yu E, her face flushing with shyness, and softly said, Brother E, come to my room tonight. I prepared black stockings for you. Yu E gasped. Was there no respite for his training? Noticing Yu Yi's silence, Yi Lingling covered her mouth and giggled. Is Brother E unable to handle it? A man cannot simply back down, he replied sternly. Stop that nonsense. Just wait for night, and I shall teach you a lesson. Yu was genuinely curious about how Yi Lingling would look in black stockings. She already looked stunning in white ones, so surely black would be equally enchanting. As Yi Lingling departed, Yu hurriedly opened the shop and browsed. After much searching, he finally found a premium divine medicine. The leg extension and eye-bulging pill, promising effects akin to a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. Damn it, I can't believe I have to resort to pills. What a shameful fate for Transmigrator. What else could he do? For the happiness of his beloved women, he had no choice but to endure the indignity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being dispatched. Rewarding the host with the indestructible kidney. Rewarding the host with the second martial spirit, the Yuan Phoenix. Wow, system, you truly are my dear brother. This indestructible kidney is just splendid. He found the system to be rather considerate. Even if it could be irritating at times, it didn't diminish his affection for it. Host, you are quite cheeky. I refuse to be your dear brother. No way. The system's lack of warmth did not mar Yu Yi's good spirits. He activated his second martial spirit. His second martial spirit, the Yuan Phoenix, exhibited a predominantly crimson and elegant appearance, adorned in 5-tiered colorful feathers that were vividly and brilliantly hued. His soul ring configuration consisted of 9 red rings, each 100,000 years old. Now, he truly desired to seek someone to spar with. Perhaps he should visit the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to challenge the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. Yu pondered. His previous battle with the Sword Douluo had been immensely beneficial, enabling him to endure much longer against Tang Hao. Yu resolved to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed sect tomorrow to engage in some sparring with the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. Chapter 26, Soul Fighting Tournament 2. In the afternoon, it was the turn of the Colorful Cat team. Their opponents were the Snake Mouse duo, who had achieved 5 consecutive victories. The Snake was a control-type Soul Master, while the Mouse was an agile attack-type Soul Master. This battle posed a considerable threat to the Colorful Cat team, as Zhu Zhuqing would find herself in a 2-on-1 situation, and Ning Rongrong would likely become the primary target. However, having benefited from Yu Yi's guidance, the outcome of this battle was not in doubt. The Colorful Cat team was destined to win. Both sides sprang into action. Ning Rongrong immediately activated her enhancement. 7 treasures are renowned. The second is Speed. Under the influence of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Zhu Zhuqing's speed reached an apex, seemingly vanishing from sight. The Snake and Mouse duo circled around, yet not a trace of Zhu Zhuqing could be found. What now? The Snake asked, furrowing his brow. Since we can't find the other one, let's deal with that support Soul Master first, the Snake suggested. The two of them activated their martial spirits and directed their soul power towards Ning Rongrong, who remained unperturbed. Smiling innocently, Ning Rongrong declared, Ghostly Claw of the Abyss. Abyssal Thrust. Just as they were about to reach Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly materialized, unleashing her second and third soul skills to send both of them reeling. Zhu Zhuqing nodded at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, send them off the stage. All right, Zhuqing. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is Strength. Ning Rongrong activated her first soul power enhancement for Zhu Zhuqing. A cascade of colorful light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, instantly amplifying her strength severalfold. Ghostly Claw of the Abyss. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly approached the two, who had yet to regain their footing, and struck them with her third soul skill, rendering them unconscious. Once again, it was a swift resolution, and cheers and gasps echoed throughout the arena. The spectacle was absolutely breathtaking, a swift and decisive contest. In the morning, we were graced by the enchanting Queen of Charm duo, and in the afternoon, the vibrant Rainbow Cat ensemble took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let us exuberantly cheer for them. Under the host's guidance, the atmosphere was lively and electric. Yu gazed at the two competitors and smiled, thinking, indeed, they are my women. They're simply remarkable. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing and Rongrong returned to the viewing room, and Yu immediately embraced both of them. My dear wives, you were phenomenal, he praised. Rongrong giggled. Did you see our prowess? Even the title Douluo fell before us. Yu awkwardly coughed. Let's not mention that, shall we? A husband must maintain his dignity. Zhu Zhuqing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. By the way, brother, where are Xiao Wu and Nana? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Noticing the absence of the two, They are preparing for the next match. Can you guess who their opponents are? Who could be the big radish? Rong asked curiously. It's Tang San and Ma Hongjun, Yi replied. Haha, the effeminate Tang San and that lewd chubby one. Now, this is bound to be entertaining. As the match was about to commence, the host glanced at the effeminate Tang San and the rotund Ma Hongjun, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. And now, presenting the three chubby combination, let us await the outcome. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and, with a shrill voice, declared, Xiao Wu, you vile wench. I shall exact my revenge today. Gu Gongna could not help but chuckle upon hearing Tang San's words. She looked at him and asked, Pray tell, are you the effeminate one? Tang San, indignantly pointing a finger at her, retorted, You are the effeminate one. He then turned to Ma Hongjun, saying, Fatty, let us teach them a lesson. Absolutely, third sister, Ma Hongjun replied. Who are you calling sister? No, third brother, it was a slip of the tongue. Merlia verbal faux pas. With a haughty snort, Tang San unleashed his martial soul, blue silvergrass. The tendrils of blue silver surged towards Xiao Wu and Gu Gongna. But with a nimble twist, Xiao Wu evaded the attack. Gu Gongna, observing the encroaching vine, scoffed, What a pile of trash be gone, with a flick of her wrist. A silver radiance severed Tang San's blue silver grass entirely. What? This is infuriating. Tang San exclaimed, activating his third soul skill, spiderweb binding. A massive web materialized in the air, descending upon Xiao Wu and Gu Gongna. Gu Gongna, utterly unimpressed, remarked, What a bizarre display, is this all you've got? With a flourish, she invoked her second soul skill, elemental control, summoning the power of fire. The fierce flames incinerated Tang San's web effortlessly. Furious, Tang San pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Gongna, exclaiming, Wretched woman, you have thoroughly enraged me. Gu Gongna felt a wave of disgust wash over her. You have made me exceedingly angry. She summoned the powers of fire, water, and wind simultaneously. The wind element lifted Tang San into the air, the water element enveloped him, and the fire element scorched him, making it seem as though he were merely a piece of food simmering in a repugnant broth. Oh no, put me down. Tang San's shrill cries echoed through the air. With only Ma Hongjun remaining in the arena, Xiao Wu clenched her fists and addressed him. Will you jump down willingly? Or shall I use my 8 to send you down? Hee, Sister Xiao Wu, I wouldn't dream of making you do it. I'll jump down myself. Ma Hongjun replied, promptly rolling off the stage. Seeing that she had sufficiently tormented Tang San, Gu Gongna withdrew her elemental powers, and Tang San landed heavily on the ground, his appearance utterly pitiful. The human world is quite entertaining, albeit rather weak. The fights lack satisfaction, she mused, glancing at her hands. Next time, I must find an excuse to strike Yui. For some reason, the thought of slapping Yui brings me an inexplicable thrill. Just seeing him makes me want to give him a good smack. In the viewing area, Yu Xiaojing watched the battle with a pained expression, shaking his head at the sight of Tang San sprawled on the ground. Have I truly chosen the right person? Tang San, what has become of you? It was evident that Yu Xiaojing felt a profound disappointment in Tang San. His opportunity to prove himself had vanished, leaving his face aged and haggard. Perhaps realizing that his persistence had culminated in this moment of despair, rendering him hopeless. Chapter 27. Journey to Tiando. The day finally came to a close. Yu Yi could hardly contain his excitement, yearning for the allure of Yi Lingling's seductive black silk. With the indestructible kidney bestowed by the system's rewards, he was determined to demonstrate his prowess to Yi Lingling. As Xiao Wu and Rong drifted into slumber, Yu Yi made his way to Yi Lingling's chamber. Brother Yi, you've come. Come here. Yi Lingling, emboldened, beckoned him with her delicate fingers. You little rascal, you're becoming increasingly audacious. Yu Yi approached and lifted her into his arms. Gazing into her eyes, Lingling, what are you planning to do, brother? Yi Lingling asked, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. What do you think? Without hesitation, Yu Yi commenced his performance, reveling in the moment. Her dainty feet, those exquisite toes, were translucent and glistening, utterly adorable. It was only then that he recognized the lethal allure of Yi Lingling's legs. After finishing his training, Yu Yi leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, Yi Lingling's checks frushet kurimsen. Lingling, are you unwilling? I am willing, she responded timidly. This night was destined to be anything but ordinary, as some rejoiced while others lamented. Recently, Tang San felt increasingly uneasy, the image of Yu Xiaojing haunting his thoughts. In a foul mood that night, he sought out Yu Xiaojing. Teacher, I'm sorry. I lost today. Tang San confessed, guilt evident in his voice. Alas, little San, I do not blame you, Yu Xiaojing sighed. Teacher, believe me, I will grow stronger and not disappoint you, Tang San vowed earnestly. Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment. Tang San's talent was indeed extraordinary, and with his twin martial souls, his future accomplishments were bound to be significant. He realized that he could not lose faith in Tang San over a single defeat. Had he not faced countless failures himself in the past? With a grave demeanor, he said, Little San, I believe in you. Let us strive together. Yea, that is wonderful. Teacher, Tang San exclaimed with excitement, leaping into Yu Xiaojing's embrace. What are you doing? Little San, let go of me. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, taken aback. Tang Sen gazed at him with deep affection. Teacher, Lil San, let me go, let me go. No, Irafuza. Tang Sen insisted. What kind of behavior is this? Release me at once. Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely angered. Teacher, do you not heed my words? Blue silver binding. Tang Sen unleashed his first soul skill, ensnaring Yu Xiaojiang tightly. The room echoed with sounds reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The following morning, Yu Yi, cradling Yu Lingling, puffed on a cigarette, reflecting, this is what true happiness feels like. Nati buroturi, Ye Lingling pilai fulichidit. Yu Yi chuckled. Yesterday, Lingling trained very diligently. How annoying. She retorted. All right, Lingling, brother, he must be away for a few days. I'll be leaving shortly, so please inform Rong and the others. Oh, where's brother E headed? Ye Lingling inweeded. To grow stronger, Yu Yi replied, his gaze resolute. Brother E, you are already so formidable, yet you still wish to grow stronger, Yi Lingling playfully remarked. You rascal, I speak with utmost seriousness. I must enhance my strength. Significant changes are about to unfold across this continent, and I must become even more powerful. Brother E, what kind of changes will occur? She inquired. I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, with my presence, I will protect you all. My pursuit of strength is solely for the sake of those I hold dear. To safeguard this continent, Yu E replied. Brother E, I have faith in you. Having you in my life is truly my happiness. You are also my happiness. Yu E responded, and with that, he and Yi Lingling resumed their training. Once their tasks were completed, Yu E set off towards Tiando. He summoned his second martial spirit, the Phoenix Wing, unfurling it as he soared into the sky, heading in the direction of Tiando. His speed was astonishing. However, as he passed through a forest, he faintly heard the sounds of battle. Little girl, seeing how beautiful you are, it would be best not to resist. Otherwise, if I accidentally harm you, it would break my heart, a mysterious man clad in black robes said to the woman before him. The woman, strikingly beautiful, with cascading dark red waves of hair that fell to her waist, a fair complexion, delicate features, and large eyes shimmering with a faint silver light, was none other than Huo Wu. Bah, if you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me your chatter, Huo Wu retorted angrily. Initially out for a leisurely stroll, she had not anticipated encountering a sinister soul master, especially one of such high rank. She understood that today might very well be her last. The sinister soul master chuckled ominously. Little sister, you certainly have a fiery temper. I like that. Since you choose to be disobedient, I shall take action. What action are you planning to take? Yu Yi's voice suddenly interjected. Who is speaking? The sinister soul master scanned his surroundings, finding no one. Stop hiding and reveal yourself. Yu Yi descended gracefully from the air, standing before Huo Wu. Fear not, my lady. I am here, he assured her. You? Can you contend with him? He's a soul sage. Huo Wu looked at Yu Yi's youthful visage, doubting his ability to confront such a foe. Yu Yi smiled and replied, Soul sage? Is that truly impressive? Of course. A soul sage is indeed formidable, Huo Wu stated. Then, can a titled Douluo handle him? Yu Yi asked, revealing his soul rings. What? Huo Wu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. 9 soul rings, each 100,000 years old. Are you even human? On the other side, the sinister soul master, trembling in fear, fell to his knees, pleading, I beg your pardon, your highness. I meant no offense. Please spare my life. Very well, you may leave, Yu Yi replied. Thank you, your highness. The sinister soul master hastily scrambled to his feet. However, as he fled, Yu Yi unleashed the third soul power of his second martial spirit, igniting the sinister soul master in a blaze of true flames, reducing him to ashes. Spare you? A wretch like you? Yu Yi scoffed, turning to Huo Wu. He smiled and asked, My lady, do you still doubt my abilities? Huo Wu gazed at Yu Yi's handsome face, momentarily entranced. My lady? My lady? Yu Yi waved his hand before her face. Snapping back to reality, Huo Wu respectfully said, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. It is of no consequence. May I inquire what brings you here? Yu Yi asked. This humble girl is named Huo Wu. I came here out of boredom and did not expect to encounter a sinister soul master. Thankfully, your highness arrived to save me. Thank you. Oh, it is nothing. What? You are Huo Wu? Yu Yi replied, intrigued. Do you know of me, young sir? Huo Wu queried. Not particularly. Since you are unscathed, I shall take my leave. Yu Yi said, preparing to depart when Huo Wu grasped his arm. Young sir, might you escort me home? My foot is injured, and I cannot walk, Huo Wu said, lowering her gaze. Observing her injured foot, Yu Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, since your leg is wounded. Let us rest here for the night, and I shall escort you home tomorrow. Huo Wu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young sir. Yu Yi gathered some branches to kindle a fire and purchased 2 pieces of ham from the system's marketplace to roast. As Huo Wu watched him intently, she thought, he is so handsome, and to achieve the rank of title Douluo at such a young age. One wonders which noble family he hails from. Moments later, the aroma of roasted ham filled the air, and Yu Yi, unable to contain his appetite, offered Huo Wu a piece. Here, enjoy some ham. Without hesitation, Huo Wu accepted the ham and took a bite. The tender, juicy meat amazed her, marking her first experience with such delectable fare. I never imagined his cooking would be this exquisite. Truly perfection, she mused. May I ask your name, young sir? And where are you headed? Wu inquired. I am on my way to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he answered. Oh, are you a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Wu asked. He shook his head. I am merely visiting to seek a sparring match. Oh, with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo? Indeed. Sparring with them will provide me with invaluable experience. Despite my abundant cultivation, my combat experience is lacking, he explained. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. System task activated. Accept Wu as a disciple. Completion rewards, 300 task points, 1 creation pill. The creation pill, it can break the shackles of the human body, doubling cultivation speed, and allows for unrestricted soul ring absorption. This meant he could absorb soul rings of any age, regardless of whether they were his first or second. He looked at Wu and asked, Wu, may I take you as my disciple? Really? You wish to take me as your disciple? Wu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Do you accept? Wu nodded vigorously. I do. Wu, I'm honored to accept you as my disciple. She bowed respectfully. Rise, my disciple, Yi said, helping her to her feet. You are already injured. There is no need for such formalities. It is nothing, master. At that moment, the system voice chimed again. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward dispatched. 300 task points and 1 creation pill. With his rewards in hand, Yi felt elated. His task points now exceeding 10,000, sufficient to purchase a resurrection potion to revive Xiao Wu's mother. A smile spread across his face. Wu, noticing his joy, asked, Master, what brings you such happiness? Yi cleared his throat and replied, it is simply the joy of gaining a disciple as radiant as you. Master, you flatter me, Wu said, blushing. My disciple here is a soul power enhancement pill to elevate your soul power by 5 levels. And this creation pill will help you break the limits of your body, doubling your cultivation speed. He handed her the pills. Wu gazed at the pills in her hands, wondering if they truly possessed the miraculous qualities he described. However, knowing they came from her master, she felt assured. Upon consuming them, she discovered the truth. Her soul power indeed surged by 5 levels, and the creation pill cleansed her body, revealing her untapped potential. After Fire Dance consolidated her cultivation, she expressed her gratitude to Yi, saying, Thank you, master. Your immense kindness leaves me at a loss as to how to repay you. You needn't repay me. Such is the duty of a teacher, Yi replied. Now, my pupil, the hour grows late. Let us have a meal and then retire for the night. Tomorrow I shall escort you home. Very well, master, Fire Dance responded. Chapter 29. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. As the night passed, the next morning, Yi accompanied Fire Dance back before hurrying towards the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. The city of Heaven Do was bustling with activity, far surpassing the humble ambience of Soto City. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, where he fortuitously encountered the Sword Douluo. Greetings, senior, Yi said, addressing the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo regarded Yi with curiosity and inquired, What brings you here, lad? Where's Rong? Why did she not accompany you? She remains in Soto City, honing her skills in the soul arena, Yi explained. Then what is your purpose in coming here? The Sword Douluo pressed further. I have come to meet Sect Master Ning, and to seek your guidance along with that of Senior Bone Douluo. Yi articulated his intentions. I see. Wenji is currently attending to guests. Come along with me. The Sword Douluo invited. Certainly, Senior, Yi replied. The 7 Treasure Glazed sect was indeed extraordinary, its grand hall resplendent, and seated above was Ning Fengji, flanked by the armored figure of Bone Douluo, Gurong. A young man of strikingly handsome features and noble demeanor sat nearby, leaving Yi momentarily uncertain of his identity. Wenji, I have brought your son-in-law to meet you, the Sword Douluo announced. Ning Fengji looked down at Yi with evident satisfaction, saying, Yi, is it? Truly. Heroes emerge from the youth. With Rong by your side, I feel reassured. Young man, ensure that Rong does not suffer any grievances. Should she do so, I shall not hesitate to chastise you, Bone Douluo interjected. Yi scratched his head and smiled. Fear not, Uncle Ning, Senior Bone Douluo. I shall certainly not allow Rong to be wronged. He then turned to the young man beside him and asked, Might I inquire your esteemed name? Yi. This is Prince Xueqinghe of the Heaven Do Empire, and also my pupil, Ning Fengji introduced. So this is Xueqinghe? I should rather say Qianren Xue. What a fortuitous encounter. Yi mused inwardly. Oh, you're Prince Xueqinghe. I am Yi. It is an honor to meet you, he said, bowing respectfully. There's no need for such formality. As you're the son-in-law of my teacher, you may simply call me elder brother, Xueqinghe replied. Very well then. I pay my respects to you, elder brother, Yi responded. Excellent. Yi, my younger brother, Xueqinghe said warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi turned to Ning Fengji and said, By the way, Uncle Ning, I have an important matter to discuss today. Oh, what significant matter do you have, Yi? Ning Fengji inquired. Uncle Ning, I can facilitate the transformation of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. What? The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower? Ning Fengji exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed. I possess a miraculous elixir and a seed of divine herb capable of evolving the 7-treasure glazed tower. The elixir is called the creation pill, which can break the shackles of the human body, and the seed is that of the tulip. Yui elaborated, producing the creation pill and the tulip seed. He had procured the tulip from the marketplace, along with 2 plants, one for Ning Rongrong and the other for his father-in-law. Uncle Ning, you may cultivate these in due time. The soul masters of your sect will experience evolution. However, I find it hard to believe what you say, Ning Fengji admitted. I understand your skepticism, so I have prepared a divine herb for you, Uncle Ning. Yui presented the herb before Ning Fengji. Perhaps you might absorb this divine herb as a test. Ning Fengji gazed at the ethereal Chihuahua tulip before him and said, is this truly a divine herb? Can it genuinely allow my martial spirit to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tower? Naturally, Uncle Ning, please proceed, Yui urged. Very well. Ning Fengji wasted no time and began to absorb the herb. The herb's celestial energy gradually flowed into his body, resonating with his martial spirit. Surrounded by the divine aura, he was enveloped in a dazzling light. Moments later, upon completing the absorption, he opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating power coursing through him. The 7-treasure glazed tower in his hand had transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Ning Fengji gazed in disbelief at the 9-treasure glazed tower he now held, exclaiming, it has truly succeeded. Yui, you are indeed a benefactor to our 7-treasure glazed tower. On behalf of everyone in the sect, I thank you. Uncle, we are family. There is no need for such formality. The 7-treasure glazed sect will soon be rebranded, Yui said with a grin. Ha, it shall be the 9-treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji laughed heartily. Shuqing observed Yui with growing intrigue. Meanwhile, Douluo and Sword nodded in approval, acknowledging that this son-in-law was indeed promising, albeit somewhat frivolous. By the way, Uncle Ning, I have another request. May I spar with Senior Sword Douluo and Senior Bone Douluo? Yui inquired. Oh, Yui, what is your current strength that you seek to duel with 2 title Douluo? Shuqing interjected. Elder brother, I have reached rank 98 as a title Douluo. Title, Monarch's Arrival. What? Everyone present was taken aback. You brat, are you even human? Just recently, you were rank 93, and now you claim to be rank 98? Have you found a cheat? The Sword Douluo looked at Yui as though he were a monster. Yui explained, I engaged in a fierce battle with the Haotian Douluo, breaking through my limitations, which allowed me to ascend so rapidly. You fought against the Haotian Douluo? Why? Do you bear grudge? The Sword Douluo asked. Yui snorted and recounted the entire situation. This cannot be blamed on you. It is all that Tang San's doing. That wretched boy. Well done for seriously injuring Rongrong. He deserves nothing less than death, Bone Douluo praised. Little E, it seems that being with Rongrong was indeed the right choice. Your willingness to fight for her welfare shows your genuine love for her. Uncle can rest easy now. At that moment, Ning Fengji regarded Yui thoughtfully, contemplating. This continent will undergo earth-shattering changes because of him. Rongrong, you have found yourself a remarkable man. I can now trust you to carry on the 7-treasure glazed sect in the future. My younger brother, I am truly impressed. You must be in your 20s, yet already a rank 98 Super Douluo. What is your true identity? I am quite curious, Shuqing remarked, speculating if Yui might be from the divine realm. That is a secret. In due time, I shall reveal it to you, elder brother, Yui replied. Very well. I shall await that day. After conversing with Shuqing, Yui turned towards the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo and said, Seniors, may I challenge you to a duel? Bone Douluo laughed heartily and said, all right, lad, come show me what you can do. Senior, I would prefer to face both you and Senior Sword Douluo. After all, I possess twin martial spirits, and one of you alone would not suffice, Yui explained. Twin martial spirits? Boy, did you go easy on me during our previous match? The Sword Douluo questioned. No, Senior. At that time, I merely chose not to use that martial spirit. I am partial to my primary one. I wonder if the two of you would indulge me in a duel. Yui asked once more. Then let us engage. Chapter 30. The sparring match. The group proceeded to the outdoor training grounds. The 2 esteemed seniors, let us commence, urged Yui as he faced Bone Douluo. Youngster Yui, do you truly believe that Old Bone and I can combine our strength to contend with you without any issues? Questioned Jian Douluo. Rest assured, esteemed senior. There is absolutely no problem, Yui replied with unwavering confidence. One audacious lad. Allow me to ascertain your true strength, Bone Douluo declared as he activated his martial spirit, immediately unleashing his 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. At the moment of its release, countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, resembling colossal fangs, forming a protective circle around him. This defense was remarkably robust, impervious to ordinary assaults. Impressive indeed. You initiate with such a formidable move? Yui exclaimed. With a flourish, he summoned his Yuanshan Phoenix martial spirit. A resplendent 7-colored phoenix materialized, accompanied by an immense surge of fiery energy. The Yuanshan let out a resonant cry, manifesting a vast soul power aura. Allow me to test the limits of your defenses, Yui declared, invoking his 5th soul skill, Phoenix seeking Phoenix. Two swords, one red and one white, materialized in his hands. Crossing them as two streams of sword energy surged forth like tumultuous waves towards Bone Douluo. Your spirit is commendable, young lad, but it lacks potency. Are you merely tickling me? Bone Douluo retorted, now witness my might. With a commanding voice, he unleashed the bone spikes surrounding him, each one exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Go! Bone Douluo ordered, and all the bone spikes lunged at Yui. However, Yui merely chuckled, this is splendid. Allow me to respond with my second soul skill, 7-colored light wings. A pair of resplendent wings appeared behind him, unfurling into a vibrant shield that intercepted the onslaught of bone spikes. The 9th soul skill of Guiyong not only boasted formidable defense, but also possessed astonishing offensive capabilities. Although Yui managed to block the attack, he was still forcefully pushed back by the penetrating power of the spikes. Such might would have been insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Yet Yui enjoyed the advantage of being at level 98. Had Guiyong also been at level 98, he would undoubtedly have faltered. Not bad, young one, Bone Douluo praised. He then turned to Jianduo, saying, Old Qinshin, don't just stand there. This lad is at level 98. Shall I engage him alone? Jianduo, however, paid no heed to Guiyong and instead addressed Yui. Young Yui, it is my turn now. With that, he unleashed his most powerful area attack soul skill. All swords returned to origin. Upon activation, thousands of sword spirits descended from the heavens, akin to a torrential rain of blades. With a sigh, Yui lamented, it seems these two seniors intend to teach me a harsh lesson. The deluge of sword rains surged towards Yui, complemented by the bone spikes, effectively sandwiching him in a pincer movement. Yui's 7-colored wings flapped vigorously, releasing countless feathers that shimmered with prismatic light. Engaging in combat against the oncoming sword rain, he soared towards the bone spikes, clashing his dual swords against them. Yet, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Qinghe, do you believe Yui can triumph? Ning Fengji inquired, glancing at Xue Qinghe. At present, it appears that he is struggling, but he is clearly concealing his true abilities. The outcome remains unpredictable, Xue Qinghe replied. Indeed, you are correct, yet Yui cannot prevail. Ning Fengji asserted. Master, why are you so certain? Haha, let us continue to observe. The unfolding events will reveal all, Ning Fengji replied. Very well, master. Amused by Yui's beleaguered state, Bone Douluo chuckled. Youngster, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Why the sudden shift? Steam Bone. I have yet to exert myself fully. I was merely warming up, Yui retorted. Invoking his 5th soul skill, 7-colored auspicious cloud, Yui was enveloped in radiant light, augmenting his strength, speed, and spirit twofold. He appeared as a celestial warrior, shimmering with divine brilliance. Yui retracted his feathers, allowing the sword rain and bone spikes to advance. With one sword of red and white in each hand, he raised them high and recited, Phoenix, O Phoenix, return to your homeland, soaring across the seas in search of a mate. With that, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Divine Annihilation Slash. The red and white swords transformed into an immense entity as Yui grasped them tightly, slashing forth. The enormous sword energy cascaded down like a comet, repelling both the sword rain and bone spikes. The sword energy hurtled towards Jianduo, who promptly employed Spirit Sword Guard, while Bone Douluo activated Bone Dragon Armor, enhancing his defenses 5-fold to withstand the onslaught. Both of them regarded Yui with newfound respect. Youngster, you possess considerable talent. Yui smiled modestly. Thank you for the generous praise, esteemed seniors. However, we must now engage seriously. What? Was that not serious? Yui exclaimed inwardly in astonishment. With a flourish, Jianduo unleashed his single-target assault skill, 7 kills Thunderstrike, a devastating blow that transformed into 2 sword shadows, each carrying 70% of the original's attack power, complete with a soul skill locking effect. As the dual swords hurtled towards him, Yui hastily sought to evade, but the locking mechanism rendered him unable to escape. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo activated Bone Dragon Charge, sending a colossal spectral dragon surging towards Yui. This is insufferable. How can I withstand this? Yui lamented, feeling the pressure rise as he realized that he had exhausted much of his soul power in his previous flashy displays. He found himself in a dire predicament, pursued relentlessly, which elicited laughter from the two seniors. Let him be proud. It's time to puncture his arrogance, Guiyong remarked. Yet, one cannot deny that this lad is a prodigy. With further refinement, neither of us would stand a chance against him, Qinshin replied. I concur. Our dear Rongrong has indeed found herself a commendable partner. Guiyong added with a chuckle. Haha, old Bone, I thought you disapproved of this lad. Have you now come to accept him? Enough of that. I merely found him disagreeable. It does not equate to disapproval, Guiyong retorted. Esteemed seniors, please cease your banter. I concede. I admit defeat, Yui exclaimed pitifully. How about it, Qinghe? Do you now comprehend? Ning Fengji asked once more, glancing at Xue Qinghe. Master, the student now understands, Xue Qinghe affirmed. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the spar. Dejected, Yui approached Ning Fengji and said, Uncle Ning, I have embarrassed myself. Nonsense, young Yi. You performed admirably, far surpassing many of the so-called elite I have encountered. I am quite curious about your origins and the path of your cultivation, Ning Fengji inquired. Uncle, I am an orphan, and my cultivation has been the result of my own endeavors. You are beyond mere genius. You have transcended that classification. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ning. You flatter me. At that moment, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo approached. Young Yi, do you know why you lost just now? Jian Douluo asked, patting Yi on the back. Esteemed senior, I understand. I am still not fully adept at utilizing soul skills effectively, and my combat style was overly flamboyant, leading to a loss of judgment in the heat of battle, Yi candidly acknowledged, recounting his shortcomings. You clever lad, you are not as foolish as you appear. Gu Yong chuckled. Well, esteemed seniors, I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. Uncle Ning, next time I will return with Rong Rong to visit you. Yi announced to the gathering. Very well, young Yi. Rong Rong can be a bit unruly, so do bear with her, Ning Fengji advised. Understood, everyone. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yi departed. Master, I too must bid farewell, Xue Qinghe added, following suit. Xue Qinghe stepped out of the door, intending to pursue Yi, only to discover that Yi had not left at all, but was waiting for him at the entrance. Surprised, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, Younger brother, you haven't gone yet? Yi chuckled and replied, Elder brother, you seem quite hurried. Could it be that you wish to catch up with me? Ah, my clever younger brother, I merely wish to share a drink with you, if you would be so gracious as to accept my invitation. Naturally, Yi agreed to the elder brother's request. Xue Qinghe led Yi to his residence and instructed his servants to prepare an extravagant feast. Raising his cup, Xue Qinghe said, Younger brother, allow me to toast you. It is not customary for an elder brother to toast a younger brother. It is, in fact, the younger brother's role to offer the toast. Yi downed his drink in one gulp. Ah, such a spirited younger brother. By the way, you mentioned you possess twin martial souls. Might I inquire what your other martial soul is? Xue Qinghe was filled with curiosity regarding Yi's martial souls. From their earlier sparring, it seemed that Yi's martial soul resembled that of Phoenix, yet it was distinctly unique. Placing his cup down, Yi declared, Elder brother, my first martial soul is the Ancestral Dragon, and my second is the Primordial Phoenix. Oh, your martial souls are indeed extraordinary. It appears that there is no record of such a combination in the history of Douluo Continent. Might I surmise that you are not originally from this realm? Oh, elder brother, where do you suppose I am from? Yi inquired. Have you ever heard of the Divine Realm? Xue Qinghe asked. Yi waved his hand dismissively. The Divine Realm? What significance does that hold? One day, I shall pierce through the Divine Realm. Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of such a statement. Elder brother, have you ever heard of the 12-winged holy angel? Haha, I have not. I'm only familiar with the 6-winged angel martial soul. Yi continued. What if I told you that I could facilitate the evolution of your 6-winged angel martial soul into the 12-winged holy angel? Xue Qinghe paused, quickly regaining his composure. Younger brother, I do not possess a 6-winged angel martial soul. Yi stood and approached Xue Qinghe, gazing intently in his eyes. Is that so? Would you prefer I address you as Brother Xue or His Highness Qianren? The smile on Xue Qinghe's face abruptly faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. Younger brother, do not speak recklessly. Xue, Yi pressed. Why burden yourself so? Why not simply be yourself? You are ensnared by too many constraints. Is this truly your desire? Who are you? Xue Qinghe rose, locking eyes with Yi. It felt as though Yi could see through her very soul, leaving her with no secrets to hide. Xue, if you wish to break free from all of this, trust me, I can empower you, liberate you from all that binds you, and even assist you in attaining divinity if you so desire. Why should I trust you? Xue Qinghe narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. Simply because I have achieved the rank of titled law at the tender age of 20, and because I possess the ability to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tower. Is that not sufficient? Yi proclaimed loudly. Xue Qinghe pondered this. Indeed, being a titled law at 20 spoke volumes. If he were not from a supreme world, it would be impossible to accomplish such feats, casually evolving the 7 treasures glazed tower and eliminating its shortcomings. If all of this were true, then perhaps he could indeed resolve her predicaments. Noticing Xue Qinghe's silence, Yi recognized that she was beginning to contemplate, perhaps even wavering in her resolve. This was the outcome he had hoped for. So, Qianren, have you made your decision? Do you wish to believe in me or not? How do you know all of this about me? Xue Qinghe inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Yi's. He looked at her with profound affection and replied, I am a god from the future. I came to the mortal realm to meet you, and in time, we fell in love. Yet, you chose to bear your burdens, and I, heartbroken, departed, unable to let go. I returned to find you, only to discover that you had left me forever. This sorrow was unbearable. So I traversed the river of time on a ferry to the past, solely to save you. Even if you no longer love or even hate me, I am determined to rescue you. Of course, these were mere fabrications from Yi. He could not reveal to Qianren that he was aware of the script. Do you truly expect me to believe your tale? Xue Qinghe scoffed. Do not believe me? Then consume this, and you shall know. Yu Yi produced a creation pill and tossed it to Xue Qinghe. What is this? Chapter 32, 12-Winged Holy Angel. Xue Qinghe examined the pill, recognizing its familiarity. Is this the creation pill you gifted to our master? She asked. Indeed, Yu Yi affirmed. Rest assured, it is not poisonous. If I had desired your demise, you would not be standing here now. After a moment of hesitation, Xue Qinghe took the pill and consumed it. The instant it touched her tongue, she was astonished. The pill seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing in her mouth before vanishing. Almost immediately, her body began to radiate warmth, and her fair complexion flushed with vitality, a unique power coursing through her meridians. As time passed, this sensation gradually subsided, and she realized that her potential had been unlocked, presenting her with boundless possibilities. Do you not feel that the shackles on your body have been shattered? Yu Yi inquired. Indeed, but I am curious as to why you would assist me. This was a question that perplexed Qian Renxue, as she found it impossible to believe Yu Yi's claim of being from the future. I have already told you, I am from the future, Yu Yi began. Before he could finish, Qian Renxue interrupted. Do not speak of that. I do not believe you. Do you truly wish for me to elaborate? Yu Yi asked earnestly. Very well, speak, Qian Renxue replied, maintaining her aloof demeanor. In truth, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten, Yu Yi confessed earnestly. You rogue, do you say such things to every woman? No, Xuea, Iam Zinsila. There are certain secrets I cannot divulge, but trust me, I am here to save you. Seeing the earnestness in his expression, Qian Renxue's heart began to waver. Perhaps he truly was here to help her. Swear, trust me, I shall stand atop this world, reigning supreme, and ensure you become the happiest woman in existence. Please do not say such things, Qian Renxue implored, unable to withstand Yu Yi's sweet words. It was the first time in her life that a man had stirred her so deeply. Xuea, do not call me that. Then, shall I refer to you as little Xue? Now, let us evolve your 6-winged angel martial soul into the 9-winged holy angel. Yu Yi stated. What precisely is this 12-winged holy angel martial soul you speak of? It is said that the 12 represents the ultimate. Angels possess wings that number 12, while 9 wings signify holiness and supremacy. Thus, the 12-winged holy angel is also known as the supreme divine angel, far surpassing the strength of the 6-winged angel. Yu Yi elaborated slowly. This information was gleaned from his research when he acquired the evolution feathers for the 9-winged holy angel. Now, encountering Qian Renxue, the evolution feathers he had purchased would finally serve a purpose. Ding! System task triggered. Assist Qian Renxue in evolving her martial soul. Upon completion, rewards will include 300 task points and a divine creation monument. Host currently lacks the authority to access detailed information and usage rights for the divine creation monument. As the system chimed in, it coincided perfectly with assisting Qian Renxue in awakening her martial soul. This system truly demonstrated a remarkable sense of humanity. In a moment of ethereal grace, Yu Yi retrieved the 9-winged holy angel's evolution feather from the depths of the system space. Xiaoxue, holding it in her hands, merged with this divine essence, thereby allowing her angelic martial soul to undergo a profound evolution. As Qian Renxue gazed at the evolution feather bestowed upon her by Yu Yi, an undeniable truth dawned upon her. Her martial soul was beckoning for this very feather. The evolution feather radiated waves of holy light, enveloping Qian Renxue in its celestial glow. From her back emerged her 6-winged angel martial soul, slowly undergoing a purification process, with wings multiplying until they reached a magnificent 12. In her hands, the justice enforcement sword of the angelic clan materialized. The divine presence was resplendent and noble as the holy light descended, bathing all living beings in its warmth. With a newfound awareness, Qian Renxue opened her eyes, acutely sensing the transformation within herself. Despite Yu Yi's somewhat mischievous demeanor, she could not help but feel astonished by his actions. Thank you, Yu Yi, she expressed, her voice laced with gratitude. Is that all? I've assisted you so much, and yet you merely say thanks? Ah, it hurts, it truly hurts. Yu Yi replied, feigning a sense of grievance. What more do you wish for my gratitude? That would be excessive, she countered. How about this? Allow me to see your true form. Is that too much to ask? That is acceptable, but not here. Follow me, Qian Renxue instructed, leading Yu Yi outside her study. You will wait outside. I shall call you in when the time is right. Do you understand? She commanded. Yes, understood, he acquiesced. Inside the room, Qian Renxue shed her disguise. Her skin was as white as snow, her nose straight, and her slightly delicate phoenix eyes framed a visage of unparalleled beauty, exuding an air of dignity. She donned a resplendent golden gown, seamlessly woven with golden threads, elegantly simple in its design, adorned with a high collar that embraced her long, fair neck. Her golden hair cascaded casually down her back. Come in, she beckoned. Upon hearing her voice, Yu Yi hastily pushed open the door. He stood there, momentarily entranced. For Qian Renxue truly was a breathtaking beauty. Swear, you are stunning, he exclaimed. Qian Renxue responded coldly. Pervert, lecher, you've seen enough, are you satisfied now? Completely satisfied, he replied as he stepped closer taking her delicate hand and gazing deeply into her eyes. In that instant, Qian Rengshu was taken aback by Yu Yi's sudden boldness. "Swear, you are exquisite," he murmured, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling her enchanting fragrance. The masculine aura surrounding him left her momentarily dazed, her breathing quickening. "Let go of me. Release me at once," she protested, struggling against his hold. Yu Yi gently stroked her golden locks, speaking softly. "Swear, rest assured, I shall keep my promise. I will help you shatter the chains that bind you. I must leave now, but we shall meet again." With that, Yu Yi released Qian Rengshu and departed. As she watched him walk away, a subtle shift occurred in her gaze, an unconscious realization taking root within her. Chapter 33, Little Angel, Jiangzhu. In the Spirit Hall, a figure knelt before the Pope. "Your Holiness, I observed a man lingering in the young master's quarters for quite some time." The speaker was Zhu Zhuqing. Addressing the esteemed figure above him, Bibi Dong, the current Pope. Bibi Dong, though not tall, was resplendent in a dazzling golden gown that hugged her form perfectly, radiant with an array of jewels, and crowned with a magnificent purple-gold diadem. Her flawless complexion and nearly perfect features set her apart, exuding an aura of unearthly nobility that inspired reverence in all who gazed upon her. Despite the passage of time, her face bore no marks of age. "Understood. Seek out that man and ascertain his identity," Bibi Dong commanded. "Yes, Your Holiness," Yu Egwan replied. Meanwhile, Yu Yi lingered in the memory of holding Qian Rengshu, her intoxicating scent and delicate beauty captivating him. "Shuer is truly enchanting. She deserves the title of the continent's most beautiful maiden," he mused. Suddenly, he sensed he was being followed. "Show yourself. I am aware of your presence," Yu Yi declared, his voice cool and composed. "Ah, well done, my lord. Your perception is commendable." Yu Egwan emerged, striding forth with an alluring grace. Yu Yi, recognizing the man clad in golden armor and possessing an enchanting visage, quickly deduced his identity. "What brings you to follow me, Zhu Douluo?" he inquired. "I merely wish to ask you a few questions," Yu Egwan replied. "Proceed," Yu Yi encouraged. "What is your relationship with the young lady? Where do you hail from? Which sect do you belong to?" Yu Egwan posed his inquiries in rapid succession. "Shuer is my woman. I belong to no sect. I hail from the Exploding Heaven Gang," Yu Yi answered with a smile. "Exploding Heaven Gang? I have not heard of it. Is it a hidden sect? The young masteress woman?" Yu Egwan pondered internally. "Very well. Thank you for the information," Yu Egwan said before vanishing from sight. "Could it be that Dong has taken an interest in me? That would be delightful. A mature and alluring woman like her is certainly to my taste." Yu Yi chuckled to himself, a sly grin spreading across his face. The three renowned beauties of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Qian Rengshu, and Hulaina, were all figures of his dreams. Qian Rengshu, pure and unblemished. Hulaina, sultry and enchanting. While Bibi Dong exuded a mature elegance that was simply irresistible. Yu Yi soon found himself in a bustling eatery, struggling to find a seat amidst the throng of patrons. After scanning the room, he spotted an empty seat at a table occupied by a beautiful woman. Approaching her, he politely asked, "Miss, may I share this table with you?" The woman nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Yu Yi replied graciously as he took a seat. As a title Douluo, Yu Yi sensed that the woman was also a soul master and inquired, "Miss, are you a soul master?" Setting her meal aside, she looked at him and replied, "Indeed, I am a soul master, with a healing martial soul known as the Healing Staff." Yu Yi's heart raced at this revelation. Could she be the little angel Jiangzhu? "I am Yu Yi, also a soul master," he introduced himself courteously. Jiangzhu regarded Yu Yi with growing admiration. His handsome features and courteous demeanor were quite appealing. "Oh, what is your martial soul, and what is its rank?" she asked. "My martial soul is the Ancestral Dragon, and my soul power is at level 98, Yu Yi declared. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiangzhu's face, but she hesitated, pondering the likelihood of such a young individual being a title Douluo. "You jest, my lord," she said with a playful smile. "I assure you, I am quite sincere. I am no deceiver," Yu Yi responded earnestly, his serious demeanor causing Jiangzhu to stifle a laugh. Momentarily forgetting her meal, "How might you present proof of your status as a soul master?" Jiangzhu inquired, prompting Yu Yi to realize he had never registered at the Spirit Hall. "Ah, I have not yet registered, but if you trust me, I can demonstrate my abilities once we finish our meal," he suggested. Jiangzhu smiled in agreement. Very well. The two soon completed their meal, and, mindful of their surroundings, ventured to a more secluded area. However, just then, three rather unsavory-looking individuals blocked their path. One of the more slender figures leered, "Little beauty, would you like to have some fun with your big brother?" Jiangzhu was filled with trepidation. Seeking refuge behind Yu Yi, with an icy gaze, Yu Yi addressed the man before him. "If you wish to live, I suggest you vacate the premises." The man, taken aback, retorted mockingly, "You arrogant pretty boy. Do you even know who my grandfather is?" Yu Yi replied sharply, "And who might you be? You dare to claim kinship with me? I am your grandfather's nemesis." The man scoffed. "Ah, so it is you three rascals who have wrought havoc." Yu Yi turned to Jiangzhu, saying, "My lady, observe closely. I have not deceived you." As he unleashed his martial spirit, A majestic dragon and phoenix materialized above him, their all-seeing eyes seemingly capable of obliterating the trio before him. "A title Douluo," he proclaimed. The trio, thoroughly intimidated, fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life," they pleaded nearly in tears. "You may be spared, but to prevent further mischief, I must render you powerless." A wretched wail echoed from a distant corner, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Yu Yi and Jiangzhu then began to wander, though Jiangzhu appeared increasingly uneasy. "My lady, there is no need for such restraint. I did not lie when I claimed to be a titled Douluo," Yu Yi reassured her. Jiangzhu shook her head. "No, your excellency did not deceive me. Thank you for your assistance earlier." "Ha ha ha, my lady, I have yet to learn your name. What do you go by?" he inquired. "I am called Jiangzhu," she replied nervously. "Jiangzhu, a beautiful name indeed. Are you studying at the Lamba Academy?" he asked. "How do you know?" Jiangzhu queried. "Just a guess. Might you show me around your school? I have some matters to discuss with your principal." Yu Yi's true intention was to pursue his beloved Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's character was indeed tragic, having fallen for someone she ought not to love, enduring years of solitude, while Yu Xiaojing, despite professing to be a spiritual partner, ended up fathering a child. This was truly infuriating. Given Yu Xiaojing's understanding of martial spirits, he must have known of Lu Erlong's blood relation to him. Everything was part of Yu Xiaojing's sinister scheme, much like Tang San, a hypocrite in his own right. Jiangzhu led Yu Yi to Lamba Academy, the predecessor of Shrek Academy, which later gained renown across the continent. "Jiangzhu, your academy is quite impressive. Clearly, your principal manages it well," Yu Yi remarked. The environment, training facilities, and accommodations were all commendable. Lu Erlong's adept governance of the academy illustrated her competence. Yu Yi's affection for Lu Erlong was not solely based on her unwavering devotion, but also on her capabilities and her nuanced personality. Fiery towards others yet tender and charming towards those she cared for, embodying a delightful contrast. After their excursion, Jiangzhu took her leave, while Yu Yi proceeded to seek out Lu Erlong. As he walked, Yu Yi pondered whether to establish his own faction. The system had indicated that the Douluo Continent would undergo significant changes, and relying solely on himself would prove insufficient. Thus, if he could cultivate his own power, reigning supreme would become far more attainable. Beep. Host shows great awareness. Now issuing a high-level mission. Establish your own faction. The Chuanshan Gang. Completing this task will yield a super mysterious reward. The system chimed in. Curious about this super reward, Yu Yi asked. "What exactly is this mysterious prize? Do not presume you are in a position of power, for this system shall not divulge that information. Farewell." The system disconnected, leaving Yu Yi frustrated at its blatant disrespect. He wished he could drag the system out and deliver a couple of slaps for its insolence towards its master. As he traversed a narrow path, he soon discovered a solitary house, undoubtedly Lu Erlong's private residence. Continuing on, he spotted a woman tending to flowers. Clad in a simple azure dress, with a strand of hair gathered up, her pale visage showcased exquisite features, framed by enchanting brows and captivating large black eyes that, despite their vacant gaze, still sparkled with life. Beneath her modest attire was a figure of extraordinary allure, far beyond an ordinary girl's reach. This was Lu Erlong, fiery temperament, stunning physique. Seeing her in person revealed that the descriptions in the novels had been far too reserved. The mature aura and striking figure were enough to make one's heart race. "Who goes there?" Lu Erlong inquired coldly, sensing an unfamiliar presence. "I am you, honored to meet the legendary killing corner of the Golden Iron Triangle," he replied, bowing respectfully. Lu Erlong's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him. "Who are you? And how do you know of me?" Since that fateful night, Yu Xiaojing had relinquished everything, bidding farewell to Flinder to embark on a solitary journey of wandering, escaping his own failures and the ghosts of his past. He had never imagined that he would place his trust in a monster, forever haunted by that night's ordeal. Though he was his own disciple, and a male one at that, he had been violated in ways he could never forget. That night, he had been forced to endure unspeakable acts, a humiliating experience that shattered his pride. Reflecting on his former glory, he now found himself in a pitiful state. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing's eyes were vacant, drained of motivation, his body filthy and clothes tattered as he lay in a street corner, gazing up at the azure sky. "Teacher, there you are. I've been searching everywhere for you." Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in despair as he beheld the figure before him. Chapter 35. A heartbroken Lu Erlong. Yu Yi gazed at Lu Erlong, feeling a pang of sympathy for her solitary silhouette. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojing, she would not have endured such hardships, nor would she have chosen to live alone at Lamba Academy. "How I came to know you is unimportant. I am here to help you see the truth," he stated. Lu Erlong, puzzled, replied, "See the truth?" Yu Yi continued, "Sister Erlong, I noticed you standing alone for quite some time, seemingly watering the flowers, but truly lost in thought about someone." Frowning, Lu Erlong pondered, "Who is this person? It feels as if he can see right through me." "Sister Erlong, do you truly believe Yu Xiaojing is worth this suffering? He is nothing but a hypocrite. How dare you? Do not speak ill of Xiaojing." Lu Erlong unleashed her soul power, her icy glare directed at Yu. I speak nothing but the truth. You seek death. Yu Xiaojiang held immense significance in Lu Erlong's heart, and any disparagement towards him ignited her fury. Lu Erlong summoned her martial spirit and charged at Yu. Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating, as expected, mention of Yu Xiaojiang incites Lu Erlong's rage. However, I must make her recognize the true nature of this hypocrite. As a 98th level title Douluo, Yu was far beyond Lu Erlong, merely a soul Douluo. Instead of retaliating, Yu employed his soul pressure to subdue her. What? A title Douluo? Lu Erlong gasped, her astonishment evident in her gaze. What do you intend to do? Lu Erlong found herself utterly perplexed. She did not recognize the title Douluo, nor had she ever harbored any enmity against him. Why was he seeking her? Yu gazed at Lu Erlong and said, I bear no ill intentions. I am here to assist you. Assist me? You claim that Yu Xiaojiang is doing so for my benefit. I understand that Yu Xiaojiang holds great significance in your heart, but do you truly know him? Yu inquired earnestly. Know him? Huh, of course I know him. No one understands him better than I do. Is that so? What if I told you that Yu Xiaojiang has been deceiving you all along? Would you believe me? Huh, I would certainly not. If you mean no harm, then kindly release me, Lu Erlong retorted angrily. Yu did not relent. Instead, he looked up at the sky and continued. Yu Xiaojiang abandoned Bibi Dong to take revenge on his family, yet he chose to be with you. He is an expert in martial souls. He recognized your martial soul as the mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, yet he still chose to remain with you. After your family took you away, did he make any effort to find you? Has he ever come for you? He does not truly love you. A person who loves you would risk everything for your sake. Reflect deeply on my words. As Yu released Lu Erlong, she found herself consumed by his statements. Have I truly been deceived? She pondered, her expression sorrowful as she knelt on the ground. She understood that Yu Xiaojiang's aptitude for cultivation was lacking. Yet he excelled in the study of martial souls. After all these years, he had never sought her out. Was it all a grand deception? If so, what had her yearning and longing meant all these years? Seeing the impact of his words, Yu continued to embellish. He was once with Bibi Dong. What did Bibi Dong gain from that? She was ultimately discarded by him. Yu Xiaojiang is far from the simple man he appears to be. Why? Why is it all a lie? Am I truly that foolish, or are you merely deceiving me? Lu Erlong cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Why you ask me? You know the answer within your own heart. I am uncertain. I am lost in confusion. Yu regarded the weeping Lu Erlong and asked with gravity. Then let me ask you, would you be willing to forsake everything for Yu Xiaojiang? I would. Indeed you would. But would he? He only cares for himself. After all these years, he has not sought you out. Do you know what he has been doing? Do you even know where he is? Lu Erlong wiped her tears and looked at Yu, asking, where is he? He is at Shrek Academy, the Soul Master Academy, founded by your dear Flender. He has taken on an apprentice to prove his theories. For all these years, his only concern has been his theories, not you. Is it not painfully obvious? When one truly loves another, material possessions, familial ties, and status become irrelevant. Regardless of wealth or poverty, one would willingly share both joy and sorrow with their beloved. Yet, does Yu Xiaojiang's behavior reflect genuine love for Lu Erlong? Yu found himself perplexed at whether the original narrative was indeed accurate. He glanced at Lu Erlong and sighed. Love truly makes one foolish. At some point, a breeze swept through, cold and unwelcoming, perhaps a reflection of despair. Lu Erlong rose from the ground, looked at Yu and said, take me to see Yu Xiaojiang. I wish to know what he is doing now. Yu turned to Lu Erlong, resigned, and replied, very well. I shall take you. He felt a sense of hopelessness. Although he harbored feelings for Lu Erlong, he would not impose himself upon her. Having guided her thus far, if she remained oblivious, it could only be said that one cannot awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. Chapter 36. The Perverse Master and Apprentice, Lu Erlong's New Beginning. Lu Erlong wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude to Yu. Thank you. Thank you, Yu. Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. However, I must hold you as we fly, do you mind? It is the quickest way to return to Shrek. Without hesitation, Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. Yu lifted her into a princess carry, causing her to gasp in surprise. Do not be alarmed. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Yu summoned the dual wings of a Yuan Feng and soared into the sky. Throughout the journey, he indeed did not act improperly, yet the mature aura emanating from Lu Erlong ignited his imagination. However, he could only indulge in such thoughts, for he considered himself a gentleman. Lu Erlong's reaction was more pronounced. Being held in such a manner, she was close enough to see Yu's handsome visage. The masculine aura surrounding him made her cheeks flush. It was the first time she had been held by a man, especially one significantly younger than herself, leaving her feeling quite flustered. I hadn't noticed before how strikingly handsome he is, Lu Erlong murmured to herself. We have arrived. Below us lies Shrek Academy, Yu announced. Lu Erlong was taken aback by the swiftness of their arrival. Gazing at the dilapidated state of Shrek Academy, she understood how hard Flender had fallen over the years. Reflecting on the past, she longed for those beautiful times. Come, I will lead you to find Yu Xiaojing. They approached Yu Xiaojing's room, only to discover he was not there. Yu Yi pondered. He might have gone to discuss matters with Tang San. Where has Xiaojing gone? Isn't this his residence? Why isn't he here? Lu Erlong inquired. He may have gone to find his apprentice, Tang San. Let's check there. They quickly arrived at Tang San's quarters, only to hear the sounds of two men from within. Goodness. Yu Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang San and Yu Xiaojing would be involved with one another. What is that noise? I must see. As Lu Erlong attempted to rush in, Yu Yi swiftly blocked her, holding her firmly. What are you doing? Let me go, you rogue. Quiet. I am not trying to take advantage of you. Do you think it is appropriate for us to enter like this? Aren't you curious about what Yu Xiaojing is doing? But if we do not go in, we will never know what is happening. Lu Erlong urged anxiously. Do not fret. I have a plan. Yu Yi purchased 2 concealment pills from the system shop, and after consuming them, they stealthily entered the room. In an instant, they were taken aback. Tang San was pressed closely against Yu Xiaojing, both of them unclothed. Teacher, you made me so happy just now. Having you is truly wonderful, Tang San said with a tender smile. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing exhibited none of his previous fear. His expression was softer as he stroked Tang San's head, saying, Little San, we are now bound together. If we wish to be recognized by the world, you must establish your name across the continent and become its strongest. Rest assured, teacher, I will strive to grow stronger so we can stand together proudly, Tang San responded, tightening his embrace around Yu Xiaojing before leaning in for a kiss. Lu Erlong felt a wave of nausea, which she just witnessed. The person she had longed for day and night was engaged in such acts. In that moment, her heart shattered. That which was most precious to her lay in ruins. She could no longer bear to remain there and dashed out, with Yu Yi hastily following her. Huh? What was that sound? Teacher, what sound? Let us continue. At dusk, as autumn leaves danced in the wind, Lu Erlong's forlorn figure appeared achingly solitary. She wished to weep, yet no tears would come. Heh, Yu Xiaojing. Oh, Yu Xiaojing. You have deceived me most wretchedly, and I harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. Yet, I also despise myself for being so blind as to fall for a scoundrel like you. How I regret my naivety. Yu Yi couldn't fathom why Yu Xiaojing and that scoundrel Tang San had become entangled. Surely, it couldn't all be attributed to the butterfly effect of my arrival here. After all, this is a novel, and now we dwell in the realm of reality, where everything is in constant flux. Yu Yi slowly approached Lu Erlong, offering her a handkerchief. What are you doing? I am not crying. Why would I need your handkerchief? Lu Erlong inquired coldly. Do you wish to cry? I do not. I refuse to shed tears for a deceitful scoundrel. Then let us smile. I find it equally impossible to smile. Look at the sky. The sun has set, and night is approaching, heralding the dawn of tomorrow, Yu Yi pointed out. Lu Erlong turned to Yu Yi and asked, What are you trying to convey? Yu Yi replied, Let go of the past and embrace rebirth. The future awaits us. Why must we remain entangled in what has transpired? What has happened is set in stone and cannot be altered. Instead, let us gaze toward the future and rediscover our true selves. Lu Erlong studied Yu Yi's youthful visage, astonished that such a young boy could articulate such mature sentiments. Rediscovering oneself. What does my true self even resemble? She pondered internally. Lu Erlong closed her eyes, feeling the autumn breeze brush against her. Perhaps the answer lies at the end of the wind. Chapter 37. Angering Bibi Dong. Yu Yi did not linger long with Lu Erlong. As dusk descended, he escorted her back. He understood that Lu Erlong needed time to recuperate, and thus he refrained from intruding. Just as he departed from the Lamba Academy, a chilling and sinister aura enveloped him. To his astonishment, a man exuding a dark essence materialized before him. This man was the Ghost Douluo Aga. His Holiness the Pope summons you, Ghost Douluo proclaimed. Yu Yi, unperturbed, replied, Lead the way. He followed Ghost Douluo to the Pope's hall, and as soon as they entered, the door closed automatically. The entire hall exuded an air of solemnity and gravity. A commanding voice resonated from above. You are Yu Yi, a young title Douluo, truly a prodigy. Yu Yi gazed upward, scrutinizing Bibi Dong, who indeed appeared remarkably youthful, her noble and elegant demeanor inspiring reverence. Bibi Dong, noticing Yu Yi's gaze, chastised him with a hint of ire. How dare you? Yu Yi found her anger surprisingly appealing. He cupped his hands in respect, stating, I am unaware of the reason for your summons, Your Holiness. Nor have I committed any offense against you. Why then are you angry? Bibi Dong coldly retorted, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You fail to prostrate yourself before me and dare to regard me with such disdainful eyes. How could I not be enraged? Yu Yi chuckled lightly. Your Holiness need not concern herself with such trifles. Simply state your purpose for summoning me. Bibi Dong inquired. You claim to be Qianren man. Is that true? Indeed. He affirmed. Preposterous. Do you truly believe Qianren would fall for a man surrounded by numerous women? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yu Yi, aware of this, remained unfazed, for he knew that Bibi Dong was not necessarily his match at this moment. What of it? This is a private matter between me and Schwerer. Besides, I am not Yu Xiaojing. I would never betray Schwerer, though I may have many women. I have never wronged them, treating them all with utmost affection. Bibi Dong's fury swelled. You dare to mention that man in my presence? Is it true that you cannot forget him? Yi countered. Your Holiness, let me ask you, do you truly wish to forget him, or do you harbor hatred for him? What do you mean? Do you think I cannot forget him? Bibi Dong huffed. Not at all. It is merely that I wonder if you still love him in light of his current state. You have seen him? Indeed. He is at Shrek Academy and has taken on an apprentice, with whom he has become entangled. Your Holiness, can you guess the identity of his apprentice? Yi said with a smile. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Tang Hao's son, Tang San. What? Dong Gao is son? Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing is nothing but a hypocrite. He first betrayed you and then wronged Lu Erlong, who is, after all, his cousin. By taking Tang San as his apprentice, he aims to contend with you. Bibi Dong scrutinized Yu Yi, sensing he was not lying. If all this were true, then she had indeed been blind in the past. Yu Yi continued, in truth, your Holiness does not still love him. Yu Xiaojing is merely an obsession for you. Moreover, what merits does he possess? Look at me. I am a far better man than Yu Xiaojing. Yu Yi jested. Yu Yi, you are audacious. I shall slay you. Bibi Dong brandished her staff, unleashing a wave of soul power towards Yu Yi. Yu Yi effortlessly deflected the strike. What is the meaning of this, your Holiness? I speak nothing but the truth. Should you choose to strike, you ought to consider whether you can match me in combat. As he spoke, Yu Yi activated his martial spirit, and 900,000-year soul rings appeared simultaneously. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Who are you? 900,000-year soul rings? How did you acquire them? Yu Yi could not divulge that it was the power of a golden finger. Suspended in mid-air, Yu Yi declared with authority, I dwell between heaven and earth. Gazing upon the myriad beings, the world, in all its vastness, is but a grain of sand in the ocean. Bibi Dong, fixated on Yu Yi, asked, Are you the divine realm? Such a lack of taste. What significance does the divine realm hold? You need not know my identity. Now, do you still wish to engage me in battle? Bibi Dong seethed. Ha! Yu Yi, you have truly provoked my ire. Bibi Dong unleashed her martial spirit, casting a death spider web to ensnare Yu Yi. The blue spider martial spirit exhaled a black web toward him. Yu Yi swiftly summoned his Ancestral Dragon martial spirit and employed his second soul skill, Dragon's Breath, incinerating the web. Yu Yi was genuinely taken aback that Bibi Dong had decided to attack him. Such a proud woman as Bibi Dong required one to demonstrate greater arrogance and dominance to conquer her. The only solution was to fight until Bibi Dong acknowledged defeat. Bibi Dong, you initiated this skirmish. Do not blame me, Yu Yi remarked, observing her furious visage. Enough with the frivolities. Prepare yourself. Chapter 38, The Bet. Upon witnessing her death spiderweb incinerated, Bibi Dong became increasingly vigilant. Although Yu Yi appeared somewhat frivolous, his strength was not to be underestimated, especially with those 900,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong found it incomprehensible how this individual had acquired so many such soul rings. He was unworthy of them. Certainly unworthy. Your soul skill is quite impressive, yet in the face of absolute strength, it is mere flotsam, Yu Yi taunted, gazing at the enraged Bibi Dong. It's no joke. I have trained for 2.5 years as a master of rap and dance. Since his confrontation with the swordbone Douluo and Tang Hao, he has experienced considerable advancement, yet he would not be foolish enough to unleash his most formidable techniques right away. His mastery over soul power has also become increasingly proficient. Indeed, only through weathering storms can one truly grow. Observing that Bibi Dong was ignoring him, Yu Yi continued, Your Holiness, how about we engage in a wager? Huh? Are you afraid you cannot best me? Hence your eagerness to gamble? Bibi Dong retorted disdainfully. Oh, the esteemed Pope dares not? Yu Yi teased. What is there for me to fear? What shall we wager? Let us compete for victory. Should I triumph, you must grant me a request. Conversely, if I am defeated, I shall fulfill one of your demands, Yu Yi proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Bibi Dong acquiesced. Very well, let us wager. Without further ado, she summoned her second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. At that moment, intricate dark green spiderweb patterns adorned her forehead, and a shimmering layer of dark green light enveloped her. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs emerged from her back, while her arms transformed into long green spears, exuding an aura of formidable aggression. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. This powerful physical attack rendered all forms of physical defense ineffective, while magical defenses were diminished by 50%. If struck, the resulting wounds would be eternally inscribed. Recognizing the terrifying nature of Bibi Dong's soul skill, Yu Yi steeled himself for the confrontation, knowing that he could not evade the impending onslaught. He activated his 8th soul skill, the void-piercing spear. Gripping the spear, he began to execute a series of fluid movements, resembling a general commanding his troops on the battlefield. With a roar akin to a dragon's cry, it seemed as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. He executed a pinpoint strike, and, as the spear danced, an ethereal dragon shadow swirled around him. Aiming at Bibi Dong's direction, he thrust forward, and the spectral dragon entwined around the spear, emitting a thunderous roar as it launched forth to collide with Bibi Dong's eternal creation. This signature move of Yu Yi's involved condensing his soul power into a single point, compressing and expanding it until reaching a critical threshold, then releasing it in a devastating strike. However, using this technique drained all his soul power, which had previously hindered his ability to unleash it against Tang Hao. Bibi Dong's expression grew grave as she observed her eternal creation faltering, contemplating. Am I truly destined to lose? Hey, why are you dawdling? Dodge, Yu Yi urged, but Bibi Dong, momentarily distracted, allowed her eternal creation to weaken, and it was ultimately obliterated by Yu Yi's pinpoint strike. The massive energy surged towards her, and, as Yu Yi called out, she snapped back to reality, only to find she had no time to evade. Fully prepared for the impending injury, she closed her eyes. Yet, she felt no pain. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find Yu Yi shielding her. Blood trickled from his lips as he collapsed into her embrace. What's wrong? Were you frightened by me? He whispered weakly. Cough, cough. Bibi Dong, you owe me a life. Bibi Dong, gazing at the severely injured Yu Yi, inquired, why did you save me? Huh, I simply couldn't bear to see you harmed further. But it truly aches, he replied. I never anticipated such power from this move. I've lost this wager. Though injured, he felt it was worth it. Being held by Bibi Dong was sheer bliss. Yet, the cost of his happiness was exorbitant. He struggled to comprehend why she had suddenly been so distracted. You didn't shield me just so I would embrace you, did you? Bibi Dong asked. Of course not. Do you think I'm that foolish? Bibi Dong nodded. Perhaps yes. Yu Yi felt darkness envelop him, a surge of blood threatening to erupt. Bibi Dong's words had infuriated him. What a futile rescue, truly a wasted effort. This woman drives me mad, he lamented inwardly. Just as Bibi Dong was about to speak, she too succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Yu Yi fell heavily. Ouch, my backside. What are you doing, Bibi Dong? He rubbed his rear and turned to find Bibi Dong unconscious, her body enshrouded in an eerie purple aura. What a pure bloodline power, a mysterious voice echoed. Yu Yi cautiously scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Yet, the strange aura enveloping Bibi Dong coalesced into a humanoid shape. The figure lunged at Yu Yi, enveloping him and lifting him into the air, no matter how he struggled. He could not escape until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Who dares intrude upon a master's consciousness? Seeking Death. Chapter 39, The Sly Vixen. As Yu Yi opened his eyes, he was met with a sweet aroma. What is this? Suddenly, realization struck Bibi Dong. He recognized he had touched an inappropriate area. At that moment, Bibi Dong stirred awake, narrowing her eyes at Yu Yi's guilty hand. Taking a deep breath, she resisted the urge to retaliate. But she could not hold back any longer. Get away, you lecherous scoundrel. Bibi Dong slapped Yu Yi away, sending him crashing against a pillar in the grand hall. Dazed, he staggered to his feet, feeling the world spin before him, and pointed at her, stuttering, why you? With a resounding thud, he fainted again, sprawling face down on the ground. Looking at the unconscious Yu Yi, Bibi Dong mused. Did I strike too hard? Did I knock him out? Why has the aura of the Rakshasa dissipated from me? Could it be? She glanced at the unconscious Yu Yi, suspecting that his presence might have caused the disappearance of her aura, but with him unconscious, she could not inquire. Bibi Dong clutched her chest, exclaiming, you infuriate me. I have never endured such indignity in my life. When Yu Yi regained consciousness, he was greeted by a fragrant scent. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a woman's chamber. Ouch, that hurts, he gasped, recalling his injuries. He retrieved a life-restoring pill and consumed it. Afterward, he felt somewhat better. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a woman. Handsome, you're awake, she purred. With long black hair and an almost flawless figure, she exuded an alluring charm. Her voice, though somewhat husky, carried a unique allure. Without a doubt, he recognized her. Hulaina. Miss, who are you? Where am I? Yu Yi asked, gazing at Hulaina. With a sultry gait, she approached, sitting on Yu Yi's lap, her fingers tracing his face. My lord, you are truly handsome. This is my room. I am Hulaina, she purred enticingly. Internally, Yu Yi exclaimed, indeed, a cunning vixen. I can hardly withstand this. Cough, cough, miss, this is rather inappropriate. Please distance yourself. I'm feeling a bit flustered, he replied, tilting his head and rubbing his nose. My lord is quite the gentleman. Am I not beautiful enough for you? Do you truly dislike being close to me? Hulaina feigned a pitiful expression. Ahem. It is not that I am disrespectful, but rather that I fear offending the lady, Yu Yi elucidated. But I would not mind being offended by you. Hulaina playfully retorted. Goodness, while the uncle may endure, the aunt cannot, Yu Yi declared, swiftly pulling Hulaina towards him and pinning her beneath him. You all witnessed this. I had no desire for such a situation. It was Hulaina who instigated it. At that moment, Hulaina's face flushed crimson. Young master, no, please don't. Yu Yi chuckled. But who was it just now that tempted me? Are you afraid now? Hulaina, eyes closed, nodded hesitantly. Young master, please release me. I was wrong. Yu Yi, well aware that this enticing vixen appeared alluring yet was, in truth, a a pure and innocent girl, decided not to press further and let her go. Hulaina hastily distanced herself from Yi, astonished that this man would be so bold, relieved that he hadn't overstepped. Otherwise, she would have been in deep trouble. Beautiful lady, do enlighten me, why am I here? My master instructed me to attend to you. I see. Then how long have I been unconscious? Over a day. 6. That blow from Bibi Dong was indeed severe. It rendered me unconscious for an entire day. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This woman is not to be trifled with, Yi mused internally. Young master, my teacher said that now that you are awake, you must meet her. She has something of great importance to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Yi contemplated. Another inquiry? Surely she does not seek to hold me accountable? Recalling that rich, milky aroma and the sensation that overwhelmed his grasp, Yi felt a peculiar itch in his heart. Very well, I understand. Beautiful lady, we shall meet shortly. Yi approached Hulaina, lifting her chin and teasingly remarked, What? Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, astonished that she was the one being teased. She had always been the one to entice others. How could someone dare to entice her? Watching Yi's departing figure, she licked her lips, thinking, Intriguing man, you have successfully captured my attention. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Yi felt a chill run down his spine, as if a psychological shadow loomed over him. In the grand hall, Bibi Dong, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and gazed at Yi. Awake so soon? Yi bowed respectfully. I am grateful for your care, your holiness. Humph, I did not care for you. Bibi Dong replied coldly. How could you say that? You arranged for my care, which is akin to caring for me yourself. We are not strangers here. Presumptuous. Who claims kinship with you? Bibi Dong rose, her imposing aura enveloping the room as she glared down at Yi. What are you planning now? You wouldn't dare strike me again, would you? Yi gulped, retreating a few steps, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Bibi Dong. Ha ha, strike you? Filthy hands. Tell me, did you take away my Rakshasa aura? Bibi Dong demanded loudly. What? Rakshasa aura? Chapter 40. System my reward? It turned out that Bibi Dong's Rakshasa aura had vanished. No wonder she was in such a foul mood. It was essential for her ascension to divinity. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? Your holiness, your Rakshasa aura's disappearance has nothing to do with me, Yi replied. Bibi Dong scrutinized Yi. Are you certain you don't know? Who else could it be? Could it have simply fled on its own? And why not? No, it is impossible. Bibi Dong trembled slightly, unable to fathom that her Rakshasa aura could have abandoned her. Without it, how could she dominate the continent and avenge herself? Even her chance at divinity had seemingly evaporated in that moment. The weight of this realization was nearly unbearable. She turned to Yi once more and inquired, You truly do not know? Yi's gaze was resolute as he met her eyes. I genuinely do not know. Eyes cannot deceive. Bibi Dong began to accept that her Rakshasa aura had indeed vanished of its own accord, leaving her once again abandoned. A sensation most disheartening. Regardless of her strength and position, she was still a woman, and her life had been riddled with trials. Happiness? For her, those two words felt forever out of reach. At some point, a crystalline tear glistened in her eye, and she lifted her head, determined not to let it fall. Alas, Bibi Dong, fate does not stand by your side. Allow me to stand with you. If fate is unjust, let us shatter it, Yi resolved inwardly. Taking one step, then another, he approached Bibi Dong. Impudent fool, leave me. Bibi Dong unleashed her soul power, attempting to cast Yi away. Yet, rather than resist with his own power, Yi braced himself against her force with his body. Leave me, or I shall kill you, Bibi Dong shouted angrily. Bibi Dong, calm yourself, Yi urged, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Release me. Let go, you scoundrel. All men are vile. Let me go. Calm down. Is it not merely the Rakshasa aura that has vanished? What does it matter? A worthless deity. Is it truly so significant to you? Yi demanded loudly. Humph, a worthless deity? Who do you think you are? Who am I? Are you not curious whether I hail from the divine realm? Allow me to enlighten you. In my presence, the divine realm amounts to naught. I could even create deities. You? Ha! Do you truly expect me to believe that? I possess the divine creation tablet, a reward for purifying Qian Rinchue's martial soul. Though I am still uncertain how to wield it, its very name suggests divine creation. Moreover, the system has declared that I am capable of creating deities. Show me this artifact, and I shall see for myself, Yi asserted to Bibi Dong. Yi released Bibi Dong and searched the system space for the divine creation tablet, only to find it missing. Wait, my divine creation tablet? Yi pondered anxiously. Ah, where is this artifact? Will you not present it? Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, intrigued to see what this Yi intended to do. Yi dashed aside, calling out to the system, Get out here. You damn system. Divine Emperor, how does it feel to receive such a massage? It feels delightful. In a chaotic space. Stop, don't move. What is it, my lord? Stop. No, I command you to halt. A white, indistinct figure yanked another black, indistinct figure away. System, come forth. The voice became clear. The white figure jolted, exclaiming, Oh no, my master is calling me. It glanced at the black figure it had just displaced, the Rakshasa deity, and muttered, Women, truly a nuisance. On this side, Yi was so anxious he felt like gnawing on wooden pillars. Damn system. If you do not appear soon, I shall uninstall you. Host, is there something you need? With 1,000 horses on the prairie, I ask you, what am I reward? The reward for assisting Qian Rinxue in evolving her martial soul. Have you swallowed it? Ahem. My apologies, host. I had forgotten. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have obtained 1 divine creation tablet and 300 task points as a reward. To compensate, you have been granted the authority to use the divine creation tablet. Note, the divine creation tablet, formed from the virtues of the dawn of chaos, allows anyone at level 100 to create a name and become a deity. Tongzi, well done. Forget it. Given your proper demeanor, I shall pardon you. Now you may take your leave. Very well, host. Yi gazed at the divine creation monument in his hand, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if it were intrinsically his own. This monument, enveloped in a deep black hue, emanated a profoundly sacred energy. Yi recognized its value. Surely, Bibi Dong would trust him now. Meanwhile, Tongzi returned to his space. Startled, fearing that his master had discovered his abduction of the little Rakshasa to serve as a warm-hearted maid. My lord, you have returned. Did anything untoward occur? Naturally. I merely lost interest momentarily, little Rakshasa, but now we shall proceed. My lord, you are insufferable. Chapter 41. That person stands amidst the flickering lights. Yi hurried back, clutching the divine creation monument. Did you find it after being gone for so long? Bibi Dong inquired. Of course, behold, this is what I wish to show you. Yi unveiled the monument to her. What is this? The divine creation monument. Once you attain level 100 in your cultivation, you need not undergo any inheritance trials. Simply inscribe your name upon it, and you shall ascend to divinity, becoming a singular deity of your own, far superior to your Rakshasa god. Do you truly expect me to believe you? I assure you, I do not deceive. Consider the 100,000-year soul rings adorning me. Do you think an ordinary individual could achieve this? Bibi Dong, trust me this once. I swear upon my martial spirit that I will lead you to divinity. Bibi Dong scrutinized Yi's earnest expression, uncertain whether to believe him, yet everything about him indicated his extraordinary nature. Perhaps a gamble was in order, she mused. Very well, Yi. I shall trust you this once. I will overlook the matter of the Rakshasa aura. That Rakshasa aura was never mine, Yi replied innocently. Damn it, should I ever discover who seized the Rakshasa aura, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. It would be preferable if they left of their own accord. Yi was incensed, having been wrongfully accused. Achio, who is cursing me? Your Excellency, what troubles you? Nothing, little Rakshasa, let us continue. Your Highness, regarding our previous wager. I concede defeat. Please state your demands, Yi suddenly declared. Since the wager has been established, it must be fulfilled. No, I lost. I cannot withstand your soul skills. Your Majesty, you stated this. Do not renege. Naturally. Well, my request is quite simple. I wish to invite your Majesty for a date. A date? Very well. There will be a lantern festival tonight. Wait for me at the main gate. After Bibi Dong concluded, she departed. Yi was taken aback by her prompt acceptance. He had anticipated refusal upon revealing his request. As night fell, Yi arrived early at the gate, waiting for Bibi Dong. After nearly an hour, she finally appeared, clad in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding an alluring charm. As they strolled through the streets, Yi found delight in the vibrant night scene, bustling with life and illuminated by countless lights. In contrast, Bibi Dong maintained an aloof demeanor. Their presence together starkly contrasted with the couples around them, who walked hand in hand, while they meandered separately. They garnered considerable attention, Yi's handsome visage and Bibi Dong's noble elegance captivating many gazes. Yi paused at a jewelry stall, his eye caught by a purple hairpin. The vendor warmly greeted him. Handsome sir, are you purchasing jewelry for your girlfriend? Yi nodded, pointing at the hairpin. Please wrap this for me. I shall buy it. Sir, that will be 8 gold soul coins, the vendor replied. After the purchase, Yi hurried to catch up with Bibi Dong. They continued their leisurely exploration until they reached the moment when the sky erupted with fireworks. The bursts of color illuminated the night, resembling countless twinkling stars, akin to golden eyes sparkling in the dark. How beautiful! Yi cannot help but exclaim. Bibi Dong, gazing skyward, revealed her fondness for the display through her eyes. Yet, she bore the weight of too many sacrifices, relinquishing many treasures she could have embraced. As the fireworks continued to dazzle, Yi suddenly noticed Bibi Dong had vanished. He mused, could she have gotten lost? He began searching frantically, but to no avail. His gaze landed on the bustling lantern festival ahead, where wishes were inscribed and released into the sky via lanterns, hopeful souls seeking their aspirations to be chosen by fate. Navigating through the throngs, he finally reached the tree adorned with countless lanterns, where Bibi Dong was placing her written wish into one. Upon turning, she spotted Yi, and their eyes met, igniting a moment of shared connection. Bibi Dong felt an unexpected shyness wash over her as she approached slowly, while Yi found himself entranced by her presence. Are you done staring? Bibi Dong asked, exasperated. Yi shook his head. Not at all. I beheld the most beautiful scene of my life. What scene? She inquired, curious. In a sudden glance back, That person stands amidst the flickering lights. Yuyi's poetic words struck a chord within Bibi Dong, stirring emotions she did not fully comprehend. Yuyi, your poetry is exquisite. I quite like it. If you can appreciate my poetry, why not extend that affection to me? How audacious. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to retort, Yuyi interjected, "Sure, Bibi Dong. Let us forego scolding me this time. Allow me the liberty of calling you Donner just this once." You. Chapter 42, A Tale Under the Moonlight. Donner, you are truly beautiful. The sight of you beneath that tree is one I shall never forget, Yuyi professed earnestly. To his surprise, Bibi Dong found herself unperturbed, almost reveling in his compliments. I am naturally beautiful. You may call me Donner tonight, but should you dare use it again, I shall ensure you regret it. She warned fiercely. Yes, good Donner. Here, this is for you. Yuyi presented the hairpin he had purchased. Bibi Dong accepted it without hesitation. Is it beautiful? He asked. Quite lovely, she acknowledged. Shall I place it in your hair? How presumptuous. Do I not know how to adorn myself? She retorted, rejecting his offer. Yuyi, undeterred, boldly declared, it is a gift from me. Thus I shall place it for you. Tonight, my word is law. He snatched the hairpin from her grasp and delicately secured it in her hair. Why does my heart race so? Why is Yuyi becoming less intolerable? Bibi Dong pondered. Donner looks splendid. Indeed, the purple hairpin complemented her attire beautifully. Truly, exquisite items shine brightest in the presence of beauty. You seem different tonight, Bibi Dong remarked suddenly. Oh, in what way? Yuyi inquired. You have become less disagreeable. I was never disagreeable. You simply failed to notice, Donner, he replied with a smile. Bibi Dong gazed at the audacious fellow before her, rendered speechless by his impudence. He was over a decade her junior, yet he dared to address her as Donner. Alas, there was no recourse. She decided to indulge him for the day. Yuyi, accompany me for a drink. I yearn for some wine, she said to Yuyi. Huh, don't get drinks. He replied, surprised. Of course. Come, let me take you to my secret hideaway. This clandestine refuge was atop a mountain behind the spirit hall, a serene locale free from disturbance. Here, they could revel in the enchanting moonlight, the altitude rendering the moon almost within reach. With glasses in hand, they began to drink heartily. Yuyi noted how Bibi Dong, in this moment, bore no semblance of the dignified pope. She was transformed into a carefree girl. Donner, had you not endured those trials, perhaps you would have experienced true happiness, he mused. Happiness, perhaps, she replied. Donner, would you like to hear a story? Oh, you can tell stories? I am quite eager to listen. Yuyi responded, a flicker of fragmented memories flashing through his mind. After a brief silence, he began his tale, a narrative of a master and apprentice. The master was a woman of immense power and beauty, while the apprentice was deemed a hopeless failure in cultivation. Yet, the master never relinquished hope, tirelessly seeking ways to assist her disciple. One day, the master learned of a mystical fruit hidden in a forbidden zone that could enhance one's constitution. Secretly, she ventured forth alone to procure it. Fortune smiled upon her. She succeeded in her quest and presented the fruit to her apprentice, who subsequently transformed his fate and was able to cultivate. However, the apprentice soon discovered his master remained confined within her chamber. Initially attributing it to her meditation, he eventually sensed something amiss and opened her door. There, he beheld a silver-haired woman lying on the bed, his master, whom he recognized despite her altered appearance. He rushed to her side, calling out in concern, Master, what has happened? The master opened her eyes, smiled at her disciple, and explained that during her pursuit of the mystical fruit, she had encountered a formidable beast. In defeating it, she had sacrificed her own lifespan to bring back the fruit. The apprentice, bewildered, asked why she had been so selfless. She simply replied, perhaps it's because I care for you. She confessed her affection for him, stating that this love might be her punishment, yet she held no regrets. As long as he lived well, the apprentice wept bitterly, confessing his own feelings for her, feelings he had concealed due to his lack of talent for cultivation. In their moment of despair, they revealed their emotions, and that night, under the sorrowful moonlight, they held a wedding, sharing a cup of mingled wine. The master lay in her disciple's embrace, departing from this world, yet with a smile adorning her lips. The apprentice was engulfed in sorrow, wishing to scream, but found himself voiceless. He cursed the heavens for their cruelty, resenting the unfair fate that had stripped him of his beloved, a fate that had deemed him a natural failure. He clung tightly to his master, whispering, do not go, Dong. Suddenly, Yuyi was seized by a sharp pain in his head, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Xiaowu. Fragmented memories? Stories? Truth or illusion? Immersed in a tale, Bibi Dong hurried to Yuyi's side, supporting him. Yuyi, what troubles you? Yuyi offered no response, merely repeating, do not go, Donger. All right, I shall not leave. She reassured him. Attempting to channel her soul power to heal him yielded no effect, leaving her at a loss. After a brief moment, Yuyi recovered. Seeing him regain his composure, Bibi Dong inquired, what just happened? I am uncertain. I felt as though peculiar memories were surfacing, threatening to overwhelm me, he replied. Memories? Have you lost your memory? She asked, concerned. Yuyi shook his head. No, I have not forgotten anything. Perhaps I merely suffered from a lack of rest. leading to hallucinations and this headache. Enough of that. Come, Donger, the story has concluded. Let us drink to the beauty of the night. Bibi Dong smiled, unaware of the last time she had experienced such joy. This evening, she seemed to reclaim a fragment of her former self. Indeed, let us toast, Yui replied cheerfully. They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Time slipped away as they lost themselves in revelry, both becoming somewhat intoxicated. Observing the inebriated laughter of Bibi Dong, Yui felt this was the essence of who she truly was. Chapter 43. Azure Mist and Rain. The dawn sky bore a hint of blue, and a gentle drizzle had begun to fall, enveloping the mountains in a thick mist. Bibi Dong rose early, choosing not to awaken Yui, as both had succumbed to drunkenness the night before, their memories of slumber long forgotten. Gazing at Yui's peaceful slumber, a smile unwittingly graced her lips. The events of yesterday replayed vividly in her mind, allowing her to once again experience the carefree joy of youth, a long-suppressed happiness now liberated. She removed the hairpin Yui had gifted her, cradling it in her palm with utmost reverence. Approaching Yui, she tenderly wiped away the dirt from his face. Yui, had I not endured those trials, perhaps I would have known true happiness. Thank you for helping me rediscover my former self, albeit only for yesterday. She gazed skyward, her fingers brushing against the falling raindrops, her expression reminiscent of nostalgia. Huh, is it raining? Yui stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes as he beheld the gentle rain outside the pavilion. Dong, are we not atop the mountain? How do we end up here? He queried. I did not wake you because you were sleeping like a log. I brought you here. Was that a mistake? Do you wish to be drenched? Bibi Dong retorted playfully. Ha, not at all. In fact, this scenery is quite beautiful. I'm glad we came, Yui replied with a smile. Indeed, it is beautiful. At that moment, Yui sensed something amiss. Bibi Dong did not seem upset by his calling her Donger. What was this anomaly? Please refrain from calling me Donger. Yesterday is behind us, she suddenly stated. Just as he suspected, Bibi Dong would not permit him to address her in such a manner. Your Holiness, this scene reminds me of song, he said. Oh, you can sing? Bibi Dong asked, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely. Then I shall lend you my ears. Clearing his throat, Yui began to sing. The sky is azure, waiting for the rain, while I await you. The smoke from cooking rises, spanning thousands of miles across the river. Your eyes glimmer with mirth. As the song concluded, Bibi Dong found herself wholly immersed in its enchanting essence. Captivated by the beauty of the melody she had never encountered before, she looked at Yui anew, noticing the clarity in his eyes, stirring emotions within her. Had I met him in my youth, perhaps I would have found happiness, she mused. What am I thinking? After all, he is Schwer's man. That is quite commendable, for at least she has encountered such a remarkable individual. I despise you Xiaojiang and loathe Qinji's son, yet I now feel no disdain for this young man. How peculiar. Such thoughts remained unspoken, echoing silently in her heart. Ding. System task activated. Please proceed to the city of slaughter to hone your skills, traverse the road of hell, and acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. During this period, the host may not utilize soul power. Completion of the task will reward the host with a third martial soul, memory puzzle. The system has issued a new task, the third martial soul, which has stirred a sense of anticipation within Yui. As for the fragmented memories, only time will reveal their significance. Training, you say? Upon reflection, it is indeed necessary. After all, his cultivation was bestowed by the system, rendering him a novice in the art of combat. Possessing power without the knowledge of its application is utterly inadequate. The city of slaughter awaits. I am determined to venture there, Yui resolved in his heart. He turned to Bibi Dong and said, Your Majesty, I must take my leave. Leaving so soon? Where are you headed? Bibi Dong inquired. I am bound for the city of slaughter to hone my skills. Am I not already no match for you? Is further training still required? No. Significant changes are about to unfold in this world. I seek to grow stronger, to protect all that I hold dear, including you. Your Majesty, Yui replied with a smile. Humph. Do you truly think I need your protection? Perhaps it is a possibility. Ha ha ha. She chuckled. Go ahead. I will not keep you. Yui nodded. Your Majesty, when I return, I shall seek you out to discuss important matters. This matter, of course, pertained to the resurrection of Xiao Wu's mother, a promise he had made to her. Bibi Dong remarked, Is it not possible to speak of it now? Yui shook his head, approached her, and adjusted her hairpin. There we are, Your Majesty, I must take my leave. In that fleeting moment, Bibi Dong felt her heart race as she watched Yui's retreating figure, whispering softly, You little rascal, I shall await your return. After departing, Yui sought out his companions within the soul arena, ready to unleash another round of rigorous training. He informed them of his temporary absence, urging them to focus on their cultivation. Yui bestowed upon them creation pills, aiding them in unlocking their potential. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower successfully evolved, and once he had entrusted them with everything, Yui felt at ease to depart. Gamun also wished to accompany him, yet Yui declined, sending her away with some healing elixirs. The city of slaughter is a unique existence within the Douluo Continent, akin to a microcosm. It is said to be a realm created by a high-level being who transcended 100 levels a millennium ago. In this place, no soul skills are permitted. Soul power is the source of vitality, and survival relies solely on the primal forms of soul power or martial souls. However, it is also a fallen paradise, devoid of friends, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are mercilessly exploited. Yi unfurled his phoenix wings and soared toward the city of slaughter. His gaze filled with yearning, the yearning to grow stronger. In that same mysterious space, a sense of foreboding loomed. Alas, calamity approaches. Master, you must hasten to strengthen yourself. Divine Emperor, have faith in your master. He shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Indeed, you speak wisely, little Rakshasa. Come, let me reward you with a few more. Such mischief. Chapter 44. An encounter with Huo Wu, bloodshed at the tavern. The tavern, the first trial of the city of slaughter, to eliminate all competitors. As Yi pushed open the tavern door, he spotted a familiar figure, his disciple, Huo Wu. You're here? How did you end up in this place? Yi inquired as he approached her table. Teacher, what brings you here? Huo Wu responded. But first, you tell me why you are here. Teacher, ever since you fed me those pills, my strength has rapidly surged. I am now a level 49 soul master. I wish to grow stronger to stand beside you, which is why I came to the city of slaughter. Huo Wu shared her intentions with Yi. Yet, beyond her desire to stand by Yi's side, she yearned to be worthy of him. Since their parting, his visage had haunted her thoughts day and night. She realized she had fallen for him at first sight. Thus, she was determined to elevate her strength from that of a disciple to that of a beloved. Level 49, splendid. You are remarkable, Huo Wu. Once you reach level 50, I shall grant you a soul ring, Yi praised. And what brings you here, teacher? Huo Wu asked. To learn how to fight. Even a titled Douluo like you needs to learn combat? Indeed, for my enemies will be formidable. The system has indicated that profound changes have swept across this continent, diverging from the narrative of a novel. Yet, Yi found this unsurprising. After all, this is a realm of reality, not a fixed script. This transformation may herald a calamity. Hence, he must strive to enhance himself so that he can protect those he loves when the storm approaches. At that moment, a strangely attired waiter clad in black approached them. Ladies, this is the Yellow Spring Brew. Please enjoy. Huo Wu gazed at the steaming concoction emitting a foul odor and felt a wave of nausea. Teacher, must we truly drink this? Of course, down it goes, Yi declared, gulping it down, prompting Huo Wu to close her eyes and follow suit. The taste was indeed unpleasant, but having resolved to be here, she knew she must adapt to everything. Huo Wu, prepare yourself. A battle awaits us shortly. Teacher? What battle? Huo Wu asked softly. Everyone here is vying for a place in the city of slaughter. This is our first test to acclimate to the survival environment, Yi explained. Ha ha, little sister. Have you reached adulthood to venture into such a perilous place? Do your parents know? A discordant voice interjected. Huo Wu glared at the man who spoke, indignantly retorting. What business is it of yours? Oh, the little miss has some spirit. Allow me to admire you properly. The man smirked, advancing towards Huo Wu. Just as he reached out to touch her, Yi intervened, blocking him. If you wish to live, then leave, Yi stated coldly. Oh, pretty boy, dare to obstruct me? You're courting death. The man snarled menacingly. It is you who seeks death, Yi scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent a man flying. Struggling to rise, the man shouted to his companions, brothers, arm yourselves and take him down. A horde of fierce-looking individuals brandished their weapons, charging at Yi and Huo Wu. Huo Wu, be cautious, the first trial begins. The urge to fight surged within him, and Yi surged forward, landing a punch on the foremost attacker. Realizing that Yi was no ordinary foe, the assailants encircled him, all launching their attacks with their blades aimed at him. Teacher, watch out, Huo Wu warned urgently. Yi remained unperturbed as he caught a swinging blade with his bare hand, squeezing it until it shattered. The enhanced strength of his Ancestral Dragon martial soul rendered these weapons futile against him. His eyes turned blood red as he glared at the crowd, growling, die here. Yi lunged at one of the attackers, seizing his neck and twisting it until the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Curse you! We'll fight back for our fallen brothers. The throng surged toward him, undeterred by fear. In Yi's eyes, they were merely corpses awaiting their fate. All of you shall perish, Yi shouted, picking up a fallen blade and charging into the fray. The sounds of slashing echoed through the tavern as the floor became littered with lifeless bodies, blood staining the venue crimson. Experiencing such a gruesome slaughter for the first time, Yi felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he resolutely bore it, knowing he must become accustomed to this nightmarish bloodshed for the sake of his growth. Meanwhile, Huo Wu was overwhelmed by the horrific scene, succumbing to her nausea as she vomited. Teacher, why did this happen? They're all dead. Huo Wu's eyes brimmed with terror. Huo Wu, this is the law of survival here. It is either your demise or mine. Only the living emerge victorious. Now, I ask you, are you still willing to journey towards the city of carnage? It is far more unforgiving than this place, Yi inquired solemnly. I, Huo Wu, lower my head, beginning to reflect on the reasons that fueled my desire for strength. Huo Wu, only by becoming stronger can you stand before your master. Were these battles, this bloodshed, this terror? You are capable of overcoming them, she encouraged herself internally. Master, I am willing. I wish to grow stronger. To be as formidable as you. I will surmount all obstacles. Huo Wu's gaze solidified with determination. Very well, Huo Wu. Let us proceed to the next stage. Master, what awaits us in the second stage? The challenge of the Death Knight. The two exited the tavern. The sky outside darkened ominously, with a blood moon hanging in the air. An eerie wind swept by, stirring a dense fog, from which emerged a creature clad in black armor, riding a skeletal steed. Confronting the two, Yu Yi's eyes were fixed ahead as he stated, "It approaches." Chapter 45. The Death Knight the Guide. The sinister Death Knight advanced, mounted upon its skeletal horse. "You have violated the rules," it intoned with an icy voice. "How have I transgressed?" Yu Yi queried. "You are to eliminate all competitors. Why not slay the one behind you?" The Death Knight exuded a terrifying aura, raising its bloodied black sword to point at Yu Yi. "She is my disciple. Naturally, I cannot kill her. Then you shall not enter the City of Carnage. Depart from here. Departure is out of the question, and besides, what if I have broken the rules?" Yu Yi replied calmly. The Death Knight charged, its skeletal steed galloping forward, sword swinging menacingly towards Yu Yi, emanating an aura of darkness, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. Yu Yi attempted to summon his breakthrough spear, only to realize that his soul power was rendered ineffective. At that moment, he recalled the words of the sovereign, prohibiting the use of soul power in this realm. Glancing at the bloodied blade in his hand, he decided to make use of it. The black blood sword rose, and Yu Yi deftly swung it to parry. With a resounding clash, the blade in his hand shattered, and the black sword descended once more. Without hesitation, Yu Yi grasped it with his hand. Its strangeness emanated a profound killing intent, causing him discomfort. Yet, he refused to relinquish his grip as both parties found themselves in a stalemate. Yu Yi fixed his gaze upon the skeletal horse, raising the black sword high, seizing the opportunity to kick the horse's leg. The horse let out a mournful cry, toppling the Death Knight to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yu Yi surged forward, radiating an overwhelming aura, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Death Knight soaring into the air, drawing the creation axe from the system space. Although he lacked the authority to wield its full power, using it as a blunt instrument would suffice. The creation axe glimmered with a purplish golden hue, with the axe's tail entwined by golden dragon and the axe's body engraved with the three ancestor beasts. With a firm grip, Yu Yi swung the axe downward. The Death Knight attempted to block with its sword, but in an instant, the black blade shattered, along with its arm, crushed by the immense force. A tremendous cry echoed as the Death Knight crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Yi leapt and delivered a kick to its body, leaving the Death Knight on the brink of death, its form utterly broken. "How can you possess such strength? Spare me. You have passed the second trial. Here are 2 tokens of passage." The Death Knight pleaded, hastily presenting the tokens. Yu Yi picked up the tokens, their inscriptions reading 5421 and 6531. He glanced at the prostrate Death Knight and laughed heartily towards the heavens. "Ha ha ha. Spare you? From the moment you commanded me to kill my disciple. You were already sentenced to death by my decree." Yu Yi raised his foot once more to strike. "No, please." The Death Knight met its demise, swiftly eliminated. Even in the absence of soul power, the enhancement of his ancestral dragon physique allowed for a decisive victory. Recalling his battle with Tang Hao, who possessed immense physical strength earned through countless battles in the City of Carnage, Yu Yi understood. The system's purpose for immersing him in the City of Carnage was to thoroughly awaken the ultimate strength of his ancestral dragon physique, forging him through trials. Had he fully activated his ancestral dragon physique back then, even without soul power, he could have surpassed Tang Hao through sheer physical prowess. However, at that time, Yu Yi was but a novice, possessing skills, yet lacking the knowledge of their application. The crimson hue of Yu Yi's bloodshot eyes gradually returned to normal. "Have I become a harbinger of slaughter? Could it be the influence of the yellow spring dew?" Yu Yi pondered within. He turned to Huo Wu and said, "Huo Wu, in this battle, I did not employ soul power or soul skills. I relied solely on my physical strength. But you are different. You lack my physical prowess. Once we enter the City of Carnage, I will not protect you. I ask you again, will you stay or leave?" "I will not flee. I shall go." The recent battle illuminated Huo Wu's understanding of the chasm between her and Yu Yi. If she were to face the Death Knight alone, even utilizing soul power, she might still be no match. She felt painfully inadequate, her resolve to grow stronger intensifying. "Very well, once we enter the City of Carnage, we will be unable to use soul power. You have consumed the creation pill, which has enhanced your physical strength. Were it not for this, I would not allow you to enter. In future battles, you must exercise caution, conquer all fears, and show no mercy to your enemies. As I stated, the rule here is either you perish or I do," Yu Yi advised Huo Wu earnestly. "Yes, master, I understand. I will strive to impress you," Huo Wu declared with unwavering determination. "Good, my worthy disciple. Let us proceed to the City of Carnage." At the fog's terminus stood a foreboding black gate, exuding a terrifying aura that weighed heavily upon the heart. The gate swung open, revealing a path that appeared endless and shrouded in ambiguity. Yu Yi guided Huo Wu forward, Welcome to the City of Carnage, a voice echoed. Two figures clad in black materialized before Yu. Present your tokens of passage. One of the black-clad figures instructed. Yu produced the tokens for himself and Wu and offered them to the figure. The figure nodded and gestured for them to enter. The two black-clad figures led Yu and Wu into the city. Upon entry, they were greeted by the sight of individuals engaged in brutal combat. The air thick with a nauseating scent of blood, coupled with an unsettling atmosphere that sent chills down their spines. Yu addressed the black-clad figures, inquiring, "Who are you?" The figure who had spoken previously turned to them and replied, "We are your guides." Chapter 46, The Killing Begins. Guides? Yu recalled that in the original narrative, there was indeed a guide, though Tang San's guide had been a female. Since you have arrived in the City of Carnage, I must inform you that entry is permitted, but exit is not. Should you attempt to flee, you will be killed by the enforcement squad. Do you see over there? The black-clad figure gestured towards the distance. The two turned to follow the gesture and beheld the enforcement squad executing an escaping individual in a gruesome manner, dismembering him mercilessly. That individual sought to leave this place and was captured by the enforcement squad, facing a horrific end. Therefore, as your guides, we advise you not to entertain thoughts of escape. No, please don't kill me. This place is too terrifying. I want to leave. This is hell. As the guide concluded his words, the grand door before them swung open, and a handful of terrified individuals burst forth, frantically fleeing in all directions. Their cries echoed, revealing the sheer horror of this place. Fear not, my friends. They are but weaklings, incapable of enduring here. Only the absolute strong can thrive in this realm. Bloodshed and carnage are but pleasures, not nightmares, the guide proclaimed. Once we enter, are we unable to leave? Is there no way out? Wu suddenly inquired. Another figure clad in black responded. The only escape lies through the path of hell. My dear girl, you appear quite young. What compels you to venture here? To grow stronger, Wu replied. Indeed, to grow stronger. Very well. Before you lies the arena of slaughter. Your killing begins now. As the door creaked open, the two stepped inside, greeted by the cacophony of battle. For colossal pillars stood in the arena, stained crimson with blood. The scent of iron permeating the air. Now, let us welcome our newcomer, 5421, to the fray. A voice boomed, and the spotlight illuminated Yu. What a welcome! Immediately thrust into violence. Splendid. Let the slaughter commence, he murmured to himself. Yu found himself under the scrutiny of countless eyes, some mocking him. Is this pretty boy here to meet his demise? Little brat, go back to your milk. Such derision fell on deaf ears. For Yu's focus remained steadfast on honing his skills and growing stronger. He faced 5 burly men wielding meteor hammers, their fierce visages starkly contrasting with his own. Now, let the killing begin. The 5 shouted, swinging their hammers toward Yu. He raised his arm to deflect the first strike, and, with a powerful thrust, sent the hammer careening back. As the second hammer approached, he leaped, kicking it away. Realizing their initial strategy was futile, the men encircled him, launching their hammers in unison. Yet, Yu felt no pain. Instead, a thrill coursed through his veins. The relentless assault shredded his garments, revealing his flesh, which began to glow with a fierce red hue, his eyes glinting with a scarlet intensity. Have you had your fill? Now it is my turn. Stand aside, Yu declared, unleashing a surge of strength that sent the hammers flying. Feeling good, are we? Watch as I showcase the true might of my power. He fixed his gaze upon the central pillar, approaching it with determination. Is he mad? That is the pillar of slaughter, weighing millions of pounds. Can he truly uproot it? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, but Yu merely smirked. Laugh all you want. I shall show you the essence of strength. Just as Xiang Yu once lifted 1,000 pounds, I, Yu, shall lift millions. With a resounding crash, the arena trembled as Yu wrenched the pillar from the ground. Did you see that? I have lifted it. Keep laughing. I dare you. The atmosphere shifted. The 5 combatants stared in disbelief, fear creeping into their expressions. The battle is not over. Why are you frozen? Today, either I shall slay you, or you shall slay me. Yu bellowed, madness in his voice. Brothers, do not fear. He may possess strength, but we are 5. Together, we shall wear him down. With that, they charged at him, hammers raised high. You wield hammers, but I wield a pillar. Come at me. Yu roared, swinging the pillar with ferocity, sending the meteor hammers and the women flying. Panic gripped the 5 as they realized their only thought, to flee, lest they perish. Their eyes darted toward the exit, scrambling for escape. Think you can run? Not a chance. Yu shouted, lifting the pillar high above his head and hurling it toward them. No, help, I don't want to die. Their screams echoed, but in the city of slaughter, no one would come to the aid of the vanquished. With a deafening thud, dust erupted into the air. As it settled, the horrific sight revealed the 5 crushed beneath the pillar, their blood and flesh scattered. Yu, now drenched in crimson, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The initial thrill of slaughter replaced by revulsion. Yet he sensed his physical form had indeed strengthened, forged by the relentless onslaught of the meteor hammers, awakening his latent potential and shattering human limits. Let us congratulate 5,421 on his victory. Resounded the cheers throughout the arena. 5,421. 5,421. This was a world where the strong flourished and the weak perished. One dominated by death, slaughter, blood, and desire. Chapter 47. The King of Slaughter. 6 months had elapsed. The strength to uproot mountains and the spirit to command the heavens. Yu Yi's name reverberated throughout, earning him the moniker of the Power Demon. Over the span, he had achieved victory in 82 battles, while his disciple, Huwu, thrived alongside him, undoubtedly aided by Yu Yi's guidance. You see, my disciple Huwu, during battle, you may best her, but do not kill her. Otherwise, should you cross paths with me, I shall tear you apart. For I must uphold the reputation of the Power Demon. He warned, the intimidation effective as the strong naturally dictate the rules. Hence, a world of fairness and justice is but an illusion. The strong ascend, while the weak remain beneath, an eternal truth. Today, no battles were to be fought. Yu Yi lay in his chamber, resting. As time passed, he found himself yearning for his women, often dreaming of them in a shy reverie that left him invigorated each morning. Suddenly, he flipped over to find a figure in black before him. Who are you? Yu Yi inquired, his voice laced with caution. 5421, I am your guide. Have you already forgotten? The figure chuckled. Yu Yi felt exasperated, thinking how alike they all appeared. Guide, what brings you to me so unexpectedly? Our king wishes to see you. A smile crept upon Yu Yi's lips. His efforts over the past months had not gone unnoticed. Very well, guide, lead the way. Yu Yi had come not only to strengthen his physique, but also for Tang Chun. In the original tale, the unresolved tension between Tang Chun and Poseidon had left many yearning for closure. Who could forget that poignant line? Not a god, not returning. The hall of slaughter loomed before him, steeped in a chilling aura of death. Upon the throne sat the king of slaughter, Tang Chun. The entire figure was enveloped in blood-red armor, one hand propping up his head while the other rested upon the armrest of his throne, resembling the head of a demon. His pallid visage instilled a sense of dread. You have arrived? 5421. The king of slaughter opened his crimson eyes, gazing intently at Yu Yi. You are the ruler of this city of carnage. I wonder if the great king is inclined to engage in a transaction with me? Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter's interest was piqued, and he emitted an eerie laugh. Haha, intriguing indeed. I am most curious about the nature of your proposed exchange. Yu Yi surveyed the surrounding individuals, his expression fraught with difficulty, and replied, O great king, there are many eyes and ears present. The walls have ears. 5421. How amusing. The king of slaughter looked at the others and commanded, all of you, leave us. Now, it was just the two of us, 5421. Can you now divulge the details of your trade? Yu Yi produced the resurrection pill and inquired, does the king know what this is? What is this? This is the pill of creation, capable of breaking the shackles of the human body, enabling an individual to enhance their cultivation speed dramatically, even to the 100th level. Yu Yi referred to the resurrection pill as the pill of creation to entice Tang Chun into consuming it. Currently, Tang Chun lacked the consciousness he previously possessed. Would he believe that he had been parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed bat, which had generated a tremendous blood toxin within him? Clearly, he would not. Oh, such a miraculous elixir exists? If your pill is genuine, it suggests that your identity is quite extraordinary, perhaps even not belonging to this realm. Yu Yi mused internally. He likely has not discerned that I am a traveler from another world. He must perceive me as a being from the divine realm. You are indeed correct. I hail from another world. What? Is this true? The king of slaughter, astonished, rose abruptly. Since you have come to this divine realm, what brings you to me? Speak your purpose and what you wish to trade. Indeed, the king of slaughter was as cautious as one would expect of a monarch. Yu Yi thought to himself, I wish to utilize the king of slaughter's path to hell. The path to hell? Very well, that is acceptable. It was evident that the king of slaughter stood to gain immensely from this transaction. Here is the elixir, great king. Please accept it. Yu Yi presented the pill to the king of slaughter, who examined it closely, noting its vibrant hue and the rich fragrance of the medicine, which assured him of its authenticity. The king of slaughter consumed the elixir, which dissolved upon entering his mouth. He felt his blood course through his veins with newfound vigor, momentarily believing he was breaking free from his constraints. However, as excruciating pain surged through him, he realized something was amiss. You have deceived me. The king of slaughter's once fearsome countenance twisted with terror, his eyes blazing with rage. The agony overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse onto his throne. I have not deceived you. I am here to assist you, Yu Yi asserted, stepping closer to the king of slaughter. Tang Chun, it is time for you to awaken. The king of slaughter grimaced in pain, retorting, I am not Tang Chun. I am the king of the city of slaughter. Tang Chun, how much longer will you remain in slumber? It is time to awaken. Tang Chun, do you wish to keep Posey waiting indefinitely? If you are so merciless, then continue to sleep. Yu Yi's words were aimed at stirring Tang Chun's dormant consciousness. No ascension, no return. Where am I? Chapter 48, Awakening. Within the sea of consciousness of the king of slaughter, Tang Chun's consciousness was submerged in an endless ocean. Posey, who am I? Danjian, Wakeng. Do you wish to witness Posey's sacrifice and demise? Will you lose your cherished love? Whose voice is this? I am Tang Chun. Yes, I am Tang Chun. Sheer awaits me. I must become a deity. Tang Chun opened his eyes, memories flooding back. He was Tang Chun, and he had promises yet to fulfill. I must leave this place. Sheer is waiting for me. Tang Chun swam upwards, striving to escape, his soul power churning violently, disturbing the tranquil sea. Haotian hammer, activate. Great Susumi hammer. Tang Chun unleashed his martial spirit, exploding all his soul rings, allowing the Haotian hammer to swell to an immense size. Gouti Kluk Amer Technique. The 91 strikes unfurled, warping the ocean around him. Break for me, Tang Chun cried out, and with the final strike of the 91, the vast ocean was instantaneously evaporated by tremendous force. At that moment, a 9-headed bloodbat appeared, unfurling its wings and revealing its sharp claws as it lunged toward Tang Chun. It is you, foul creature, who has kept me in slumber. Today, I shall ensure your total annihilation. Tang Chun swung the Haotian hammer, its size colossal, striking the 9-headed bloodbat from the sky. With a swift motion, he pinned the bat down, declaring, "You have occupied this body for far too long. Today, you shall pay the price." Kikik, Tang Chun, I am the king of slaughter. I am the one suited for this vessel, not you. The 9-headed bloodbat spoke with human-like speech. Tang Chun grasped the Haotian hammer with his left hand, raised it high, and with a single strike, the 9-headed bloodbat transformed into a mist of blood and dissipated. Observing the emptiness around him, he thought, I must exit this place. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar location, confronted by a person smiling at him. Senior, you have awakened. Yi greeted him with a smile. Having witnessed the transformation of the King of Slaughter, he was assured that Tang Chun would awaken. His calls had been effective. Did you save me, young brother? Tang Chun inquired of Yi. Oh, how does the senior know it was I who rescued you? Yi feigned ignorance. While I was in slumber, I heard a voice identical to yours. I knew you were the one who saved me. Young brother, you mentioned that Sheer would sacrifice herself. What does that entail? Yi sighed. Alas, senior, did you know? In truth, Posey harbored feelings for you. She once declared that she would choose whoever could ascend to godhood. Correct? Indeed, young brother. Sheer once expressed that sentiment, which is why I vowed to not ascend and not return. Senior, you are truly foolish. Do you not realize that Kandaliu is the chief of the angelic gods? He can never ascend to godhood. So now do you understand the meaning behind Posey's words? Even Tang Chun, though not the brightest, now comprehended, and he self-deprecatingly remarked, Ah, so is thus. Tang Chun, you fancied yourself clever. Yet you were the most foolish of all. Elfia, iam todi soli. Tang Chun closed his eyes, yet tears still slipped down his cheeks. Young brother, what do you mean by Sheer sacrificing herself? This matter traces back to your descendants. Senior, your descendant, Tang Hao, along with his son Tang San, harmed their beloveds, both of whom were 10,000-year soul beasts. They sacrificed themselves to save Tang San and Tang Hao, leveraging the purest emotions of soul beasts to strengthen themselves. Tang Hao's wife, the Blue Silver Emperor, was harmed by Kinjixin. He had the opportunity to eliminate Kinjixin, but chose to spare him, intending to use the Spirit Hall to compel the Blue Silver Emperor to sacrifice herself, thereby enhancing his own power. In gratitude to the Spirit Hall, he refrained from killing Kinjixin. Yet the Haotian sect was not so fortunate, forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall. All of this turmoil stemmed from Tang Hao's actions. Tang San, in an even more egregious act, ventured into the Star Doe forest in search of his beloved, the 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. His intention was to coax her into sacrificial offering. He lured the Spirit Hall to the location of the soft-bone rabbit under the guise of protection, feigning sincerity to win her trust. Ultimately, he exploited the soul beast's genuine emotions, leading her to sacrifice herself. He survived, while the soft-bone rabbit did not. Subsequently, Tang San ascended to become the sea god, passing the sea god's 9 trials. Poseidon, the grand priestess of the sea god, existed solely to be sacrificed to the new deity. Aware of her affection for him and their bond, he could not bring himself to refuse. The allure of becoming a god was far too compelling for him to forego familial ties. Upon hearing this, Tang Chun could scarcely believe that his descendant was such a hypocritical individual. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. According to Yi, Poseidon had not yet made her sacrifice, implying that future events were not yet set in stone. How did you possess this knowledge? My young brother, I am quite curious about how you came to know all of this, he inquired. An excellent question, senior. I possess the ability to perceive both past and future. Having witnessed too much sorrow, Yi refrained from disclosing that he had read the original work. Had he not arrived, all of this would have come to fruition regardless. He continued, Senior, are you aware that the Shura god does not intend to bestow the divine position upon you? He calculated that your descendant, Tang San, was the most suitable candidate. Thus, he orchestrated your failure, allowing the Rakshasa god to influence your mind during your final trial, permitting the 9-headed bloodbat to possess your body. You and Poseidon are mere vessels, ultimately gaining nothing, while Tang Xin triumphed, acquiring dual divine positions. Tang Chun, you become the master of the Douluo realm. Ah, what a god this so-called deity is. Is that so? So this is how I met my downfall. What a Shura god, what a sea god, and what a Tang San and Tang Hao. May you all face eternal damnation. Tang Chun was engulfed in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, unable to be described merely by anger. Senior, I propose you withdraw from the Haotian sect and join my faction. Yu Yi's God-crossing gang had yet to be established, and presently, Tang Chun was the most fitting candidate for membership. Pray tell, what is the name of your gang, and what is its purpose? Dantian Guivi. The God-crossing gang aims to breach the divine realm, to execute those who consider themselves righteous, yet are profoundly hypocritical, to overthrow the established order of the divine realm, and to forge a new divine hierarchy. Yu Yi proclaimed passionately. Very well, young brother, I shall join you. The Haotian sect has its own successors. My existence now serves solely to rescue Poseidon and then slay the gods. Sea god, Shura god, I, Tang Chun, vow to slay you or perish in the attempt. In that moment, Tang Chen's heart was ignited with a new obsession. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical of Yu Yi, suspecting ulterior motives. Senior, your decision is commendable. Henceforth, you shall serve as the first elder of the God-crossing gang. Together, let us prevent further tragedies and execute those malevolent deities. What are gods to us? If the gods are heartless, then let us slay them. If the heavenly path is unjust, then let us shatter the heavens. Should the world deem me a demon, then let this demon rewrite the very fabric of existence. Chapter 49, The Bird Gun. Senior, as the God-crossing gang has yet to grow formidable, we must plan meticulously. For now, I suggest you remain in the city of slaughter until I notify you of our journey to Sea God Island. Yu Yi advised Tang Chun. Where shall we venture next, young brother? Tang Chun inquired. To the road of hell for further trials. I am Yu, and I humbly ask for your guidance moving forward. Young brother Yu Yi. No, you should now be referred to as the leader, since I have joined your God-crossing gang. Such titles are only fitting, Tang Chun replied courteously. I shall take my leave for now. With that, Yu Yi departed, his next task being to escort Huo Wu to the road of hell for training, where they would acquire the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent for her. Huo Wu's soul power had already reached level 50, yet Yu Yi had not provided her with a soul ring. Indeed, there were many suitable options in the underworld space, but the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent was particularly advantageous, potentially allowing her martial spirit to evolve, much like Ma Hongjun in the original work, whose appearance and martial spirit had both transformed due to this core. The road of hell consisted of narrow pathways, with boiling magma beneath and an oppressive heat that was almost unbearable. The air was filled with the haunting calls of beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Teacher, are we truly capable of traversing this place? Huo Wu asked apprehensively. Huo Wu, fret not. With my presence, we shall undoubtedly prevail, Yu Yi assured her with confidence. They sprinted forward, and indeed, as they advanced, the three monstrous dark golden three-headed bat kings emerged. Their sharp claws lunged toward the duo. Huo Wu, be cautious. A fierce battle was imminent. Here, Yu Yi's soul power and techniques were rendered useless, compelling him to rely solely on his physical prowess. The dark golden three-headed bats were far superior to mere mortals in strength. Yu Yi leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent one bat crashing into the scorching rock wall, while the other two charged toward Huo Wu. Huo Wu, watch out, quickly evade. With fierce determination, Huo Wu faced the approaching beasts without fear. Activating her martial spirit, she infused her hands with soul power to fend off the bat's claws. However, the sheer force of the Bat King was formidable, making direct confrontation exceedingly arduous. Alas, Huo Wu is far too impetuous, Yu Yi lamented, rushing forward to seize the legs of the two Bat Kings and hurl them away. The two collided midair, swaying uncontrollably. Suddenly, the three Bat Kings emitted a peculiar sound wave, capable of disrupting movement and impairing mental clarity. Indeed, both Yu Yi and Huo Wu found themselves swaying under the influence of the sound, their vision blurring and a sharp pain coursing through their heads. Damn it, this tactic is ineffective. We must devise a solution. Huo Wu, do not heed the sound, cover your ears. Yu Yi urged. Understood, teacher. Here, while you could not utilize his soul power, Huo Wu could. If they could strike from air, surely they could eliminate the adversaries. Yu Yi recalled a bird gun he had seen in the system shop and quickly accessed it, purchasing 2 bird guns, which came with unlimited ammunition. Truly, the System S offerings were exquisite. After the purchase, Yu Yi tossed one of the guns to Huo Wu, who gazed at it in confusion. Teacher, what is this? This is an artifact for slaying bat monsters. Huo Wu, release your soul power to shield us, and watch as I demonstrate the use of this gun. Huo Wu enveloped them both in a protective barrier, significantly diminishing the sound wave's impact. Yu Yi took aim at the Bat King's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the Bat King was instantly decapitated, letting out a wretched scream as it plummeted into the molten magma below. The remaining 2 bats, enraged by the loss, shrieked furiously, summoning swarms of smaller dark golden three-headed bats that encircled the duo. At the command of the two bat kings, the smaller bats surged forth. Teacher, what do we do now? Huowu asked, panic creeping into her voice. Stay calm. Use the bird gun I provided to take them down. Did you observe how I dispatched that bat king? Do you understand how to operate it? Yu queried. I comprehend, teacher. Then let the hunt begin. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as numerous bat monsters fell, yet more continued to emerge. Madness. The sheer numbers are overwhelming. I wonder if it is you or I who possess more bullets. As the two continued to run and shoot, the swarm of bat monsters not only failed to dwindle, but seemed to multiply exponentially. Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the relentless onslaught. What is happening? Despite having slain so many, more keep appearing. His gaze fixated on the two bat kings hovering above. Huowu, targeting these lesser creatures is futile. They're summoned by those bat kings above. We must eliminate them first. But, Master, we cannot reach them. These smaller bats are shielding the bat kings. Huowu, here's the plan. Infuse your soul power into me and launch me into the air. I will take aim. Understood, Master. With that, Huowu enveloped Yi in her soul power and hurled him skyward. Shielded by the energy, the bat monsters hesitated to close in. In midair, Yi seized a rock ledge. An ideal location for sniping. He raised his firearm, taking aim at the two bat kings. Before they could react, he fired. Bang! A direct hit. One bat king fell. Yet the horde of bat monsters remained unabated. What in the world? Am I mistaken? Chapter 50. Master and Disciple? No, I'm a Master's wife now. Yi was bewildered, unable to comprehend why the bat monsters continued to multiply. The disturbance had alerted the last remaining bat king, thus robbing Yi of any opportunity to shoot. Master, there are more and more. It's an endless battle. Huowu, let us retreat. Yi leaped down and approached Huowu. What? We're not fighting anymore? Indeed. We're escaping. Without further ado, Yi scooped Huowu into his arms and dashed forward. The bat monsters would not relent in their pursuit. Master, you're running too fast. I can't keep up. Huowu exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she was cradled in his arms. I'm not trying to be inappropriate. It's a matter of survival. Yi retorted. Had it not been for the absence of soul power and skills, he wouldn't have put up with this situation. Master, do you feel that? It's getting hotter, and I'm starting to feel unwell. Yi glanced at Huowu and noticed her complexion turning crimson, mirroring his own discomfort. Master, they've stopped chasing us. The bat monsters have ceased their pursuit. Is that so? Yi looked back, confirming the absence of their pursuers before halting. Could it be that this place does not belong to them, hence their reluctance to follow? I can't say for certain, but you can set me down now, Huowu said with a bashful expression. All right, my apologies, Huowu. I completely forgot I was still holding you. It's nothing, Master. I'm quite happy being in your arms. Huowu's voice grew softer as she continued, her embarrassment palpable. What did you just say? Ah, it's nothing, Master. Shall we proceed? Yes, but we need to be cautious. New dangers may lurk ahead. Master, I feel weak. I can't go on. Huowu's condition had drastically deteriorated. At that moment, a red mist enveloped the surroundings, and the temperature soared, causing the molten lava beneath to bubble violently. Yi sensed the impending danger and recognized the poisonous nature of the mist, though its specific effects remained unclear. Huowu sank to the ground, the scorching heat compelling her to remove her clothing, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. What are you doing, Huowu? Yi exclaimed, grasping her hand firmly to prevent her from disrobing. Huowu's face flushed a deep red, her eyes sparkling with allure, yet her tone was feeble. Master, let me go, I'm so hot. Could it be that this poison incited lust? This is bad, Yi thought, feeling his own resolve weaken, the flames of desire igniting within him as he gazed upon Huowu's enticing form. No, she is your disciple. You mustn't succumb. Yi slapped himself twice to regain focus. If it was poison, then surely there was an antidote. He procured an antidote pill from the system, consuming one and offering the other to Huowu. However, after ingestion, neither experienced any relief. Their condition only worsened. Master, what is happening to us? Huowu asked, her sultry eyes locked onto Yi, her hand beginning to wander. Huowu, we've fallen victim to a lust-inducing poison. We just took the antidote, but it seems ineffective. We may truly be trapped. Is there truly no way to detoxify? Huowu inquired. After a moment of silence, Yi reluctantly revealed the final solution. There is only one way to counteract it, through intimate relations. What? Engaging in such acts means I would become your wife. Perhaps that is not so bad, Huowu mused internally. Master, if it's you, I'm willing to engage in such acts, she said bashfully, eyes downcast. But, Huowu, we are master and disciple. Does the master not fancy me? Am I not beautiful enough? Cough, no, that is not it. You are stunning and quite ample. Then why all this hesitation? Come here. With that, Huowu boldly seized Yi, pressing her lips against his. Being her first time, she was inexperienced, yet Yi took charge, guiding her as their lips engaged fervently, her clumsiness gradually transforming into skill. After a prolonged kiss, the atmosphere thickened, Huowu entirely unclad. gazed at Yi with a delicate expression. Master, be gentle with me. Of course. Yi, entranced by her beauty, disregarded all reservations and descended upon her, beginning their intimate exchange. In that chaotic realm, the God Emperor smirked. How mischievous of you to render the antidote ineffective, forcing them into this predicament. Ah, I only wish the best for my lord. How could that be deemed wicked? The consort replied. The god of Rakshasa leaned in closely, whispering, my lord, that is indeed the most wicked thing of all. Well, you little rascal, you're in for a reckoning. Ah, I'm sorry, my lord. Please forgive me. Chapter 51. Is the 10-headed fiery sun, serpent female? Yi sighed, alas, to be toppled by my own disciple. What an embarrassing predicament. Though he spoke softly, Wu caught his words. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to take responsibility, master? She teased, arching an eyebrow. Just moments ago, you were so eager. What has changed? And no, it's just that enough. Don't call me your disciple. I am now your wife. Wu interjected. Yi hesitated, feeling as if Wu had been plotting this all along. Was it merely his imagination, or was there truth to his suspicions? However, the events have transpired, and we must confront them and bear the consequences. From now on, call me Wu, do you hear me? I am no longer your disciple. You have betrayed your own disciple, which is utterly disgraceful, Wu declared, feigning anger. At that moment, Yi found himself at a loss for words. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, he could only nod in acknowledgement, admitting, yes, it was my fault, Wu. I shall take responsibility for you. That's more like it. Now, hurry and get dressed so we can leave this place, she replied. The two of them donned their attire and continued onward. The surroundings grew eerily silent. The molten magma ceased to bubble, and no heat permeated the air, nor was there any trace of the crimson mist. This unsettling stillness hinted at lurking danger. Are we about to exit? It's far too quiet here, Wu remarked. Ahem, you must understand that the greater the silence, the more ominous it becomes. Yi responded. Oh, are you implying that I am unaware of this? Have you begun to disdain me since Wu retorted, her expression one of indignation. That is not true. Your demeanor has changed. You treated me with such respect before, but now it feels as though I am beneath your notice. This is utterly perplexing, Yi thought to himself, suppressing his grievances. Ahem, no, Wu, I was mistaken. I shall not harbor any anger. If I'm still upset, you owe me a kiss. He lowered his head and bestowed a kiss upon her. Was this a trial in the depths of hell, or merely a display of affection? At that moment, Yi was somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he resolved that as long as his beloved was happy, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, the previously tranquil atmosphere was pierced by a series of hissing sounds. Oh no! That sound, it's the hiss of snakes. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent has arrived. This is its territory. Yui's heart sank. From the molten depths, a monstrous creature with 10 serpentine heads surged forth, its 10 gazes fixated on Yi and Wu below. What is this? How terrifying! Wu gasped, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. I am not afraid. I am a magnificent serpent, a creature of noble blood. What the hell? Who is speaking? He was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected feminine voice. Are you deaf? I just told you I am a magnificent serpent. Is there any other snake here besides me? He was not ignorant of the situation. He was simply astonished that the 10-headed fiery sun serpent could actually speak, and, as a female, no less. Finally, someone who doesn't want to fight me. Others who came here would attack me on sight. How utterly vile. It infuriated me to no end. The serpent lamented, a touch of innocence in her tone. He found himself perplexed. He realized that the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was oddly endearing. What is happening? This is somewhat charming. Magnificent serpent. We bear no malice. We merely wish to leave this place. Could you assist us in exiting? Wu implored the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, her previous fear dissipating. You wish to leave? Would you take me with you? I do not wish to remain here. It is dreadfully boring, yet I cannot escape due to some strange restrictions. The serpent replied, displaying a remarkable degree of humanity. If you cannot leave, how can we take you with us? Yi inquired. The serpent responded, the young lady may. Her aura feels familiar, reminiscent of my previous master, yet distinctly different. How curious. I could transform into your soul ring, allowing us to bypass this restriction and escape. But wouldn't that mean you would perish? Wu asked. No, of course not. I am the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, a truly magnificent creature. I can transform into your soul ring without dying. Young lady, would you accept this? The serpent inquired. Of course I would. Magnificent serpent, how could I refuse? You are an ancient beast. Wu exclaimed. Very well, young lady, you shall be my new master. I am finally liberated, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent declared, shrinking in midair until a small red serpent appeared before Wu, now possessing a single head with large, adorably naive eyes. Young lady, I shall now transform into your soul ring, and together we shall exit. The red serpent then transformed into a beam of crimson light that entered Wu's body. As she was enveloped by the power of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, Wu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her countenance reflecting her struggle. The small serpent's voice echoed within her. Master, hold on. I am enhancing your martial spirit and amplifying your flame power. Huowu heard the words clearly. No matter the pain or torment, she was determined to persevere. Yu Yi stood by, aware that the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was evolving Huowu's martial spirit. Yet witnessing her agony caused him distress. An hour slipped by. Huowu cried out, soaring into the air as her martial spirit manifested, its appearance mirroring her own, and her flame power transformed into the purest form of heavenly fire. Huowu opened her eyes, now more radiant than ever, her irises gleaming with a golden hue. Yu Yi, I succeeded. I endured, Huowu said, gently descending to embrace Yu Yi tightly. He patted her back reassuringly. Yes, you did wonderfully. What is the name of your martial spirit now? My fire shadow martial spirit has evolved into the Nine Heavens Fire Maiden. Isn't that an unusual name? I can't fathom why it is called that. It simply appeared in my mind as if conjured from thin air, Huowu explained. Nine Heavens Fire Maiden. Does such a martial spirit even exist? Yet, considering my own martial spirit, which is rather peculiar, it seems plausible. Perhaps the 10-headed fiery sun serpent is the key to Huowu's unique abilities. Meanwhile, the small serpent within Huowu was weeping. Master, it truly is you. I have waited so long for this moment. As the two prepare to exit, a voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations to both of you. You have completed the trial of the Hell Road and earned the domain of the God of Slaughter, along with the title of God of Slaughter. Chapter 52, The New Shrek Academy. The task in the City of Slaughter had finally concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the trial. System rewards are now being issued. Congratulations on acquiring your third martial spirit, the Beginning Qilin, a control-type battle spirit master. Congratulations on obtaining memory fragments. As Yui stepped out the Hell Road, the system appeared. To his astonishment, his third martial spirit was of the control type. The Ancestral Dragon was a powerhouse, and the Yuan Phoenix was an agile attacker. With this addition, he was only missing a healing spirit to achieve omnipotence. Truly, having a cheat is the sole shortcut to strength. System, may I inquire about the nature of these memory fragments? The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. You shall know when the time is right. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply unknown. Curse it all, damn system, be gone. Yu Yi exclaimed in frustration. Farewell then. Once again, Yu Yi found himself infuriated by the system's dismissive tone. If he were to discover that the system had abducted the Rakshasa god to serve as a maid, one could only imagine his reaction. Now, it was time to return to Shrek. 6 months had passed, filled with myriad experiences, and he wondered how his little companions were faring. Yu Yi reflected on the past months, where each day was steeped in bloodshed and conflict. For many of the individuals he encountered were ruthless and merciless. He had spared none in their confrontations. Each encounter had required him to rely on his primal physical strength, honing his body to its utmost limits. Just how powerful he had become was uncertain, but he knew that compared to before, he was now an entirely different entity. Yu Yi, you've been standing there for ages. Are we leaving or not? Huowu urged impatiently. Yu Yi expressed a sense of forgetfulness, realizing it was about his beloved dance partner. Come, my dear dance partner. Let us return to Shrek and reunite with your sisters. Oof. You old bull courting young grass. You're already in your 20s, yet you managed to charm these young maidens of merely a decade. What a scoundrel you are. Cough, cough. Am I truly wicked, or is it that you, my dear dance partner, do not fancy me? Pa. You are the villain, not your brother, you great rascal, who whisked me away. Very well, my dear dance partner, let's depart. As Yu Yi summoned his second spirit, he unleashed Phoenix wings soaring, unfurling his wings and soaring with Huomai toward the direction of Shrek. They soon arrived at Shrek Academy, only to be met with an unsettling silence. Where is everyone? Yu Yi pondered, bewildered. I've only been gone for half a year. Have they all vanished? At that moment, a kindly matron approached. Huomai stepped forward to inquire. Excuse me, ma'am, do you know where everyone from Shrek Academy is gone? The matron replied kindly. Oh dear, it seems you are unaware. Shrek has relocated to Heaven-Do City and established a new academy. Did you not know? No, we were indeed unaware. Thank you, ma'am. Huomai expressed her gratitude. Is there anything else you need, dear? If not, I shall take my leave. No, thank you, ma'am. Please walk safely. Yu Yi, Shrek has moved to Heaven-Do City and established a new academy, Huomai called out. A new Shrek? Could it be that Sister Erlong invited Shrek to her location? This aligns with the original tale. Yu Yi mused to himself. Only upon reaching Heaven-Do City shall I uncover the truth. Yu Yi and Huomai arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven-Do City, and as expected, it had transformed into Shrek. Just then, Yu Yi spotted a familiar figure. Sister Jiangzhu, he called from outside the gate. Hearing her name, Jiangzhu turned, recognizing the voice. Brother Yu Yi? She approached the entrance and welcomed both Yu Yi and Huomai inside. Jiangzhu, gazing curiously at the duo, asked, Brother Yu Yi, where have you been for the past 6 months? What brings you to Shrek Academy? And who is this lovely lady by your side? Sister Jiangzhu, I've been honing my skills in the City of Slaughter these past 6 months. This is my beloved Huomai, who accompanied me to that treacherous place. I'm quite curious as to why this place has been transformed into Shrek Academy. Jiangzhu explained, It was our director, Erlong's decision. I'm not fully aware of the details, but I have made some wonderful friends here. I shall introduce you to them in due time. Yi wondered if those friends included Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Very well, Jiangzhu, please show Huomai around. I have matters to discuss with your director. Of course, Brother Yi. Jiangzhu replied, turning to Huomai. Sister Huomai, shall I show you around? Certainly, Sister Jiangzhu. Huomai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi's suspicions were correct. All of this had been orchestrated by Liu Erlong. Yet, Yi found himself puzzled. Was Liu Erlong's decision driven by feelings for Flander or Yu Xiaojiang? It seemed unlikely that it was for Yu Xiaojiang, considering her current disdain for him. Would Yu Xiaojiang even be here? Yi made his way to Liu Erlong's courtyard, where she was indeed tending to flowers, genuinely engaged in her gardening, appearing quite content. Sister Erlong is back to watering flowers, Yi quietly remarked as he approached her from behind. Startled, Liu Erlong turned to see Yi. You rascal, trying to scare your elder sister? How could I? I could never bear to frighten you, Sister Erlong. After half a year apart, did you miss me? Who could possibly miss you? Where have you been for the past 6 months? Liu Erlong inquired. Since their last separation, she had not seen Yi and often found herself reflecting on his words about letting go of the past and being true to oneself. Particularly at night, when memories of him embracing her would flood her mind. Unable to bear it any longer, she had decided to move Shrek to her Blue Tyrant Academy, allowing her to see Yi again, thus alleviating her nightly longing for him. However, when she arrived at Shrek Academy, she discovered Yi was not present, leaving her somewhat disheartened. At least she had Flander around, and she was confident Yi would return. As for Yu Xiaojiang, she didn't even spare him a glance, wishing for him and Tang San to leave. Are you curious about where I've been? Yi teased. Could it be that you actually care? What kind of look is that? Who cares about you? I'm just curious. Hurry up and tell me. Liu Erlong scolded playfully. Seeing Liu Erlong's cheeks flush, Yi felt a surge of happiness. It signified that he had carved a place in her heart. Ah, what a long story, Yi sighed, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 53, Reunited, Never Depart Again. Yi recounted his experiences in the City of Slaughter to Liu Erlong. Oh, you sly rascal. I never imagined you could thrive in such a perilous place, and even managed to win over a disciple of yours. Truly impressive. Yi sensed that Liu Erlong was indeed complimenting him. Ahem, by the way, Sister Erlong, was it you who decided to move Shrek here? Yi asked. Indeed, what of it? Liu Erlong replied. Naturally, it is acceptable, but what about Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San? Liu Erlong glared at Yi, saying, Don't mention them. I told them to leave directly. They disgust me. Sister Erlong, you didn't move Shrek here because of me, did you? Yi probed cautiously. How self-important. Who would do such a thing for you? Oh, really? Is that so, Sister Erlong? Yi grinned mischievously. You. Enough of this. Go reunite with your ladies. They've been yearning for you dreadfully. Sister Erlong, I must confess, I wish to stay by your side, Yi said, inching closer to Liu Erlong, gently caressing her hair. Liu Erlong's face flushed deeper. Yi's youthful charm left her somewhat dazed. She realized that if this continued, she would lose control. The age difference between them felt insurmountable. She quickly distanced herself from Yi, saying, You must stop this. Go find them. I have matters to attend to. Yi could sense Liu Erlong's feelings for him. However, he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Once Liu Erlong departed, he too chose not to linger. It was time to see his little ones. The young ones were currently in class, and Guyuna was still present. Yi had anticipated she would have left, yet, to his surprise, Yi Lingling was also there. Could it be that Lingling has changed her allegiance? Yi pondered. Finally, the class came to an end. Wives, have you missed me? Yi called out loudly from the classroom door. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling. And Guyuna stood frozen in place. The familiar voice and endearing address. He had returned. Except for Guyuna, the other 4 women had tears glistening in their eyes, gazing toward the door, confirming it was indeed him. Brother Yi, big radish, big pervert. Unable to contain his longing, Yi rushed forward, embracing them all. Wives, I missed you so dearly. Truly I did. Yi spoke with deep emotion, reflecting on the past 6 months spent gazing at the moon, reminiscing about their cherished moments together. Yet who truly desires separation? Nevertheless, he must depart, to grow stronger, to instigate change. Without the system, he is not, and what merit does he possess to be worthy of them? The system serves as an aid, yet all else must rely on his own efforts. Just as he once promised Ning Rongrong to become her hero, without self-driven transformation. How can he take the first step towards heroism? Brother E, we miss you so dearly. A simple phrase encapsulating countless days and nights of yearning. My dear wives, I promise you, we shall meet again, never to part. Very well, Brother E, from now on we shall never be separated. You rogue, have you forgotten that you embraced me as well? I am not your wife. Let me go. Guyuna exclaimed angrily, shattering the previously calm atmosphere. Ahem, my apologies. Nana, I was not paying attention, Yu said with a face full of remorse. Ha! Guyuna lifted her palm, and with a sharp slap, Yui was sent flying. Holy cow! The other students in the classroom, including the 4 women, were left astounded, That slap was truly fierce. Ah, what a relief. I finally got to hit him. I've waited half a year for this moment. Gu Yuna reveled in the exhilaration of a recent action. The four women, after recovering from their shock, realized that their husband had just been sent sprawling. Brother He, are you all right? They rushed over to assist you. I'm fine, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt, he replied, shaking his head. What a joke, it doesn't hurt. This is far worse than slapping myself. Had it not been for my physical body reaching its peak, I surely would have fainted. Later, Yu Yi introduced the four women to their new sister, Huo Wu, and they felt an instant familiarity, as if they had known each other in a past life. Yu Yi found this arrangement agreeable. As long as the harem did not quarrel, he would not have to face any dilemmas. Subsequently, Yi Lingling explained her reasons for coming to Shrek. It turned out she had been encouraged by Zhu Zhuqing and the others, which could only be deemed effective encouragement. Yu Yi gazed at the sky, sensing that this night was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 54, An Unsettled Night. The night sky, with its radiant moon and countless stars, seemed to be conjuring a romantic ambience. Yu Yi and his women nestled together, admiring the starry expanse. This day they were inseparable, attending classes together, practicing, dining, even accompanying each other to the restroom. Nothing was off limits. Big Carrot, you are truly a rascal. Huo Wu is your disciple. How could you treat her that way? Ningrongrong sutendi interjected. Huh? Rongrong, how did you know what I did? Yu Yi responded, puzzled. She is your disciple, and while your actions were necessary for the antidote, you cannot be so forward. Forcing yourself upon her is utterly despicable. Ning Rongrong had always been a champion of justice. Me? Forcing myself? Yu Yi glanced at Huo Wu, who was stifling laughter with her hand over her mouth. What can I say? I was coerced. Each of my women seems to be a greater troublemaker than the last. Yu Yi lamented inwardly. All right, my dear ones, we have gazed at the stars long enough. It is time for us to sleep. Brother Yi is merely thinking of that. Zhu Zhuqing bluntly revealed Yu Yi's thoughts. Zhu Qing, how could you think so little of your brother Yi? The five women shared a tacit understanding and nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu, do you feel the same? I'm not talking to brother Yi. Xiao Wu pouted, turning her head away. Yu Yi turned to Yi Lingling. Brother Yi, this time Lingling will not be soft-hearted. Making you leave for so long is your punishment. Yi Lingling's stance was resolute. She would stand by her sisters this time. Yu Yi stared at the ceiling for a long time. This shouldn't be a dream, right? He suddenly voiced. How could it be a dream? Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu stroked his arm. The other women chimed in. Brother Yi, what are you thinking? Yu Yi shook his head. I wasn't thinking of anything. I just feel as though this is all a dreamlike illusion. If it were a dream, he would wish never to awaken. If it were not, he must protect all this dearly, for he sensed that profound changes were imminent in this world. How wonderful it is to have you all. We feel the same. In the night sky, the multitude of stars quietly faded, and the moon shyly concealed itself. Only Gu Yuna lingered outside the door, grumbling to herself. You lecher, vile scoundrel, shameless rogue. How dare you engage in such actions? Wait, I'm not eavesdropping. I merely wish to catch him in the act of wrongdoing to have a reason to strike him. Yes, that is it. Gu Yuna convinced herself. But why do I sense that something ominous is about to unfold? Returning to her room, she gazed out at the night sky, shrouded in darkness, the stars seemingly endless. What exactly was transpiring? The entire world seemed to have fallen silent, yet it felt as though it had not. Faint sounds of rain pattered against the eaves. For countless years, darkness had reigned. After being trapped for an eternity, he had finally awaited this day, the arrival of eternal night. Who are you? Who are you? No. Go away. In a dilapidated house, Tang San, lost in a nightmare, mumbled in his sleep. Xiao San, what is wrong? Wake up, you Xiaojiang said anxiously, attempting to rouse Tang San. Who am I? I am you. You are me. Do you long to grow stronger? Come to the abyss. Come to the abyss and find me. Who are you? Show yourself. You will naturally see me in due time. Come find me. Come to the abyss. The location is already etched in your mind. Ha 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 ha. Tang San slowly opened his eyes to see Xiaojiang looking at him with concern, warming his heart. Xiao San, did you just have a nightmare? You had me worried sick. It's nothing. Teacher, thank you for your concern. We are all in this together. It's only natural to care. Teacher, it's raining outside, Tang San pointed out. Yu Xiaojing looked up and said, indeed, it is raining. At the Pope's palace. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the stars seemed boundless. What on earth was happening tonight? Bibi Dong gazed at the night sky. You little rascal, where have you been for half a year? Despite the separation, she often thought of Yu Yi, and over time, his image had gradually taken residence in her heart. Perhaps it was the memories of their rendezvous, drinking atop a mountain, the morning mist, as if they had occurred just yesterday. You little rascal, you must take care of yourself. In the chaos space, the Rakshasa god regarded the troubled system and inquired, My lord, what troubles you? A calamity looms. The master may perish. What? The master might die? You cannot go and save him? Little Rakshasa, you know I cannot enter that realm. I can only remain in this space. Everything is dictated by fate. Little Rakshasa, I have something to entrust to you. The system leaned close to the Rakshas's ear. Do not worry. Leave it to me, my lord. But you must promise me that once it is done, You will marry me. Your word must be binding. Of course, go forth, Rakshasa, I await your return. The system sighed as it watched the Rakshasa depart. For you, my master, I have forsaken the forest, hanging from a tree in despair. Chapter 55, Farewell, Qian Rinxue. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Yui experienced the beauty of the scene for the first time. He was alone in the room, knowing that his women had likely gone to class, and on the table lay a prepared breakfast. Once dressed, he approached the dining table and found a note. Brother E, my sisters and I are off to class. This is your breakfast. Love, Zhu Zhuqing. A warm feeling enveloped Yuyi's heart. Simplicity is indeed happiness. Gazing at the lovingly prepared breakfast, his appetite was ignited. After enjoying his meal, Yuyi strolled through Shrek before stepping outside, intending to purchase some food and gifts for the women in his life. As he passed by a grocery store, a woman suddenly blocked his path. Young master, the crown prince requests your presence, she stated. Lead the way. Yuyi recognized her as Qian Rinxue, someone he had also intended to seek out, but she had come to him first. Please follow me. To his surprise, Qian Rinxue had someone escort him to her study. Upon entering, he found her engrossed in a book, looking not like Xue Qinghe, but in her true form. The sight of Qian Rinxue reading possessed a unique charm. One might describe her as a career-oriented woman in contemporary terms. How long do you intend to read? She inquired. Seeing you so absorbed in your book, I refrained from interrupting, yet appears you were aware of my presence all along. Yui replied as he settled beside her. I wonder, what is it that you seek me for, little Xue? You vanished for half a year. Where have you been? Qian Rinxue asked. In the city of slaughter. Honing my skills. I'm curious how you managed to locate me. I thought I had returned discreetly. I am a crown prince of the Tiando royal family. What is beyond my reach? Well then, little Xue, back to the matter at hand. What do you wish to discuss? What are your thoughts on the current royal family? The royalty, the nobility, the commoners, the royal family, and the nobility sit in lofty positions while the common folk toil as their subordinates. In a nation, are the contributions truly made by the nobility? More often than not, it is the lower class that bears the burden. The nobility are like parasites to the state, engaging in corruption and exploiting the commoners for their own gain, leading the nation towards ruin. What has the Tiando royal family done for the common people? Frankly, you and the Spirit Hall outshine them. You established branches to help the commoners awaken their martial spirits for free, a feat the Tiando royal family cannot rival. Xue, I understand your intentions in masquerading as Xue Qinghe. Fear not. I will always stand by your side. I sincerely hope you can overthrow this nation's oppressive system and create a new realm where the commoners reign supreme, granting them their rightful citizenship while abolishing the noble slave hierarchy. A nation must cherish its people, for only then will the people love their country. Qian Rinxue gazed at Yuyi with astonishment, unable to fathom how someone could perceive political matters with such clarity. Abolishing slavery and granting the commoners their identities, nurturing them. Yuyi, I have much to learn from you. Yet, do you truly believe I can achieve this? Little Xue, do you lack confidence? I certainly do not. Are you implying that you are certain I can succeed? Absolutely. Little Xue, go forth and act decisively. Even if you find yourself without allies, I shall remain at your side. Even if it means opposing the world for you. I will grasp the heavens in my hands and shatter the earth beneath my feet, bringing this world to bow before you. Keep your frivolous words to yourself. I do not require your backing. Though she spoke dismissively, her heart was undeniably touched, for she could see the sincerity in Yuyi's words. Swear, I speak only the truth. Yuyi grasped Qian Rinxue's delicate hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. Should that day come, I will fulfill my promise. A blush crept onto Qian Rinxue's cheeks, and she averted her gaze. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Are you perhaps feeling shy, little Xue? Yuyi asked with a smile. I am not. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. Qian Rinxue extricated herself from his grasp, pausing at the door. You should leave quickly. I have things to handle. And save your frivolous remarks for your other women. Do not speak them to me. With that, she departed, leaving Yuyi to sigh alas. Xue is indeed a challenge to win over, but at least she does not despise me now. That is a positive sign. After Qian Rinxue's departure, she returned to the worship hall. Grandfather, I have returned. She knelt respectfully. Qian Douluo hurried over to assist her to her feet. Child, rise. Did you see Yuyi? Yes. Grandfather, I did, and he... Qian Rinxue recounted her encounter with Yuyi in detail. Haha, an interesting young man. Snow, it is evident that he is extraordinary and harbors deep feelings for you. You are not a child anymore. Perhaps I should arrange a betrothal for you? Qian Douluo suggested with a smile. Grandfather, I refuse. That philanderer only knows how to utter flattery. I will not marry him. I do not consent to this proposal. Very well, it is as you say. Next time you see him, bring him to meet me. I have questions for him. Understood, grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Remember, little Xue, be cautious not to reveal your identity, Qian Douluo advised. I understand, grandfather. After her departure, Qian Douluo gazed longingly at the statue of the angel. Nine-winged holy angel, supreme deity, six-winged angel. What secrets lie within the angel clan? Yuyi, are you truly from the divine realm? Chapter 56. Paths diverge. 5 days passed. During this period, Yi took the opportunity to relax and assisted Zhu Zhuqing and the others with their training, providing them with creation pills to break the shackles of their bodies. He also replaced their soul rings with 5,000-year ones, as their strength was still insufficient. Yi decided to wait until they reached tidal Douluo before sourcing longer-lasting soul rings from the Nether Space Tower. It was time to seek out Dong. In the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Something significant felt imminent. She absent-mindedly fidgeted with a hairpin, pondering, "This little rascal returns, yet does not come to find me? Oh dear, Donger seems troubled. Could it be that she's missing me?" A familiar voice resonated in her ears once more. "You've arrived?" Bibi Dong's tone remained frosty, though her heart fluttered with joy. Yi smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Dong, are you missing me? How self-important? Speak, what brings you here?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Donger, I mentioned before that I wish to discuss a matter with you upon my departure. Do you recall?" "Of course I remember. So that is the reason for your visit?" Bibi Dong's mood soured, as she had hoped this mischievous lad had come to express his feelings for her. "That is part of it. I also genuinely missed you during our separation of half a year." Such flattery. While she dismissed him, Bibi Dong felt sweetness bloom in her heart. "Donger, I intend to take away the 100,000-year soul ring from you and replace it with a million-year one." "What did you say? A million-year soul ring?" Bibi Dong exclaimed, astonished. Yi revealed the details of the Nether Space Tower to her, presenting the million-year soul ring, which convinced Bibi Dong of his capability to help her ascend to godhood. "Then why do you wish to remove my 100,000-year soul ring?" She pressed further. "Because I have a woman named Xiao Wu, and her mother is the very 100,000-year soul ring you possess." Yi knew he could no longer conceal the truth. It was a matter he would have to face eventually. So he spoke plainly. "Ah, so that is the case. How clever of you, Yi. In the end, I have been deceived once more. You approached me to resurrect your woman's mother, and you profess your affection for me? Ha ha, all men are deceivers. Leave me be." Bibi Dong seethed with fury, her heart wounded once more, having been betrayed by yet another man. She unleashed her soul power towards Yi, who did not evade, enduring the blow with sheer will. With blood staining his lips, Yi advanced step by step towards Bibi Dong. "Get away from me, or I shall not hold back." Bibi Dong warned, yet Yi persisted. Each of her attacks met with his unwavering approach, until he stood directly before her, prompting her assault to cease. "Why? Why did you deceive me? Why did you come close to me? I hate you, Yi. I truly hate you." Bibi Dong's voice rang out, filled with anguish. Yi remained silent, drawing her into his embrace and sealing her lips with his. Bibi Dong struggled fiercely, even biting him, yet he did not relent. Did she harbor feelings for Yi? Perhaps she did. Did she despise him? She was uncertain. Exhausted, Bibi Dong ceased her resistance and began to reciprocate his kiss. "After this kiss, we shall be strangers, Yi. This kiss is my gratitude for the joy and happiness you have brought me, but I also despise you for your deceit," Bibi Dong mused inwardly. As the passionate kiss concluded, Yi gently wiped away the tears from Bibi Dong's face. "Donger, I did not deceive you. My feelings for you are genuine. Reviving Xiao Wu's mother is a promise I made to her." Bibi Dong forcefully pushed Yi away, her voice cold. "Huh, I cannot bear your affection. If you seek the soul ring, then hasten." "Very well, Donger, thank you for your understanding." "Ha, I did not grant you anything. Trading a 100,000-year soul ring for a million-year one is merely practical. Is that so? Donger, prepare yourself. I shall proceed with the exchange." Bibi Dong offered her soul ring, and Yi stripped away the crimson 100,000-year soul ring, replacing it with a million-year Blood Spider King soul ring, one he had searched tirelessly for in the underworld. The most suitable for Bibi Dong's martial soul. Throughout the process, Bibi Dong endured immense pain, yet it paled in comparison to the heartache she already felt. "Dongya, it is done," Yi said to her. You may leave now. Take that soul ring and resurrect your woman's mother. From now on, we shall be like strangers. Our next meeting shall be as enemies," Bibi Dong stated with icy detachment. Yi hesitated, searching for words. "Leave. I do not wish to see you. Don't need to force you to go." "All right, Donger, I understand, but I still wish to express that I did not deceive you. My feelings for you are sincere." After speaking, Yi departed, fully aware that no words would penetrate Bibi Dong's heart at that moment. She needed time to compose herself. The vast hall lay empty save for Bibi Dong, who appeared utterly worn. "Ha, what a love, Yi. For half a year, you occupied my thoughts. Yet this is the outcome. I wish we had never met again today." Bibi Dong arrived at the mountaintop where they had once drank together, removing her hairpin in a moment of despair, wishing to end it all. Yet, as she prepared to cast it away, she faltered, unable to let go. With her eyes closed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Love knows not where it begins, leaving those entangled in its grasp in turmoil. Chapter 57. Mother and daughter reunited. Xiao Wu departs. Yi returned to Shrek Academy and sought out Xiao Wu. "Brother Yi, what brings you to me?" Xiao Wu inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Yi presented her mother's soul ring. "This is Mom's soul ring." Xiao Wu gently cradled it in her hands, tears cascading down her face. "Mom, it's me, Xiao Wu. I promised I would revive your mother, and now I shall fulfill that promise, Yu assured her, producing the resurrection water and soul recovery pills. With these two items, Xiaowu's mother could be brought back to life. Yu dripped the resurrection water onto the soul ring, which began to radiate a red glow, growing brighter until a rabbit shape emerged, gradually transforming into a female figure. At last, the light faded, revealing a white rabbit gently landing in Xiaowu's hands. She gazed upon the creature, recognizing it as her mother, the gentle soul she had longed for. Mom, I finally see you. I have grown up and met the one I can entrust my life to. Brother E, thank you for reviving my mother. Silly girl, what is there to thank? This is a promise I made to you, Yu replied, handing her the soul recovery pill. Here, Xiaowu, give this to your mother. It will help her soul gradually regain its form. Okay, Brother E. Xiaowu fed the pill to her mother. Yet a question lingered. Wasn't her mother's soul ring from the spirit hall? Why did Brother E possess it? Brother E, are you from the spirit hall? Xiaowu asked, her brow furrowed with concern. I am not. Yu shook his head. Then how did you acquire my mother's soul ring? Did you confront the spirit hall? Were you hurt? She examined him for injuries, sighing in relief when she found none. Actually, Xiaowu. Yu recounted his encounter with Bibi Dong, reiterating that there was no need for lies, only truths to face. You don't blame me, do you? He inquired. I don't blame you, Brother E. If anyone is to blame, it is me. If you hadn't met me, perhaps Bibi Dong wouldn't hate you. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Brother E. If the tears shed earlier were those of joy at reuniting with her mother, the ones now were born of sorrow and pain. I've decided, Brother E. I will take my mother back to the Stardow Forest. Xiaowu, why must you leave? Yu grasped her hand, bewildered. Only by leaving can you be reunited with Bibi Dong. I have already experienced your love, and now that my mother has returned, I have no regrets. I do not wish to leave you, but I am not selfish. This is my decision. I hope you will accept it. No, please don't go, Xiaowu. Stay. Stay with me. Yu pleaded, holding her tightly to prevent her departure. Tears fell from Xiaowu's eyes, one by one, as she too wished to remain. Yet she could not be selfish. She was willing to sacrifice her own desires for Yui's happiness. Brother E, I have always followed your wishes. This time, please heed mine. Let me go. If you miss me, come visit me in the Stardow Forest, all right? No, I cannot let you leave, Xiaowu. Stay, please. Brother E, let me go. I am determined. I hope you will not obstruct me, or I shall come to resent you. With that, Xiaowu wrested herself from Yui's embrace, offering him a comb her mother had given her. Brother, this was given to me by my mother. She said that if I ever met someone worthy of a lifetime's trust, I should give it to him. Now that I have met you, will you comb my hair for me? I would be honored, Xiaowu. I shall do it now. Yu untied her braided hair and gently began to comb through her tresses. With the first stroke, to the end, fragrant chamber before the mirror, blush like snow. With the second stroke to the end, magpies bridge high, flying pair. With the third stroke to the end, couples hand in hand, pledging to grow old together. Brother E, encountering you has been the greatest happiness of my life. Alas, I can no longer hold your hand until our hair turns white. As time gradually passed, Yu meticulously combed Xiaowu's hair, and Xiaowu, no longer lingering, embraced her mother and pushed open the door to leave. With each step, her heart ached anew. Yet she had resolved to depart. One was her beloved, the other her adversary. How could she choose? She was acutely aware of her brother Yi's torment, and thus, for his sake, she would bring this agony to an end. Yu wished to intervene, yet he understood that such actions would only breed resentment in Xiaowu. Watching her retreating figure, his heart felt as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at it. In that moment, he realized how utterly absurd he was. Wasn't he there to save them? Instead, he had caused them pain. Oh, Yu, how laughably arrogant you are, deluding yourself, thinking you are more than a mere waste of space. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, he could only scold himself in silence. Was he at fault? Or was it the world that was in error? Perhaps it was the architect of fate who had erred. Xiaowu halted, turning to gaze at Yu, who knelt on the ground, weeping, and quietly uttered, "Take care, my love." Chapter 58. Yu's confession. Was it wrong? Yu repeatedly questioned himself, wondering if it was indeed his mistake or that of fate. He had only sought to resolve their enmity. Yet, nothing had unfolded as he had envisioned. Perhaps his confidence had been misplaced, a folly of hubris. How could one reconcile the intrinsic animosity between soul beasts and soul masters? Would it not be simpler if soul masters no longer needed to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings? It was high time to establish the Soul Tower, entrusting Dong Air with its governance, to mend the rift between the powers of soul beasts and soul masters, while also granting Dong Air an opportunity for redemption. A wrong is a wrong, and no amount of explanation could alter that fact. Yu had indeed erred, inflicting pain upon Bibi Dong and Xiaowu. Even if Bibi Dong sought his life, he bore no regrets. Stealthily, Yu approached the Pope's chamber, where Bibi Dong sat sipping wine, her expression sorrowful, compared to her former self. This visage bore little resemblance to that of a pope. Dong Air, I apologize for returning. As Yu spoke, a surge of soul power struck him. He made no attempt to evade it, nor did he summon his physical strength. enduring a grievous injury that caused him to spit blood. You dare return, you deceiver? Do you wish for me to kill you? Bibi Dong glared down at Yue, her voice laced with fury. Dong Air, I have not deceived you. My feelings for you are genuine. Do not call me Dong Air, it disgusts me. Dong Air, tell me what I must do for you to forgive me? Huh? Forgive you? You must die. With that, Bibi Dong raised her staff, unleashing a torrent of soul power towards Yue once more. Yet he did not flinch, merely closing his eyes, a tear cascading down his cheek. Time seemed to decelerate as that solitary tear fell to the ground with a soft thud. That gentle sound seemed to calm Bibi Dong. Did she truly wish to kill him? Did she genuinely despise him? It appeared not. In the final moment, she retracted her soul power. She could not bring herself to slay the man before her. Dong Air, Yue opened his eyes, only to see Bibi Dong kneeling. Her face streaked with tears. Yue, why did you approach me? Why did you make me feel? Why did you cause me to fall for you? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. For half a year, who could fathom the turmoil within her? Through investigation, she learned that Qianren Xue had no man. Thus he was not Bibi Dong as beloved. The joy she felt upon discovering this was inexplicable. She wondered at herself, for whenever she recalled their time together, a smile graced her face. After countless internal struggles, she finally resolved that when the little rascal returned, she would make him her queen. Though she knew he had other women, she was unperturbed. He would undoubtedly be a formidable man, and it was not unusual for a man of strength to have multiple women. She wished to be the matriarch of his harem. However, upon their reunion, she realized she had been deceived all along. Yue had approached her solely to resurrect his beloved's mother. How utterly absurd. Yue reached out to help Bibi Dong rise, but she forcefully pushed him away. Do not touch me, you deceiver. Dong Air, I did not deceive you. Oh, did you not deceive me? Your kindness towards me was merely a means to revive your beloved's mother, was it not? How utterly repugnant. Shouldn't it be said that all men are disgusting? Dong Air, are you not curious about my origins? Today, I shall divulge everything. I hope you will listen carefully. Very well, speak. Yue summoned all three of his martial souls, the Ancestral Dragon, the Primordial Phoenix, and the Beginning Qilin, each possessing the same configuration of 900,000-year soul rings. Dong Air, do you know how I acquired these martial souls? Or whether I hail from the divine realm? Bibi Dong was taken aback by the spectacle before her. She recalled that the little rascal seemed to know everything about the past and future. She had tried to investigate Yue's origins, but found nothing, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Dong Air, I am neither of this world, nor from the divine realm. I hail from another world, a place devoid of cultivation, soul power, and martial souls, a realm of mere mortals. In my world, the tales of your Douluo Continent are chronicled, encompassing your past and future. In truth, all your fates have been predetermined, fixed by the hands of destiny. Fate does not favor you, and your ultimate end is grim. When I first encountered this story, I had already fallen for you. One day, I suddenly arrived in this world, my cultivation accompanying me. Having come here, I resolved to grow stronger and shatter the unjust fate that binds you. Yue contemplated, recognizing that he could not disclose the matter of the system. After speaking, he retracted his soul power and approached Bibi Dong once more, offering her his support. This time, Bibi Dong did not push him away. Bibi Dong, with tear-streaked eyes, gazed at Yue and asked, is what you say true? Is everything we are destined for predetermined? Yue nodded. Dong Air, none of this is your fault. It is the hands of fate at play. I did not approach you with ulterior motives. My affection is sincere and unwavering. Bibi Dong pushed Yue away again, turning her back on him. I cannot fully trust you yet. If you wish to earn my trust, you must promise me 3 things. Dong Air, do not limit it to 3. I will agree to 5 or even 100. Yue exclaimed, his excitement evident. It seemed sincerity was indeed the best remedy. First, become the strongest in this continent. Second, let me become a deity. Third, join my spear hall. Chapter 59, The Rescue of Hulayina. Can you achieve this? Becoming the strongest? That is certainly within my capabilities. As for Dong Air becoming a deity, that is a promise I shall fulfill. Joining the spirit hall? I'm already one of Dong Air's, so naturally, I'm a member of the spirit hall. With that, Yue grinned and attempted to embrace Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong swiftly sent him flying. Her eyes rolled disdainfully as she commanded, get lost. What do you mean, my people? Conceal your malevolent thoughts. Yue picked himself up from the ground and gazed at Bibi Dong, inquiring, Donger, have you forgiven me? Are you no longer angry with me? Forgive you? Dream on. I am furious, and you would do well not to provoke me further, she retorted. Oh, Dong, Yue began, but was abruptly interrupted by the voices of Ghost, Douluo, and Chrysanthemum Douluo requesting an audience from outside the door. With a wave of her hand, Bibi Dong opened the door, allowing the 2 elders, gravely injured, to stagger inside. Seeing their wounds, Bibi Dong asked, Elders, what has transpired? Your Holiness, we took the Saintess and the others to the Death Canyon for training, where we encountered an unprecedented monster. The Saintess and her companions were captured, and in our attempt to rescue them, we suffered severe injuries. We have come to seek your assistance in rescuing the Saintess. Ghost recounted the events. Do you know what this monster looks like? Bibi Dong continued her inquiry. We do not know, Your Holiness. It appears to lack a physical form. Merely a mass of dark gas. Chrysanthemum, Douluo replied. A formless monster? What has transpired in the Death Canyon? Bibi Dong turned towards you, and said, since you're now a member of the Spirit Hall, the mission to rescue the Saintess falls to you. Are you willing? Dong, he responded. Bibi Dong glared at you, sternly, and he knew what that meant. Ahem, Your Holiness, I am willing. However, before I depart, I have something to present to you. You produced 2 healing pills and handed them to Chrysanthemum and Ghost Awe, saying, Elders, these are healing pills. Consume them to recover from your injuries. Now, I have urgent matters to discuss with Your Holiness, so please excuse us and wait outside. The 2 Douluos accepted the healing pills and looked to Bibi Dong, who nodded in agreement, signaling them to leave. Your Holiness, I take my leave, the 2 Douluos said as they exited. Bibi Dong turned her gaze to you, and asked, Speak, what is it now? It isn't about your romantic interests again, is it? Of course not, Donger. This is for you. You produced the Netherworld Space Tower and presented it to Bibi Dong. Dongya, I wish for you to create a soul offering tower so that in the future, soul masters need not hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but can seek them within the Netherworld Space Tower instead. Over the years, there have been countless soul rings of various ages, providing soul masters with greater choices. If successful, we will resolve the conflict with soul beasts. Do you truly believe I can achieve this? Are you not afraid that I might claim it for myself and use it solely for the Spirit Hall? She challenged. I trust Donger is not that kind of person. Very well, Donger, I shall take my leave. Upon my return, we shall drink together at the mountaintop. Who wants to drink with you? Go on, she replied. All right, Yu responded, bowing respectfully. Wait a moment, Bibi Dong suddenly called after him. Yu turned back to ask, what is it, Dong? Be careful, she cautioned. Yu smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Dong. I shall return safely. Chrysanthemum and Ghost the Law accompanied Yu to the Death Canyon. The air was thick with an overwhelming darkness, the sky above tainted by this sinister atmosphere, exuding an ominous aura. Entering the Death Canyon sent chills down one's spine, as if death itself lingered in the air, hinting at some profound transformation. Could it be the change the system spoke of? Yu pondered. Turning to Ghost the Law and Chrysanthemum the Law, he said, Elders, you should proceed together while I search for Hulaina and the others separately. Very well, young brother. The Death Canyon is vast. Splitting up will surely expedite our search. They agreed. Yu focused ahead, sensing that the concentrated dark power lay in that direction, where he believed Hulaina and her companions must be. Jun, no. A dark gas pierced through the chest of Yen. In his final moments, he looked at Hulaina and confessed, Nana, did you know? I have liked you since childhood. Yet you have never looked at me. I vowed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect you. Though I am not yet powerful, I have protected you this time. Farewell, Nana. Yen grasped the dark gas tightly, roaring in defiance. I will not allow you to harm Nana and the others. We shall perish together. Farewell, Nana. He unleashed his soul power, sacrificing his life in a powerful self-detonation, a force so potent that even a titled Douluo might struggle to withstand it. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as Yen vanished from this world. Hulaina wept uncontrollably, though she did not harbor feelings for Yen. She could not bear the thought of his death because of her. This sense of guilt weighed heavily upon her as she cradled the unconscious Xiegu, lamenting, Brother, Yen is dead, sacrificed for my sake. I am so sorry, I never truly hated him. He was a good person, and I always regarded him as a brother. But matters of the heart are beyond my control. Ha ha ha, little sister, do not cry. That fool is dead. The dark gas had not been vanquished by the explosion. Instead, it reappeared before Hulaina and scathed. You are not dead. What manner of monster are you? Who am I? I am a proud member of the Void Spirit clan, sealed away by a damned god in the abyss of this dimension for millions of years. Our king is about to awaken, and your nightmares are upon you. The eternal night has come. The dark gas surged with a violent energy, threatening to engulf everything in its wake. Now it is your turn, little sister. Ha ha ha. A colossal hand materialized from the dark mist. Reaching out towards Hulaina, having exhausted her soul power in the battle against this creature, she found herself utterly defenseless. Hulaina shielded Xiegu with her body, closing her eyes as she awaited her fate. Stop. With that, the 5th soul skill, Sacred Unicorn Control Formation, was invoked. Just as the dark hand was about to seize Hulaina, Yu arrived in the nick of time. Utilizing his 3rd soul skill, the Sacred Light Bind, Yu's 3rd martial soul, the unicorn, manifested a myriad of luminous circles that ensnared the enemy. The purest light served as a natural adversary to all darkness. Yu rushed to Hulaina's side and handed her 2 healing pills, which she consumed, swiftly restoring her health. Hulaina looked at Yu and asked, Young Master, what brings you here? I am now a member of the Spirit Hall, sent by His Holiness the Pope to rescue you. Yu replied. You must give the pills to your brother and then seek out Ghost Douluo and the others. Once you find them, leave immediately. But what about you, young master? Hulaina questioned. I cannot leave. I must eradicate this dark menace. Hurry, my soul skill will not hold for much longer. But young master, do not hesitate. Go swiftly and heed my words. Though Hulaina wished to stay and assist, she realized she was no match for the dark gas, and that her presence could complicate matters. All right, young master, she acquiesced, before carrying Xiaoyu away. Now, only Yu Yi remained in the presence of the dark gas. He faced a monster and demanded, "Who are you? And for where do you come?" The dark gas thrashed violently, attempting to break free from Yu Yi's light binding, but the more it struggled, the tighter the brilliant light ensnared it. "Who are you? Why does your power resemble his? Release me. I asked you first. What manner of creature are you, and why do you appear in the Douluo Continent? I am a member of the Spirit Clan. You may wonder why I find myself in the Douluo Continent, when it was he who sealed us within the abyss of Douluo." Yu Yi, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, Who is he? Ha ha ha. He proclaims himself the creator, a deity who has imprisoned us in the boundless darkness. What transgression have we committed? We merely sought a home, yet he has unjustly suppressed us. The creature lamented. The eerie aura intensified, and the dark power surrounding it swirled and expanded rapidly. Host, you must act swiftly to halt it. Otherwise, everything around will succumb to darkness, and peril will ensue. The system interjected. System? How did you manifest? What should I do now? Yu Yi questioned the system. Host, unleash the Qilin true form, and invoke the purifying holy light to obliterate it. Understood. Qilin true form. Purifying holy light. Yu Yi closed his eyes and ascended into the air, radiating an ethereal luminosity akin to a celestial being, with a sun-like figure emerging behind him. Upon reopening his eyes, he directed his finger toward the source of the eerie gas. Purify. In this chaotic realm of darkness, where does the light originate? Faith transforms into radiance, the most exquisite light in existence. The sun-like form behind Yu Yi soared high, illuminating the dark expanse, a beam of light piercing through the ominous aura, devouring the tumultuous darkness. No, it cannot be. You are the king. The strange gas's protest was cut short as it was engulfed by the luminous force. This overwhelming radiance drained a significant portion of Yu Yi's soul energy, causing him to plummet to the ground, yearning for a moment's respite. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Here, an expanse of blankness prevailed. No sky, no earth, no sound. You have arrived. An ancient voice resonated. Before Yu Yi stood an elderly man clad in white, holding a fishing rod. Yet in this void there was no river, no sea. What then was he fishing for? May I inquire, who are you? Yu Yi addressed the elder. Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is who you are. Are you him, or is he you? The elder replied. This perplexing statement left Yu Yi bewildered. Elder, do you know me? The elder continued. I know you, or perhaps I do not. You are him, or perhaps you are not. Very well, Yu Yi mused. This old man must surely be mad. Elder, may I ask what you're fishing for? Yu Yi pressed further. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. The past, the future, the present. Old man, are you jesting? Please tell me how I came to be here. Did you trap me in this place? If so, release me, or I shall not be so courteous. Yu Yi felt foolish for engaging in such a lengthy discourse with a seemingly deranged elder. Calm yourself, young one. I ask you, who are you in the past? Who are you in the present? Who will you be in the future? The elder inquired. I am who I am, regardless of past, present, or future. I simply am. Who am I? What is my name? The elder prompted. You are Yu Yi, he reminded. Yes, I am Yu Yi. Yu Yi regarded the elder warily, for in that fleeting moment, it felt as though all memory had slipped away. My apologies, elder. I did not mean to offend. Could you enlighten me as to where I am? How did I end up in this place? Yu Yi offered his apologies for his earlier rudeness. Despite the elder's peculiar words, it was evident that he was no ordinary man. Ha ha ha, young lad. Do you possess knowledge of the ancient times of this continent? Ancient times? Yu Yi queried. How could I possibly know of such epics? If you are aware, please share your wisdom. Yu Yi was yet to fathom the elder's intentions and the purpose of his presence in this strange locale. From the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely to pose a threat to him. The elder began millions of years ago on the Douluo Continent. There were no humans, only countless soul beasts. However, one fateful day, the sky was tainted by an ominous darkness, and monstrous beings emerged, seeking to conquer this land. Though the soul beasts harbored mutual animosity, they were unwilling to allow their homeland to be invaded. The three ancestral beasts, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, united to lead the soul beasts against the invaders, driving out the external oppressors. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration, but ultimately, the soul beasts, lacking higher intelligence, succumbed to defeat. Countless soul beasts perished, leaving only the three ancestral beasts behind, mourning amidst the sea of corpses, just as the monsters were about to execute the ancestral beasts. A deity claiming to be the creator descended from the heavens of the Douluo Continent. He expelled the dark miasma, polluting the sky, and transformed the myriad soul beast corpses into spirit rings, storing them in a tower-like structure of his design. The arrival of the creator instilled terror in the invading monsters, particularly due to the holy light emanating from him that struck fear into their hearts. With a mere gesture, the creator suppressed the monstrous invaders and fashioned an abyss, a realm of dark oblivion. into which the creatures were exiled, after which the creator vanished. The Douluo Continent gradually regained its brilliance, yet aside from the three ancestral beasts, no other life remained. Millennia passed, and the creator re-emerged, introducing a new life form known as humans, establishing a pact with the three ancestral beasts. The creator proclaimed, "You soul beasts are incapable of safeguarding this realm. Humans shall take your place in its protection. As punishment for your impotence, you must assist humanity." In essence, this meant that soul beasts would transform into spirit rings to empower humans. Subsequently, the creator bestowed upon the three ancestral beasts the ability to create, and they once more generated a myriad of soul beasts. Over time, the Douluo Continent evolved into its present form. While the creator and the three ancestral beasts vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Child, this is the tale of the ancient times. Yi, taken aback, contemplated, "Are not the three ancestral beasts my martial spirits? The humans of this continent were brought forth by the creator, not birthed here. How astonishing. Elder, I wish to understand why you have shared all this with me." Yi inquired, perplexed. "I previously asked you if you were him, or if he was you. Who are you? Is it yes or no? Is it or is it not? Ultimately, it matters not. What I must convey is that the foreign monsters are gradually ascending from the abyss. The entity you encountered earlier was but a manifestation of these invaders. The continent is on the brink of an eternal night, and only you possess the power to save it." "Me?" The elder chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. When I asked you who you were, you claimed you simply are, yet you forgot your own name, did you not?" "Yes, elder. If you are unable to prevent the impending calamity, then attempt to forget yourself." "Forget myself? Will that truly avert the disaster?" "Ha ha ha. Such matters cannot be spoken of. All is fate. Now, young one, you must depart. Go forth." With a wave of his hand, Yui found himself back in the Death Canyon. Thus, the old man, having imparted so much wisdom, simply wished for him to forget himself. If he were to forget himself, would he still be himself? What a madman. Infuriating indeed. Yet, the elder's warning of an impending catastrophe seemed all too real. He must return and confer with Dong, preparing for the looming disaster. In the previous void, a young man clad in green approached the elder, remarking, "Little rascal, you performed admirably just now. Your portrayal of the old man was quite convincing." The old man's form shifted, revealing an exquisite woman who looked at the young man in green with a pout. "Humph, wicked divine emperor, why must I masquerade as an old man? Even an old lady would suffice." All right, Ruwa Shah, do not be cross. When we return, your brother will reward you handsomely." How despicable. However, divine emperor, is the story you recounted truly genuine? What secrets does the realm of Douluo Continent conceal? Ruwa Shah inquired. The young man in green merely smiled and replied, "The truth of the matter is inconsequential. What lies hidden is of little importance. Everything is but an ephemeral illusion. Now, Ruwa Shah, let us return." "Very well, divine emperor." Chapter 62, Plunging into the Abyss. Two elders, Misulaina. After Yu-E departed that space, he swiftly pursued, relieved to find everyone unharmed, as this was a task assigned to him by Bibi Dong. "Yu-E, thank you for saving us. Without you, Nana and I would not have emerged alive." Yin expressed his gratitude towards Yu-E, feeling deep remorse for Yan's demise. As the leader of the trio, he felt he had failed to protect them adequately, instead relying upon their protection, rendering his leadership woefully inadequate. "Do not mention it. Yan was a hero. His choice was courageous. You must live well and honor his sacrifice." Yu-E responded. "Now, let us hasten back to the Spirit Hall." "Understood." In the Death Canyon. "Xiao-san, why must we sneak here?" Yu Xiaojing queried, puzzled. Recently, he sensed a change in Tang-san, who had become increasingly enigmatic, often muttering strange phrases in his dreams, instilling a sense of dread within him. It seemed that the once affectionate Xiao-san was no longer the same. "Do not concern yourself with such matters," Tang-san replied coldly. "Where exactly are we?" Tang-san scanned the surroundings, but found no one to receive him, feeling deceived by the voice from his dreams. "Damn it, I cannot believe I was swayed by a dream." Tang-san, proceed forward. The illusion meant to receive you has encountered a mishap, hence why you do not perceive it. Continue onward. The voice from the dream re-emerged. "What lies ahead?" Tang-san pressed on, disregarding the voice, but at that moment, Yu Xiaojing seized his arm. "Xiao-san, do not go any further. I sense something ominous ahead. Release my hand and mind your own business." Tang-san forcefully shook off Yu Xiaojing's grip and continued onward, while Yu Xiaojing followed silently. Ahead, a colossal stone tablet came into view. "The Abyss Forbidden Zone," Tang-san murmured. "Xiao-san, do you recognize the strange script upon it?" Yu Xiaojing asked. Tang-san remained silent, intrigued by the presence of characters from his original world on the Douluo Continent. What connection did Douluo Continent have with his former realm? Why had he been reincarnated here? All of these questions seemed shrouded in mystery. Perhaps there were sinister machinations at play, and he had unwittingly become a pawn in a greater scheme. This realization filled Tang-san with trepidation, as everything felt so elusive. Tang-san, years in the abyss, darkness boundless, how lonely and fearful we are. The voice echoed in Tang San's mind once more. Who are you? Tang San demanded loudly. Tang San, do you harbor hatred within your heart? The once mighty son of destiny has fallen to such depths. Who is to blame for this? Indeed, I am filled with hatred. I despise you, for taking my sister, for taking my brothers, for robbing me of everything. You proclaim me the son of destiny. Yet why does fate not favor me? Why? If light shall not embrace you, then plunge into the abyss. Let darkness bestow upon you strength. Transform this world into eternal darkness. Let your hatred erupt, Tang San. Let all out. Yue, damned Yue. You took my sister, murder my brother, reduce me to a broken shell, forcing me into a life of wandering. It is all you're doing. I loathe you. I shall rend you to pieces. Tang San's visage twisted, pale as death, exuding an eerie aura of darkness, his pupils transforming into obsidian, suffused with a swirling black mist, as if a demon had awakened within him. Tang San, do you feel it? This is power, the sensation of boundless strength. I can feel it. An infinite power burgeons within me. Tang San's martial spirit manifested. The blue-silver grass turned ebony, while the Haotian hammer radiated a sinister energy. Xiao San, awaken. Do not succumb to the path of the evil soul master. You will lose yourself. Yu Xiaojiang clung tightly to Tang San, desperate to rouse him. Refusing to let his beloved fall. Tang San, kill him. He will obstruct your path to power, hinder your revenge. Slay him now. Kill him. Kill him. With a roar, Tang San unleashed the dark power, sending Yu Xiaojiang hurtling away, advancing step by step toward the injured Yu Xiaojiang, grasping his throat and lifting him into the air. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Yu Xiaojiang struggled desperately. No, Xiao San. I am your teacher, your beloved. Please awaken. Yu Xiaojiang's pleas fell on deaf ears as Tang San chanted. I will kill you. I will kill you. With a sickening crack, Yu Xiaojiang's neck was snapped by Tang San's grip. In his final moments, Yu Xiaojiang could not fathom how he had devoted everything to the one he loved most, only to meet his demise at the hands of that very person, leaving him unable to close his eyes in peace. Tang San released Yu Xiaojiang's lifeless form, the dark energy surrounding him gradually dissipating as his gaze returned to clarity. He beheld Yu Xiaojiang's body sprawled on the ground, those open eyes staring blankly at him. Old teacher, what has happened? Do not frighten me. Please awaken. Tang San clutched Yu Xiaojiang's corpse tightly. Who did this? Who killed you? It was you, Tang San. You killed your beloved. Tang San shook his head frantically. No, it can't be. How could I have killed my teacher? It was you, right? It was you. You vile voice that killed my teacher. Show yourself. I shall end you. It was you who did this. Why not admit it? Let me show you how you killed your teacher. Images of his frenzied state flashed through Tang San's mind. It was indeed his own hands that had slain his teacher. No, I did not kill him. It was not me. Tang San gazed at his hands in disbelief, unable to accept that they had taken Yu Xiaojiang's life. He sought to escape, to flee from this harrowing reality. Useless, Tang San. Plunge into the abyss. Let darkness consume you. The dark aura surged back around Tang San. No, I refuse to descend into the abyss. No. The darkness enveloped him wholly, and moments later, the frenzied Tang San reemerged, gazing skyward, a peculiar laughter escaping his lips. Ha ha! The spirit clan has returned once more. We have come back to this continent. Prepare for the eternal night. Chapter 63, Prelude. Night fell. The sky was tainted with darkness, as fierce winds howled across the land, accompanied by ominous thunderclaps. What was transpiring? Gu Yuna felt an unsettling premonition at the sight of the shifting sky. Gu Yuna, he my command. Who dares to command me? Gu Yuna's vision was filled with a dragon silhouette, which let out a long, resonant roar, compelling her body to kneel involuntarily. Are you the Ancestral Dragon? Child, the eternal night has descended. I command you to unite with humanity and thwart the impending catastrophe. My lord, what is eternal night? What calamities will the continent ultimately endure? In due time, you shall come to know, my dear. Time is of the essence. The fate of our soul beast clan's covenant rests upon your shoulders. As longing vanished, Gu Yuna cast her gaze once more upon the eerie sky, an unprecedented dread surging within her heart, as if she beheld the demise of countless soul beasts. The entire continent transformed into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. In the hall of the Pope, you little rascal, as you foretold, the sky has indeed changed. Bibi Dong mused, reminiscing that fateful night when darkness engulfed the heavens and the stars seemed boundless. Donger, I must depart once again. Where are you headed this time? To the Death Canyon, to thwart the Spirit Clan. No, it's far too perilous. You cannot go alone, Bibi Dong firmly rejected. Yue grasped Bibi Dong's hand tightly, gazing at her with heartfelt sincerity. Donger, I must embark on this journey. Perhaps it is my destiny. For reasons unknown, I sense that this impending catastrophe is deeply intertwined with me. If I return safely this time, will you promise to be my woman? Very well. But you must not deceive me again. You must return. Yes, I swear, I shall not deceive you, Donger. Yue soared into the sky, his entire being emanating a sacred radiance, illuminating the earth beneath the encroaching darkness. Esteemed allies, I am Yue. My true identity may be unknown to you, and I shall not elaborate further. Now, as darkness descends and calamity looms, I implore all factions upon this continent to unite in safeguarding our land and its denizens. I shall personally venture into the abyss to confront the intruders. The world may be vast, but light shall endure. Darkness shall inevitably recede. Bibi Dong regarded you, in the sky. Perhaps you speak the truth. You may indeed be here to save us. Little rascal, falling for you was the wisest choice I ever made. Dong, or I must take my leave. Very well, little rascal, you must return. Despite her reluctance, Bibi Dong was not one to impose her will upon others. She understood this was Yu Yi's choice, and her role was to support him. Teacher, are we truly allowing him to go alone? It is exceedingly dangerous. Even a single monster poses a significant threat. Hu Laina expressed her concerns as she approached Bibi Dong. Of course not, na. Inform all title Douluo and Soul Douluo of the Spirit Hall to proceed to the Death Canyon. Understood, teacher. In the offering hall, grandfather. That was Yu Yi's voice. What calamity is he speaking of? Hien Rein Su inquired. I do not know, my dear. The sky is tainted by a strange aura. The continent may indeed be facing a catastrophe. But grandfather, will he be safe going alone? What troubles you, little Shui? Are you worried for him? I'm not. Although she found you infuriating and flirtatious, she did not wish for him to come to harm. You rogue, you promised to always stand by my side. You must be safe, Qianren Shui silently prayed. Very well, little Shui. If you wish to assist him, you may command the elders of the offering hall. Thank you. Grandfather. Qiandao Lu observed his departing granddaughter, remarking, little Shui has grown up. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, is that the voice of that little brat? He intends to venture into the Death Canyon. Uncle Gu, he mentioned that the continent is on the brink of calamity. Perhaps he is the one destined to confront it. Ningfeng, Ji said to Gu Rong. Feng Ji, are you truly comfortable letting the young man go alone? Jian Xin Guidi, he is my son-in-law. Naturally, I am concerned. Jian Shu, Uncle Gu, please assist the young man and ensure his safety. Feng Ji, I awaited your words. Chen Xin, let us go help the lad. With that, the Bon Douluo took to the skies. Ha! That old fool remains as reckless as ever. Chen Xin scoffed. All right, Jin Shu, you should also hurry. Otherwise, you won't catch up to Uncle Gu. At Shrek Academy, it's Zhu Qing's voice. He is off to a perilous place without consulting us. It infuriates me. Ningrong grong ifklaimet. Perhaps brother, he has his reasons. First, Xiao Wu left, and now brother E is departing. What on earth is happening? Ladies, E is our man. How can we, as his women, allow him to face danger alone? We should accompany him, Huo Wu declared. Indeed, we stand united with brother E, Yi Ling concurred. Sisters, what say you? Together we advance. They replied in unison. Nonsense, you must not go. At that moment, Lu Erlong stepped forward, obstructing the four. What is your current strength? This is a calamity. What purpose would you serve by going? To meet your demise? To create chaos? Do you not comprehend that Yu Yi's solitary journey is to protect this continent and safeguard you all? But, no buts. Remain here quietly. If anyone is to go, it shall be me. He is, after all, a teacher of Shrek. As the principal, I must assist him. Indeed, what Erlong says is correct. He is our teacher, and it is the duty of us elders to aid him. At that moment, Flender and Zhao Wuji appeared before the crowd. Little ones, Shrek Academy shall be entrusted to your protection. We shall go lend our aid. Do you hear? Yes, Principal Flender. Flender looked at Lu Erlong and said, Erlong, it seems we shall fight together once more. Indeed, Flender, let us not delay any longer. Let us depart. An unprecedented calamity descends. All factions upon the continent commence their mobilization. What shall follow the prelude to the storm? Chapter 64. Human Race? Ancestral Star? In the Death Canyon. A cacophony of strange sounds reverberated through the chasm. Wild winds howled. Thunder clashed, as if this place were a perilous forbidden zone. This was the transformation of Douluo Continent. The Evernight calamity. That old man had once spoken of how, millions of years ago, all soul beasts were no match for the Spirit Clan. Can I prevail? Host, you must believe in yourself. Do not forget your oath to reign supreme. This is merely a trial. Do not fear. Shut your mouth. Look at this scene. It is utterly terrifying. If you think you are capable, you come here instead. I refuse. Host, quickly isolate this place. The Spirit Clan is about to emerge from the abyss, and it will be too late. Enough. You may leave me be. Do not disturb my battle. Sacred Light Domain. Colorful Domain, Gravity Domain, activate. The Sacred Light Domain, a realm of ultimate control, where light purifies and weakens foes by 20%. The Colorful Domain, an auxiliary enhancement realm, allowing you to gain a twofold boost in all aspects. The Gravity Domain, a strong offensive control realm, imposing gravitational suppression. Third Martial Soul, activate. Ninth Soul Skill, Radiant Qilin, 4 symbols formation. The Qilin strides upon the heavens, radiating auspicious light that envelopes the entire Death Canyon in brilliance. Damn it, this soul power consumption is unbearable. System, purchase soul power recovery pills. Understood, host. Upon consuming the soul power recovery pills, his depleted energy was replenished. Now, he awaited the emergence of the spirit clan to eliminate them one by one. Warning, warning. 4 unidentified powers are approaching. Please be cautious, host. Indeed, for peculiar creatures were approaching in the direction of the drifting entity. Bold human, withdraw your luminous formation, lest we be forced to take unfriendly measures. The 4 monsters were identical, their bodies cloaked in a layer of ebony scales, each adorned with a singular horn atop their heads. Their forms resembled that of humans, yet their faces bore no trace of color. Are you the void spirits? You are forbidden to trespass ahead, declared Yi, brandishing the breaking dawn spear towards the approaching monstrosities. We are the 4 warriors of the Void Spirit King, and we harbor no desire for enmity with your kind. Withdraw your formation at once, or we shall not hesitate to act. Desire not to antagonize humanity? Yet millions of humans dwell in this land. Do you not seek to enter this continent, thereby courting conflict with us? No, human. They're not true humans. They are mere replicas. Only you are genuine, and I dare say you do not belong to this world. What do you mean? Yi inquired. It is said that within the cosmos exists a cerulean planet, the first divine being born at the genesis of the universe, which gave rise to humanity, the ancestral home of all human beings. You too must hail from there. The cerulean planet, is it not Earth? What is the true nature of this connection between Douluo Continent and Earth? Yi pondered, utterly baffled. How do you know this? Ha ha! We have wandered through the cosmos for countless eons. Naturally, we possess this knowledge. Were it not for a divine being among your kind, this continent would have long been ours. What wrong have we committed? Initially, this land was inhabited solely by lowly beasts. We merely sought a sanctuary. We were oppressed by these inferior beasts, and while your kind is formidable, we dare not provoke you. However, now that humanity is fragmented, we no longer fear you. Yet, recognizing the substantial contributions your kind has made to the universe, we allow you to withdraw your formation without further complication. Thus, we hope you'll act wisely. Yi's gaze was piercing as he lifted the breaking dawn spear once more, issuing a stern warning. Advance no further, return to the abyss, or face death. Humans, who fail to recognize their position, shall perish. The 4 warriors of the Void Spirit simultaneously launched an assault, their dark aura surging towards Yi. With a swift flick of the spear, Yi concentrated his soul power into the tip and thrust it forth instantaneously. A pinpoint strike. Watch out, fourth! The remaining 3 Void Spirits cautioned their comrade. Yet, as he reacted, it was already too late. The pinpoint strike, not only powerful but also swift, pierced through the creature's body. Fourth, you wretched fiend. Brothers, avenge our fallen comrade. The 3 Void Spirits unleashed their dark auras again, attacking Yi from 3 distinct directions. The ebony scales of the creature were indomitable, and its claws were exceedingly formidable. A careless move could result in severe injury. Yet, to Yi, they seemed inconsequential. His flesh had been honed to perfection in the City of Slaughter. Mere claws could not breach his defenses. These creatures are remarkably feeble. They are even weaker than the bone spikes of the bone Douluo. I have played with you long enough. Now, I bestow upon you a single word, perish. Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, 9th Soul Skill, True Dragon Descends, Annihilation. The descent of the Ancestral Dragon caused the heavens to tremble as Yi mounted the dragon, raising the breaking dawn spear high, conjuring a colossal fiery meteor. Leader, does that dragon not seem familiar? Indeed it does. I recall now. Is this not the very dragon that slaughtered so many of our brethren? Leader, let us unite to avenge our fallen brothers today. Agreed. The 3 monsters bared their menacing white fangs, emitting eerie laughter as 3 distinct dark auras converged, generating a colossal fog that birthed countless indistinct gases resembling vengeful spirits. Human, you are no match for us now. You are far too weak, one of the Void Spirits taunted. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training in the City of Slaughter. Killing God Domain. Yi's killing God Domain absorbed his own murderous aura, amplifying his power. Coupled with gravity, rainbow light, and holy light, the combined forces allowed the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul's 9th soul skill to unleash 200% of its potential. It is said that great responsibilities are bestowed upon those worthy. Today, I shall fulfill this celestial mandate, proclaiming once more, advance no further. Yi's voice reverberated throughout the canyon, seemingly addressing all of the Void Spirit tribe, declaring that those who trespass upon the continent shall perish. Annihilation. The colossal fiery meteor, bolstered by the power of his domain, surged towards the ominous fog. No thunderous explosion erupted. The fog appeared to envelop the meteor, yet in truth, it was being gradually dispelled. The devouring fog grew even stronger. The 3 Void Spirits sensed the danger. This is bad. Second, third, retreat swiftly. Yet, it was too late. The meteor descended upon them with the speed of comet. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as the 3 Void Spirits were obliterated into ashes. Though the 3 Void Spirits perished, their eerie dark aura lingered. Ha 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 ha! Yi, you truly are remarkable. Thank you for this dark aura. I shall gladly accept it. Yi was taken aback as a figure materialized before him. Tang-san. Chapter 65. The Void Spirit Army. Tang-san, what brings you here? Yu Yi could scarcely believe he had encountered Tang-san in this place. Could it be that he had unleashed the Void Spirit tribe? Yu Yi, indulge in your musings. I lack the time to play with you now. Look, they are coming. In the direction Tang-san pointed, darkness erupted skyward as countless void spirits crawled forth from the depths. Yu Yi, enjoy the game. This is your challenge. We shall meet again soon. In an instant, Tang-san vanished from sight. Curse be it Tang-san. Surely, he is the one who ruptured the abyss and released the void spirits. Faced with the relentless horde of void spirits, Yu Yi grew cautious, consuming a soul power restoration pill before reinforcing the luminous scale 4 symbol formation once more. Qilin true body, activate. Holy light sword, emerge. Yu Yi summoned his martial soul, wielding the holy light sword as he charged toward the void spirit army. The army formed a disciplined, defensive stance, led by a commander who gestured to direct the troops. The void spirits, weapon in hand, surged toward Yu Yi, a formidable wave of nearly 10,000 rushing forth, each weapon shrouded in a dark aura. Yu Yi understood the principle of being outnumbered. He could only first contain the oncoming wave. He unleashed his third soul skill, the Holy Spirit Shield, enveloping the advancing horde. Yet, upon witnessing their first unit ensnared, the void spirits dispatched a second wave. However, the Holy Spirit Shield's control lasted but 1 minute. After that minute, he would face the assault of 2 waves simultaneously. While the Holy Light Sword had properties to counteract dark energy, it was insufficient against such overwhelming numbers. To prevail against many, one must unleash a powerful offensive with a Breaking Dawn Spear. Yu Yi withdrew the Holy Light Sword, activating his first martial soul. Summoning the Breaking Dawn Spear, he concentrated the murderous aura from the killing god domain into the spear, its tip blazing with the momentum of 1,000 galloping steeds. The Breaking Dawn Spear struck with divine precision, thrusting, shooting, piercing, and twirling. It roared like a tiger, howled like a wolf, cried like a ghost, clawed like an eagle, slithered like a serpent, and flashed like lightning. The spear's momentum surged forth, bolstered by the killing god domain, rendering the pinpoint strike exponentially more potent. In that moment, Yu Yi embodied the very essence of a god of slaughter upon the battlefield. The entire Void Spirit army was decimated, yet their commander abruptly halted his offensive. Observing this, Yu Yi too retreated, uncertain of the enemy's intentions, yet grateful for the respite granted to him. The general spoke, "Human race, you possess great valor. Yet can you alone withstand our countless legions?" Yo-Yo gazed skyward and laughed heartily. "What are your myriad troops? I have proclaimed this path forbidden. Either retreat to the abyss or perish here." Unyielding, the general commanded his soldiers, "Advance. Slay him." Waves upon waves of the spectral army surged forward. "Come forth. Even against 1,000 troops, I shall instill terror and drive you back into the abyss." With a flourish, Yo-Yo unleashed his second martial spirit, the Phoenix, radiating 7-colored auspicious light. "Phoenix, O Phoenix, return to your homeland, soaring across the seas in search of your mate." Wielding his red and white sword, he embodied the essence of the Phoenix, the sword's aura fierce and swift, harmonizing heart and blade, sweeping through the ranks of the enemy. This understanding of sword intent was a revelation he had achieved during his sparring sessions with the sword Douluo. A multitude of spectral warriors fell before him, and the general squinted at Yo-Yo, sensing his formidable strength, yet dismissing it as futile resistance. "If I can persuade him to join our spectral clan, it would greatly enhance our might and enable us to dominate this realm, leading our kind to ascendancy." "Cease the assault," the general ordered, turning to Yo-Yo. "Why do you persist in enmity against us? What drive your fight? Join our spectral clan, and we can rule this continent together, even conquer the myriad realms of the universe. I fight for my beloved, to safeguard what I cherish, to uphold my destiny, and to bear the weight of great responsibilities. Even if I fall in this endeavor, I harbor no regrets. I know that if I allow your invasion, all will lose their happiness. I do not aspire to be a hero. I am merely an ordinary man. Yet, I must fight, for I have vowed to protect all I hold dear. Therefore, let us engage in battle." Yo-Yo roared, unleashing his domain of slaughter, transforming into a deity of carnage, sword in hand, charging once more into the spectral army. "Such dedication to protection is admirable, worthy of our respect," the general acknowledged. "All soldiers advance." Alone, Yo-Yo faced the legion, hoping to avert calamity. The notion of failure was banished from his mind. He could not falter, for he had someone awaiting his return, and unfulfilled promises beckoned him. "Kill!" The aura of slaughter around Yo-Yo began to evolve, as the countless spectral warriors fell beneath his blade, intensifying his murderous intent, transforming his domain into a realm of annihilation. "It has evolved. Ha ha ha. Realm of slaughter." His 9th soul skill, the God Slayer / materialized. The Phoenix sought its mate, manifesting in a towering form as Yo-Yo gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a strike, empowered by the evolved realm of slaughter, capable of decimating the spectral army. The sword light surged like a tumultuous wave, engulfing the spectral forces, who abruptly halted their advance to adopt a defensive formation. A sinister darkness emanated from their ranks, coalescing into a black shield to counter Yo-Yo's ninth soul skill. This is bad. My four symbols formation is under attack. The alert from the formation reached Yo-Yo. Realizing that the spectral army's intent was merely to delay him while others sought to breach the formation, he understood that even the strongest defenses could eventually falter. Damn it. Chapter 66. Falling Rain, The Art of Explosion. He endeavored to reach the four corners to thwart the spectral forces, yet was besieged by the multitude of enemies. Unable to escape their grasp, should the four symbols formation be breached, the spectral army would swiftly invade the continent. Ascending into the air, he beheld the sheer magnitude of the spectral army, far exceeding what lay before him. The Death Canyon brimmed with them, not to mention the countless others still lurking in the abyss. Even with his soul power recovery elixirs, which could replenish his strength, the spectral armies might seem inexhaustible, perhaps forged from eons spent in the abyss, merging with its dark energies. Although the current forces of the abyss were not overwhelmingly powerful, typically below the rank of a soul Douluo, he feared the emergence of spectral beings of tidal Douluo caliber. The lurking dangers were ever present, and Yo-Yo knew this would be a protracted struggle. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong summoned all tidal Douluos and soul Douluos. Gazing at the assembled troops, she declared, "The calamity has arrived. It is our duty to guard the existence of Douluo Continent. Let us march towards the Death Canyon." "Yes, Your Holiness." The soldiers' spirits soared, each embracing the responsibility to protect their homeland, willing to sacrifice themselves for its safety. Wait, the 6 offerings are ordered to join, accompanying Her Holiness to the Death Canyon. The 6 offerings of the hall were under Qian Rinchue's command. Though she outwardly despised Yo-Yo, she inwardly did not wish for his demise. Bibi Dong glanced at the 6 elders, pondering Qian Oliu's motives. "Elders, whose command do you follow?" "The order of the young master," the second elder, Golden Crocodile Daw, replied. "Qian Rinchue, will she assist me? Is it for the sake of protecting the continent, or for that little rascal?" Bibi Dong's countenance darkened as she contemplated their connection. "Humph. Let us depart." With a command, all soldiers of the Spirit Hall advanced towards the Death Canyon. In the Stardow Forest, Guyu Na found Xiao Wu, who was already aware of the situation, having heard Yo-Yo's voice. No, Silver Dragon King, please take me with you. I must help brother. He is too vulnerable alone." "Xiao Wu, your strength is currently too feeble. You would be of little assistance. I shall lead the Black Dragon clan there. Do not worry. I will ensure that the scoundrel remains safe." "But there are no buts. This is an order." Guyu Na was correct. Xiao Wu's presence would be more of a distraction to Yo-Yo, and distraction in battle could lead to perilous consequences. "Sister Xiao Wu, how about this? My second brother and I will accompany the Silver Dragon King. We should see what kind of person is worthy of you," said the Blue Sky Bull Python. "Sister Xiao Wu, let my elder brother and me handle this. Mother has just revived and needs your company." "I promise to protect her," added the Titan Giant Ape. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu acquiesced. "All right, Deming, Ming, you must ensure that brother E remains unharmed." "Thank you, Silver Dragon King, Deming, Ming. Now, Dragon Clan, Titan Giant Ape, Blue Sky Bull Python, follow me to the Death Canyon." As she watched them depart, Xiao Wu felt a pang of guilt, wondering if she could have fought alongside Yo-Yo had she not left. Light rain began to fall, pattering against her cheeks. She looked up towards the heavens, praying, "Oh heavens, please protect brother E and keep him safe." "Old Sword, do you see? The Spirit Hall forces, and over there, the Dragon Soul beasts, all advancing towards the Death Canyon. What'll be their purpose?" Gu Rong inquired. "I suspect they're going to assist that young lad, Yo-Yo," Chen Xian replied. "Could it be that Yo-Yo has connections with both the Spirit Hall and the Soul Beasts?" "I do not know. You may ask Yo-Yo when the time comes. Why bother me with such questions? Enough chatter. Yo-Yo is waiting for us." In the Death Canyon, Yi found himself once again entangled in a fierce battle against the ethereal army. He had to simultaneously thwart their attempts to breach his defenses and fend off the approaching foes. Even with the enhancements granted by the domain of slaughter, the struggle was formidable. After all, Yi was but a solitary warrior facing a relentless tide of adversaries. The situation was further complicated by the necessity to conserve his soul power for fortifying the four symbols formation, a ninth soul skill derived from the primordial Qilin martial spirit, which demanded a considerable amount of energy. Were it not for the soul power recovery pills, the formation would have surely succumbed to the onslaught by now. As rain began to pour from the heavens, Yi felt a surge of frustration. "Am I cursed?" he mused. "Why does it always rain when I find myself in a predicament? Is this some cruel game? Surrender, human. Your solitary struggle is in vain. Why cling to such futility?" The ethereal commander taunted, attempting to dissuade Yi from his relentless defiance, for the weight of so many fallen comrades was a burden even he could scarcely bear. Yet Yi, like an indomitable cockroach, continued to fight valiantly, leaving the commander astonished by his tenacity and skill. The ethereal race held a deep respect for warriors like Yi. "I shall not retreat. Even if it leads to my demise, I will not yield an inch. If you wish to pass, you must first tread over my corpse," Yi declared, his spirit resolute as he advanced once more towards the ethereal horde. With every swing of his sword, His eyes seemed to reflect only the essence of slaughter. His once white garments were now stained with the blood of the fallen, a testament to his unyielding will as he fought on, driven by an unwavering consciousness. Kill, kill, kill. He roared. Grandfather, do you see? In this world, I have truly become the bravest of men. Ethereal warriors, behold what true artistry in destruction looks like. With the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit awakened, he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Dragon Transformation. In this form, he became a dragon, engaging in combat in a draconic state. But there was another facet to this transformation, self-detonation. A soul skill that could inflict significant damage to both enemies and himself. Yi hesitated to employ it lightly. Yet, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the ethereal army, he had no choice but to unleash this most devastating technique. By consuming a resurrection pill in the immediate aftermath of the explosion, he could recover, and with the aid of soul power recovery pills, he could sustain this onslaught, though at the cost of excruciating pain, enduring 40% of the blast's damage himself. As Yi spiraled through the air in his dragon form, he harnessed the immense energy field generated by his rapid movements. Once the energy had coalesced, he targeted the densest concentration of the ethereal forces below. Taste my wrath. For destruction is an art. The thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the canyon, and a vast swath of the ethereal army was obliterated in an instant. A bloom amidst slaughter, akin to a flower in the dawn. Chapter 67. The Dragon Clan joins the fray. The rain intensified, but what did this deluge signify? As Yi felt the raindrops beat down upon him, a sense of solitude enveloped him. The last time it rained, he had been embroiled in a fierce battle against Tang Chun. Did this downpour herald his impending demise? A wry smile crossed his lips. The heavens may wish to claim me, but I shall not yield. Once more, Dragon God Transformation, he bellowed, with each successive explosion echoing through the canyon. The ethereal forces hesitated to advance. Are you mad? Are you even human, employing such frenzied tactics? A commander shouted in disbelief. Yi laughed heartily. Madness? This is art, the art of explosion. I shall reiterate, the path ahead is forbidden. Return to the abyss. Impossible. It cannot be. You have no chance left. Our ethereal marshal is about to emerge. What will you do then, alone against us? Who says I am alone? The spirit beasts of the Dragon Clan are here to fight. A familiar voice echoed, causing Yi to turn. Geuyuna, what brings you here? The ethereal army glared at Hulayina. Spirit beasts? Indigenous to this continent? You dare show yourselves? Is it not enough that your kind was slaughtered millennia ago? Ignoring the ethereal army, Geuyuna approached Yi, accompanied by the dragons, Dition and Erming. You rascally rogue, are you alright? You look rather weak. Don't tell me you're about to collapse. She teased. Yi responded grumpily. Are you pleased at the thought of my demise? Geuyuna was momentarily taken aback. It was a perplexing conundrum. Did she truly wish for his death? Why did the thought of his demise cause her such distress? Now, tell me, why have you come here? Bringing along Dition and this Hell Dragon King, Ziji? Yi inquired, glancing at the alluring woman beside him. Ziji, the Hell Dragon King, was adorned in dark purple scales. Her figure elegant and statuesque. Her long dark purple hair flowed freely, seemingly animated by an unseen breeze, framing her enchanting visage. With deep purple eyes and lips of a vibrant hue, she exuded an irresistible allure. To think that the esteemed Ancestral Dragon would recognize me. What an honor. Ziji purred, her voice dripping with seduction. Yi gasped in astonishment. This is truly a perilous temptation. Geuyuna observed the exchange with a twinge of jealousy, an unfamiliar discomfort settling in her heart. Slap. Geuyuna struck Yi, startling him. What was that for, Geuyuna? I came to assist you. Yet you dare to flirt with my subordinate. I must teach you a lesson. It's fortunate I haven't slain you. Yi found it amusing. When did I ever flirt? Enough of this banter. If you come to aid me, let us unite against the ethereal forces. Be cautious. They are formidable foes. Understood. All subjects, charge forth. Geuyuna commanded, and the dragon beasts surged towards the ethereal army. With the Dragon Clan's assistance, Yi was now free to confront the forces threatening the Four Symbols formation. In truth, he felt a surge of joy within. Having comrades to fight alongside him was a most gratifying experience. You are Yi, the man of Xiao Wu? Dition and Erming approached, their expressions curious. Yes. How is Xiao Wu faring? Yi inquired, concern etched on his face. Xiao Wu is well. Though she sheds tears at night, she must miss you dearly. Fear not, as we shall protect you. We promised Xiao Wu we would ensure your safety, they assured him. I am truly sorry for the pain I caused Xiao Wu, but I am grateful for your assistance. Let us together confront the ethereal army that threatens to dismantle the formation. Of course, we are at your service. Yi assigned Dition and Erming to defend the Azure Dragon and White Tiger positions while he took on the Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird sectors. The strength of the opposing forces here was greater than before, their dark aura more menacing. As Yi summoned his holy light sword and charged towards the ethereal army below, he sensed a powerful energy surging towards him from behind. Instinctively, he turned and blocked the attack with his sword. Before him stood an ethereal being, her appearance remarkably human-like. Devoid of a horn, with cascading dark red hair and clad in crimson scales. "Who are you?" Yui questioned, his gaze wary. "I am Ethereal Marshal, Dreaming Moon," she replied. "Dreaming Moon, a fine name, though you are rather unappealing," Yui remarked candidly. "How dare you insult me? You seek death." In a tempest of wrath, Dream Fantasy Moon's dark powers surged violently within her, declaring, "Die, wretched one," to which she retorted, "Nay, it is you who shall perish." Chapter 68, The Arrival of BB Dong. Summoning a black serpent whip, Dream Fantasy Moon ensnared the holy light sword wielded by Yui, attempting to pull him closer. However, the formidable strength of Yui's Ancestral Dragon physique was beyond the comparison of Dream Fantasy Moon. In terms of power, she would inevitably falter. "Foolish creature, you have fallen into my trap," Yui declared as he forcefully yanked Dream Fantasy Moon into his realm, just as he prepared to strike with a powerful punch. A sudden smile graced Dream Fantasy Moon's lips. "It is you who has been ensnared." In an instant, her form fragmented into countless tendrils of dark energy, enveloping Yui and inducing a profound discomfort within him. "This is my avatar. How does it feel? Do you not wish to respond, or have you succumbed to weakness?" As she spoke, the dark aura encasing Yui began to dissipate. Since time immemorial, light has always been the nemesis of darkness, and the holy light sword in Yui's grasp embodied pure radiance. Despite the eerie nature of the dark energy, the ultimate light could easily cleave through it. "Kill!" Yui broke free from the dark tendrils and charged forth, his sword poised to strike. Caught off guard, Dream Fantasy Moon was forced into defense as the relentless momentum of Yui's assault drove her back. Utilizing the principle of pinpoint strikes, he concentrated his soul power into the sword, merging it with the essence of ultimate light to enhance its piercing capability. The defenses of Dream Fantasy Moon began to shatter, and seizing the opportunity, Yui thrust forward again, eliciting a cry of anguish from her as she was sent sprawling back. Recognizing the moment as opportune for the annihilation of Dream Fantasy Moon, Yui surged forward, intent on delivering the final blow. Yet to his surprise, Dream Fantasy Moon merely smiled at him. Darkness, silent kill. With a resounding crash, a sphere of black lightning struck Yui from behind, its force overwhelming even the might of the Ancestral Dragon's physique, leaving him bloodied and battered. "Cursed be this fate," Yui grunted as he crashed to the ground, blood seeping from his lips. Looking up, he beheld the emergence of 6 ethereal figures. Dream Fantasy Moon approached them, her tone laced with frustration. "Brothers, if you had arrived any later, I would have been slain. Do you not feel remorse?" One of the golden-haired specters replied, "Seventh sister, do not blame us. Matters at the king's side were of utmost importance, causing our delay." "Very well, brothers, that human has wronged me. Let us unite to eliminate him." "Agreed, seventh sister." The 6 specters charged towards Yui. In response, he summoned the true form of his Ancestral Dragon martial spirit, bolstering his defenses. The combined onslaught of the 6 specters struck Yui fiercely, sending him airborne with such speed that escape was utterly impossible, subjected to relentless attacks in midair. Soul-devouring Spider Monarch, 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. At that moment, BB Dong and the army of the Spirit Hall finally arrived, witnessing Yui's dire plight. Enraged, she raised 2 emerald scythes, slicing through the air to unleash a massive green cross-shaped wave towards the 6 specters. "Look out!" the yellow-haired specter shouted. Although the 6 ethereal figures evaded the full brunt of the attack, they still suffered minor injuries. BB Dong soared through the air, catching Yui in her arms. "You little rascal, did you not promise to be careful? How do you intend to explain this? What would have happened had I not come?" Though her tone was reproachful, it was imbued with deep concern. "It is but a trifling matter, and why have you ventured here?" Yui responded. "Did you think I would abandon you? Moreover, with the calamity looming over Douluo Continent, our Spirit Hall cannot remain idle. Rest for now, I shall avenge you." BB Dong's gaze turned icy as she fixed her sight on the 6 specters. "Prepare yourselves for death." "Oof, I loathe the sight of any woman more beautiful than myself." "Brothers, eliminate her." Dream Fantasy Moon commanded the other 6 specters. They nodded in agreement, but hesitated to attack, sensing BB Dong's formidable presence. Soul-devouring Spider Monarch. 1st soul skill, Half Moon. The 6 spider spears behind BB Dong converged with her dual arms, forming a formidable array. 8 spear tips struck the ground, emanating a powerful dark green light as her 1st soul ring shimmered. The 8 long spears rose simultaneously, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of dark green energy. This crescent did not cleave through all, but rather targeted Dream Fantasy Moon directly. Concurrently, BB Dong unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding, enveloping Dream Fantasy Moon in a haze of purple poison as the web expanded and ensnared her tightly. Dream Fantasy Moon, desperately attempting to escape, found no respite as the crescent blade cleaved through her, bisecting her form and causing her essence to dissipate into shadows. 7th sister. The 6 specters could only watch helplessly as Dream Fantasy Moon was vanquished by BB Dong, unable to intervene. The force of that attack was beyond even their capabilities to withstand. With a disdainful snort, Bibi Dong commanded, "Spirit Hall soldiers, advance. Annihilate those 6 abominations." At her command, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo led several Soul Douluo to encircle the 6 specters, while the remaining forces joined with the dragon race's soul beasts to obliterate the specter soldiers. Bibi Dong retracted her martial spirit and approached Yi, inquiring, "Are you feeling better now? Should we retreat to rest?" Yi shook his head. "I am much improved, but I cannot leave just yet. If I do, the radiant Qilin 4 symbols array will dissipate." "Thank you, Donger. Had it not been for you, I would have found myself in peril due to my own negligence." "As long as you are well, you little rascal." "But why are those soul beasts here?" Bibi Dong asked. "That I shall explain later. For now, rest. Assist me in reinforcing the 4 symbols array." Bibi Dong nodded. "Very well." After consuming a resurrection pill and a soul power restoration pill, Yi regained his initial state. This time, he was determined to send the Spectre clan back to the abyss. Chapter 69, An Unstoppable Force. Once restored, Yi began to fortify the 4 symbols array, merging his domain with the formation to establish a control and enhancement function. 4 domains were strategically positioned in different directions, channeling their powers through the radiant light above to illuminate all below. This imposed a weakening and gravitational control upon foes, while simultaneously enhancing the capabilities of allies. Bibi Dong marveled. "Such an enhancement domain is impressive. Quite commendable, you little rascal." Meanwhile, over at Ghostly Moon's side, bolstered by Yuyi's domain, the 6 Spectre marshals found themselves in a lamentable plight. The duo executed a martial spirit fusion technique, 2 instruments still domain, to bind their foes, while the remaining Soul Douluo launched a vigorous offensive, catching the enemy off guard. However, the Spectre marshals were not easily subdued. They soon broke free from the restraints and retaliated, though their struggles were in vain, for the synergy of Moonlight and Ghostly was not to be underestimated. The Soul Beasts led by Guyuna were equally formidable, driving the Spectre army into retreat. With Yuyi's domain enhancing their prowess, the Spectre forces were decimated, seemingly able to replenish their ranks infinitely, leaving Yuyi with a sense of foreboding. With each spirit's demise, they transform into an essence of darkness, re-entering the abyss. This dark essence serves as the very source of the spirits. Thus, even if their corporeal forms are vanquished, the lingering essence allows for their eternal resurrection. It is only now that Yuyi comprehends why the soul beasts of millennia past met their downfall. The spirits themselves are fundamentally a flaw in the fabric of existence. The myriad swords converge in a singular purpose. A torrent of sword rain descends upon the army of spirits, while the ground erupts with countless bone spikes, instantaneously obliterating a significant portion of the spirit legions. "Yi, we're not too late, are we?" Qinshin and Gu Rong finally arrive on the scene. "And we are here as well." Following closely behind are Flanders, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujing. Lu Erlong swiftly approaches Yuyi, inquiring with concern, "Are you unharmed, Yuyi?" A smile graces Yuyi's visage as he replies, "I am fine, Sister Erlong." "Senior Sword, Senior Bone, Dean Flanders, Teacher Zhao, what brings you all here?" "You are our esteemed son-in-law of the Jiubao Liuli sect. Naturally, we are here to assist you," Gu Rong asserts. "Ha ha, my heartfelt thanks to you, esteemed seniors. The spirit army is formidable. Please exercise caution," Yuyi responds earnestly. "Understood." The 4 of them surge toward the spirit legions. With the addition of the ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall and 6 Douluo from the Worship Hall, along with Qinshin and Gu Rong, a total of 10 title Douluo join the fray, igniting a flicker of hope within Yuyi. Yet, even amidst this strength, the challenge remains daunting. For the spirit army's capacity for infinite resurrection necessitates the eradication of the dark essence they leave behind. As Yuyi ponders this, he remains oblivious to the chilling drop in temperature surrounding him. Is that not the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong? What business do you have lingering beside my academy's instructors? Lu Erlong accuses with a hint of sarcasm. What I do is of no concern to you. Yet, your evident concern for him suggests a more intricate relationship. Does it not, Yuyi? Bibi Dong's gaze is as frigid as ice, seemingly capable of encasing Yuyi in a tomb of frost. Yuyi had hoped for a moment of respite. Yet the circumstances have devolved into a battlefield where one must contend with the spirit army. Cough, cough, esteemed Pope, it is not as you perceive. But just moments ago, you called him Donger, and now that your beloved appears, you address her as Pope? Bibi Dong's eyes flash dangerously, making Yuyi yearn to flee. Donga? Bibi Dong, how shameless you are. Seeking death, she retorts, unleashing her soul power in a bid to strike at Lu Erlong. I fear you not, Lu Erlong counters, her own soul power flaring defiantly as she meets Bibi Dong's glare with unwavering resolve. Enough, dear sisters. Let us not engage in infighting. Our true enemy lies with the spirit army. Yuyi interjects urgently, stepping in to prevent a clash. Were he to falter, conflict would surely ensue. Stand aside, they both shout in unison, their combined force sending Yuyi sprawling. Just as he attempts to rise, another slap sends him reeling. Bewildered, Yi finally recognizes the culprit, Gu Yuna. Gazing at her own hand, which had just struck Yi, Gu Yuna revels in the moment, exhilarated by the thrill. Gu Yuna, have you become addicted to slapping me? Yi fumes, barely containing his ire. Oh dear, do not misunderstand. It was not intentional. I simply could not help myself. She hastily explains, waving her hands in protest. She would never divulge to Yi that she had awakened a peculiar trait that compelled her to strike when she felt the urge. One day, without a slap, felt like an eternity. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong turned their steely gazes toward Gu Yuna, demanding, and who might you be? What is your relationship with him? Chapter 70, Faith Victory? Unfazed by Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong's scrutiny, Gu Yuna proudly accentuates her ample form and declares, I am, of course, his queen. The two women glare at Yi, as if silently demanding an explanation for this unexpected revelation. Yi senses the mischief brewing within Gu Yuna's intentions. All right, we shall discuss this later. We have pressing matters to attend to, he states, swiftly extricating himself from this chaotic scene. The three women, recognizing the gravity of the situation, relent, knowing there will be ample opportunity for resolution in the future. Ascending into the skies, Yi calls forth the system. System, respond. Beep. Host, I am here. Those spirit legions seem capable of infinite resurrection. What should we do now? At this rate, we will inevitably be worn down. Host, simply eradicate that dark essence using the light of faith. You may wish to attune yourself to the voices of those who believe, the system advises. The light of faith? Indeed. Host, all rest upon you now. This system is feeling rather drowsy. Until next time, with that the system logs off. Curse it. This system is truly infuriating. Here I am, fighting for my life, and it retreats to slumber. Frustration swells within Yi, yet the notion of faith lingers in his mind. Could he truly hear it? Listening, feeling. Yi closes his eyes, attempting to attune to the sound around him. But all he perceives are the clamor of battle and the cries of slaughter. Where then is the faith? No, that cannot be right. Perhaps it is not meant to be heard with the ears, but with the heart? With that thought, Yi empties his mind, allowing himself to feel. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, a radiant light emerges before him. It is as if he has entered a new realm. There is no sun in the sky, yet the world shines brilliantly. He sees countless indistinct figures praying fervently. In a world devoid of light, one must harbor light within their heart to illuminate the heavens and the earth. Each person utters this mantra, their beliefs igniting the world with the light that resides within. Moments pass, and he hears a new voice, a mother and her child. Mommy, why is the sky so dark? Will we never see light again? The girl queries. The mother replies, my dear, the world is shrouded in calamity, yet heroes emerge to confront it. We must believe they will bring us new light. Remember, child, the light resides in our hearts, and those heroes are our guiding light. Let us pray for their safe return. Okay, mommy. This is a prayer from a mother to her child. Yi's ears are soon filled with a multitude of voices, each one expressing a yearning for light. The wails of soul beasts intermingle with the prayers of the people. Where's the light? It lies within the heart. With newfound clarity, Yi opens his eyes, hearing the collective longing for light that resonates across the continent. They believe in the permanence of light. In a world devoid of illumination, I shall become that singular light. Yi ignites the flame within his heart, a radiance born from the faith of countless lives. Everyone, cease your actions and channel your soul power to me. Allow me to bring an end to this chaotic era. All eyes turn to Yi, who stands enveloped in light. His form obscured yet emanating warmth that comforts both humans and soul beasts alike. The soul beasts shall obey and lend their strength to Yi, Gu Yuna commands. All members of the Spirit Hall, channel your power to Elder Yi, Bibi Dong asserts. Old Swordman, what does Yi intend to do? Gu Rong, having halted his battle, queries Qinshin. How would I know? We shall follow Yi's lead, Qinshin responds. A diverse array of powers converges toward Yi. Behind him, a colossal silhouette of light materializes, wielding an enormous sword, resembling the very enforcer of light itself. What is this power that instills fear in our darkness? One of the 6 commanders of the spirits, with golden hair, exclaims in disbelief. The light of faith commanded the army to swiftly retreat from the abyss. The leading green wraith addressed the other 5 wraiths. Yes, elder brother, all troops fall back. The yellow wraith shouted, and the entire legion began to withdraw towards the abyss. Judgment. A voice resonated with divine authority. As the shimmering light enveloping the figure dissipated, armed with the sword of holy light, it aimed at the fleeing wraiths. Light of judgment. The colossal silhouette behind raised its sword and plunged it into the wraith army. A blinding radiance engulfed the entire Death Canyon, striking every wraith, their forms consumed by the searing light, leaving behind only agonizing struggles and cries. As the light faded, all wraiths were reduced to nothingness. Have we won? The light truly exists. It was only now that the figure comprehended why so many believe in the light in the original world. It resides within our hearts. Chapter 71, The Demon God. The entire wraith army was annihilated, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The calamity had not yet passed, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by the whisper of the wind. A foreboding sensation surged within. Host, hasten the retreat of everyone. An overwhelming force of darkness is emerging from the abyss. The system urged, weren't you going to sleep? There's no time. Quickly evacuate everyone, including yourself, or you shall perish here. The urgency in the system's voice indicated the dire situation. Yi shouted, everyone, the wraiths have been vanquished. Retreat immediately. You little rascal. What about you? BB Dong stepped forward to inquire. Donger, I must return to the abyss to re-establish the seal. Wait for me outside. I shall return swiftly. Very well. Little rascal, hurry back to the spirit hall with me. Nonsense, Yi, learn from me, Shrek. Lu Erlong stepped forward, supporting Yi. Release the little rascal, you insufferable woman. Yi, feeling overwhelmed, urged, enough, both of you, please calm down and exit first. I still need to seal the abyss. He then turned to Gu Yuna and said, Silver Dragon King, thank you. Please hurry back with the spirit beasts. To Bone Sr., Sword Sr., and to Ming Air Ming, he expressed his gratitude as well. As Yi watched everyone and their spirit beasts retreat, a faint smile graced his lips as he softly said, thank you all for fighting alongside me. With resolve, Yi turned away, each step laden with the weight of countless lives upon his shoulders. At the abyss's mouth, torrents of dark energy infiltrated Tang San's body. Yi was not surprised. He understood that all of this was orchestrated by Tang San. You've arrived? Yi, did you enjoy the game I prepared for you? Tang San, his eyes filled with dark energy, glared at Yi. Tang San, I do not comprehend why you unleashed the wraiths or why you have transformed into this, but today, you must die. Yi replied coldly. Ha ha ha. Yi, you are mistaken. I am no longer Tang San. He is dead. I am the Wraith King. I owe you my gratitude. Had you not slain all the wraiths, I would not have absorbed their dark essence, becoming the demon god. In return, shall I invite you to hell? Upon finishing, the demon god unleashed an overwhelming wave of dark energy towards Yi. Yi met the assault with his sword of holy light, as darkness and light clashed violently. However, the demon god's dark power, having absorbed countless wraith essences, erupted instantaneously, shattering Yi's sword into fragments and sending him hurtling through the air. Yi, you are too weak. You stand no chance against me. Do not resist. I shall grant you a swift death. The demon god's grotesque face contorted into a frenzied grin as dark energy erupted from his form, materializing into countless eerie dark blades. Regardless of whether you're the demon god or Tang San, I will drag you down with me today. Yi merged all his soul rings, purifying his soul power through the fusion. A golden soul ring emerged, and the sword of holy light reappeared in his grasp. With both hands gripping the sacred sword, he charged towards the multitude of dark blades. These blades appeared razor-sharp, capable of slicing through anything. Yi exercised utmost caution to evade the blades piercing his heart, for the fusion of soul rings required immense vitality, and a heart struck would sever the fusion. Alas, the sheer number of dark blades proved overwhelming. Despite his efforts to avoid them, his body was repeatedly pierced, the accompanying dark energy searing him, corroding his flesh, and turning his blood to black. The demon god grinned wickedly, declaring, I gift you a precious treasure. He retracted all the dark blades, which swirled in the air before coalescing into a massive dark blade, commanded by the demon god as it surged towards Yi. With no time to evade, Yi raised his sword to shield himself. The dark blade collided with the sword of holy light, generating a tremendous surge of energy. With unwavering focus, Yi gritted his teeth, channeling all his soul power into the sword, repelling the dark blade. Yet, mid-flight, the dark blade abruptly changed direction and surged back towards Yi. In an instant, the hand gripping the sword of holy light was severed, an excruciating pain blurring his vision. Do you see, Yi? This is the power of the divine. What can a mere mortal do against a true god? Now, let me send you on your final journey. The massive dark blade reappeared in the air, hurtling towards Yi once more. In that moment, familiar figures materialized before him, and as he recognized them, he realized who they were. No. Chapter 72, The Fallen. Chun Xin and Gu Rong shielded Yi, intercepting the dark blade strike, both being thrown back. Gu Rong rose from the ground, unleashing his 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Dragon. Countless bone spikes erupted, connecting with the heavens, as a bone dragon emerged from the mist. Chun Xin and Gu Rong mounted the bone dragon, charging towards the demon god. Under Gu Rong's protection, Chun Xin unleashed his most powerful attack, the dual slashes of gods and demons. The 7-kill sword cleaved the air, a blade of energy capable of rending the sky, slicing toward the demon god. The demon god's expression turned grave. He anticipated the might of Chun Xin's sword energy, igniting a thrill within him. He infused dark energy into the dark blades, sharpening them into even more sinister weapons. He brandished the dark blade, countering the sword energy of the 7-kill sword. The ultimate clash of dark energies and the sword's might waged in the air, yet Chun Xin visibly struggled, coughing blood. Seeing this, Gu Rong steadied Chun Xian, asking, "Old swordman, are you alright?" "I'm fine. We must return the boy Yui today, even at the cost of our lives." Chun Xian staunched the blood flow, reigniting his soul power to execute the dual slashes of gods and demons, expending all his energy, appearing gravely weakened. "Old swordman, you speak true. If we perish, then so be it, but Yui cannot fall. Rong Rong needs him, and I believe he will safeguard the sect." "Very well, old bone. We have fought our entire lives. Today, let's join forces." Having battled side by side for years, they finally united in combat. Gu Rong unleashed bone spikes to encircle the two of them, aiming toward the demon god. The seven-killing sword Qi collided with the dark aura emitted by the bone spikes and the demon god, and in that fleeting moment, the seven-killing sword exhibited cracks, while the bone spikes were utterly shattered. He seemed to witness once more the moment of sword shattering and bone breaking. He consumed a healing elixir, grasped the holy light sword with his left hand, and surged towards the ancient banyan trees of Chun Xian and Gu Rong with the utmost swiftness. Time appeared to slow, and Yu incessantly urged himself, "Hurry, hurry," even faster. In a moment of peril, Yu finally positioned himself before Gu Rong and Chun Xian. However, the dark aura forced blood from his 7 orifices, causing crimson to flow uncontrollably from his lips. "What are you doing, Yi?" Gu Rong and Chun Xian, witnessing Yu Yi's grievous state, felt an unbearable ache in their hearts. Despite his bloodied visage, Yu managed to smile, gazing at the two and declaring, "Esteemed elders, no, dear grandfathers, I cannot stand idly by as you perish. I vow to protect all my loved ones, so please flee. Tell Rong Rong I am sorry." With his soul power, Yu shielded the two and transported them away from the battlefield. As they departed, he felt liberated to engage in combat. He turned to face the demon god and proclaimed, "Today, it is either you or I who shall perish." The previous shock rendered his left hand immobile, and having consumed the healing elixir, he could do no more than gamble everything. Yu swung the holy light sword with all his might into the air, clenching the hilt in his mouth, charging toward the demon god. As he neared the demon god, he executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself behind the fiend and ensnaring its limbs with his feet. "What are you doing? Release me." The demon god struggled in vain, unable to dislodge Yu, then unleashed its dark aura in an attempt to engulf him. Enduring the encroaching darkness, Yu summoned all his martial soul rings, unleashing a divine, sacrificial power at the cost of his very life and soul. "Release me, you madman. You will be obliterated from this universe." The demon god roared in fury. I care not whether you are a demon or a god. I said, today it is either your demise or mine. Sacrifice. Yu cried, as his soul erupted from his body, fragmenting in the air, while all his soul rings shattered. The explosion resounded with a deafening roar. No. The demon god's anguished scream reverberated through the death canyon. Yu merged his life and soul with the demon god, knowing the price would be his dissolution into cosmic dust. "Little E, come here, come to Grandpa." Yu heard his grandfather's voice beckoning him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself in a realm of white, standing before his kind-hearted grandfather. At that moment, Yu had reverted to a child, and he ran towards his grandfather. Grandpa. Little E, come here for a hug." His grandfather embraced him, gazing at him with love, asking, "Little E, tell me, do you regret sacrificing your life to protect those you love?" Yu shook his head, his youthful voice replying, "Grandpa, I have no regrets. Just as you had none when you protected me. Did you regret it back then?" His grandfather smiled. "Of course not. You are my most beloved grandson." "All right, little E, you should not be here. It is time for me to go. Return, for there are those who need you waiting." His grandfather set Yui down, gradually fading into the horizon of the white world. Yui cried out, "Grandpa, don't go, please don't leave me." Chapter 73, Falling Snow. As dawn broke, the encroaching blackness of the sky finally receded. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a fine snow began to fall. The 4 symbols array of the Death Canyon vanished, and Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, seeing 2 figures, pondering, has that little brat returned? As the figures became clearer, she realized they were not Yui, but Chun Xian and Gu Rong. Lu Erlong stepped forward to support them. "Esteemed elders, are you all right?" "Chun Xian, Gu Rong, where is Yui? Why isn't he emerged?" Bibi Dong inquired, pointing her staff at them. Chun Xian and Gu Rong remained silent. "I ask you again, where's Yui?" "Esteemed elders, has Yui still not come out?" Lu Erlong pressed further. Finally, Chun Xian spoke with great difficulty. Yui perished along with that dreadful monster. The brevity of his words belied the immense struggle it took to say them. Thud! Bibi Dong's staff clattered to the ground. She could scarcely believe what she had heard. "I will ask you once more, what has happened to you, E?" Chun Xian lowered his head, his expression wrought with anguish. "No, it cannot be true." Bibi Dong sprinted towards the Death Canyon, refusing to believe that Yui was dead without witnessing it herself. "That scoundrel is gone, and my heart aches so." Guyana staggered, taking several steps back. ZG steadied her, asking, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Gu Yuna's eyes brimmed with tears. He is gone. Why do I feel such sorrow? Elder, is it true that Yui has perished? Lu Erlong asked Chen Xian once more. Yes, little Yi saved us. He chose to perish together with the foe. We were powerless to stop him. I am sorry, Gu Rong said, filled with remorse. Yui, Lu Erlong's vision darkened, and she collapsed. The news of Yu Yi's death overwhelming her. Bibi Dong reached the mouth of the abyss. The area was in disarray from the massive explosion, and she cried out, little brat, you scoundrel, come out. Only her echo responded from the canyon, with no other sound accompanying it. She gazed at the delicate snowflakes falling, questioning, was he always a great deceiver? He promised to return and drink with me atop the mountain, saying he would always cherish me. Why has he broken his word this time? If you're out there, I know you love to trick me. Are you hiding from me just to make me think you're gone? I'm not angry anymore. Please come out, don't hide from me. Bibi Dong collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Uncertain of how long she cried, the gentle snow draped her in a delicate shroud. A torn piece of cloth floated down before her. She caught it in her hands, recognizing it as part of Yu's clothing, stained with his blood. Holding the fabric tightly, she whispered, Yu, I love you. Bibi Dong then fainted, overwhelmed by profound sorrow and shock, unable to sustain herself any longer. Nana, are you deceiving me? Is brother merely seeking to send me back, so you lied to me about his death? Gu Yuna remained silent. Isn't that true? Nana? Xiao Wu pressed again. Gu Yuna coldly replied, it is not. Xiao Wu turned to Deming and Air Ming, asking, is brother truly gone? Deming and Air Ming turned away, unable to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. No, you are all deceiving me. Brother wait for me. I will return. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rong Rong and her companions awaited the return of Gu Rong and Chen Xian. Ning Rong Rong could hardly sit still, longing to find Yui. Father, my sisters and I must search for brother Rong Rong, that is foolish. It is extremely perilous. With your sword grandpa and bone grandpa there, you will be fine, Ning Fengji admonished. If I don't care, I'm going. Zhu Zhuqing grasped Ning Rong Rong's hand and said, Rong Rong, our presence would be of little assistance. Let us await the return of brother We must trust that he will surely come back. All right, fine. Ning Rong Rong acquiesced, her anger causing her to sulk in silence at a distance. At that moment, Gu Rong and Chen Xian returned with an air of determination. They approached Ning Rong Rong and, with a tone of remorse, said, Rong Rong, we are deeply sorry. What? Ning Rong Rong's eyes welled up with tears in an instant. Impossible, you big carrot. In a realm of pure white, Yu wandered, oblivious to the passage of time. He had matured from a child into an adult, seemingly forgetting who he truly was. Here, time flowed not. There was neither sun nor night, only an expanse of blinding whiteness. He yearned to cry out, yet his voice felt stifled, as if muffled by an unseen barrier. After an indeterminate duration, names began to materialize within his heart. Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Huo Wu, Yilingling Lu Erlong, Gu Yuna, Qianren Xue, Hulaina. He endeavored to memorize each name, struggling to recall who they were and who he was. Fragments of memory cascaded through his mind, and clarity began to dawn. I am Yui. Chapter 74. 2 years later. Indeed, he had remembered. He had rediscovered his identity. Yet, the recollections of those familiar names remained elusive. As fragmented memories gradually faded, his mind succumbed once more to a void. Who am I? It seemed he had forgotten once again. Brother you little rascal. Big lecher. At some point, he heard someone calling for him. Come back, brother do not leave. Those voices were steeped in sorrow and anguish, causing his heart to ache. Lowering his head, he noticed his tears falling to the ground, forming countless bubbles. As he lifted his gaze, those bubbles ascended into the air, each encapsulating a different scene. In one life, he recalled the memory of a destitute beggar encountering a young maiden. In another, he remembered aspiring to be a hero alongside a princess. In yet another, he was a cultivator deemed a failure, supported by a master willing to give everything for him. In a fourth life, he was a Taoist enamored with a cat demon. Fate's reincarnation. Little beggar, you must find me in your next life. Disciple, in this life, I cannot become your bride, but in the next, I shall be yours. Little Taoist, why can't humans and demons fall in love? You are my hero. In the next life, I still want you to be my hero. Who are they, and why do these memories evoke such sorrow? You longed to reach out and touch the bubbles, yet they shattered like dreams. The familiar names surfaced once more. Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rong Rong, Huo Wu, Dongye, Wu Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Zhuqing. I remember. I am Yui. I've already died. In the Valley of Death. For reasons unknown. Ever since the snowfall 2 years prior, the landscape remained a desolate white. Bibi Dong erected a gravestone for Yui here. Today marked the first anniversary of their drinking atop the mountain. Bibi Dong opened a wine jar and inhaled deeply. Little rascal, I have come to visit you again. Look at this wine. Alas, you can only watch me drink. Why must you deceive me, you little rascal? It has been 2 years. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Come back already. She began to drink heavily, seemingly to mask her sorrow. 2 years had passed, and everything had changed. The Heaven Do Empire had transformed into the Spirit Hall Empire. Qianren Xue had achieved the kind of realm Yu Yi spoke of. She stood atop the imperial city, gazing at the sky as if she could see Yu Yi's silhouette. You must see this from above. I have accomplished it, but you have not. You promised you would always stand by my side. The young women had matured, yet it seemed they had lost something profoundly significant. Their innocence and vivacity now but echoes of the past. Zhu Zhuqing, are you still thinking of the big carrot? Ning Rongrong approached Zhu Zhuqing and embraced her tightly. Rongrong, I feel that brother Yi is not dead. He will return. Zhu Zhuqing, I too wish to believe he is alive. Yet it has been 2 years without any word from him. That big carrot, what is love, if not a bond that makes forgetting so difficult? Dong, Shui, Zhu Qing, Rongrong. 2 years have elapsed. Why do I see their present selves? Am I not dead? Or perhaps I am not dead at all, but rather trapped in this realm? He ran desperately, striving to reach the end of this world, yearning to escape for those who awaited him. Uncertain of how long he had run, he eventually found himself in a snow-covered expanse, where he beheld 2 wine jars and a breathtakingly beautiful woman. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he felt the urge to weep. Dong, is it you? Dong, he wished to embrace her, only to discover his body passed through Bibi Dong as if she were an apparition. In that instant, everything converged into a singular point. He truly was dead. In her dreams, Bibi Dong seemed to sense Yu Yi's presence. She opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Little rascal, have you returned? I know you are back. Stop hiding from me and come out, please. Yu Yi stood before Bibi Dong, wishing to wipe away her tears, yet found he could not. Dongya, I am right here, right before you. In that moment, he comprehended the essence of a presence that is distant yet close at hand. You are before me, yet I cannot touch you. You are here, yet I cannot see you. Teacher, it has been 2 years. The young master will not return. You must let go. There are many matters awaiting your attention at the Spirit Hall. Hulayina had appeared, supporting the emotionally shattered Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong turned to Hulayina and said, Nana, perhaps you are right. He truly cannot come back, yet I cannot let go. Alas, teacher, do not cry. Let us return. Bibi Dong nodded, casting one last glance at the gravestone she had erected for you. Yu Yi knelt upon the ground, pounding the snow with his fists, as if releasing all of his pent-up emotions. Ultimately, he came to a realization. Even in death, he must silently guard over them. Perhaps this was the only thing he could still do. The beautiful memories of his life, even in death, dissolved into ephemeral dreams, gradually fading away. Chapter 75, with graying hair and aging features. Yu Yi remained kneeling until dusk, as if he were the sole wandering soul in this world. That night, he visited the women. Each time he reached out to touch them, a dull ache would resonate in his heart. Only with the dawn did he return to the snowy expanse, as if his memories began to slip away once more. He carved their names into his flesh, etching them onto his very bones, and with the final stroke, he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself enveloped in dense fog. He raised his arm, only to discover his flesh torn open, inscribed with strange characters that he could not decipher. Yet he spoke the names aloud. Bibi Dong, Huowu, Rongrong, Yi Lingling, Qianren Xue. He gazed into the mist and uttered, Who are they? Who am I? He sat down, lost in contemplation of their identities and his own, oblivious to the fog beginning to dissipate around him. In a serene lake, a gentle breeze stirred, awakening a semblance of sensation in his numbed body. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, only to find that night had descended, yet several ethereal maidens smiled down upon him, eliciting a smile in return. He remained transfixed, gazing endlessly, traversing from darkness to dawn, and from daylight back into the night, losing count of the countless cycles of day and night. Unbeknownst to him, the world around had transformed. The lake had long since dried up, and the earth had crumbled beneath him. It was only when the sky tore asunder that he regained his senses. Turning back, he found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, devoid of sound, where only emptiness reigned, and time itself seemed to stand still. He drifted incessantly within this void until he heard a voice calling out to him. Come back. Do not hide from me any longer. Who could it be? He floated towards the sound, only to realize his body was in ruins. He glanced at the name etched into the bones before him, recognizing it as belonging to someone of great significance in his life. Yearning to advance, he sensed something tugging at him from behind. Brother, where are you? Shao will not leave. Come back to me. You little rascal, stop deceiving me. Return, and from now on, you shall call me Donger, always Donger. You lecher, are you truly gone? I am heartbroken. ZG told me that I have fallen for you. Shao Wu, Donger, he murmured. Who were they? Why did their voices resonate so deeply within him? A glimmer of light emerged ahead, imbued with a sense of purpose. He yearned to find these voices, to seek those familiar souls. The voices grew nearer, and he pursued them fervently. At last, a figure materialized before him, a body, an arm severed, marred by wounds. He approached slowly, intent on discerning the visage of this figure. Suddenly, the body lifted its head to gaze at him. You have finally returned. You It is I. He paused, momentarily stunned, repeating, it is I. The figure smiled at him, and as he inched closer, he felt himself beginning to fade away, yet he bore no astonishment. For he recalled his identity. He was Yue, and he remembered them. As soul and body separated once more, he opened his eyes, beholding his skeletal arm. I must return to their side. A radiant essence enveloped him, as if to shatter the shackles of darkness surrounding him. At long last, having plummeted into the abyss, he broke free from his grave and crawled out. He felt the chill, the pangs of pain coursing through his ravaged form. He gazed at his remaining hand, now wrinkled, his once flowing hair turned to stark white. Having battled the demon god, sacrificing his life and soul, he should have dissipated into oblivion, yet his soul had not vanished. Instead, it had ascended into strange realms. Though the reasons eluded him, he was alive once more. He sat beside his gravestone, where a vessel of wine prepared by Dong awaited him. He uncorked the jar and drank deeply, savoring the familiar flavor reminiscent of his first drink with Bai Dong. A smile crept across his face. Though I have grown old and my appearance faded, they remain in their prime. He inhaled deeply, perhaps weary, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Extra chapter, The Divine Realm. 1. Where am I? He awoke from his dreams, finding himself in an unfamiliar place. Night had fallen, illuminated solely by the moon's glow. Unsure of his destination, he wandered aimlessly. Time passed without measure, and he soon discerned the sound of a baby's cries ahead. Approaching the source, he found a figure clad in black robes, motionless, cradling an infant. He approached cautiously, standing before the lifeless form. Dead? Why have you departed? He addressed the corpse, but silence answered him. He gently lifted the infant from the black-robed figure's arms, discovering a token upon the child's body, inscribed with the character for Snow. Snow? Why does this child seem so familiar, as if I have seen her before? He glanced back at the deceased figure. Brother, since you are gone, I shall claim your possessions. With that, he stripped the black robe from the corpse, donning it himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Snow began to fall softly from the sky, and he continued onward, eventually arriving at a town. He quickened his pace, reaching the city gate, where he beheld the sign, Spirit Hall. Why does the Spirit Hall seem so different now? Could 2 years have altered this place so dramatically? He pondered. Upon entering the town, he noticed a group of individuals whispering amongst themselves, igniting his curiosity. He approached them and greeted, Brothers, may I inquire what you are discussing? One replied, You are unaware of that matter? Oh, what matter do you speak of? He responded, bewildered. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Ji's son, has been gravely injured in battle with Tang Hao. It is said he may not have long to live, the man divulged. In that instant, Yue froze in place. He had returned to a bygone era of Douluo Continent. Thank you for the information, brothers. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. He bid farewell to the group, and as he gazed at the infant in his arms, an instinctual feeling surged within him. She was Qian Rinxue. Could it truly be Yue? He addressed the child. But isn't she Donger's daughter? Why was she abandoned? Perhaps, he thought, all answers lay within the Spirit Hall. He stealthily infiltrated the Spirit Hall, where he found Qian Daolu standing guard, appearing despondent. Being host, system? Why have you manifested now? He exclaimed in irritation. Why not show yourself earlier or later, but now? He suspected that this temporal journey was orchestrated by the system. Host, there is no time for explanations. I can only inform you that you have traveled to the past, and the infant in your arms is indeed Qian Rinxue. System, what is the meaning of this? Why have I traversed back in time? I distinctly remember falling asleep in the snow. Host, these details are secondary. Our immediate task is to deliver Qian Rinxue to Qian Daolu. Wait, system, I am utterly bewildered. Isn't Shuer Dong's child? Did Donger abandon her? Host, Qian Rinxue is not Bai Dong's daughter, but rather the offspring of the 12-winged seraphim. The rest will be revealed to you in due time. We must hand over the child to Qian Daolu promptly, otherwise we risk being expelled from this world. If we do not return to the future, we shall forever be lost in this illusory timeline. The gravity in the system's tone left no room for jest. All his questions would have to wait for answers. Very well, system, time is of the essence. I shall deliver Shuer to Qian Daolu. Wait, host, it is not prudent to proceed just yet. I will first grant you your reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission to save Douluo Continent. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has surpassed level 100, and all soul rings have been upgraded to the 7-colored divine soul rings. The host's martial soul, the 3 ancestors beast, has fulfilled its covenant and has been released, bestowing upon the host divine essence. Reward, the super artifact, the twin swords of divine demons. Host, you have now attained the 100th level, yet you remain incomplete as a deity. One might consider you a demigod. It is only with the essence of divine power that Qian Daolu will show you the respect you deserve, but you must still veil your true self from him, ensuring he does not glimpse your visage. Having reached the 100th level, Yue felt an intrinsic connection to the entire world, as if divine energy surged through him, elevating his very being. He attempted to harness his divine consciousness to locate Bibi Dong, yet the system interrupted him. Host, cease your distractions and promptly deliver Qian Rinxue to Qian Douluo. Yi replied with impatience. I understand. Must you be so verbose? Enveloping himself in divine energy, he descended gracefully from the skies, arriving before Qian Douluo. In his sorrow, Qian Douluo sensed the presence of divine energy and looked up, beholding a figure cloaked in golden light standing before him. Aditya Soha, realizing, he quickly bowed in reverence. Great deity, your presence graces us. May I inquire as to your purpose? Yi extended the infant Qian Rinxue towards Qian Douluo, stating, Qian Douluo, I entrust this child to you. She is the hope of your angelic lineage, the 12-winged holy angel. Please treat her with kindness henceforth. Gazing at the infant before him, Qian Douluo felt an inexplicable fondness, even though he could not fathom why the deity would place this child in his care. Nevertheless, he recognized his obligation to honor the deity's wishes. Might I ask, my lord, what constitutes a 12-winged holy angel? Our angelic lineage possesses only 6 wings. I have never heard of 12. The cosmos is vast, and the angelic race transcends your world alone. Angels possess wings, 6 for mortals, 9 for the extreme, and 12 symbolize completeness. The 12-winged holy angel represents the pinnacle of the angelic race, the supreme leader above all. Is my explanation clear to you? This elucidation stemmed from Yuyi's prior endeavors to assist Qian Rinxue in evolving her angelic martial soul. Understood, my lord. I shall cherish this child. Qian Douluo responded as he accepted Qian Rinxue into his arms, feeling an unexplainable affinity. Perhaps this was destiny. Heed my words and treat her well. I shall take my leave now. Wait, my lord. Qian Douluo called just as Yuyi was about to depart. Is there something else? Yuyi inquired. May I ask, does the child possess a name? Her name is Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue, a beautiful name. Child, I shall be your grandfather henceforth. You are now my beloved granddaughter. My little Shue. A smile graced Qian Oliu's features as he looked down at the infant in his arms. Having recently lost a child, he welcomed this new family member. Perhaps a compensation from the world itself. Now, he must take his leave. The future awaited him, and he longed to see the current state of Bibi Dong. Yet he had no choice. The system had informed him that if he did not depart, he would never return to his original world. In a land of falling snow, time seemed to revert in an instant, his hand still tinged with the warmth of holding Qian Rinxue. He surveyed the vast expanse of white, reminiscing about when this place was the Death Canyon, unaware of when it had transformed into its current state. He glanced at his own grave, a monument erected by Bibi Dong's own hand. He could almost envision Bibi Dong here, tears flowing as she called out for him, waiting for his return. Recalling the time he existed in a state of pure spirit, he yearned to wipe away the tears from Bibi Dong's eyes, yet he could not reach her. Despite being merely a centimeter apart, they were separated by an insurmountable distance, and his heart ached as if riddled with countless wounds. In June, while the land of falling snow basked in the scorching summer heat, it remained as frigid as ever. Bibi Dong arrived once more, bearing wine. Having not conversed with her little rascal for far too long, today, she intended to keep him company. Unlike before, she was no longer clad in her papal robes, but rather donned a violet dress, a hairpin adorning her head, the very first gift Yi had bestowed upon her. Stepping into the land of falling snow, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette, tears cascading down her cheeks, unbidden. The wine slipped from her grasp, shattering on the ground as she covered her mouth, fearing her sobs would escape. Yi turned at the sound, his familiar visage coming into view. Donner, it has been an eternity, he said with a smile. Indeed, it has been far too long, you little rascal, she replied, her voice breaking as she rushed into his embrace. You rascal, you rascal, you rascal. After 2 long years, you finally returned, she exclaimed. I'll come back, Donner. I missed you so much. I missed you too, little rascal. As Yi released Bibi Dong, he gazed at her lovingly, gently wiping away her tears. This time, he truly reached her. He had come back to life. The longing they both felt finally found resolution as their lips met, savoring each other's essence and taste. They had finally reunited. This was no mere dream. The land of falling snow had witnessed their separation and now bore witness to their reunion. Lovers destined to be together at last. Sunlight bathed the pair, as if rejoicing in their reunion. Their hands intertwined. They stepped out of the land of falling snow, fulfilling the promise they had once made. Arriving beneath the wishing tree, it felt unchanged yet somehow lacking. They reached the small pavilion, now devoid of the emerald mist. At the mountain where they once drank, the wind that blew felt icy and biting. Everything appeared transformed, yet the one thing that remained constant was their hearts, forever intertwined. Donner, as I gaze back, the unseen forces are ever-changing. Indeed, time alters all things. Little rascal, where have you been these past 2 years? What have you endured? Why have you returned only now? Donner, look. Yi revealed his arm, shimmering with light. When I was annihilated with the demon god system, my soul should have dissipated. Yet it did not. Instead, it wandered through different realms. I forgot who I was, forgot all of you, but your calls echoed in my heart. I remembered you all, fearing I would forget again. So, I etched your names into my very bones. It was because of you that I could break free from that ephemeral void, reclaim my corporeal form, and return once more. Bibi Dong gazed at the 10 names inscribed, no longer caring how many women Yu Yi had known. She only desired for her little rascal to be by her side once more. Touching Yu Yi's arm, she felt a pang of pain, understanding the suffering he had endured. He was the hero of this world, and also her hero. Little rascal, come back with me. I have a surprise for you. Oh, what surprise does Dong have for me? Yu Yi inquired eagerly. Follow me, and you shall see. Bibi Dong led Yu Yi to her chamber, where the fragrant aroma of a woman's boudoir enveloped him. Little rascal, wait here for me, she instructed as she entered the dressing room. After a brief interval, she emerged. Yu Yi stood frozen, astonished at the sight before him. Bibi Dong had shed her violet attire, now adorned in a pure white wedding gown. Her slender fingers encased in white silk gloves. The gown accentuated her figure, trailing elegantly behind her, while a blissful smile illuminated her face. Little rascal, do you like this wedding dress? She asked shyly. Snapping back to reality, Yu Yi replied, Donger, I adore it. Then, little rascal, will you marry me? Donger, I am willing. I wish to marry you. As Yu Yi gradually approached Bibi Dong, he enveloped her in his embrace and planted a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Donger, you are truly beautiful. He murmured, little rascal, I would find great contentment merely in seeing you donned in a wedding gown. I am aware that Xiaoxua harbors feelings for you as well. As her mother, I feel I have not fulfilled my responsibilities. This time, I wish to entrust her to you as a mother. Donger, what do you mean by that? You little scoundrel, I'm already satisfied with the prospect of marrying you. I do not yearn for anything more. Should we meet again in the next life, I would gladly walk hand in hand with you, growing old together as an ordinary couple. As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, a manifestation of her heart's tumultuous choice, one that brought her unexpected anguish. Yu Yi understood Bibi Dong's intentions. She wished to fulfill her own desires alongside Qianren Xue. Yet, how could he abandon Bibi Dong? With a fervent kiss, Yu Yi sought to convey through action that he would never forsake her. As the kiss came to an end, he held her tightly and declared, Donger, I am aware of your thoughts, but I must tell you this. I will not give up on any of you. May I be greedy just this once? There is something crucial I must reveal. Xiaoxue is not your biological daughter. What? What do you mean? Xiaoxue is not my daughter? How can that be? Bibi Dong pushed Yu Yi away, staggering a few steps back, her gaze fixed upon him in disbelief. You little rascal, are you deceiving me? Yu Yi shook his head and recounted the tale of his journey to the past. So, Xiaoxue was entrusted to Qian Daolu by you? Little rascal. Are you certain you are not lying to me? This is too unfathomable. Bibi Dong struggled to accept the revelation. Donger, I do not deceive you. The truth can only be uncovered by seeking out Qian Daolu. He knows all the answers. Yu Yi speculated that perhaps this was all part of Qian Daolu's design, and that Bibi Dong's ordeal in the original narrative was flawed. After all, when he had handed Qianren Xue over to Qian Daolu, Qian Jixuan had already perished. Thus, the incident in the secret chamber should not have occurred. You little rascal, I trust you. Let's go to the Hall of Offerings to find Qian Daolu. Yu Yi nodded. Very well, Dong. Upon arriving at the Hall of Offerings, Bibi Dong was confronted by 6 elder priests. The golden crocodile, Douluo, regarded Bibi Dong with disdain. Why is Bibi Dong not in the Hall of the Pope, here at the Hall of Offerings? Bibi Dong's expression turned icy as she replied, I seek Qian Daolu to inquire about certain matters. Bold Bibi Dong, daring to call the Grand Elder by name. With that, the golden crocodile, Douluo, unleashed his soul power, preparing to strike at Bibi Dong and Yu Yi. Yu Yi, clad in black robes, stepped protectively in front of Bibi Dong and released his divine power, ascending into the air. Divine Demon Judgment. 2 divine swords, one black and one white, manifested in the sky, radiating distinct yet complementary divine energies, coalescing into a newfound annihilating force. This was the first divine technique of Yu Yi's transcendent divine sword. The immense power of annihilation enveloped the entire Hall of Offerings. A single strike could reduce the hall to nothingness. The 6 priests below were struck with fear by this overwhelming force, and the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the golden crocodile, Douluo, began to wane. The disparity between the 2 powers was like that of an elephant compared to an ant. Within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu sensed a familiar energy. Could it be? Noticing his grandfather's strange demeanor, Qianren Xue quickly inquired, Grandfather, what is wrong? Xiaoxue, come with me. We must meet an old friend. An old friend? Is it someone from grandfather's past? Qianren Xue asked, puzzled. Yu Yi pointed a sword at the golden crocodile, Douluo, his ethereal voice commanding, apologize to Donger. In that instant, the golden crocodile, Douluo, felt as though death itself had descended upon him. Cold sweat broke upon his brow, for he understood that should this sword fall, his demise was inevitable. I am sorry. I implore you, Senior, spare my life. I instructed you to apologize to Donger, not to me. You have 5 seconds to make your choice. 5, 4. I apologize, Bibi Dong. No, Your Holiness, I am truly sorry. Oomph. At least you were perceptive. Yu Yi sheathed his divine sword, for he had not come to unleash a massacre, but rather to uncover the truth of the past. However, A barking dog must be taught a lesson. Approaching Bibi Dong, he asked, Donger, does this bring you relief? Relief? My little rascal. I have long harbored disdain for that old coot. By the way, that was divine power you just displayed. Little rascal, have you ascended to godhood? One might say so. I have reached the 100th level, yet I still lack a divine position. At that moment, Qian Douluo and Qian Renxue emerged, and upon seeing Bibi Dong so close to a man, Qian Renxue was engulfed by fury. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo, recognizing the figure obscured by the black robe, confirmed that the divine power he had sensed earlier belonged to none other than the deity of Ur. Qian Douluo approached Yi, bowing respectfully, Divine Lord. Yi removed his black robe, smiling. It has been a long time, Qian Douluo. Qian Renxue stood in stunned silence. He had returned, standing right before her. Yi, you'll come back. How wonderful, truly wonderful, she wept, for upon hearing of Yi's fall, she had realized her genuine feelings for him. She had never before experienced such profound pain or longing for someone. Indeed, Xiaoxue, I have returned, Yi replied with a smile. Qian Douluo comprehended everything. No wonder Yi knew about the 12-winged seraph and had assisted Xiaoxue in evolving her angelic soul. The deity from long ago was none other than Yi. Divine Lord, Qian Douluo said, I have not failed your wishes. I have raised Xiaoxue. She has excelled, even establishing the angel empire 2 years ago. Yi nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Qian Douluo. I appreciate your care for Xiaoxue. Bibi Dong seemed convinced. Yi's words rang true. She and Qian Renxue were not mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, bewildered, asked, Grandfather, do you know Yi? Are you hiding something from me? Qian Douluo remained silent, unsure if revealing the events of the past would be too much for Qian Renxue to bear. Qian Renxue turned her attention back to Yi. You scoundrel, tell me, what is the truth behind all this? Yi sighed. Alas, the matters of Qian Douluo cannot remain hidden forever. You should hear it from him. I came here to uncover the truth of what Donner endured back then. Taking a deep breath, Qian Douluo was reminded of the events of that time. The four returned to the Hall of Offerings, where Qian Douluo looked at Qian Renxue with reluctance. Yet, she had grown, and it was time she learned the truth. Xiaoxue, you are not the child of Bibi Dong and Qian Jixuan. Rather, you were entrusted to me by the Divine Lord. Only the Divine Lord knows your true identity. Grandfather, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, Xiaoxue. Qian Renxue then turned to Yi, asking, You scoundrel, what is our relationship? We met when I was an infant, didn't we? Is that why you sought me out and helped me evolve my soul? Xiaoxue, we share no connection. I do not even understand how I traversed the past. When I encountered you, you were cradled by a deceased individual. I saved you. It was only later that I realized the infant was you, Xiaoxue. Thus, I entrusted you to your grandfather, and I was the one who provided him with your name. By the way, here is the token you carried when I discovered you. Yi recounted his journey through time and returned the token inscribed with the character for snow to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue grasped the medallion in her hand, which radiated a luminous glow, soaring into the sky and transforming into a radiant white sword. As the sword fell into her grasp, a series of peculiar memories flooded her mind. It dawned upon her that she was the offspring of the supreme divine realm's seraphic deity. Qian Renxue gazed at the holy sword and spoke. Shuer, have you uncovered the truth of your lineage? Yi inquired. Indeed, this medallion harbors the memories of my heritage, as well as this adjudicating holy sword. I am the child of the seraphic deity from the supreme divine realm. When the realm was besieged by the consciousness of annihilation, my father, whom you witnessed earlier, sacrificed his life to bring me to the Douluo Continent. Just as Qian Renxue finished her statement, the god-making tablet within Yi inexplicably soared into the air, emanating a mysterious power akin to divine strength. This force enveloped both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, continuously purifying their mortal forms. System. This is the transcendent power of the god-making tablet. The two mistresses are about to undergo the transformation into deities, the system suddenly alerted. Yi understood. Recalling that the system had previously mentioned the capability of the god-making tablet to create deities, it seemed this was not merely a fanciful notion. Moments later, the transcendent power was fully absorbed by the two, unlocking their divine inheritance. Yet, the god-making tablet did not cease its emanation, releasing several streams of transcendent energy in various directions. It appeared that the tablet was poised to initiate new divine inheritances. One could only ponder who the next candidates might be. Bibi Dong, her face a mask of incredulity, addressed Yi, You scoundrel, I have awakened the divine inheritance of the supreme deity, the god of antiquity. Qian Renxue, however, did not share her excitement, for she was already the progeny of the 12-winged seraphic deity. Inheriting the seraphic lineage seemed only natural. She regarded Yi, feeling that this man was shrouded in mystery. But such matters were inconsequential, as he was the one she loved, an endearing rogue, nonetheless. Yi had promised them both that he would elevate them to divinity, and it seemed he had fulfilled that vow. Yet, it was imperative to ascertain the truth behind Bibi Dong's past tribulations. Yi turned to Qin Daolu with a serious expression and asked, Qin Daolu, I implore you to tell me the truth regarding Donger's experiences. My lord, it transpires that on the night you entrusted Schwerer to me, my son, Qin Ji, had already perished. The spirit hall cannot remain without a pope for even a day. And thus I set my sights on Bibi Dong, who had been imprisoned by my son, utilizing a soul bone skill capable of conjuring illusions. I ensnared her in a fantasy, wherein all she endured was but an illusion. This allowed her to cultivate strength fueled by vengeance, leading the spirit hall to glory. I am grateful that I did not err in my choice. Bibi Dong has proven herself remarkably, Qin Daolu recounted slowly. Ultimately, these truths could not remain concealed. It was his own selfishness that had inadvertently harmed the two, yet now that the truth was illuminated, it was a relief. Both Bibi Dong and Schwerer had achieved their divine statuses, and the spirit hall would ascend to greater heights. Even though his fate lay in death, he bore no regrets. Bibi Dong let out a cold chuckle. Old wretch, so everything I experienced was merely a fabrication? I could have killed you for this. But then again, without you, I would not have reached this juncture. In her previous self, Bibi Dong would have indeed slain Qin Daolu, yet the past 2 years had transformed her significantly. Curiously, she felt a sense of joy. Perhaps it was because she and Qian Ringshu were no longer bound by a mother-child relationship, enabling her to openly be with Yi. Fate played its hand, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Was it a misstep of destiny, or had it been preordained? Yi mused, now that the truths were laid bare. The concealed matters surrounding Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu had finally reached a resolution. Yet, just as one crisis dissipated, another arose. Host, it approaches. We must brace ourselves. The system alerted. Yi, Bibi Dong, and Qian Ringshu found themselves in a garden, where the two women engaged in animated conversation, leaving Yi feeling like an invisible presence. Donger, Schwerer, it seems you've forgotten about me. Yi interjected. The two simultaneously glared at him and chorused, Do not disturb us. Go amuse yourself elsewhere. All right, Yi conceded, retreating. As the saying goes, the wife is paramount. After all, the two had just unraveled their identities and experiences, and there was much they wished to clarify with each other. Hence, Yi graciously granted them time. Exiting the garden, Yi gazed skyward, his sight penetrating through the clouds into the cosmos, where an overwhelmingly potent dark aura was advancing towards Douluo star. System, who possesses this aura? Yi inquired. They are the dark, evil gods who once obliterated the supreme divine realm. They are minions of the consciousness of annihilation. What is the supreme divine realm? Were the dark, evil gods and the consciousness of annihilation? There was so much he remained ignorant of in this vast universe. After all, even deities were but fragile beings in the grand scheme of existence. Host, within the universe exists the supreme divine realm alongside countless lower-tier divine realms. Each divine realm is akin to a planet. Only planets imbued with primordial life force can evolve into divine realms, whereas the supreme divine realm possesses transcendent life force. The consciousness of annihilation is the primordial creative entity of the universe. Beyond it, there exists fate, space-time, the future, the past, the present, reincarnation, and the life-creating entity, with a unique creative entity known as creation. Now, the universe is left with only destruction, fate, and the future's creative entities. The universe has undergone a transformation, transitioning into an anti-universe. Once it completes this metamorphosis, everything will be rewritten, leading to the potential annihilation of all that currently exists. The supreme divine realm harbors the creative life force capable of countering the consciousness of annihilation, which is why they will stop at nothing to obliterate it and slaughter the supreme deities. Presently, Douluo Continent has witnessed the emergence of 10 supreme deities, who have sensed the aura of divinity, prompting their descent upon Douluo star. Having grasped the system's explanation, Yi understood that this meant they were the antagonists, correct? Indeed, host. Then let them come and go without return. Gather your forces, and let us venture into the cosmos to eradicate the dark, evil gods. Understood, host. Yi summoned his divine power, breaking through the clouds to arrive outside Douluo star. Surrounding Douluo star were various planets, all shrouded in darkness, likely ravaged by some cataclysm, while Douluo star itself shimmered in green and blue hues, its defining characteristic akin to the blue and white of Earth. Yi chose not to wield both the divine and demonic swords, opting instead for a single demonic sword. Since they were malevolent gods, it was only fitting to use this sword to vanquish them. Gripping the demonic sword, he prepared for battle. System, how would you characterize me? Yi suddenly queried. Host, how should I respond to this inquiry? Just speak the truth. Very well. I find the host to be rather double-standard, fickle, and not particularly virtuous, came the system's retort. Yi's lips twitched at this, yet he did not contest it. Instead, he responded calmly, You're not wrong, system. I am indeed double-standard and fickle. I have never considered myself a virtuous person. Upon arriving in this world, I inherently assumed the role of the villain, albeit one who has altered the fates of many. As for my fickleness, I simply have affection for them all, desiring to have each of them. As for being double standard, the truth is that most individuals are even deities. Host, I did not fully comprehend your perspective. System, may I inquire why I choose to guard the Douluo Continent, even willing to perish in battle against the demon god? The system replied, because the host is a great hero. Yi laughed heartily, haha, yet I have never aspired to be a great hero, nor have I ever contemplated protecting this world. Possessing such formidable power, I do not yearn to undertake deeds that befit it. This is the essence of who I am, my true self. I fear death, I am timid. However, I understand that certain matters ultimately render one powerless. As I have previously stated, I never intended to safeguard the world. I merely wish to protect all that I hold dear, with the world being a mere byproduct of my intentions. Yet, I later realized my folly. I began to cherish this planet, to embrace everything it encompasses. This time, I fight for the Douluo star. Host, you have truly changed to the point that I scarcely recognize you. Are you still that lecherous host of yours? The system's words pierced Yuyi's heart like a sharpened blade, inflicting deep pain. Yuyi began to reflect. Was he truly once a mindless libertine? He refused to admit it, and could not accept such a notion. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. The 5 dark evil gods had arrived. Gazing upon the 5 grotesque evil gods before him, Yuyi's fighting spirit ignited, the demonic sword in his hand ablaze with dark divine energy. Standing resolute like a general defending his territory, Douluo star lay behind him as his bastion. God shall be slain, he declared. The 5 dark evil gods halted their advance. The leader regarded Yuyi with disdain, as one might observe an insignificant ant daring to obstruct their path. You dare to challenge us as a mere demigod? Yuyi pointed his sword to the 5 evil gods and proclaimed, then today, I shall slay gods with this demigod's body. Bold words, indeed. Allow me to test your mettle. The speaking evil god lunged forward, enveloped in a shroud of black destructive power, its hands morphing into monstrous claws aimed at Yuyi. Yuyi deftly retreated, evading the onslaught, and swiftly swung his demonic sword from his side, the shadow of the blade emanating a demonic roar as it sliced through the air. The evil god raised its claws to defend, successfully blocking the strike, but staggered back several paces. How intriguing, an ultra artifact. So this is your alliance. Yet, you remain but a solitary individual, while we are 5. Altogether then they agreed. The 5 evil gods launched their assault simultaneously, and Yuyi, resolute, prepared to confront them earnestly. Spirit unleashed, amplifying divine power, god and demon armament. Yuyi activated his spirit skill, transforming his essence into armor, enhancing all attributes, and doubling his combat capability. The system had indicated that these evil gods had merely forcibly absorbed destructive power to attain a godly level, still significantly inferior to true deities. Yet, with his ultra artifact and divine bones, Yuyi could contend against 5 god-level entities, for his divine bones were not ordinary. They were transcendent, adorned in armor of black and white, draped in a dark cloak, with the unsheathed divine sword at his waist. Yuyi, though lacking a divine position, managed to reach the godly level of combat through the augmentation of his spirit. You claim to be gods? Then today, I shall transform into a demon and slay the gods. With a flourish, he invoked his spirit domain, Dusk of God Slaying. In the blink of an eye, the 5 evil gods found themselves ensnared within his spirit domain. The dim sky bore a crimson sun, while the ground was a swirling tempest of yellow sand, howling like a monstrous beast. At that moment, Yuyi vanished from the evil god's sight. They scattered in search of him. Curse it, what now, boss? One exclaimed. Let us stay close together. We shall not fear his sudden appearance. The moment he shows himself, we strike as one. No, boss. Look above. He is in the sky, cried another. As they gazed upward, the darkened sky was shrouded, the crimson sun devoured, and thunder began to rage. A demon clad in armor, wielding a fierce sword, materialized before them. Judgment, sin of God slaying. The colossal demonic sword, imbued with cataclysmic force, descended upon the 5. This is bad. Why does a mere mortal world harbor power at the pinnacle of godly might? We cannot perish here. The leading evil god trembled with dread. He turned to the others, a fierce glint in his eyes, commanding the 4 to surrender their destructive energy. What are you doing, boss? They protested. Only by absorbing your destructive power can I surpass that demigod. Your sacrifice serves our master's will. It is your honor. The leader's visage twisted into a snarl. His eyes turned obsidian. No, I will not sacrifice myself. I refuse to die. As the 4 struggling evil gods had all their destructive and divine energy siphoned away, they were reduced to mere bones. Power. Destructive power. A mere demigod dares to be so brazen. Ha ha! The evil god gazed at the descending demonic sword, devoid of fear. His countenance twisted with madness. Destruction descends. Hand of the abyss. The evil god vanished, morphing into a colossal black hand reaching for the demonic sword. The clash of 2 malevolent forces triggered a cataclysmic rupture, shattering the very fabric of understanding. Host, quickly summon the divine sword to counter this force. Otherwise, Douluo star will be obliterated. The system urged. Yi's expression turned grave as he swiftly drew the divine sword, casting it toward Douluo Star, enveloping it in divine light. The collision of the two powers erupted violently, surrounding celestial bodies shattering into debris, yet the divine light that shielded Douluo Star was consumed. Thankfully, Douluo Star remained unscathed, saved by the divine radiance. Deep within the Star Dough forest, Gu Yuna, undergoing the divine inheritance, opened her eyes and gazed skyward. She sensed a formidable power manifesting beyond Douluo Continent, akin to the force within her. Just hours prior, Gu Yuna had been enveloped by strange energy, enabling her to transcend the limits of soul beasts and become the new beast god, receiving a legacy from the dragon god. Though she did not fully comprehend the circumstances, she recognized the benefit it brought. Upon successfully completing the divine inheritance, she could lead the soul beasts to liberation from worldly constraints, preventing them from being reduced to mere human soul rings and bones. Two distinct auras permeated the air, one steeped in malevolence, the other eerily familiar. Is it you? Have you returned? Gu Yuna's eyes glimmered with melancholy. She fervently hoped this familiar aura belonged to him. Halting her inheritance trial, she transformed into a silver dragon. Soaring into the sky to seek the truth, was he truly back? Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the system's warning, Douluo Continent might have met its doom. Truly, this evil god epitomizes wickedness, sacrificing his own kind to survive. Yi scoffed. This world is a realm of the survival of the fittest. What is there to discuss about merely surviving? I act solely to fulfill my Master's mission. Your sacrifice is a privilege bestowed upon you, the evil god retorted defiantly. Haha, such lofty rhetoric. Regardless, you cannot escape death today. Yi knew well that the evil god, reliant solely on the demonic sword, could not prevail. He must depend on the divine sword. Yi reached towards the divine sword, which flew into his grasp. With both swords in hand, the intertwining divine powers surged around him, and he raised them high, two spectral figures, one white, one black, manifesting behind him. Spirit skill, dual slashes of god and demon. The entwined divine energies coalesced into a tempestuous sea of divine waves. How amusing! A mere godly skill of limited strength. I scarcely regard it. Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of a transcendent god. The evil god cackled maniacally. The aura of annihilation once again unfurled, accompanied by the devastating divine technique, the dark oath soul claw. The malevolent deity's essence manifested, a colossal, inky hand emanating waves of eerie and malevolent energy. Execution. Devouring. The two combatants struck simultaneously, their blades cleaving the air, only for the monstrous hand to seize both swords, siphoning divine power relentlessly. Damn it! My divine energy is being consumed. What are we to do now? Thought Yi, a sense of dread overwhelming him as he called upon the system for guidance. Host, there is a solution. Sacrifice your soul, shatter your essence, and allow the divine demon twin swords to absorb it. However, this opportunity is singular, and utilizing soul fragmentation will reset your level to 0. Is that the only option? Indeed, it is the sole recourse. Very well, then I shall risk it all. With the system's presence offering reassurance, Yi remained undaunted. Even if he were to lose all his cultivation, there would be a chance for restoration. With a fierce shout, he shattered his soul into countless fragments, merging them into the divine demon sword, unleashing a terrifying surge of power once more. The malevolent deity, witnessing this, cursed vehemently. You madman, sacrificing your own soul. No, I must flee. I cannot perish alongside this lunatic. Burn, essence of destruction. The dark hand ignited in black flames, enveloped in a shroud of crimson smoke, providing the malevolent deity with an opportunity to escape. Yet, Yi's consciousness had long since locked onto their presence when unleashing the god-slaying twilight. Even amidst the smoke, he could pinpoint the target through the divine energy within the malevolent deity. Too late to escape now. Apologies to the gods. The twin swords slipped from Yi's grasp, pursuing the fleeing malevolent deity. This is bad. Realizing the swords were closing in, the malevolent deity abandoned his flight, preparing to fight to the death. You wish to kill me? Not a chance. Burn, essence of destruction, burn. But the destructive aura within him did not heed his command. It was the rebellious consciousness of other malevolent deities resisting him, a consequence of his own actions. The twin swords pierced the malevolent deity's form, the tumultuous essence of destruction exploding alongside him, unleashing a terrifying force that warped the surrounding space. Yi hastily released the remainder of his divine power to shield Douluo Star. As the energy gradually dissipated, space stabilized, but in that moment, Yi's divine power was entirely expended, plummeting from the void. Is that a human? The ancient Yuna, soaring through the skies, beheld a figure engulfed in flames descending and pondered. She darted towards the burning human, extinguishing the flames with water elements, transforming from dragon form to human form to catch him. Though his body was charred and blackened by fire, she recognized him. It was Yi. What has happened? Yi, wake up. Do not frighten me. Now she realized the familiar aura she had sensed was indeed that of the one she longed for, reunited once more, yet in such a tragic state. I cannot bear to lose you again, you lecher. I will save you. Barely clinging to life, Yi opened his heavy eyelids, and upon seeing Gu Yuna, managed a faint smile. Gu Yuna, to see you again is truly. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness, with his soul shattered and cultivation lost. Had it not been for the divine bones still intact, he would have been reduced to ash upon re-entry into the atmosphere. Gu Yuna cradled Yi in her arms, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. You shall not sleep. I command you, do not sleep. No matter how she called for him, he remained unresponsive. The dark night was adorned with a luminous moon, and she, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens. The evening breeze caressed her silvery hair, a striking beauty tinged with sorrow. Her face bore no trace of joy, cradling the one she yearned for. Gently, she laid Yi on the ground, tenderly wiping the charred remnants from his face. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, a sight all too familiar, as this was not her first weeping. Since their fateful encounter, she had tasted the bittersweet essence of human emotion, reminiscing about their shared moments. Her heart would swell with joy, yet the thought of his demise gnawed at her insides. You lecher, do you know how much I cherish you? How deeply I care for you? It was only through ZG's revelations that I understood my own heart. I do not know when my feelings for you began. Perhaps it was the first time we met, or the first time you embraced me, or when you vowed to protect me. At first, I deemed you a mere lecher, a wicked man, but gradually, I discovered there was more to you than that. You remarked that you were indeed wicked, having stealthily stolen my heart, only to depart without a word. Do you know how heartbroken I was upon hearing of your fall 2 years ago? Yet I believed you could not perish so easily. But today you have returned, only for our reunion to be so tragically bittersweet. She poured out her heart's sentiments. As she spoke, a sense of liberation enveloped her. Yet her heart remained heavy with sorrow. At that moment, Yi, nourished by the divine bone's power, began to regain vitality, fully hearing Gu Yuna's heartfelt confessions. Gu Yuna, is it truly you? As she finished speaking, Yi finally opened his eyes. Gu Yuna, leaning over him, quickly lifted her gaze at the sound. You're not dead? She exclaimed, a mixture of shock and joy flooding her. Nar, I assure you I am very much alive. Then why did I feel your life force fade moments ago? Explaining that is quite complicated. Suffice it to say, I did not perish. Very well. Gu Yuna ceased her inquiries, but then sensed something amiss. Knowing Yi's nature, he must have awakened long ago. Did he hear everything I just said? A sharp sound echoed as Yi playfully smacked his face. With a grin that bordered on mischief, he looked at Gu Yuna, whose expression was now one of anger. Why the sudden change? You were just concerned for me. Nar, why did you hit me? Tell me, did you hear everything I just said? What? Hear what? I'm not aware of anything. Do not feign ignorance, confess honestly. Realizing he had been caught, Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I never anticipated Nar would harbor such feelings for me. I am truly touched. His face radiated a teasing demeanor. You scoundrel, I shall end you. Gu Yuna clenched her fists and struck Yi's abdomen. Yi felt as though a boulder had struck him, realizing just how forceful her blow was. Nar, are you attempting to murder your husband? He groaned in pain. Who is your husband? You are merely a scoundrel. Though Gu Yuna feigned anger, her heart brimmed with happiness. Then Nar, does what you said still hold true? You explicitly confessed your feelings for me. Gu Yuna paused, contemplating, then looked at Yi and queried, do you remember the day I arrived at Shrek when I asked you a question? Yi nodded. I remember. Then let me ask again. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. Do you desire me? I do. Then why do you linger? Come, embrace me. Gu Yuna closed her eyes and opened her arms, awaiting Yi's embrace. Yi obliged, enfolding her in his arms. After a prolonged embrace, they parted, gazing into each other's eyes, a profound love conveyed through their shared glances. Slowly, they drew closer, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. She harbored no regrets, having expressed her heartfelt intentions. In her heart, he was the sole and unique presence in this world, someone exceptional. Though she harbored disdain for humanity, her feelings towards him, Yi, were an exception. At this moment, her lustful companion belonged solely to her, as she closed her eyes, savoring his affection. The wind of the night transformed from desolation to warmth, bearing witness to their reunion. The first rays of dawn caressed Yi's face, yet he felt no comfort. Rather, he felt utterly exhausted. After all, he had lost all his powers and could not withstand the dragon nature of Gu Yuna. You're awake, you big lecher. Gu Yuna approached from behind and embraced him. Yes, naer, em awake, y nodded. Stinky Yi, my legs are aching. Why is that? How could Yi explain? Ahem. Nar, it's because you were too vigorous yesterday. It's not that I was vigorous, it's that you were weak. You provoked me first, yet couldn't he keep up? Yi's lips twitched. He thought to himself, I currently possess no powers. Merely an ordinary person. How could I endure the ravages of a dragon like you? Nar, I won't dwell on this any longer. I have other matters to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? I'm all ears. Take your time. Do you remember the Nether Tower filled with soul rings? Yes, the air conditioning tower you showed me during our first meeting, right? That S at Nar. I had Donger establish the soul-granting tower using the Nether Tower. During my 2-year absence, it has been successfully constructed. The Nether Tower serves as the main tower, connecting hundreds of sub-towers across various towns in the continent. Henceforth, soul masters will no longer need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. What do you mean? I wish for you to represent all soul beasts and sign a peace treaty with humanity, ensuring mutual non-aggression and peaceful coexistence. This world will face new perils that require both humans and soul beasts to protect it together. Why not let go of past animosities and establish a brand new Douluo Continent? Guyuna began to ponder. The crisis faced by the Void Spirit clan 2 years ago, and now new threats emerging. If it hadn't been for Yi, this world might have already succumbed to outsiders. The opportunity for a shift in the relationship between soul beasts and humanity had arrived. It was time to make a choice. Guyuna looked at Yi and said seriously, "All right, Yi, I agree to this treaty." "Good, Nar. Then let us head to the Wuhuan Empire to seek out the Pope." Yet at this moment, Guyuna suddenly inquired, "Can she represent all of humanity?" Yi chuckled. "The Pope of the Wuhuan Empire cannot, but the Angel Queen of the Angel Empire can." As for whether the Star Luo Empire would recognize it, it mattered little, considering the newly established Angel Empire and the Wuhuan Empire were mother and son empires. "All right, I trust you. Let us go. By the way, Nar, can you transform into a dragon and carry me? I currently lack any powers," Yi said bashfully. Why should I transform into a dragon when I can just carry you?" Nar, is that really all right?" Guyuna promptly lifted Yi into her arms. He never anticipated that one day he would experience being embraced like a princess, and the sensation was truly delightful. Enough with the nonsense. Hold on tight. Okay, Nair. In the Pope's Hall, Qianren and Bibi Dong gazed at Yi with icy glares, demanding, "Now, tell us, where have you been these past few days? And who is this beside you?" Yi realized he had stepped into a den of chaos. This harem could turn frigid if he wasn't careful. Guyuna stepped forward, shielding Yi, exuding the aura of a ruler, and declared, "I am the king of all soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Yi is my consort, and I hope you will be mindful not to frighten my consort." Bibi Dong and Qianren gritted their teeth. How audacious of this newcomer. "Oh, so you're the younger sister. I'm Bibi Dong, and this is Qianren. We are both Yuyi's wives. Since you're also one of Yuyi's women, that makes you her sister. I hope we can get along well in the future," Bibi Dong said, her smile concealing a blade as her words cut deep. "I'm not interested," Guyuna retorted, finding it laughable that mere humans thought to claim sisterhood. The atmosphere around them turned icy, causing Yi to shiver uncontrollably. "Ahem. Everyone, let us refrain from arguing for now. We have come here for serious business." Yi interrupted the frigid tension, fearing a confrontation would erupt. "Oh, what important matter does the lecture have?" Qianren inquired. "I brought Nater here to establish a peace treaty between humans and soul beasts, hoping for harmonious coexistence to safeguard this world, as a new crisis is approaching." I agree to this, little rascal. Since the soul-granting tower you had me establish is already in place, it's a good thing for the continent that humanity and soul beasts can eliminate their long-standing grievances. Perhaps it heralds a transformation. However, little rascal, what is this new crisis you mentioned? Bibi Dong asked. "The consciousness of annihilation is about to descend." The consciousness of annihilation? Indeed, it is the essence born from the very genesis of the universe, transcending the definition of a deity. It could be said to exist above the gods. The highest deity that Shui once served was obliterated by the consciousness of annihilation. As for why it destroyed the high divine realm, I speculate it was likely due to the emergence of the high deity's legacy. Yi then turned to Bibi Dong and Qianren, saying, "Dong, Shui, you both are a holy angel and an ancient god, respectively, both belonging to the highest deities. A couple of days ago, minions of the consciousness of annihilation invaded outside Douluo Star. I risked everything to eliminate them. But once the consciousness of annihilation descends, I truly have no means to stop it. Perhaps we must rely on you." "Wait, Yi, I also possess the legacy of a high deity," Guyuna interjected suddenly. The three turned to her in unison, astonished. "You have it too?" "Indeed. Mine is the elemental divine dragon, a high deity. 2 days ago, a strange light suddenly entered my body, and I received the legacy of a deity in my mind. I have even broken through to the beast god level." Upon hearing Guyuna's words, Yi recalled the bursts of transcendent power that emerged from the divine creation tablet, which had vanished without a trace. It seemed one had indeed entered Guyuna's body. "What are the others? System, are you there?" Yi called out in his mind. "Ding, host, I am here." "System, how many deities' legacies exist in this world? Where are they located?" "There are 10 high deities, host. If you wish to know their locations, you must use the divine creation tablet to summon all the deities back to their positions." "Is it really possible?" "Of course." "All right, I shall summon them now." Yi summoned the divine creation tablet, but without divine power to activate it. He turned to Bibi Dong and said, "Donger, you've reached the 100th level. You should be able to activate the Divine Creation Tablet. Me? I am to activate it? Yes. Input your divine power into the Divine Creation Tablet and command it to summon the deities. What command? Enduring through eternity, deities return to their positions. Understood. With that, Bibi Dong infused her divine power into the Divine Creation Tablet, and indeed, the tablet activated successfully, the transcendent power radiating brilliantly in the air. Enduring through eternity. Deities returned to their positions, Bibi Dong recited. The Divine Creation Tablet accepted the command, and the transcendent light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire hall. As the radiance gradually faded, several familiar figures emerged before Yui. Zhu Zhuqing, Huwu, Yi Lingling, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Hulaina, Xiaowu. Yui suddenly realized that all 10 high deities were his women. Everything was undoubtedly interconnected. A few individuals present in the Pope's chamber were taken aback, finding themselves in an unfamiliar place in the blink of an eye. However, their eyes soon fell upon a familiar figure. Yui, brother Yi, the young master, the great carrot. You truly are alive. You've returned. Tears welled up in their eyes as they realized the person they had longed for had not perished. He stood right before them. Zhuqing, Rongrong, Sister Erlong Wu Xiao Wu Lingling Little Fox, I'm not dead. I have truly come back. Overwhelmed by emotion, the women rushed towards Yui. But with only one of him, it was impossible to satisfy them all. All right, my beloved ladies, we shall reminisce later. There are matters that require our attention now. Yui felt a sense of dread. Having too many women was not necessarily a blessing, yet he was too greedy to relinquish any of them. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and Gu Yuna seemed accustomed to the situation, given the man's notorious flirtatiousness. At that moment, the light of the Divine Creation Monument faded, only to re-emerge, radiating 10 distinct hues that illuminated the 10 women. A cold, sacred voice resonated. 10 have returned. The legacy commences. Bibi Dong, the god of antiquity, Qianren Xue, the 12 holy angels, Hulaina, the 9-tailed divine fox, Gu Yuna, the 7-color divine dragon, Zhu Zhuqing, the purple cloud spirit master, Huwu, the goddess of heavenly fire, Ning Rongrong, the glaze goddess, Xiao Wu, the moon goddess of Guanghan, Yi Lingling, the fairy of 100 flowers, Lu Erlong, the goddess of Kanglan. System, they are all beginning to inherit divinity, yet I find myself devoid of cultivation. Do you possess a means to restore my powers? Host, yes. But the price is to forget everything and become an emotionless entity of creation. Emotionless? Forget everything? Indeed, host. Then perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. Lacking cultivation is acceptable, as long as Donger and the others guard this world. Alas, host, sometimes one is bound by circumstances, the system remarked silently. In the system's realm, a man clad in azure wept, accompanied by a woman in a flowing black gown, who appeared to be with child. Qingyan, why are you crying? The woman in black asked. Luo Sha, I have foreseen the future. Our master is fated to fall again. Is there a way to avert this? Indeed, but the price is one the master would never accept. The azure-clad man gazed into the distance, where a hazy and chaotic future lay ahead. 50 million years have passed. Who shall emerge victorious in this game? Yui opened his arms, embracing the caress of the wind. This was his first true encounter with the world. Having traversed the Douluo realm and met those he cherished, he grasped that he had fundamentally transformed. In the Stardoe forest, Yui departed from the Pope's palace, allowing the system to guide him to the location of Xiao Wu's mother. Auntie, greetings, Yui addressed Yuro, Xiao Wu's mother. He had come to resolve the enmity between Bibi Dong and Yuro, a matter that weighed heavily on his heart. He was uncertain of his success, yet he felt compelled to attempt it. You are Yui, correct? Do you know where Xiao Wu has gone? Has she come looking for you? Yuro inquired, recognizing Yui from her previous encounter in her soul beast form upon her resurrection. Annie, Xiao Wu is currently undergoing her divine inheritance and is not with me. Rest assured, she is absolutely safe. I see, then I am relieved. Actually, I sought you out today to discuss something. Oh, what is it? I wish to ask you to let go of your grievances with Bibi Dong. Grievances? I have long since released them. As a mother, I cannot be selfish. I also understand your relationship with Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu. For the happiness of Xiao Wu, let those grievances dissipate like smoke. It is indeed fortunate for Xiao Wu to have met you. She has grown stronger, maturing from a young girl into a capable woman. Yi, I thank you for assisting Xiao Wu so much, and for reviving me. Yuro bowed in gratitude. No, Auntie, please do not bow to me. You are my elder. My revival of you was a promise to Xiao Wu, and I am grateful to have fulfilled it, since you have let go of the past. I hope you can have a good talk with Xiao Wu. Yi, won't you speak with her yourself? Auntie, there is no time. Due to certain matters, I must depart. I hope you will visit the Pope's palace in the Spirit Hall and convey to them that my leaving is for the sake of protection. With that, Yui turned to leave. Yuro refrained from asking further. She sensed Yui bore his own burdens. However, as she watched him depart, an uneasy premonition welled within her. Yui, what exactly are you planning? Why must you leave again? After 2 years, Xiao Wu has finally reunited with you. Only to part once more? Xiao Wu, my heart rejoices for you. You have found a good man. May the heavens grant them a fulfilling conclusion. After leaving, Yi arrived at a secluded valley, where he took a hearty swig from a flask of wine. As he drank deeply, his gaze grew resolute. System, how long until the consciousness of destruction descends? Yi inquired. Host, it will be approximately 1 day. Very well, I understand. I have made my decision to shatter the divine bones. Host, this will lead to your demise once more. I have long ceased to fear death. What I dread is failing to protect the world and those I love. The system informed Yi that the consciousness of destruction had locked onto Douluo star and was about to descend, threatening annihilation for the entire world, with only the 10 deities capable of halting it. Yet, the deities were currently undergoing their inheritances, leaving no time to spare. The last resort was to shatter Yi's divine bones, forsaking his mortal form, allowing the transcendent power contained within his divine bones to merge with his soul, transforming it into divine essence. System, do not hesitate. Shatter them, Yi commanded resolutely. Understood, host. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and an immense pain coursed through Yi, causing him to break into a cold sweat. As his cries subsided, all his divine bones shattered, his physical form began to dissolve, and his soul evolved into divine essence, regaining its transcendent power. He soared into the sky, his gaze fixed on the direction of the spear hall, a smile gracing his lips while tears glimmered in his eyes. He returned to the Pope's palace in a spiritual form, yearning to reach out to the women undergoing their inheritances, yet he could not touch them, reminiscent of the painful scenes in the snow. Though he felt anguish, he was now devoid of sensation. Perhaps he was no longer human, merely an ethereal spirit. So be it, time has come to depart. The final farewell is but a means of protection. He selfishly abandoned them, yet ultimately, he was bound by circumstances beyond his control, unable to escape. Whether arriving in this world was a blessing remained uncertain. He had glimpsed a different realm and a different self. His gaze pierced through the clouds, staring into the depths of a universe. Consciousness of destruction, I await you. With a thunderous roar, the sky began to tear apart, and the earth crumbled, as Douluo Continent succumbed to an overwhelming force of annihilation. At last, you have arrived. Ha ha! How amusing it is that the illustrious